Knock, knock. In the middle of the night, there was a knocking sound coming from the bathroom. Xiaofan wrapped the quilt tightly around him. He had just finished swiping through a couple slasher videos. Motherfucker, it's either a beautiful woman or legs during the day, or food or ghosts at night. Toxic, toxic. Xiaofan spat madly in his heart as he kept his eyes firmly fixed on the bedroom room door. Nothing for a while. Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. Unconscionable developers. Can't the floor slabs be made thicker? Xiaofan estimated that it was the sound coming from someone else's house. He's all alone in his house. Closing his eyes, Xiaofan prepared to sleep. Knock, knock. Suddenly the sound of the bathroom came again. Hiss. Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air. A little louder this time. He heard distinctly what seemed to be the sound coming from his own bathroom. What the hell? Xiaofan's heart trembled. He quickly took out his cell phone and turned on the music, and searched for the word sutra. You're it. Music up. Xiaofan played the Earth Store Sutra, and the volume of his cell phone was turned up to the maximum. At that moment, Xiaofan felt a lot more bold. Turning on the light to get up, Xiaofan carefully opened the bedroom door. The door opened a crack and Xiaofan looked outside. Everything's fine. You're scaring yourself. There are no ghosts in this world. Xiaofan muttered in his heart as he walked out of the bedroom towards the bathroom. A throwing stick was clutched tightly in his hand. This is what he bought to keep at home for protection. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, and he was the only one in the family. It's something that will give him courage. Phew. Sure enough, it's a voice coming from someone's house. Xiaofan looked toward the bathroom. Nothing happened, and he let out a long breath. Wow. Having just sweated from fright, Xiaofan turned on the faucet and washed his face. Ah. Raising his head, Xiaofan was shocked and jerked back. Inside the mirror was actually not himself, but his missing grandfather. His grandfather disappeared 9 years ago. His family went to great lengths to search for him and called the police, but ultimately came up empty-handed. Good grandson, don't you recognize Grandpa? Inside the mirror Xiaofan's grandfather Xiaohai spoke. You. Xiaofan wants to take the road and run. Why are you such a wimp? I'm your grandfather, not a ghost. 9 years ago your grandfather I crossed over and cultivated to the level of a great general. The emperor is dim and brutal, and some time ago I rebelled, Xiaohai said in a domineering manner. Xiaofan stared blankly at Xiaohai in the mirror. His grandfather was a stout man who had been a soldier when he was young and had gone to war to kill people. Used to be that little punks had to walk around when they walked down the street. The Xiaohai in the mirror was 7 or 8% similar to the grandfather he remembered. Are you really my grandfather? Xiaofan said with some disbelief. Xiaohai said without a trace of humor. Would a ghost still tease you like this? Call your father over. I'm looking for him for something. The Xiao god's expression dimmed. Mom and dad they left in a car accident 5 years ago. Xiaohai in the mirror froze. His eyes grew red. Back then the fortune teller said he wasn't a good provider, and your grandmother and I worked hard to bring him up, but I didn't realize he was still ahead of me, Xiaohai said in a shy voice. Xiaofan looked at Xiaohai in the mirror. He was somewhat convinced that Xiaohai was his grandfather. The sadness that Xiaohai displayed didn't seem fake. Master, Grandpa, did you just knock on the mirror? You're knocking on the mirror in the middle of the night. It's killing my soul, Xiaofan said and turned off his cell phone music. Xiaohai wiped his eyes. For the time being, this is the only way to contact you that is a bit more convenient. Good grandson. Grandpa needs your help urgently now. Xiaofan was puzzled. What can I do to help? Xiaohai coughed lightly and said, the emperor is dim and brutal and still wants to kill me. Grandpa's rebellion was a bit sudden, and there is currently a lack of food and weapons. It's almost winter and there's a shortage of winter clothes. With 100,000 generals under their hands. If you want them to sell their lives you have to at least feed and clothe them. Xiaofan was surprised in his heart. 100,000 generals. That's a lot. I don't know if it's bragging or not. Grandpa, I can't help you if you're in the other world. Besides I can't buy much with that little money on my bank card. Xiaofan said helplessly. Xiaohai Dao, your grandfather. I have a good cultivation nowadays, and I have also obtained a powerful treasure named Empty Underworld Mirror. You can be reached through it. You can also pass through the mirror and send things from your side of the room. A look of surprise appeared in Xiaofan's eyes. How else can it be? Good grandson, if you help Grandpa to rebel, Grandpa will also have benefits for you. Let's get you in better shape first, Xiaohai said as a ray of light flew out of the mirror into Xiaofan's body. All of a sudden, Xiaofan felt a warmth within him. Good grandson, you've strengthened your physique quite a bit after a good night's sleep. What Grandpa needs most at the moment is food. So do something. I'll contact you in 3 days. Speaking of which Xiaohai's figure in the mirror became blurred and soon disappeared completely. Grandpa is actually alive and rebelling in the other world. Xiaofan muttered. He was a little in disbelief that this was real. Ah! Xiaofan twisted himself. It hurt. It's not a dream. There's a shortage of food at Grandpa's, but I only have $100,000 on my bank card. You can buy 50,000 pounds of poor rice. Xiao Fan frowned. 50,000 pounds of rice may not be enough to eat in a lifetime if it's just for a family, but Xiao Hai has 100,000 men under his command. That's only half a pound per person. You can't even make porridge for a few meals. Never mind, don't think about it. We'll see tomorrow. That may not be my grandfather inside the mirror, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. He's only got $100,000 in total, so he can't just spend it all in a blur. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning until 2 o'clock, Xiao Fan finally fell asleep. It stinks. The next morning, Xiao Fan woke up with a roll in his stomach. He almost threw up. It's falling through the veins? Xiao Fan saw that his arm was black and a layer of black oil stains were stuck on top of his skin. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. His grandfather wasn't kidding last night when he said he'd give him a physique boost. Clenched his fists. Xiao Fan felt that his strength had increased a lot. Drink! Taking the dumping stick at the bedside, Xiao Fan exerted his force and directly bent the stick. Good lord! I'm guessing I've more than doubled my power today. Xiao Fan was incredibly excited. Shower first. Rushing into the bathroom, Xiao Fan hurriedly rinsed his entire body. After taking a shower, Xiao Fan surveyed himself in the mirror. He froze. Originally he was 5'7" and ordinary. Last night it went up an estimated 5 or 6 centimeters. And it's definitely going to reach 5 feet 8 inches. Also his facial aura is a big step up. Jade tree, proper schoolboy level. Looks like last night was really grandpa, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. How could the rest give him such a favor? Ding dong, ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. Xiao Fan remembered that he had made an appointment yesterday to come over to see the house today. He had 2 rooms in this house and planned to rent out one to make more or less money. Coming. Xiao Fan went to open the door. Su Yui. Seeing the person outside the door, Xiao Fan was surprised. Su Yue was the school beauty of their school, a sophomore. Xiao Fan had seen Su Yue's photos before, and after being stunned, he didn't feel too much. With makeup, beauty and other contraptions in place, a dog can have a clear brow. This would be when Xiao Fan realized that he was being a bit arbitrary. Su Yue seemed to have no makeup on at all, and she looked a lot better in person than in her photos. Chapter 2, Isn't this 500,000 brothers? You're the landlord? Su Yue said suspiciously, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowning. She wanted to find a house to rent, closer to all looked all over. Today this look at the photos of the house is quite clean. The distance is moderate. The price she can accept. I didn't realize the homeowners were actually boys. Xiao Fan nodded. Hello, my name is Xiao Fan. We're alumni, I'm a junior. Schoolmate Su is afraid it's not right if you rent a room. I'll have to take a room in this house for myself, so you can find another house. Su Yue is beautiful. That goes without saying. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to top the school flower list right after she joined the school. Living with the schoolgirl was quite cool to think about, but Xiao Fan didn't want to incur this trouble. Su Yue has many suitors and he has small arms and legs. Plus his grandfather is now rebelling in the other world and he just wants to keep a low profile. Xiao Fan? Su Yue froze for a moment, and the appearance of a high school boy came to her mind. That boy was 6 or 7 times like Xiao Fan, just shorter and not as handsome. That year she was just a freshman in high school. She ran into 2 hooligans on the road, and it was the boy who tried desperately to protect her. She asked the boy his name back then, and the other person was named Xiao Fan. Senior Xiao, can I see the room? If there is nothing better, I hope Senior Xiao will rent me the room, Su Yue suddenly said. Originally she had dismissed the place at first, but now she changed her mind. With 6 or 7 resemblances in appearance and the same name, Xiao Fan was most likely the same boy back then. This, coupled with Xiao Fan's outright rejection of her, and the fact that Xiao Fan was still an alumnus, the security of renting this place was still relatively guaranteed. Xiao Fan frowned. It's not okay for Su Yao to rent this place, but after all, she is a schoolgirl, so it's not right that she's not allowed to see her room. Come in. Xiao Fan stepped aside. Su Yue entered the room. The inside of the room was very tidy, which she was quite satisfied with. This room. Xiao Fan brought Su Yue to the second bedroom. At a glance Su Yue fell in love with the room. The colors of the room. The furnishings are all her favorite, and there are a few cottonwood trees outside the window that she likes, and the red cottonwoods make Su Yue's eyes glow. Don't your parents live with you, Senior Xiao? Su Yue inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. He didn't say anything. We don't know each other well, and there's no need for Su Yue to know things like he's an orphan. Senior Xiao, can I take a few pictures? Could be. After taking a few pictures, Su Yue quickly left. My physique has greatly improved, and the man in the mirror is definitely Grandpa. How do you get a lot of food? Xiao Fan frowned darkly. In the modern world, it's easy to buy a lot of food if you have the money. The problem is that he doesn't have the money. A measly 100,000 on the card is nothing. His parents died in a car accident in the first place. It is reasonable that the death compensation for his parents have to be millions. But the hit-and-run driver. The case is not solved, there is no compensation. Sell the house? Such thoughts flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Although it's only a 2-bedroom apartment of 70 or 80 square feet, it's close to the school, so there's no problem selling it for $1 million or so. No. Soon Xiao Fan denied himself such a thought. The house was left to him by his parents and it holds a lot of his memories. That's just it. Let's find a warehouse first. This one is easy. 2 hours passed before Xiao Fan rented a more suitable warehouse. The place is a little out of the way and the warehouse is cheap. 500 square feet, 8,000 a month. Xiao Fan rubbed the other party for a while before the other party agreed to pay monthly. It's just over $90,000 now. And the rice that's almost there costs $3 a kilo. So you have to keep some for living expenses anyhow. And you can only buy 30 tons at the most. Xiao Fan frowned. Buy it first. He arrived at the rice wholesale market. There were many rice wholesale supermarkets over here. After comparing 7 or 8, Xiao Fan finally selected one of the big rice wholesale supermarkets. Low-priced rice supermarkets don't stock that much, but it's not hard to deploy 30 tons just by placing an order. Delivered to this location the day after tomorrow. No problem? After adding the boss's microphone, Xiao Fan sent the warehouse's location address to the other party. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. There's no problem at all. Someone will contact Mr. Xiao before delivery, the owner said with a smile. Xiao Fan said, if this is a good cooperation, there may be a need later on, and if the quantity is large, Boss Su will have to give some discounts in the future. Well, Xiao Fan left. Looking at the $2,000 balance shown on his card, he frowned. That room still needs to be rented out. Otherwise a mere $2,000 won't last long, and he'll starve to death before he's even developed. You can put a mirror in the master bedroom, and his grandfather can use the mirror inside the master bedroom if he is in contact. Half an hour passed and he was almost home. The cell phone rang suddenly. Xiao Fan took a look. Surprisingly, it was Su Yue who called. Su Yue called him yesterday to get in touch. The number rings a bell with him. I think it's kinda telling to call and say when you've rented an apartment, Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. He picked up the phone. Senior Xiao, that one room of yours hasn't been rented out yet, right? I want to rent it. Su Yue's voice sounded a little off. Xiao Fan said doubtfully. The house is not rented out, but it's inconvenient for you to rent my place. So it's better for you to find the rest of the houses. School sister Su, you're home, aren't you? Senior Xiao, could you open the door first? Su Yue shuddered. I'm not home, but I'm almost there. Xiao Fan hung up the phone and accelerated his steps. Su Yue's voice sounded quite scared. 2 minutes passed before Xiao Fan arrived at the doorstep. Su Yue crouched in front of his house. She clasped her hands on her knees and shrugged her shoulders slightly. Schoolmate Su, what are you? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Su Yue hurriedly stood up and she was relieved to see Xiao Fan. Just met with a landlord who didn't seem like a nice person and followed me around for a while. Su Yue said with some hindsight. Xiao Fan said, if you're sure that the other party is stalking you, then just call the police and let the police uncle go and have a good chat with the other party. Chick, it's not good to talk bad about people behind their backs. Little brat, you open the door. Both of you go in or don't blame me for not being polite. The door to the stairwell was pushed open and a man in a ducktail hat stepped out. He was clearly holding the dagger in his hand. He had just been planning to retreat when Xiao Fan actually wanted to call the police. Xiao Fan's face changed. Su Yue blanched. Xiao, Senior Xiao, that's him. Su Yue really didn't expect the other party to be so bold. Actually tracked all the way over. And also armed with a knife ready to commit murder. Both of you get in there. Now. Or else I'll go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. And you'll all be dead. The man snapped. Xiao Fan stared at the other party, who gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Isn't this 500,000 brothers? Suddenly Xiao Fan was stunned. He remembered where he had seen the other man. He'd seen the guy's picture in the class group the other day. His name is Lu Cohen, a Class A wanted criminal. The official word is that Lu Cohen has fled to their city, with a reward of $500,000. There was a lot of discussion in the group at the time. $500,000 coming to the door. I don't know if Su Yue is a calamity or a blessing, Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. If he had come across it yesterday, Xiao Fan estimated that he would have pills. Now 3 or 5 strong men. Xiao Fan felt that it was not a big problem. With the felling, his strength and reaction speed had increased a lot. Big brother, take it easy. No need to make a move. I'll open the door and we'll talk. Xiao Fan reached inside his pocket. The next second the cell phone was pulled out by him and slammed hard into Lu Cohen. Ah! Lu Cohen screamed miserably. Xiao Fan is now a thief with a lot of strength. and being hit by his cell phone was like having a slate brick whistled in his face. Ka-ching! While smashing out the cell phone, Xiaofan quickly stepped forward and kicked the other party in the chest. Lu Kuan's entire body was kicked 2 to 3 meters by Xiaofan. Several of his bones were broken, and his entire body curled up into a ball in pain. Su Yue stared blankly. She couldn't believe it. Chapter 3, being caught on camera with the schoolgirl. Xiaofan kicked away Lu Kuan's dagger in relief. Even if he had gone through the Vajra and marrow cleansing, he was still a mortal flesh today, and if he was really stabbed by Lu Kuan's dagger with an open blood groove, he would surely have to be accounted for here. Senior Xiao, I didn't expect him to follow me here. I'm sorry, Su Yue said afterward. Xiaofan said, school sister, so you go inside the room first and rest. I'll call the police and you'll probably have to give a statement when you get here. Su Yue nodded gently. Soon she arrived inside the room. Xiaofan picked up his cell phone as he sighed helplessly. The cell phone has been scrapped. Lu Kuan, is it okay to borrow your cell phone? Xiaofan approached Lu Kuan Dao. Lu Kuan's face changed. Xiaofan had indeed known his identity. Pulling out Lu Kuan's cell phone, Xiaofan dialed a very familiar number. Hello, and you are? A voice came out of the microphone. Xiaofan took a deep breath and said, Captain Liang, it's me, Xiaofan. The other party is Liang Wu, the captain of the criminal investigation team. His parents' case was handled by the other side. Liang Wu sighed lightly. Xiaofan, there are still no new clues in your parents' case, and based on the current clues, it's hard for us to find out the driver who caused the accident. Sorry, Xiaofan said. Captain Liang, I know you will try your best. Contacting you this time is not about this matter. I took care of Lu Kuan. $500,000 won't be less, right? Liang Wu on the other end of the phone suddenly stood up. Xiaofan, you saw Lu Kuan? You must not touch him. He has several lives on his hands. Where are you? I'll bring someone right over. Liang Wu said eagerly. Xiaofan said, Captain Liang, I'm at home. You know my home address. You need to call an ambulance. Hanging up the phone, Liang Wu hurriedly rushed to Xiaofan's place with his men. Captain Liang, the people are there. $500,000 can't be less. Xiaofan pointed at Lu Kuan, who was lying on the ground. Lu Kuan's face was gray. He knew that if he was arrested, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape the death penalty. It's... Liang Wu looked at Lu Kuan with some disbelief. He identified Lu Kuan at first glance, but Lu Kuan was a tough guy, and he was planted in the hands of Xiaofan, a college student. Captain Liang, he followed one of my schoolmates here. Su's schoolmate is inside the room. If you guys need to make a statement, I'll call her out, Xiaofan said. Liang Wu nodded. A transcript was definitely needed. Su Yue quickly went outside. Seeing Su Yue, Liang Wu knew why Lu Kuan followed him over. This guy Lu Kuan is the devil in color. Xiaofan, you need to go to the police station too. Liang Wu Dao. Xiaofan nodded slightly. An hour passed and Xiaofan and Su Yue walked out from within the police station together. Schoolmistress Su, although you brought the person there, you won't get any of the $500,000 down when the time comes. It's not a problem to buy you dinner, Xiaofan stated. Su Yue did not recognize Lu Kuan at all, and Xiaofan would not be foolish enough to share half of the prize money. Su Yue hurriedly said, Senior, reward certainly has nothing to do with me. In addition, Senior, you saved me. It should be me treating you to dinner. Xiaofan looked at Su Yue. Su Yue is beautiful and has a very positive outlook. That's $500,000, not $50. And a different person would probably make all sorts of noise about splitting the money. Sister Su, then it's on you, Xiaofan said. He didn't bother to argue with Su Yue. $500,000 in rewards didn't come down, and he had $2,000 on his card. You can't buy a cell phone for $1,000 anyhow. Su Yue looked at Xiaofan pitifully. Senior, why don't you let me rent that one room of yours? I've looked all over the surrounding houses with the right price. Xiaofan shook his head firmly. That room he wasn't going to rent out. Turns out he only had a total of $100,000 on his card and needed to rent out a room while sitting on his ass. There will be a reward of $500,000 for taking down Lu Kuan. You can wait a little longer. Schoolmate Su, there will definitely be a suitable house for rent for you in a few days. There's a $500,000 reward for not renting out that house of mine, Xiaofan said. Su Yue was helpless. In exchange for other boys, she wants to rent a room for fear of hating the master bedroom or vacated for her to live. Xiaofan here, she begged to rent a room, cannot. Okay then. Su Yue nodded gently. Senpai, I have a bad appetite today, so I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Could be. Xiaofan nodded. Being tailed by a Class A wanted criminal. Su Yue must have been scared to death today. Sister Vivi. Sister Vivi. Separating from Xiaofan, Su Yue arrived at an orphanage where she had walked out. Although she was still in her sophomore year, Su Yue had started earning money a long time ago. And every month she would come back to visit her siblings in the orphanage and buy them something. Vivi, there's no need for you to come back so often when your studies are so important. And you're still in school nowadays too. So just spend the money you earn on yourself. The director of the orphanage said kindly when she saw Su Yue. She had watched Su Yue grow up. Grandma Dean, I've saved enough to spend on myself. Don't worry. Su Yue had a sweet smile on her face. This orphanage was her home. And when she arrived here, she was completely at ease. Grandma Dean, I'm going to play with them. Go go go. Dean said with a smile on his face, turning the clock to the next day. Xiao Fan hurriedly got up and washed his underwear. I actually dreamed about Su Yue last night. As for what he did in the dream, Xiao Fan couldn't remember. Drip, drip, drip. The cell phone rang, and yesterday afternoon he went to buy a cell phone. 10 red ticket votes gone again. Yesterday there was $100,000 on the bank card, and now there's only a miserable 1,000 left. Old 4, what the hell are you doing disturbing people's dreams early in the morning? Xiao Fan answered his cell phone without a trace of anger. The call came from Xin Chen, the oldest in his dormitory, who was quite close to him. Third brother, when did you hook up with schoolgirl Su? Xin Chen's surprised voice came over. Xiao Fan's face changed slightly. How did Xin Chen know that he was in contact with Su Yue? Senior, what hooked up? Nothing. Third brother, the pictures of you and schoolgirl Su walking side by side on the top of the forum are already up. Xiao Fan logged onto the school's forum. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Soon Xiao Fan's face darkened. The photo was taken after he and Su Yue left the police station together, and it wasn't particularly clear. But those who were familiar with him definitely knew that it was him on it. Su Yue next to him was quite a bit clearer. The focus was definitely on Su Yue when the photo was taken. Shooting a beautiful woman is shooting a beautiful woman. What's the point of shooting your master Xiao in there? Xiao Fan was powerless to spit. He scrolled through the posts, and sure enough, someone had exposed him. Where he lives has been exposed. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the door to the room was slammed vigorously. Xiao Fan's face changed. Does Lu Kuan have any accomplices? Grabbing his shaking stick, Xiao Fan went to the door. He looked out through the cat's eye. Young Master Yang, what are you doing bringing people here so early in the morning? Xiao Fan opened the door and said in a cold voice. There were 3 people outside the door, one of whom Xiao Fan recognized as Yang Rong. He was a rich kid inside the school, and his sports car often drove inside the school. High profile. Chapter 4, Grandpa's giving favors again. Yang Rong said in a cold voice. Kid, I have my eye on Su Yue. You'd better stay away from her. Poor bastard. Take a piss and look in the mirror. Let me see you with Su Yue again. I'll break your legs. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth revealed a smile if anything. Young Master Yang, there are quite a lot of people chasing Su Yue. You're the dumbest one. Yang Rong's anger surged. Xiao Fan said with a smirk. You think you already know that I'm an orphan and don't have that many attachments, so you're going to play with my life? Yang Rong's face changed, and the cold air on the soles of his feet instantly rose. You still dare to kill someone? Yang Rong colorfully said. Xiao Fan seemed to smile. Rabbits still bite when they are anxious. And you don't mess around in secret. So as long as someone finds me in trouble next, I'll look for you. Are you being fucking reasonable? Yang Rong cursed angrily. Xiao Fan sneered. Reason? You brought people to the door to come here to reason? I'm standing right here. If you guys want to beat people up, just go ahead. If you can't beat me, just wait. Yang Rong's face was unsightly. If Xiao Fan was determined to play with him in the future, he was afraid that he would have to be on edge every day. Xiao Fan, he's a toad. So don't think about eating swan meat. Let's go. Yang Rong held his fire and left. Xiao Fan shook his head. Just this? A few words actually scared him away, and he didn't even get a chance to move around. And, of course, that opportunity is best avoided. A rich second generation like Yang Rong is still troublesome when really messed with. Besides, even though he was an orphan, he valued his life. Stupid one. Just one picture, and you're actually bringing people to your door looking for trouble. Xiao Fan spat in his heart. This guy Yang Rong got into their school. Didn't he buy his way in? Drip. Back in the room. The cell phone rang. It's Su Yue. Xiao Fan guessed that Su Yue had also seen the post. Senior, I saw the post inside the school forum. I didn't expect it to be stolen. Senior, I'll treat you to dinner in a few days. The phone is connected, Su Yue said. If they were photographed eating together again at this juncture, there was no telling what would be rumored. Well, it's okay if you don't invite, Xiao Fan said. After casually saying a few sentences, Xiao Fan hung up the phone. It's not like they're related. Friends aren't yet. Su Yue didn't rent a room. And the relationship between landlord and tenant isn't even that. On the other end of the phone, Su Yue clutched her cell phone and fumed. Xiao Fan felt that yesterday's incident was nothing. But Su Yue felt different. being tailed. The other party is still a Class A wanted criminal. Now thinking about it, Su Yue's heart is hairy. If Xiao Fan had not saved her, Su Yue knew that she would never have a good ending. By the way, Senior Zhao's cell phone smashed yesterday. I'll try to make some money and get Elder Xiao a better cell phone then, Su Yue secretly said in her heart. Originally, she had over $10,000 on her card, and after a trip to the orphanage yesterday, 10,000 of that she transferred to the orphanage's account. Money on hand is scarce these days. Taking advantage of the dormitory no one opened the laptop. Su Yue quickly knocked up the code. She was helping a company to fix the security hole. No one knew that besides being pretty, Su Yue was also a top-notch hacker. It's just that Su Yue never utilized her hacking ability to make money, and every penny she earned was clean. P.S. Why she did not use the hacking ability to earn big money? After the article has an explanation. Please be patient to look down. Microsoft looking for loopholes have bounties. I know. It didn't take long for the dormitory door lock to slam. Su Yue quickly cut the computer screen. She sighed darkly. She still had to find a house out there. Yue, are you and Xiao Fan really? The girl who entered the dormitory was called Song Jie, and she gossiped. Su Yue looked at Song Jie. With her intelligence, she had known that Song Jie had been bribed, and probably more than one person had bribed her. Su Yue shook her head. How can that be? Yesterday happened to stumble upon an incident. We went to the police station to take a statement. Oh, I said it. Xiao Fan's looks are average and his family is average, so it's simply impossible for him to be worthy of you. Yue, Song Jie said with a broken mouth. Xiao Fan's appearance emerged in Su Yue's mind. She felt that Xiao Fan was much more handsome in person than inside the photo, especially with Xiao Fan's kick yesterday. Awesome. Song Jie, Senior Xiao is very nice. Don't say that. Su Yue secretly frowned. Song Jie skimmed her mouth. You are just too kind. What's the use of being nice these days? Can being nice still be a meal? Su Yue looked a little displeased. Song Jie immediately shut up. She still wanted to rely on Su Yue to reap benefits. Ugh, gotta move out early, Su Yue secretly said in her heart. However, housing around the school is tight and it is difficult to find a house that meets her requirements in a short period of time. 2 days passed. The time came late at night. Xiao Fan wasn't inside his house. He was in the rented warehouse. Sacks of rice were stacked inside the warehouse. This warehouse is rather isolated and there are not many people around. But just after brushing a few ghost videos, Xiao Fan felt that there were people everywhere inside the warehouse, and outside the warehouse. 500 square feet of warehouse. Said big not big, said small not small. Late at night a person in this warehouse inside. Really a little seepage. Scrapped. This number is scrapped. Do I have to sign up for a new number and brush up on more beauty videos to feed my number? Xiao Fan muttered. Good grandson. Is that all you've prepared? A large mirror was placed inside the warehouse, and suddenly a voice came out from inside the mirror. Xiao Fan hurriedly looked at the mirror. Isn't that his grandfather Xiao Hai in the mirror? That? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. I just have $100,000 on my card. I spent $8,000 on renting the warehouse, and there's a total of $90,000 of rice here. Grandpa, do you really have 100,000 generals under you? Xiao Hai sighed. In the past 2 days, a team was collected and another 20,000 people were added, making a total of 120,000 people already. Good grandson. How come you only have $100,000 on your card? Your mom and dad died just a few years ago, and is that all the compensation is going to be spent on? Xiao Fan's face was gloomy as he said, Grandpa, back then, the driver who caused the accident ran away, and there was no surveillance on the road where the incident happened, so that one asshole was not found. Xiao Hai's face also became ugly. Xiao Fan's parents are his son and daughter-in-law. Years after the death, the driver is still missing and at large? Outrageous. Xiao Fan, you, as a son, must find that bastard, Xiao Hai said angrily. Xiao Fan sighed slightly. 5 years. Even if there were some clues at the time, they are probably long gone today. How easy is it to find the perpetrator? Grandpa, how can I give you this rice? Can you pass some gems or something over? I'll sell them so I can buy you something. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Gold and stuff is not easy to deal with. If there are good gems, selling one can generate a lot of income. Xiao Hai lightly coughed. Physical objects are not capable of giving it to you for the time being. It's easy to pass it over from your side, but it's hard to pass it to you from this side. You can transmit it by touching the mirror to the item. Xiao Fan moved the mirror, which touched a large pile of rice, which quickly disappeared. 5 tons in a pile, a total of just 6 piles, and soon all 30 tons of rice inside the warehouse disappeared. Good grandson. You still need to think more about food. The food that is currently left over, together with the ones you have, won't last long. You can't fight a war on a hungry stomach, Xiao Hai said helplessly. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Hai expectantly. Xiao Hai said without any good humor, "I'm your grandfather. Can I not give you any benefits? The empty netherworld treasure mirror has limitations, or else it would give you all the benefits it can give you in one brain." Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, "Grandpa, it's good to give a little each time." Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa gave you the ability to see through. You're not strong enough. Using it indiscriminately will overdraw your life force. You can only use it 3 times a day. Remember." Chapter 5, Acquiring the Ability of Perspective. Xiao Hai raised both of his hands as he finished speaking, and a powerful force surged through his hands. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. The power in Xiao Hai's hands was extremely dazzling. "Drink!" Suddenly Xiao Hai bellowed, and a brilliant light instantly disappeared into Xiao Fan's left eye through the mirror. "Put!" Xiao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. "Grandpa!" Xiao Fan exclaimed. Xiao Hai waved his hand. "Don't worry. You can't die. It's easy to change your physique for you. It's much harder to let you have an extraordinary ability like perspective. You figure out how to make some money with that ability. 120,000 mouths to feed. Boiling the old man wouldn't be enough soup for them." Speaking of this, Xiao Hai awkwardly patted his mouth. "Good grandson. Your grandfather, I'm a rough man. Don't talk rough after me," Xiao Fan said. "Grandpa, you can say whatever you like. I'm 21 years old. Xiao Hai was stunned. He had been gone for 9 years, when Xiao Fan was still only 12 years old. "Good grandson. If Grandpa wins the kingdom, then he will find a way to let you come over, and Grandpa will pass the throne to you, and you will also be the emperor." Xiao Hai grinned. "Xiao Fan, this pie is too big for him to eat in one bite. Don't think so much about it for a while. Grandpa, just live. By the way, I've got something nice for you." Xiao Fan ran away and he quickly carried over a box, which touched the mirror and immediately traveled to Xiao Hai's side. Xiao Hai opened it, and inside was a book of war. Yes, yes, Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. These military books did serve him well. "Good job, good grandson. Just got injured. Grandpa will contact you in 5 days. The picture in the mirror changed instantly after Xiao Hai finished speaking, and what Xiao Fan saw was already himself. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Xiao Fan rubbed his left eye as he moved closer to the mirror to take a closer look. There was nothing strange. Does it require a process just like felling the marrow? Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. It was dark outside. Xiao Fan wouldn't go back at this moment. He lay down again and finally fell asleep after a while. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan woke up in a daze. The empty warehouse sobered Xiao Fan up quickly. Last night rice was transferred to his grandfather and he gained perspective. It still doesn't look any different. Xiao Fan hurried to the mirror to check. His eyes were the same as before. But Xiao Fan had already sensed a difference. He had a feeling that all he had to do was concentrate on his left eye and he could see through it. "Can you try it 3 times a day?" Xiao Fan quickly found a number of materials. Cardboard, boards, bricks, and iron plates are stacked on top of each other. Different materials are likely to affect the perspective. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan began to concentrate his mind to his left eye, and the cardboard of the first layer instantly became transparent, followed by the wooden boards. Bricks are a bit more labor-intensive. Iron plates are much more labor-intensive. However, the prepared layers of materials were successfully permeable, and Xiao Fan was already satisfied. He gazed at the ground and saw through another half-meter or so. At this time, Xiao Fan felt that his left eye was very astringent and couldn't help but blink. All was restored at once. "So blink and one chance is gone," Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. "Grandpa's giving it a go. To actually give me the ability to see through even from across the world. I wonder just how strong he is," Xiao Fan muttered. It was a shame his grandfather couldn't come back. Otherwise, with a Superman-like grandfather, he could walk sideways and the person who hit his parents should be found. Phew! Xiao Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes became determined. Now that he had already cut down his meridians and cleansed his marrow, he had also gained the ability to see through. So the future was promising, and it should be possible for him to find the perpetrator. This is extremely bad behavior to hit and run and kill 2 people. If the perpetrator had called the police and then 120, perhaps his parents would not have died. "Asshole, I'm going to find you out." A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. "How do you make money with perspective?" Xiao Fan muttered. His first thought was the lottery, but he quickly dismissed it. He can only scrape the bottom of the barrel with this ability. Even if he scratched all the tickets in a stack, it wasn't easy to find the winning ticket out of it, and it only took him how much time each time he blinked his eyes. Furthermore, a lottery station may not win a jackpot for several years. A trip to Macau won't do. Winning less doesn't help, and winning more doesn't help when the dealer gets a little spooky and perspective. Xiao Fan muttered. Those 2 ruled out, and he thought of a way he'd seen in fiction. Stones, but this stuff takes capital. For his $1,000, he'd have to pick through the garbage. There may not be no emerald in the garbage raw stone, but 1,000 pieces of garbage raw stone may not produce a good emerald, and he can only do it 3 times a day. I don't know when the $500,000 bonus will arrive, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. He handed over his bank account number. Liang Wu said the bonus will certainly not be less, but when it will arrive is not known. The bonus will be very dangerous on his grandfather's side if it comes down late. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal without food makes you hungry. Soldiers who are hungry don't need the enemy to attack themselves to collapse. Going to look at the raw stones first? We have 2 more chances today, so we can't waste them, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. His city of Z, with a population of 10 million, has a special gambling street. Xiao Fan hailed a cab to the side. Young man, it's okay if you come over if you're just playing casually. You mustn't get addicted to it or you might lose your fortune. The cab driver couldn't help but admonish, his look a little bitter. He used to have 3 suites with a total value of over $10 million. Drives a Big Ben. Now driving a cab. Xiao Fan nodded. Big brother, thanks for the reminder. I just casually came over to take a look. Right, big brother. Which one is more generous? Donkey Raw Stone. This store has been open for more than 10 years. Things are a little bit more expensive, but there's a real raw stones. Some stores sell ordinary stones mixed in. Xiao Fan thanked gave the fare to get out of the car. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to arrive at the Dongji Raw Stone. The store was rather large, with many stones, large and small, on top of one wooden shelf. Hot off the presses. 500, 3 to 5,000, 5 to 10,000. Each shelf has a price tag on it, and there are a lot of people looking at the 500 a stone, just a few $100, and there are a lot of people who want to experience the same thing. The average person rarely touches that kind of high-priced raw stone. All this stuff? Xiao Fan frowned darkly. The highest bid was only $50,000. Hello, is that all you have here? Xiao Fan inquired. He felt that the chances of these stones opening something good were not high, wasting his 3 times a day perspective on them. Guest, we have it on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd floor requires a capital inspection of $200,000 and the 3rd floor requires a capital inspection of $1 million. The waitress lady politely said. Xiao Fan, it's solid, isn't it? He doesn't have $2,000 on his card. Chapter 6, Crazy Stones. Ding! A text message alert sounded. Xiao Fan pulled out his cell phone to see that it was a bank arrival text message. Fixed Lu Kuan's 500,000 bonus surprisingly so quickly hit. Xiao Fan looked around and there was no one he recognized. It's not scientific. Shouldn't someone at a time like this be pretending that I'm poor and can't get in? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. I'm going into the 2nd floor. Xiao Fan showed his account balance and soon he arrived at the 2nd floor of Dongji's original stone. There were only 2 waves of guests in total on the 2nd floor. 2 of them scrutinized it with their lamps on, looking like connoisseurs. Xiao Fan's eyes swept around. The number of raw stones on the entire 2nd floor was much less, but large and small added up to 30 to 50 pieces. It takes me 3 to 10 seconds to see a rock clearly, by size, and half a minute of exerting the power of perspective would be so astringent I'd have to blink. If you look at slightly sized stones, you can only look at 3 to 5 at a time, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. There were 30 to 50 stones in total, and he could only look at 1/10 of them at a time, and even if he used both opportunities, he could only look at 1/5 of them. The odds of finding something good are not good. On the way over when he cell phone check, gambling stone 10 gambling 9 collapsed. That is to say, even if he can see through, look at 10 maybe only 1 can rise. It also takes time to earn the money to raise a lot of food. I have to earn today and tomorrow. I can't waste the opportunity blindly. Xiao Fan paid attention to the movements of the other 2 groups of people. They are connoisseurs and the chances of getting a good deal with their expertise are higher. Manager Shen. This piece of material has a good performance. There is not a small probability that it can be shipped, but at a price of $460,000, the cost-performance ratio is not too high. One of the old men said. He is the gambling expert for Zhou Jewelry, which many times purchases the solved jadeite, but occasionally purchases its own raw stones. After all, top sources don't just want to be available. Li Dong. This piece of material is rather strange. It has the possibility of producing an extremely fine piece, but it also has the possibility of not having any at all. The risk is a bit higher. One of the other 2 men also whispered. Their voices were actually lowered so that others shouldn't be able to hear them, but Xiao Fan had his hearing much stronger than normal people as he had his meridians cut and cleansed. As time passed by, Xiao Fan pretended to watch while he listened carefully to the explanations of the expert stone gamblers in the 2 waves. The raw stones that they felt were good. Xiao Fan wrote them down piece by piece. Dong Li, let's go upstairs and take another look. Manager Shen, let's go upstairs too. Half an hour passed and both groups headed upstairs. On the 2nd floor, although they had a favorite, they would not immediately buy the original stone. Air it out for a few days and maybe kill the price. According to them, these 4 pieces have a better chance of going up. But this one is priced over $500,000 and can only be ruled out. So it's these 3, plus these 2 smaller ones. Xiao Fan gazed into his left eye as he looked at the first stone. The stone had a small window open and was turquoise and green. Listening to that, old man said that the quality of this reached the ice seed. As long as you can go an inch deeper, you will definitely earn. If you can go deeper, it will be a big profit. Shit, earn a hammer. It's just a surface layer of green. $400,000 or so. If you buy this, you're going to lose your panties. The guy who opened the window doesn't have perspective like I do. Xiao Fan quickly finished looking at this material, looking at the piece next to it. This piece is a little better, but it's just not that much of a loss. He didn't know anything about the value of emerald, but according to them, the piece was bought for $350,000, with a conservative estimate of a loss of $200,000. What the hell? Xiao Fan hurriedly moved to the third piece. The crust of this rough stone shows well, but there is surprisingly nothing inside. These 2 experts aren't imposters, are they? In the puzzled eyes of the waitress lady on the second floor, Xiao Fan quickly arrived in front of the 4th piece of raw stone, which was smaller in size. Ha-dash! Xiao Fan's heart shook. Inside this raw stone, he saw a fist-sized piece of emerald. Even if Xiao Fan didn't understand jadeite, he felt that this clump of jadeite was of excellent quality. His eyes were already very astringent by this time, and Xiao Fan hurriedly looked at a nearby piece of raw stone. The last piece has emeralds in it and is of average quality. Xiao Fan estimated that he could keep his capital, and perhaps make a small profit. But don't think about making a big profit. Guest, are you okay? Little Miss Waitress came over. Xiao Fan's behavior is rather strange, this time with eyes tightly closed. It's okay, got a little dust in my eye. Xiao Fan waved his hand as he felt his eyes sting a little. Grandpa said he can use his perspective ability 3 times a day, but I guess 3 times can't be used back to back, and I'll have to take a small break once I use it, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. After rubbing his eyes to slow down for a while, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. He felt that if it wasn't particularly urgent, it would be best for him not to use the full 3 times in the future and blind himself. That would be a lot of fun. Could this piece be any less? Xiao Fan pointed to the piece with the goods. The price tag is $270,000. Little Miss Waitress shook her head. Xiao Fan said, $250,000. Ask your boss. If it's okay, I'll take it. In addition to help me unlock it. It's possible to take it down with more haggling, but the night is long. Little brother, $250,000 is sold to you. The store owner got the news and quickly came over. After all, it was also a $250,000 business. Yes, Xiao Fan nodded as he cleanly completed the transfer. Boss, please help me to decode the stone. You guys should be pros at this aspect of how to decode stones, Xiao Fan said. The boss nodded and quickly ordered it. Stone was taken to the first floor. The machine rang, many people gathered around. Worth $250,000 of stone site so cut, can be cut than $500 of stone with vigor. That's a little slow. Xiao Fan was bored and swiped his cell phone. These ladies, how come they don't feel like they smell good anymore? Even brushed to dozens of white-skinned and beautiful young ladies. But Xiao Fan was not interested, even if there is a beauty filter added. In Xiao Fan's opinion, there is not a small gap between them and Su Yue, who seems to have no makeup on. Up, up. Suddenly someone yelled. The machine stopped, the water rushed up and a pure green color came into view. Congratulations to the boss on the big rise. High ice type. Almost a glass type. Pity. That's good too. $500,000, I'll take it. The crowd around them spoke up, and the jewelers who had collected the goods began to make bids. Keep solving, please, all of it, Xiao Fan said with a calm expression. After all, he already knew what it looked like inside. Nothing to get excited about. This fell differently in the eyes of the crowd. 250,000 bought to $500,000 has doubled. Even people who are worth millions of dollars can hardly be as plain as Xiao Fan. The machine sounds again. It took no small amount of time for the master to carefully remove the entire emerald. Big ups. Look at this color head. This kind of water. Bottoming out at $2 million. Little brother. I'll take the $2.25 million. The crowd was in awe. This piece of raw stone was a proper upsurge. Crackle. The owner had firecrackers lit. The firecrackers attracted more people to come over. Upstairs, the 2 waves of people Xiao Fan had seen before also came out. And they were a little remorseful when they saw the stones that had been solved. They had all seen the stone that Xiao Fan had solved, and they all had some favorites, but the price was just slightly high, so they were going to look at something else first. I didn't expect to be robbed by Xiao Fan. Handsome. $2,800,000. We want Xiao's jewelry. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to go higher than that. Manager Shen spoke, her aura sweeping around her. The rest of them have been dumbed down. With the energy of Zhou's jewelry, This price to buy it can only make a small profit. They might have to lose money buying it. Deal. Xiao Fan saw that there was no one else bidding directly. $2,800,000. A price he was already quite satisfied with. With the $250,000 left, he had over $3 million on hand. Chapter 7, I'm moving here. Sir. The money and goods were cleared and Xiao Fan quickly left. With $3 million in his card, Xiao Fan could now enter the third floor to look at the goods, but this would be very astringent to his eyes, and he did not intend to look at it again today. Boss Su, I'm Xiao Fan. I need 300 tons more of that kind of rice from 2 days ago. I wonder what kind of price you can give. Returning home, Xiao Fan went to call Su Yang, the owner of the wholesale grain and oil supermarket. Su Yang was stunned. Xiao Fan had bought 30 tons in front of him, and even if he had to order more behind him, he had thought that it would be quite a long time between orders, but he hadn't thought that he would need another 300 tons, at the previous price of $900,000. This is big business now. Mr. Xiao, once born twice familiar. Since it is an old customer, certainly have to give a little discount. Discount of 10 cents per caddy, you see how? This is already my greatest sincerity. Su Yang quickly considered for a moment and said, the quality of the rice is not high, the price is only $1.50. The profit margin would have been small, but the volume is there. There must still be some profit margin. All right. How long will it take? Xiao Fan inquired. 3 days. Su Yang replied affirmatively. 300 tons of rice, put in the disaster year to take out is difficult, but nowadays the big truck dozens of tons. 300 tons are not even 10 trucks. Yes, half of the payment for the goods will be transferred to you first, and the remaining half will be given when the goods arrive. Xiao Fan quickly transferred $42,000 to Su Yang for the goods. He was not afraid if Su Yang ran away with the money. 42,000 only, not to Su Yang. That store is not small. Can run away from the monk, cannot run away from the temple. Besides, if you cheat him out of this money and run away, you'll go to jail for years if you're caught by the police. 300 tons, or 600,000 pounds, 120,000 generals, each with a pound of grain per day, would be enough for 5 days. Xiao Fan did a little math and he secretly smacked his lips. Crowd consumption is horrible. He had a little over $3 million on his card today, but that money couldn't be spent all at once, and he naturally needed quite a bit of capital if he wanted to make more. The third floor of Dongji's original stone will be visited tomorrow. The raw stones on the third floor are even more expensive, and any big rise is a blood profit, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Drip! The cell phone rang at this time. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone to see that it was Liang Wu who called. He was a bit strange. What was Liang Wu doing calling him? Could it be that Lu Kuan is an imposter and wants to recover the reward of $500,000? Even then Xiao Fan didn't panic. He picked up the phone. Team Liang, rare. You actually called me. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. His parents' car accident. The first natural traffic police to deal with. But the perpetrator of the hit and run cannot be found. And finally handed over to Liang Wu. At first he called once a day. Then tapered off. He's all but desperate. Liang Wu said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan. When Lu Kuan was tried, he explained some of the rest of the things. There has been progress in your parents' case. I'll keep looking into it, and your parents' case will hopefully be solved. A look of surprise appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. His parents died and the compensation doesn't matter to him today. He just wants the perpetrators to pay. Had the other man not fled, it is entirely possible that his parents would have survived. He's 21 now. 5 years ago he was only 16. And the death of his parents hit him so hard that he hasn't quite gotten over it in 5 years. Team Liang, what kind of clue? Xiao Fan hurriedly inquired. Liang Wu said in a deep voice. I can't tell you anything in this regard. You've waited too long. Otherwise I shouldn't have called you on this one. Anyway, we'll all do our best. Speaking of which, Liang Wu hung up the phone. He had a lot of things to be busy with every day. Xiao Fan's eyes became red as he finally had hope. I didn't expect to catch Lu Kuan and give him such a surprise. Su Yuwei doesn't seem to be a calamity, but a blessing, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. If it wasn't for Su Yuwei luring people over, he wouldn't have been able to earn that 500,000 reward, and Liang Wu wouldn't have been able to find the new clues. Lu Kuan has had a bounty on his head for 2 years now, and if he hadn't been caught this time, he probably would have gotten away with it for years, if not longer. Ding dong, ding dong. It was late afternoon when the doorbell suddenly rang. Xiao Fan was a bit strange. The house next to the school is traded so frequently that the old neighbors have long since moved out, and in the last few years he hasn't gotten to know any new neighbors at all. If he had come over to look for trouble like Yang Rong, he wouldn't have rung the doorbell. While thinking, Xiao Fan walked to the door. He glanced into the cat's eye out of habit. He didn't used to have this habit when his parents were still around. It was something he picked up later. Sister Su, What brings you here? Xiao Fan opened the door surprised. Outside the door was clearly Su Yue. Seeing the door open, she hurriedly entered the house. Close the door. Senpai, you might get in trouble if someone finds out I've been here, Su Yue hurriedly said. Xiao Fan closed the door. But not completely. Su Shueme house, I have no intention of renting it out again. And the rest of the people in this house already know about it. So it's not good for you to even rent this place. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. He wasn't about to move in on his own. If you are living with Su Yue, even if there is nothing wrong with you, you are bound to spread a lot of rumors. Senpai, I know. That day you smashed your own cell phone to save me. This is the new cell phone I bought for you. Senior, you turn it on and see if there is any problem. Su Yue took out a new cell phone from inside the bag. Xiao Fan was stunned. Su Yue actually remembered this. Schoolmate Su, this cell phone must cost $4,000 or $5,000, right? My original crappy cell phone, which I bought for only $2,000, has been used for 3 years. It's just the right time to change it. Xiao Fan raised the new cell phone in his hand. Su Yue's eyes were sharp, and she recognized at a glance that the cell phone Xiao Fan had just bought was only low-end goods. Senior, you saved my life. This is just a little bit of my heart. I hope you'll accept it. Su Yue put down her cell phone and planned to leave. To buy this phone, she rented a small hotel for 3 days, worked until 3 a.m. every day, and got paid $6,000. As a top hacker, it's not hard for her to make a quick buck, and it's easy for her to get a big order if she reveals her online nickname of Ugly Duckling. But if you take orders as a newcomer, it's difficult even if you have the skills. Why should they trust a newcomer like you? Often Su Yue nowadays can receive the task. The price workload does not match. $6,000 of work. Others may not be able to complete a month. Schoolmate Su, wait, have you found a suitable house yet? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue shook her head. She didn't even go looking for it these days. Even if you look for such a short period of time, you probably won't be able to find one that is as good as you want it to be. Xiao Fan said. If you don't mind, you can stay over here for the next some days. I have something I need to leave for a while. He had to go back home. Got to put up a few joss sticks at his parents' graves. Got to talk to them about Grandpa not being dead. Got to talk to them about finding clues at Lianwu's place. Also, he had to go to the rest of the places to purchase food. Winter coats will also have to be procured. Still have to check out the rest of the raw stone markets. It would take 10 days and half a month to deal with all of these things. Anyhow, Senior Xiao, you're going on a trip? Su Yue said in surprise. Nowadays there can be no vacation. Xiao Fan nodded. It's estimated that I have to go out for half a month. If you're not afraid of gossip, you can stay over. And during this time, hurry up and find a house. Thank you, Senpai. I'm moving over. Su Yue exulted. Chapter 8, Su Yue moved in. Xiao Fan hurriedly stopped Su Yue. You can move it tomorrow. I still have to sleep here tonight. Although there are 2 rooms, Su Yue is much inconvenient to move over. Oh, Su Yue blushed slightly. Xiao Fan took out a piece of key from inside the room. Su Schoolmate, this is the key to the room. Tomorrow you can just move in. If people know you're living here, outwardly you can say that you've rented the house and you have half a month to find a new one. Taking the key, Su Yue quickly left. The next morning, Xiao Fan had not yet gotten up when the doorbell rang. Su Yue came over dragging a suitcase. You're so early, Schoolmate Su? Seeing Su Yue outside the door, Xiao Fan was a little dumbfounded. It won't even be long before dawn. The sun hadn't even risen yet. Su Yue said somewhat helplessly, there are fewer people at this hour. And if it's later, I might have some trouble coming out with the suitcase. Xiao Fan took a look at Su Yue as he nodded in agreement. It does get to be such a hassle. What a pain in the face. Unlike him, he hadn't had this kind of trouble since he was a kid. Nowadays, after cutting the scriptures and washing the marrow, his face value has reached the level of a school bully. But there is still quite a big gap between his face value and the face value of a god like Su Yue. Also, men are better when they are poor. With others knowing he was poor, he would be equally ignored even if he was a few % more handsome. You can clean up after yourself, Su Senpai. I'll take another nap. Xiao Fan yawned and said. He is prepared to go to the Dongji Original Stone for a while today, and then go back to the countryside. This morning, the Dongji Original Stone side is not open. Aha. Su Yue dragged her suitcase into the second bedroom. Xiao Fan went back to his room and quickly re-entered Dreamland. He didn't know whether it was the fact that he hadn't completely finished with the Vajra and marrow cleansing, or whether it was the high consumption of using the perspective eyes, but he felt like he had to sleep for a full 10 hours before he felt good. That's nice. Putting her things away, Su Yue quietly looked at the K-pok outside the window. The morning sunlight on the reddish K-pok is beautiful. Getting up early, Su Yue lay down on the bed and also fell asleep. So cozy. 2 hours later, Su Yue woke up. She's had some insomnia lately, and her sleep has been restless. but she's been sleeping quite comfortably here. Morning. Xiao Fan also woke up, and he came out of the master bedroom just in time to see Su Yue, refreshed from a good night's sleep. Su Yue is stunningly beautiful. Good morning, senpai. Su Yue blushed slightly and said. After that she quickly retreated to her room. Gee, it would feel good to have such a schoolgirl to live with, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. He just thought about it though. He didn't have any of that in mind these days. Grandpa's still in the otherworldly rebellion, bathing in blood. His parents had died. Both his parents were only children and he was the only one. Xiao Hai had been his only relative. Even if he put aside his kinship, if he helped Xiao Hai go on, Xiao Hai was bound to give him all sorts of benefits, and his future was bright. With money and power, he'll still be short of women then? Sister Su, hurry up and find a new house, haha. Bye. After washing up, Xiao Fan quickly left. Su Yue's small head poked out from inside the house. She looked around and saw that Xiao Fan was no longer there before she walked out from the room. Not that she was afraid of what Xiao Fan would do to her. Since she had stayed over, she naturally had more trust in Xiao Fan's character. She was thinking that early in the morning, she hadn't even washed herself yet. Her hair was all messy, and it would be detrimental to her image to see Xiao Fan at this time. Tung Ki Raw Stone. Xiao Fan's arrival over here didn't cause too many waves. Today's guests are basically different from yesterday's guests. And in addition, solving a jadeite of more than $2 million is not particularly rare on this street. Yesterday, after Xiao Fan left, someone solved $5 million worth of jadeite in the rest of the store. However, the other party bought that piece of raw stone would have spent $3 million, deciphered $5 million worth of jadeite, earned just about the same as Xiao Fan. Handsome, you're early today. The owner of Dongji Raw Stone was in the store, and when he saw Xiao Fan he hurriedly and warmly greeted him. Xiao Fan made a big profit yesterday. And he made an equally big profit. Xiao Fan in his store made a big profit, driving the rest of the many people in his store to buy the original stone. Yesterday a day to sell against the normal 1 week. Make money while you can, Xiao Fan said smilingly. Boss, I'd like to check out the third floor. Do I need a capital check? The owner shook his head back and forth. Only yesterday Xiao Fan made $3 million. Besides, the goods on the third floor are simply unaffordable without money inside your pocket. Soon Xiao Fan arrived at the third floor. Unsurprisingly for him, the number of raw stones on the third floor was again low, totaling only about 10. Handsome. The third floor is full of $1 million raw stones. The price is a little higher, but the chances of opening something good are also higher. The owner of Dongji Raw Stone said with a smile. He estimated that the $3 million Xiao Fan earned yesterday would be in his pocket in no time. What you make by luck, you must surely lose by strength. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss, you busy yourself? I'll take my own time to look around. Yes. The owner left the third floor. Xiao Fan swept his gaze across. The 10 or so stones were both big and small. The big ones were not small, and it was impossible for him to look at them all at once when he used his perspective. Look at half the possibilities. This one is over $3 million. Ruled out. This piece is so big and only $1 million or so. I'm afraid it's hard to come up with something good. Rule it out. Xiao Fan took a walk through it. He picked 5 of them. If there was nothing good in those 5 pieces, he would have come here today for nothing. Missy. What's that look in your eyes? Is it because you think I'm bad? Xiao Fan took a look at the little waitress on the third floor and said that the young lady on the third floor was quite a bit prettier than the young lady on the first and second floors. No, the waitress lady hurriedly said. She stifled a laugh. Xiao Fan has a level? She was not looking out. Xiao Fan pointed out the window. Miss Sister, you look out the window first and enjoy the scenery outside. I'm nervous when you look at me like this. The waitress lady hurriedly looked out the window. She couldn't afford to offend a client who could go up to the third floor. Xiao Fan stared at a piece of raw stone and quickly utilized his perspective ability. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The 5th piece hadn't been fully looked through yet, and Xiao Fan couldn't stand it anymore, blinking his eyes. The first block of the third, lost to the Yankees. The second piece is a small piece. The 4th piece is expected to make a small profit, and the 5th piece should make a couple million. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Yesterday back, he looked for information online to refresh his knowledge of jade. It's impossible to judge very accurately, but it's okay to approximate. Get your boss over here. I'll take this piece if it's $1 million. Xiao Fan pointed at the 5th raw stone and said. The price tag is $1,118,000. Such a raw stone is not easy to bid on, and Xiao Fan estimates that it is entirely possible to take it for $1 million. Handsome. 1 million is a slightly low price. Why don't you raise it a bit? The owner quickly went upstairs. Xiao Fan shook his head. This stone is estimated to be in your store for quite some time. $1 million in cash can smell much better than a stone. If you don't sell, I'll look at the rest of the house. If you do, move down to the decanting at once. The owner's eyes lit up. deconstructing millions of dollars worth of raw stones on the spot. That's sure to attract a lot of people. If Xiao Fan is lucky and also solves a good jadeite, it can greatly boost the sales of the store. As far as collapsing, it's common for gambling stones to collapse and it won't have much of a negative impact on the store. Sell, the boss said on the spot. Chapter 9. To be rich, you must be green. Hiss, dude, you're green. Green. Xiao Fan was playing with his cell phone when someone next to the machine yelled excitedly. Xiao Fan looked at the other party. You'd get a beating for saying that anywhere else. Every single one of them on this side of Gambling Street wants to be green. To be rich, you need to be green. Little brother is awesome. Yesterday you went up big and today you actually went up big again. Someone next to him said enviously. Quite a few people gathered around. Some of them witnessed Xiao Fan's big rise yesterday. And Xiao Fan's big rise again today? Boss, keep cutting or dash. The stone cutting master inquired about Xiao Fan's opinion. Currently out of the green up, but not by much. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Still the same as yesterday. Solve them all. Little brother is so bold. Dongji Ra Stone Boss said with a smile. Xiao Fan continued to cut in his favor. Most of the popularity of the whole street was sucked towards him. It's okay to shoot rocks, don't shoot me in them. Someone was on the air, and Xiao Fan barked out a message. Okay, okay. The other party agreed in a huff. Can spend millions of dollars to buy raw stone cut, but also not the slightest tension of the Lord he cannot dare to offend. The stone continued to be unraveled at the shrill sound of the machine. It's too loud. Xiao Fan simply went upstairs. Doesn't it smell good when you have that time to brush up on your beauty videos or play a few games? 2 or 3 hours passed. The sound of the machines downstairs stopped and a gasp went up. Crackle. The firecrackers went off. Xiao Fan secretly shook his head. As far as that was concerned, the stone, which he'd seen through most of his perspective, should only make a couple million. You spend $1 million on a rock and make a couple of million. What's the need for firecrackers? Little brother. Dig ups. Dig ups. The owner went upstairs with gusto. Xiao Fan calmly smiled and said, Boss, you can't fool me. 3 or 5 times if not. That can't be considered a big rise. Little brother. 3 or 5 times more than that. The value of the resolved jadeite will definitely not be less than $8 million. The owner looked agitated. He already had a feeling he'd be on another selling spree for the rest of the day. Xiao Fan froze. Up that much? At least he had learned a little bit about emerald. It shouldn't have gone up so much. Could it be that the small portion of the back that wasn't looked at came out superb? Xiao Fan hurried downstairs. The emerald has been completely solved. There was a pile of emeralds of glassy quality and of high value. Shit, if I had known it would go up so much, I wouldn't have gotten it out in public. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Going up by a couple of $1 million. People probably don't care. It's easy for some people to get red in the face when you go up big millions at once. I'm going to sell this thing, so anyone who wants it can make an offer. Xiao Fan swept his gaze across the road. There were several people from the major jewelers present, and they immediately made bids. Some of the owners bid the same. The emerald thing is bought and sold after a while, maybe up a couple of million. In the end, the jade sold for $8,800,000. Receiving the bank's SMS reminder, Xiao Fan's heartbeat sped up quite a bit. The balance on his card was in the 8 figures, something he couldn't even think of before. This streak can't come back anytime soon. Xiao Fan quickly left, with 2 big rises in a row. It would be too noticeable for him to come back for another big rise. From the cab's rearview mirror, Xiao Fan keenly noticed a car following him. With 2 big rises, it's likely that someone is trying to make some money off of him. Master, I have an urgent matter that requires me to be in Leishan County in the shortest possible time. You'll get 2,000 if you're fast enough. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The cab driver's eyes lit up. It's only about 100 kilometers to Leishan County, and normally it's about $300. You sit tight. Handsome. The cab driver slammed on the gas. For the 2,000 he put up a fight. 5 minutes passed and Xiao Fan could no longer see the car he was following in the rearview mirror. In terms of driving skills, in terms of familiarity with the road, where can an ordinary person compare to a cab driver? Good speed. Master, 2,000 transferred to you. When the car arrived at Leishan County, Xiao Fan transferred $2,000 to the other party as agreed. 8 digits on his bank card. $2,000 is gross to him nowadays. Handsome. Thank you. Thank you. The cab master exulted. To the town of Willow River. After buying the ticket, Xiao Fan sat on the bus back to his hometown. Someone vomited and the car didn't smell very good. Looks like I'll have to learn how to get a driver's license and buy a car when the time comes. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. It took an hour or 2 of wandering around before Xiao Fan reached the town, where he bought some things for worship. It was evening by the time we reached the village. Fan, why are you back at this hour? Fancico, come to Auntie's for dinner later. Your uncle just happened to catch a big grass carp. The village people were simple and greeted Xiaofan one by one when they saw him. Xiaofan responded enthusiastically. When his parents died, it was the village folks who helped put them in the ground. This love Xiaofan always remembered in his heart. 20 minutes passed and Xiaofan arrived at the back of the ancestral home where his parents were buried. Dad! Mom! I'm back to see you. Lighting the incense and candles, Xiaofan respectfully kowtowed 3 times. The main reason I came back this time is to tell you 2 pieces of good news. The first one is that Grandpa is still alive, and he actually traveled to the other world. The second news, there's a lead from Captain Liang. The bastard who killed you guys will definitely be found, and he won't be able to escape the harsh punishment of the law. Xiaofan burned paper money while rambling and talking to his parents. Men don't shed tears, but remembering everything that had happened, Xiaofan still shed tears. Van, my mom sent me over to call you back for dinner. It was getting dark when someone came over to call Xiaofan. Xiaofan stood up as he looked at the visitor. Tiger, you have 2 more months before the midterm. How about confidence? The visitor's name was Chang Hu, and he looked a little grim as he said, confidence is there, but I probably won't read it, and I guess I'll go out and work for money. Most of the families in the village are relatively poor. The tuition, accommodation and living expenses required to attend high school are too much for them to bear. Go back. I'll talk to your parents. Xiaofan stomped out the sparks on the ground and said, Brother Fan, don't tell Mom and Dad. It's not easy for them, and my younger siblings still have to study, so I can subsidize the family by working part-time. Chang Hu hurriedly said. The descent was fast, and it didn't take long for Xiaofan and the others to return to the village. As a child, Xiaofan grew up in the village. Then their family bought a house in the city, and they went to the city to study when they were 15. His parents had an accident just after high school. Fansiko, wash your hands and sit down to eat. Chang Hu's mother greeted Xiaofan warmly. Xiaofan quickly sat down and looked at the dishes on the table. His eyes became moist. 5 dishes in all, with chicken, fish and bacon. Fansiko, this chicken is from your Tianbo who did a good job of delivering it here, and this bacon is from your Grandpa Chen's house, so eat more and make up for it. Chang Hu's mother said. In the past, every time Xiaofan went back to the village and ate at one of the homes, the other homes would always send some dishes over, and it was a very sumptuous table. Their village is not very big, only 20 or 30 families, most of them are relatively poor, but compared to the city the village is full of people. Uncle, Auntie, Tiger still has to continue his studies. I've made some money recently, and I'll give each of the village children 10,000 per year when they go to high school. The second college gives 15,000 per year each, the first 20,000. Xiaofan opened his mouth. On the way down he had thought that he had to do something for the village. Chang Hu and the others looked at Xiaofan in shock. Fansiko, you're not going to be possessed in the mountains, are you? Chang Hu's mother reached out and touched Xiaofan's forehead. Chapter 10, The Schoolgirl's Invitation to Dinner. Xiaofan smiled and said, Auntie, I'm serious. Tiger and the others should read more, and I am in a position to help nowadays. Had the village treated him badly, he would never have been so kind. No more money, but his parents died at first. The family bank card password he did not know. No money in hand. Is the village people contribute money to make his parents into the ground? Whenever he returned to the village in the following years, he ate very well every time. Chang Hu's father's name is Chang Xinghua. He said in a deep voice, Fansiko, you even if you have some money, keep it for yourself to get a wife. You have no one to help, you have to rely on yourself. Xiaofan said smilingly, Uncle Chang, you're looking down on people, aren't you? With my face, there are a bunch of little girls out there chasing me. Chang Xinghua and the 2 of them obviously didn't believe it. Even Chang Hu didn't believe it. Uncle Chang, there are only so many people in our village. How many go to high school and college each year? I've done some calculations, and it's amazing that we only spend $100,000 a year. I can still get this money. Xiaofan smiled. He has over $10 million on his card today. What's more, he has penetrating eyes and comes up with money faster than robbing a bank. Fansiko, you can't force yourself in this matter. Chang Xinghua frowned. Xiaofan shook his head. Not reluctantly, Uncle Chang, later I'll transfer $100,000 to you first. Tomorrow when I'm gone, you can talk about this matter with the rest of the people. Chang Xinghua shook his head repeatedly. That won't work. You have to go back to the village every year anyway. Who needs you to give it in person? Xiaofan nodded. That's fine. Turning the clock to the next day, Xiaofan visited from house to house. No one in the village is currently attending university. 3 in high school and 2 who will be in high school. In total, only $50,000 were given out. It's well worth the money for the moodiness. Fansiko, come back early with your daughter-in-law, your parents, and they'll be happy to see you. Chang Xinghua sent Xiaofan to the town by motorcycle. Xiaofan stretched out a hand. Chang Xinghua frowned. 5 years? You're 21 this year. 5 years is too long. You need to get married earlier and start your family earlier, Xiao Fan said cheerfully. Uncle Chang, I mean to bring 5 back then. Nonsense. Be careful on the road. Chang Xinghua did not have the good sense to say. Xiao Fan waved his hand and boarded the bus to the county. The bus was far away. Chang Xinghua smoked a cigarette and looked at it for a long time. Xiao Laoj, Fancico has made a good living. You two can rest in peace in the 9 springs. Grandpa said that the generals are short of food and winter clothes, and that 300 tons of food would be enough to last them a few days if they passed it on. Gotta think about clothes now, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. With this clothing thing, he figured that a special operations training suit would be better. Certainly not a military model. It's only a couple $100 a set online. If he only wanted a few sets, he could just buy them online. But he wanted at least 120,000 sets. 1 set per person, regardless of change. It's tens of millions of dollars. It's definitely a lot cheaper to go straight to the door and get it from the factory. It's also much less noticeable. He'd be invited to tea in minutes if he ordered 100,000 or so of these suits online. Returning to the city, Xiao Fan quickly boarded the high-speed train heading south. He ran 6 factories in 3 days. Boss, I want quite a few for this batch and more to follow. You give a minimum price, and I don't have to run anymore, Xiao Fan said as he pulled out several business cards from inside his pocket. The owner's pupils shrink. They're all from rival companies, and they're all bigger than him. How much do you want, pretty boy? Xiao Fan smiled and said, the first batch of even-sized, large-sized, and extra-large sizes are 2,000 sets each, and the follow-up may be 10 times this if all aspects are satisfactory. The owner's breathing became a little short. That's a lot of volume. I'll give you 200 for a set. No lower than that. Any lower than that can't guarantee quality. The owner considered for a few moments and said, good. How long will it take for me to pay half the deposit in advance? Xiao Fan inquired. The boss said without thinking, we've done quite a few of these clothes. Daily production is about 800 pieces. Overtime can be 1,000 or so, in a week or so. Xiao Fan frowned darkly. 6,000 pieces a week. If all 120,000 were done here, it would take months. His grandfather couldn't wait that long there. Looks like there's still the rest of the run, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. The next day Xiao Fan ran to 2 more factories and ordered the same 6,000 pieces in one of them. Then Xiao Fan hurriedly returned to Z City. It's already the 5th day. Tonight his grandfather will contact him. 300 tons of grain will have to be passed on. Mr. Xiao, 300 tons of grain have been unloaded inside the warehouse as you said. Look at the tail dash. Going to the rented warehouse side, Xiao Fan met Su Yang, the owner of the wholesale grain and oil supermarket. Before he even came back, Xiao Fan told him where the warehouse key was hidden. Su Yang opened the door and unloaded the goods himself. I'll sample and check the goods first. No problem. Xiao Fan randomly drew 3 packages and checked them, and there was nothing wrong with them. Boss Su, it's transferred to you. Xiao Fan painfully settled the remaining payment for the goods to Su Yang. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief as he smiled and reminded, Mr. Xiao, nowadays, there is quite a lot of grain inside this warehouse, so we still need to hire someone to watch over the warehouse. Xiao Fan nodded. Thanks for the reminder. Su Yang left. Essence flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes, and he didn't even plan to use this warehouse again. People like Su Yang are human beings, continuing to buy food from him and send it here. He might find something unusual. Gollum. The stomach suddenly growled. He had it on the high-speed train for lunch and it was mediocre. He didn't eat much of it. Grandpa's contact is all late at night, so you can go ahead and have a good meal, Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. Just then the cell phone rang and Xiao Fan pulled it out of his pocket. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. It was actually Su Yue who called. Schoolmate Su, did you rent an apartment? Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Su Yue's sweet and sticky voice came over. Senior, how can it be rented so quickly? I've been looking every day, and there's simply nothing suitable. Senpai, I still owe you a meal. When do you think is convenient? Xiao Fan touched his stomach. It was not bad to let the schoolgirl treat him to a big meal, just for the night. Let me know when you've booked the place. Hanging up the phone, Su Yue quickly booked a place. Not very expensive. $100 or so per person. Distance from school. Su Yue didn't want to be seen by someone she knew when she was eating with Xiao Fan. Half an hour past Xiao Fan arrived at the place. Su Yue came over 2 minutes before him. Senpai, here. Seeing Xiao Fan get up, Su Yue got up and waved her hand. She was wearing a mask at the moment, but her voice drew the attention of several people as well. Sister Su, I won't take the cell phone, but I won't be polite about this meal. Xiao Fan approached smilingly. Eat all you want, Senpai. Su Yue laughed delicately. She said taking off her mask. Xiao Fan was stunned. Su Yue drew a little bit of light makeup, and her face value was infinitely close to a perfect score. Chapter 11, caught on camera eating together. The place Su Yue chose was a card seat by the window, and the evening sunlight spilled over her body. Infinitely better. Sinking fish, falling geese, closing the moon. Such words flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. The moment thudded through him, but soon Xiao Fan suppressed this kind of heartbeat. Today is not a good time to be in love. Parents died in a car accident and the driver of the car was at large for 5 years without being found. Grandpa is still alive, but his rebellion must be very dangerous. There were a lot of goddess-like schoolgirls like Su Yue staring. As long as he and Su Yue got a little bit closer, he was bound to attract a lot of attention. And some of his things couldn't stand up to other people's investigations. Take for example the grain in the warehouse. If it were known that hundreds of tons of grain had somehow disappeared from the warehouse, would he be invited to tea by some mysterious department? Senior. Su Yue called out with a slight blush. She felt something strange in Xiao Fan's gaze. Ahem. Order. Order. Xiao Fan lightly coughed as he didn't politely order 2 of his favorites. Su Yue added 2 more dishes. Senior, you're taking half a month off. What about the exams then? Su Yue said suspiciously. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I finished studying on my own for this semester. I dare not say more. Passing at the end of the semester should not be a big problem. Knowing that he couldn't rely on others, Xiao Fan usually worked hard. He has taken some of his senior year courses on his own. His old idea was to finish what he needed to study early and then go to graduate school to study law. And when he found the perpetrator, he was going to put him there himself. So what have you been up to lately, senpai? Su Yue said curiously. Busy. Don't talk about me. Tell me about you. How many houses have you looked at lately? You don't like any of those houses? Xiao Fan changed the topic and said, it's not good to tell Su Yue about what he's been busy with lately. Saying you've made a lot of money to attract Su Yue's attention? It's not necessary. Su Yue said sullenly. The faraway ones don't dare to go and look. The closer ones have looked at 3 sets. None of them are very good. Or this one of you, senior, is good. Xiao Fan. Su Yue is not planning to stay in his house, right? Senpai. I'll try to find it, as soon as I can. Su Yue hurriedly said. She was a little depressed. That look in Xiao Fan's eyes. It seemed that he didn't want her to rent more. There's no need to rush. I said I'd let you stay for half a month. And half a month is definitely fine. Xiao Fan smiled. He's only coming back for one more trip. He's staying over at the warehouse tonight and has to leave tomorrow. Thank you, senpai. After chatting for not long, the dishes that Xiao Fan and the others had ordered were served. There is no idea about Su Yue. Xiao Fan is very relaxed. He is talking blindly with Su Yue in the south and north of the sky, and a meal is gradually approaching the end. Ha, isn't that Su Yue? I can't believe she has a boyfriend and came all this way to have dinner with him. Someone came downstairs just in time to see Su Yue. From her angle, she couldn't see Xiao Fan's front and could only see his back. Taking out her cell phone, the girl took 2 quick pictures. The distance was slightly too far for Su Yue to notice. Xiao Fan was turning his back, so it was even more unlikely that he would notice that he was being secretly photographed. It didn't take long to leave the store, and the girl who took the picture couldn't wait to post it on the school posting board. Famous flower exposes Su Yue's mysterious boyfriend. Many people cursed in their minds when they saw the headline. Another headline party. But their hands still controlled the mouse to click inside the post. Holy shit, it's really Su Yue. Who is that man? I want him to duel. 5 minutes. I want all the information on this animal. The post got quite a few replies in a short time. Drip. Su Yue's cell phone rang. She looked at it. It was Song Jia calling. Senpai, I'll take the call. Su Yue wanted to hang up directly, but after all, she was a classmate in the same dormitory. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue picked up the phone. Song Jia inquired, what are you doing? I'm going to visit your place. I wonder if it's convenient for me to go there. Su Yue frowned darkly. Eating with Xiao Fan. This can't be known. Taking Song Jia to visit the place where she lives. This is not too convenient either. Song Jia, I'm eating out. The visit will come later. This house may still have to be replaced. Su Yue said. Song Jia said in surprise, eating out with Xiao Fan? On the photo, Xiao Fan only has a back above the shoulders. Plus the distance is slightly far away from the people who are not familiar with it is difficult to judge. Song Jia wasn't sure it was Xiao Fan. 1. Song Jia, my cell phone is about to run out of battery. Hang up first. Su Yue hurriedly hung up the phone. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. When Su Yue called, he took out his cell phone and played with it. Xin Shan sent over a tweet. It's a screenshot of the posting. And a question mark emoji. Too many of Su's schoolmates know you. We're being spied on. Xiao Fan sighed lightly. He showed his cell phone to Su Yue. Su Yue frowned. Song Jia must have seen the post. She called on purpose. Songjia found out that I lied and must have thought that the other party and I had an unusual relationship. Su Yue secretly said in her heart that she somewhat regretted taking Songjia's call. I'm sorry, senpai. I also didn't expect to be found after leaving so far away. Su Yue apologized. Xiao Fan waved his hand. It's fine. I'll just get my back photographed. Just say that you're having dinner with your distant cousin or something. Su Yue said quietly. Senior, I am also an orphan. Sorry. Xiao Fan froze for a moment and hurriedly said. This he really didn't know. It's okay, I got used to it a long time ago. I grew up in an orphanage, and the orphanage is my home. Su Yue looked flat, but Xiao Fan could see a hint of despondency in her eyes. Su schoolmate, let's not talk about this sad topic. Let's withdraw first. Don't let anyone rush over and block us in, Xiao Fan said. Su Yue nodded. After leaving the restaurant, the two men each took a cab and left. Sango, in or out? Squeak. Shin Chen sent another message. Xiao Fan knew in his heart that Shin Chen and a few of their fellow dormitory animals could definitely recognize them. It's me. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing with Su Yue. Xiao Fan returned. Oh, Shin Chen sent over a meaningful word. Xiao Fan. Things simply couldn't be explained, so he didn't bother to explain. Shin Chen and the others won't talk nonsense. This heat. Su Yao's attraction barrage. Xiao Fan went inside the posting and browsed. It's amazing how that thread got hundreds of replies in 10 minutes. Looking at the background, it looks a bit like Xiao Fan. Suddenly Xiao Fan saw this reply. He looked helpless. Sure enough, someone still guessed his head. The photo of him and Su Yue walking together a few days ago was also turned up. Chapter 12, Thermal Weapons Useless? It shouldn't be possible for it to be Xiao Fan. Can Su Yue look at Xiao Fan? I don't think it's possible either. But it really looks quite like Xiao Fan. The post was split into two factions within the thread, and the debate raged on. Xiao Fan had a bit of a headache. These guys have so much energy. Isn't it nice to have that energy to play a disc game? This is as far as the master goes. There was still a ways to go from the warehouse, so Xiao Fan made the cab stop. He walked back to the warehouse by himself. On the other side, Su Yue also went back. Taking out her computer, she quickly struck the keyboard. With her hacking ability, in less than half a minute Su Yue knew what kind of person had posted the post. Luo Qingling. Su Yue frowned slightly. She knew Luo Qingling. The other party was also the school flower, just ranked below her. After considering it for a while, Su Yue quickly invaded Luo Qingling's cell phone. She quickly checked the recent photo albums. Luo Qingling did not take a picture of Xiao Fan's front side. Su Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was known that it was Xiao Fan, she estimated that someone would definitely find trouble with Xiao Fan. By the way, it could be like this dash. Su Yue came up with an idea. She quickly modified the photos in Luo Qingling's cell phone. Immediately after that, Su Yue unknowingly replaced the photos inside the post with them. From the background of the server, Su Yue found out that there were 5 more people who had downloaded the photos, and after spending a little bit of time, Su Yue replaced the photos they had downloaded in the same way. Laugh your asses off. You guys actually think it's Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's hair spiral is on the left. This person's hair spiral in the photo is on the right. What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Su Yue returned. She also put Xiao Fan's front photo and her modified photo together. Fire eyes upstairs. That's really it. One left and one right. The identification is not the same person. The rest of the group rushed to compare. The argument stopped at once. Su Yue breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? Xiao Fan was also brushing the post at this moment, and he was a bit confused when he saw Su Yue's reply. Is schoolmate Su a computer whiz? Didn't she study finance? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. The diagram was bound to have been modified, and the most likely person to have done this was Su Yue. But Su Yue has this ability? What's going on with the post? Su-san? During the meal Xiao Fan added Su Yue's Weixin and he sent a message. Senpai, I got a friend to help me modify the photo. Soon Su Yue replied. So it is. Xiao Fan drifted off. Su Yue, such a goddess-level school flower. It is quite normal to have a wide range of connections. After a busy day during the day, it didn't take long for Xiao Fan to fall asleep. Knock, knock. Xiao Fan was woken up in the middle of the night, and he looked at the vertical mirror in a daze. Grandpa, what's going on with you? Inside the mirror was naturally Xiao Hai, who had quite a bit of blood on him. Xiao Fan also saw a long wound on his arm. Just did a battle. A little scratch will heal quickly. Xiao Hai waved his hand carelessly. Good grandson. Is all that rice behind you? Xiao Hai's eyes were glowing. They hadn't gained much in the way of rations in the last few days, and there wasn't much food left. More than 100,000 generals are about to go hungry. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandpa, aren't you a cultivator soldier? Do cultivators also need to eat? Isn't it possible to absorb the aura in the heaven and earth to maintain it? Xiao Hai said without a trace of anger. How can an average soldier reach the realm of grain resistance? Not only do soldiers who cultivate martial arts have to eat, their meal sizes are quite a bit larger than the average. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa has a powerful cultivator like you, so an ordinary soldier can be of great use? While holding the mirror to pass the grain over, Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai explained, the rules of heaven and earth over here strictly prohibit the random slaughter of ordinary people. Killing 30 to 50 a year is not a big problem. Killing more will result in heavenly punishment. Many cities and towns will also restrict powerful cultivators from striking. Xiao Fan secretly said that this was the case. Ordinary soldiers should be practicing martial arts too. Right. And they need cotton clothes? Xiao Hai Dao, practicing martial arts requires talent. 80% of the soldiers will only know some rough boxing and kicking skills. And within the remaining 20%, only about 30% will be able to defy the cold. You'll have to have more cotton clothes. The height of the soldiers over here is about the same as the height of our Chinese. Xiao Fan nodded. This he was already starting to prepare. Good grandson. It looks like you made a lot of money. Quite a lot of grain this time. Should be enough for 5 or 6 days. Xiao Hai was ecstatic. As long as there was food he didn't panic. You can still carry on when it's cold, but you really can't fight a war on a hungry stomach. Grandpa, do you want me to find a way to get you some machine guns or something? Xiao Fan said. He can't get this kind of stuff in China, but he can go abroad. It's still pretty easy to get in the rest of the country. And it's not like you're going to bring it back with you, so it's not a big problem. Xiao Hai frowned. You can try but it may not work. I tried for a long time and didn't formulate gunpowder. It might be caused by the difference between the two worlds. Grandpa wait. Xiao Fan ran to the corner and hugged over a box. Soon the box was passed to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai opened it inside and it was a few firecrackers. Xiao Hai waved his hand, a fire appeared next to him instantly. He threw a firecracker into the fire. The firecracker did not ring. Through the mirror Xiao Fan also discovered this. It might be the difference between the two worlds that certain elements lose their effect to Xiao Hai's side. Hot weapons shouldn't work. You can pass on some hot weapons if you get the chance. If not, don't force it. You get some if it's convenient for you. Cold warrior. The level of metallurgy over here is average. The weapons of the strong are good. The weapons of the soldiers are average. Xiao Hai shook his head with some regret and said, if machine guns and stuff worked, he could sweep the whole world by then. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. 300 tons of grain was quite a lot, but 10 tons piled together totaled 30 piles, and it didn't take long time for all 300 tons of grain to be passed to Xiao Hai. Grandpa, do you want the grain that the war horses need? Xiao Hai lightly coughed and said, this is not urgent for the time being. My men are basically infantrymen. The cavalrymen who own war horses total only a few hundred today, and the vast majority of them don't know how to ride a horse at all. Good grandson. Grandpa is a little injured, so I'm afraid I won't be able to give you any favors this time. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if Xiao Hai offered him favors, he would still refuse this time. After giving him the perspective ability last time, Xiao Hai was pale and in a poor state. Just take care of yourself, Grandpa. I'll see you in 5 days. Xiao Hai disappeared in the blink of an eye after saying that. Let's hope Grandpa will be okay. Xiao Fan muttered as a look of worry appeared in his eyes. The fact that Xiao Hai was even injured meant that if the enemy was a bit stronger, Xiao Hai could have died. Wait, Grandpa was just an ordinary person in this world, and became a powerful cultivator in 9 years over there. Is it because of his talent, or is it something he ate? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. If Xiao Hai's talent was high because of something he ate, he could totally pass some over. Even if the effect becomes much worse, as long as there is still an effect, Xiao Hai can be stronger. Chapter 13, A woman only affects how fast I can draw my sword. In the other world, Xiao Hai stepped into the air and in a short time he flew into the military camp. Marshal. When Xiao Hai landed on the ground, many people in the military tent rushed out to salute. They looked at Xiao Hai expectantly. The emperor is dim and brutal. They rebelled together, and now the whole army is in high morale, winning consecutive battles. But a group of their generals were clear that the crisis behind them was not small. The food problem is the biggest problem. Xiao Hai said that he would come up with a solution, and a few days ago Xiao Hai did take out some grain, but that grain was too little for an army of over 100,000 men. What are all the sad faces for? If the old man says he can get food, he can definitely get food. Xiao Hai glared. He said with a wave of his hand, and instantly bags of grain appeared. His Empyrean mirror was a spatial treasure, capable of contacting Xiao Fan, and also capable of storing things, with several hundred tons of grain stored inside it with ease. Marshal, are these the same kind of white rice as before? A general was pleasantly surprised beyond words. The quality of the rice Xiao Fan bought was average, but for the ordinary soldiers of Xiao Hai and their world, it was excellent. Excellent food. They were driven to revolt. So you can imagine what the common people ate. Many people don't even eat at all. Eat chaff, eat bark, eat grass roots, anything to survive. White rice porridge was good enough for them, let alone white floury rice. That's right, if you follow me in the world, I'm sure I won't let you starve, Xiao Hai said in a domineering manner. With food he has a bottom line. Several generals rushed over to open a few bags and look at them, and they were overjoyed. Sure enough, it was full of white rice. This kind of rice is better than any rice sold inside a grain store, which is yellowish and contains quite a bit of rice and some chaff. Distribute half the rice to the battalions, Xiao Hai said as he put half of the rice back together. If there's an accident, he won't have anywhere to cry. 2 days of rest. 2 days later, we depart for Silver Moon City, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Silver Moon City wasn't small, and it wouldn't be that easy for them to take it, but as long as they succeeded in doing so, they would have a good base. Yes, the group of generals spoke in unison. They looked grave. If they couldn't enter Silver Moon City before the first wave of the cold wave came over, many of the thinly clad and still injured soldiers might not be able to carry through. The next day, Xiao Fan woke up. Looking at his surroundings, he shook his head. At least they are now hundreds of millions of dollars. Not to say that there is a girl to sleep, actually sleep in the warehouse, which said out there is a little shame nah. Opening his cell phone, Xiao Fan looked at that post from yesterday. The replies heck have been over 3,000. Luckily none of them suspected him again. Sango, what the hell? The spin on your head still moves? Inside the Microsoft message, Shin Chen sent a message. Old for you pry less into society. You can't grasp it. Xiao Fan returned. It was exchanged for a series of blank expressions from Shin Chen. Third brother, you really don't have any drama with schoolgirl Sue? If you can take her, cheer up. She knows a lot of pretty schoolgirls. Hey hey hey. Soon another message came from Shin Chen. You think I have a thing with her? Seems a little hard. Shin Chen is clear about Xiao Fan. The rest of the aspects are good. High school if not affected by the death of his parents. It is entirely possible to enter the Qingbei. But Xiao Fan doesn't have any money. Xiao Fan, that house they used to be, more than 10 years old building, but also only 70 or 80 square feet, and later married Xiao Fan did not have a family to help out. There are several people who are explicitly pursuing Su Yue, all of them rich and powerful, so you kneel in peace. Chirp. Xiao Fan shook his head as he locked the warehouse and left. 2 hours passed. Xiao Fan arrived at the airport. He had to make a trip to Ruili, Yunnan. There's a lot of raw stone over there. This time in the past Xiao Fan intended to earn a small goal. He had more than $7 million in his capital. Just a dozen times a small goal could be reached. And having perspective powers, it was entirely possible for him. Uncle Chang, I want to ask you for something. While waiting for the plane, Xiao Fan called Chang Xinghua. What is it you have to say directly? Fansiko. Chang Xinghua was working in the field. He wiped his sweat and said. Xiao Fan said. Uncle Chang, you should know what my grandfather ate in his time, right? Chang Xinghua frowned. I'm not very clear on what your grandfather ate when he was a child, but the village elders know, so you can ask them. What are you going to do? Xiao Fan said. Uncle Chang, I would like to ask you to help me collect all the things that my grandfather ate back then, or might have eaten. Barks and roots. It costs money to collect these things, so I'll transfer a few tens of thousands to you first. Chang Xinghua hurriedly said. Don't transfer the money. Fan Siko. What good things could your grandfather have eaten when he was poor? I'll yell for the village people to help you collect it. What a big deal. Xiao Fan said. Things are collected and also need to be kept refrigerated. You also need to buy 2 larger freezers. Things are collected as comprehensively as possible. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan transferred $20,000 to Chang Xinghua. Spinning more. Chang Xinghua may immediately back out. What's this about Fansiko? Chang Xinghua was a little puzzled, but he didn't think much about hurrying to the house first. Knowing that it was Xiao Fan who wanted it, many people in the village quickly gathered. The older ones reminisce about what they ate back in the day, and the younger ones scratch their heads in search of it. With Uncle Chang and the others collecting it, there shouldn't be much of a problem, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Not to say that the whole thing is collected, most of it should be no problem. A few hours later, the airplane Xiao Fan took landed at the Mang City airport. He took a cab to Riley. The time was already night, so he could only find a hotel to stay in first. Knock knock. The door was knocked. Xiao Fan opened the door and outside the door was a wonderful woman. Handsome. Do you need service? The woman threw a wink and said. Bang. Xiao Fan directly closed the door. This woman's face value is actually not bad. 80% to the upper level. But he has seen Su Yue a few times recently. His eyes have become quite picky. Why are you thinking of Su Yue again? You can't have any thoughts about her. Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. Senpai. Someone followed me today. I called the police. There shouldn't be anyone else following me for a while, and no one else will know that I live in that house of yours. Lying on the bed and pulling out his cell phone, Xiao Fan saw Su Yue's Weixin. Brilliant. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Su Yue was followed by Lu Kuan a few days ago. At this point she called the police to report a stalker. And the police will certainly take it up, and will certainly find the stalker. Logging onto the school forum, sure enough Xiao Fan saw a relevant message. With that out of the way, the rest of the people who think that Wei will surely be disabused of their ideas. You grab a house. Su Senpai. Xiao Fan returned a message. This guy. Su Yue rolled her eyes when she saw Xiao Fan's message. I won't look for it. Humph. Having said that, Su Yue wouldn't really not look for it. She was also aware that staying here in Xiao Fan's place for a longer period of time would likely cause people to misunderstand. Grab some more money these days and have a wider selection when the time comes. Su Yue quickly got to work as she took another order. It's a bit more tedious, but she gets $20,000 for doing the job. Chapter 14 Tang Zitian. A big man of raw stone. Little brother. I didn't expect to see you over here. Ruweli Jade Market. Dong Hui, the owner of Dong Ji Raw Stone, approached Xiao Fan with a smile. Boss Dong came to buy goods? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he said, his head spinning over here. There are so many large and small raw stones over here. It was best for him to see through only twice a day, and it was a shame to use up his chances haphazardly. Thanks to you, little brother. The store is running low on stock, so come over and get some. Dong Hui said smilingly. Xiao Fan's two big rises had made him a lot of money. Xiao Fan said, Boss Dong, I don't know this side very well, so I wonder if I can follow you around for a long time? Dong Ji Raw Stone is more than 10 years old store. Dong Hui 50 or 60 years old. This aspect of the experience is certainly more. He followed the probability can avoid a lot of pits. Of course there's no problem. Dong Hui said smilingly. He didn't just come close because Xiao Fan had made him money, but mainly because he wanted to make friends with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's two stone cuts left him with a deep impression. The first time it stayed there playing games. The second time it even went to the second floor to rest. You have to know that the first cut is also worth $250,000 of raw stone. The second time Xiao Fan bought the raw stone is worth $1 million. He was so calm. Even with tens of millions of dollars of wealth, it would be difficult to be as calm as Xiao Fan. I'm afraid. Dong Hui judged that Xiao Fan might have a deep background in cut for fun. Time passed by. Xiao Fan followed Dong Hui around quite a few places. And along the way Dong Hui tried to explain quite a few things to Xiao Fan as much as he could. These things are hard to learn online. Little brother. The stuff in this house is good. The price is also quite fair. I buy more goods in his house. Let's go in together and take a look. Following Dong Hui, Xiao Fan entered a large raw stone warehouse, which was filled with all kinds of raw stones, and Xiao Fan was shocked. As a veteran raw stone merchant, Dong Hui's wealth was estimated to be not low, but compared to the owner of this house, Dong Hui's wealth was certainly far more inferior. You've come quickly, Boss Dong. You came over just as this new shipment of mine arrived. A slim old man walked over, followed by two black-clad bodyguards behind him. The two black-clothed bodyguards both exuded a brawny aura, and ordinary people were definitely not their opponents. But Xiao Fan was not afraid of them. Dong Hui secretly paid attention to Xiao Fan's situation. Awesome, Dong Hui said in his heart. He knew that these two bodyguards of the slim old man had seen blood, and Xiao Fan was so young that he didn't even have the slightest fear when facing them. Boss Tang, don't all the good stuff get picked off if you're slow? Dong Hui greeted smilingly. Xiao. This one is the big boss over here. Surnamed Tang. Compared to Tang Boss I that is just a small fight. Hello Mr. Tang. Xiao Fan nodded and said. The slim old man's name was Tang Zitian. He had thought that Xiao Fan was just Dong Hui's follower, and it was only when he heard Dong Hui say so that his gaze fell on Xiao Fan. Tang Zitian also felt a bit surprised. Xiao Fan gave him a peculiar feeling. Xiao Fan had an aura that ordinary young people did not have. Hello Xiao. Tang Zitian smiled. Xiao Fan laughed. Boss Tang. I followed Boss Dong over here to gain some insight, and if there are any good raw stones, I'll buy a few to cut for fun. No problem haha. Boss Dong. Xiao you guys can pick whatever you want. We'll definitely give you a fair price. There were the rest of the people coming over again, and Tang Zitian finished greeting the rest of the people. Boss, that young man is not simple. One of Tang Zitian's two bodyguards approached him and whispered. How is it not easy? Boss, my instincts tell me I might not be able to beat him without a gun. Tang Zitian was surprised in his heart. This bodyguard of his was a soldier king level existence. Interesting young man. What kind of come on could it be? Tang Zitian secretly said in his heart that he felt Xiao Fan might be from a big family. As far as he knew there were martial arts clans in the country of China, but they were hidden so deep that ordinary people couldn't reach them at all. Little brother Xiao, these pieces are good, but the price is not low. It's okay if you win the bet, but if you lose the bet, you lose a little too much. Dong Hui introduced Xiao Fan. Several of the pieces he presented were priced over $5 million. He won't touch such a level of raw stone, and he may not be able to sell it for 2 or 3 years after buying it back. Xiao Fan laughed. Boss Don, I'll take a closer look. You don't seem too interested in them. You get busy with yours. Yes. Dong Hui nodded. Waiting for Dong Hui to leave, Xiao Fan quietly utilized his penetrating ability. The first piece. The garbage. The leather case performs well and is not small, but there is nothing at all inside. The second piece Xiao Fan estimated a small loss. The third piece is still pretty average. Seeing the fourth piece, Xiao Fan's heart was delighted. This stone has a rich green color in the center and is not small, so it should have no problem going up 3 or 4 times. The price of the stone is $6,800,000. The profit margin is over $20 million. Xiao, how about any fancy ones? You can get a 20% discount for your first time over here. Old customers like Boss Don can only get a 10% discount. Tang Zitian approached Xiao Fan Dao again. Xiao Fan's heart stirred as Tang Zitian seemed to be interested in him. He was equally interested in Tang Zitian. Ruweli side close to Burma. This side of the big raw stone merchant's energy will never be small. Tang Zitian in Burma side should also have a relatively strong network. Then thank you, Boss Tang. Boss Tang, I'll take this piece. If it's convenient, Boss Tang, you can just cut it for me. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. 6,800,000 80% discount is also 5,444,000. Xiao Fan lightly paid out. Xiao, let's go watch the stone cutting? Tang Zitian laughed. It would take quite a bit of time to cut the stone, and he could still probe Xiao Fan's bottom. Lazy. Boss Tang, you arrange for someone to cut it. Xiao Fan said carelessly. He knew exactly what it looked like inside, and the more he showed that he didn't care, the more scrupulous Tang Zitian would be, and the less likely he would be to hack his stuff. Alright then, I'll arrange the best stone cutting master for you. Young Xiao, Tang Zitian said smilingly, and his address to Xiao Fan changed. It's not usual that Xiao Fan doesn't even look at the raw stone he bought for more than $5 million. 2 or 3 hours passed. Xiao Fan followed Dong Hui and looked at a lot of raw stones, and he also listened to Dong Hui explain a lot. Young Xiao, congratulations. Big ups. Tang Zitian smilingly arrived beside Xiao Fan and the others. Dong Hui said in surprise, Boss Tang, Xiao Xiao's piece of raw stone went up big? Tang Zitian nodded. Xiao Xiao's piece of raw stone has already been solved. The preliminary estimate is $32 million. It is possible to sell it for $35 million with more time. While speaking, Tang Zitian looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was slightly surprised, but the overall feeling he gave off was still very calm. Definitely from a big family, no doubt, Tang Zitian secretly said in his heart. And Dong Hui next to him was even more shocked by his performance than Xiao Fan. Xiao, let's add a WeChat, and I'll send you the entire video of the stone decomposition. Tang Zitian Dao. Xiao Fan pulled out his cell phone. Seeing his cell phone that cost only $1,000 or so, Tang Zitian and Dong Hui were both a bit dumbfounded. Young Xiao, you are really plain. Tang Zitian coughed lightly. Xiao Fan. He's just been too busy lately to go buy a new cell phone or go to the mall to buy new clothes. Xiao, let's add a Weibo too. Dong Hui said smilingly, and he and Tang Zitian quickly added Xiao Fan's Weixin. Brothers like more support ha. Give a 5-star praise. Thank you all. Chapter 15, Ordering 10,000 Tang Swords. Xiao, let's go take a look at that piece of jadeite. Boss Don, you are an expert together. Tang Zitian chuckled. Xiao Fan nodded his head, and the three of them didn't take long time to arrive in a lavishly decorated room, where the deciphered emerald was lying peacefully on the tabletop. Good stuff. Little brother Xiao, you have good eyesight. 3 big rises in succession. Dong Hui marveled in awe as he carefully surveyed the emerald he had learned. Essence flickered in Tang Zitian's eyes. Xiao Fan had also risen greatly twice in front of him? He didn't think it was necessarily a coincidence. Rumor has it that some people from martial arts families cultivate internal qi. Could it be that through internal qi, one can tell if there is jade inside the raw stone or not? Tang Zitian secretly said in his heart. Just luck. Boss Tang doesn't know if he's interested in receiving it? If you accept it, this jadeite is $30 million for you. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Tang Zitian shook his head. Xiao, your preliminary valuation of this piece of jadeite reached $32 million. I can't take such a big advantage of you. Let's do it this way. I'll collect it for $34 million, and I should be able to sell it for $35 million by then, and I'll still be able to make $1 million. Taking a small advantage of you. Xiao. Dong Hui was stunned. Tang Zitian, $34 million to collect. It is estimated that you have to press in the hand for a period of time before you can sell $35 million. He definitely cannot earn much. This person Tang Zitian is very shrewd. Xiao is afraid that it's not simple. Dong Hui said in his heart. Then thank you, Boss Tang. Xiao Fan smiled and said, $34 million? This should be a fair price. Tang Zitian seemed to have misunderstood what was trying to befriend him. A situation where Tang Zitian couldn't possibly be up to no good. I'm the one who took advantage of you. Xiao. Young Xiao, your account number is dash. Xiao Fan reported the account number to Tang Zitian. Boss Tang, just transfer $20 million to me. The other $14 million. I want to ask Boss Tang to buy something. Dong Hui hurriedly excused himself and left first. Anyway, he had already added Xiao Fan's Weixin, so he could contact him through Weixin in the future. Xiao, I wonder what you want to buy. Tang Zitian transferred $20 million to Xiao Fan and even poured Xiao Fan a cup of tea with his own hands. Xiao Fan said, I would like to order a batch of Tang swords with better steel, a quantity of 10,000 handles, and look for a factory over in Burma to customize them. I don't know if Boss Tang has a way? Tang Zitian was surprised in his heart. 10,000 Tang swords? Do you need to consume so much for normal martial arts training? I do have a way in that regard. I'm just afraid it's a bit difficult to get things shipped in. Tang Zitian considered for a moment and said, tens of thousands of Tang daggers. This would also be a big trouble with his connections if it was found out. Xiao Fan smiled and said, there's no need to ship it in. Boss Tang, you can arrange for me to make a trip over there when the time comes. I'll use other channels to ship the stuff away. By the way, Boss Tang, is there any way to get me some guns to play with? I'll just play around over there, won't bring them back. Tang Zitian didn't suspect anything. Even if Xiao Fan came from a big family, it was likely that he had never touched a firearm. It's normal for young people to be interested in firearms. That's small. It's all good as long as you don't bring it in. Tang Zitian smiled as he knew a warlord over in Burma. Boss Tang, I'll thank you with tea instead of wine. Let's take 14 million as a deposit, and I'll make up the difference when the time comes. Xiao Fan raised his teacup and said, young Xiao is polite. It's just a small matter. Tang Zitian smiled. Boss Tang, this batch of things I want is a bit urgent. Please hurry up. I appreciate it. Xiao Fan finished and stood up. Boss Tang, let's contact him on Weixin when we get there. Good. Tang Zitian sent Xiao Fan to the door. Boss, should we check him out? Xiao Fan walked away. Tang Zitian returned to the room. One of his bodyguards said, don't look it up. The family behind him may not be something we can mess with. If we are found out, the trouble will not be small. Tang Zitian shook his head. Yes, boss. Tang Zitian pulled out his cell phone. And soon he made a call. Boss Hu, I'll introduce you to a business. 10,000 Tang knives, in good proper steel. What do you quote? Tang Zitian chuckled. Boss Hu on the opposite side was surprised in his heart. 10,000 Tang swords? Boss Tang, I'll have to inquire about the market for this one. Boss Hu hung up the phone. He wasn't the owner of the knife factory, but he had a deep network of connections. It didn't take long for Boss Hu's phone to dial back. Boss Tang, I can give you 3,500 a handle for a larger quantity, but this stuff doesn't come with delivery. You'll have to find a way to transport it yourself. Yes, urgently, you grab it. After saying that, Tang Zitian hung up the phone, and he transferred the $14 million deposit. Xiao, the total price is $35 million. Tang Zitian went to Xiao Fan with a tweet. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched when he saw the micromessage. His card currently totaled more than $20 million. If you don't grab some money, you simply won't be able to afford it when the time comes. Old Xiao, it's not easy for you to fight in the other world. And it's not easy for me, the Minister of Logistics, either. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. After wandering around and resting for a few hours, Xiao Fan felt his eyes slow down. He had his eye on a couple of rough stones at another house. The lowest piece was priced at $8 million. And they were all very nice pieces. But the thing about raw stones is that whether they go up or down still depends on fate. Grass. After utilizing his perspective eye to look at these pieces of raw stones, Xiao Fan cursed in his heart. You have to lose money to buy these raw stones. Buying is not as good as selling. If I didn't have perspective, I'm afraid I would have lost my bottom. Xiao Fan secretly shook his head. I was hoping to earn a small goal this time over, but it looks like I'll have to come back another time. The dress that was ordered was ready and he had to go back. The shipment of grain he had ordered was also ready and had to go over to receive it. Booking a flight, Xiao Fan left overnight. The next day Xiao Fan grabbed a warehouse with a good size to rent. Boss Huang, you send all 1,000 tons of grain over to the address of. Xiao Fan dialed the phone. The last time he came over to order clothes, he got someone to order 1,000 tons of grain. $3 million total. This batch of grain passed on should be enough for Xiao Hai and the others to eat for more than half a month. After half a day's work, the clothes and food finally arrived inside the warehouse. Over $2 million was also paid. There's only about 20 million left on the card. I don't know what's going on with Grandpa. so if he's in better shape, I should be able to get the benefit of the doubt tonight. Xiao Fan looked forward in his heart. The time was already evening, so Xiao Fan casually ate something and went to the hotel to open a room. He's got to take a shower. Sister Su, how's it going with renting the right house? Xiao Fan went to Su Yue with a tweet. Seeing Xiao Fan's micro-message, Su Yue is a little depressed. This is to urge her to go senpai. Not yet. You give me a little more time. Su Yue's message came over quickly, followed by a pitiful expression. Hold on tight. I'll be back soon. Oh, put down the phone. Su Yue went to the internet and looked for the listings again. There are no new listings out in the neighborhood. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Su Yue's heart tightened as she tiptoed to the door and looked out through the cat's eye. Sango, open the door, open the door. It was Shin Chen at the door, and he called out. Su Yue was slightly relieved in her heart, but she didn't open the door. Strange. Sango clearly said she went out just now, but the light was on. It can't be a burglar, can it? Shin Chen took out his cell phone and called Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan didn't answer. There was no bell ringing inside the room either. Is there really a burglar? Shin Chen's heart tightened as he prepared to call the police. Su Yue hurriedly opened the door at this time. She didn't want Shin Chen to call the police. Su schoolgirl. Shin Chen's eyes widened. Su Yue actually lives inside Xiao Fan's house. What's the situation? Chapter 16, Grandpa gives benefits again. Su Yue hurriedly said. You're Senior Zhao's roommate, right? I've temporarily rented one of Senior Zhao's houses. Shin Chen was filled with disbelief. Su Yue, such a goddess-like schoolgirl, can feel at ease sharing a room with a boy? Sister-in-law. Sango and I are roommates. Sister-in-law, I don't know anything. Bye. Shin Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Su Yue's face blushed as she hurriedly said. Senior Xiao and I don't have anything. Don't talk nonsense. I'll move out in a few days. Don't worry. Sister-in-law. I'm known for my tight mouth. Shin Chen disappeared around the corner after he finished speaking. Su Yue. She was a bit speechless. Shin Chen actually came over and saw her here. Senior, one of your roommates just came by and he saw me. Closing the door, Su Yue hurriedly sent a message to Xiao Fan. In the shower, Xiao Fan did not reply for the time being. Senpai, he seems to have misunderstood something. You talked to him. After waiting for a while with no reply, Su Yue went to Xiao Fan with 2 more messages. Sango, you'll be my boss from now on. You're actually living with schoolgirl Su. Awesome. Awesome. You hit it well enough. Third brother, you asked your sister-in-law to introduce me to a girlfriend. Half as pretty as your sister-in-law. He. Shin Chen sent Xiao Fan a long string of messages in a row. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan finished his shower. I'll go. After reading the messages sent by Su Yue and Shin Chen, Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Su Yue is just a tenant. The other day I rented out my house and she saw it, and it just so happened that I had something to go out and short rented it to her for a bit. Xiao Fan first sent a message to Shin Chen. Just hurry up and find an apartment to move out. Su Senpai. Soon Xiao Fan returned another message from Su Yue. Seeing Xiao Fan's message, Su Yue was speechless, and she had serious doubts about her charm. Could it be that Senior Xiao likes boys? Suddenly such a thought popped into Su Yue's mind. If that was the case, the girl would not be attractive to Xiao Fan even if she was beautiful. Senior Xiao is quite handsome. It would be a bit of a shame if he likes boys. Su Yue's mind spun with strange and bizarre thoughts. If Xiao Fan knew what she would be thinking at this point, he would probably give her a blank stare. He, Xiao Fan, is male in gender and female in hobbies. Without paying any more attention to Su Yue and Shin Chen, back inside the warehouse, Xiao Fan began to sleep. Running around had worn him out over the past few days. Knock knock. Still in the middle of the night, Xiao Fan was woken up and Xiao Hai's figure did appear inside the mirror. Why didn't your old man contact you earlier, Grandpa? Every time it's the middle of the night. Xiao Fan yawned and said. It wasn't very comfortable to be woken up in the middle of sleeping. Xiao Hai smiled sarcastically. Good grandson. Grandpa has no choice. It's easier to contact at this point in time. Xiao Fan climbed up. He moved the mirror and began to transit the grain. Grandpa got you 1,000 tons of grain this time. Your Empyrean mirror should be able to hold it, right? While transferring the grain, Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai said smilingly, don't worry. The space inside the empty underworld mirror is huge. Not to mention 1,000 tons. 10,000 tons won't be any problem. Grandpa, what's the situation on your side? Are you okay now? Since you got hurt last time? Don't worry, it's fine. A little flesh wound will heal the next day. The two chatted, and before too long 1,000 tons of grain passed through the mirror. Grandpa, I've prepared 12,000 winter special warfare training suits for you. These clothes can't block knives, but they should still be warm to wear in winter. Xiao Fan carried the mirror to the place where the clothes were stacked. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. They had already reached the vicinity of Silver Moon City, but Silver Moon City was heavily guarded, and it would be difficult for them to attack it in a short period of time, and the first wave of the cold wave was gradually approaching. Yes, a large number of clothes passed by, and Xiao Hai was excited. The number of clothes was only 1/10 of the number of soldiers, but it was enough to clothe the injured and those who were not in the best of shape, and they would be able to carry the first wave of cold. Grandpa, you said you guys are attacking the city and powerful cultivators can't just bring soldiers in? It would be nice if it was that simple. When we get close to Silver Moon City, all of Grandpa's strength will be greatly suppressed, and we can only attack the city like in ancient China. Xiao Hai shook his head. Cultivators like him, close to a powerful city, were still much stronger than ordinary soldiers, but suppressed by the city, they were equivalent to a more powerful martial artist. The city that has endured for a long time is not a small one. Xiao Fan blinked and said, Grandpa, if I get you a heavy-duty truck to go over there and load it up with rocks and stuff, can I ram the city gates right through? Or maybe I'll get you a tanker truck. Fill it up with oil and rush over there, even if we can't crash through it. A tanker truck explosion should be able to blow the gates open, right? Xiao Hai said helplessly. With Grandpa's cultivation nowadays, something that big can't be transmitted at all, so we can try when Grandpa's cultivation is higher. Xiao Fan slapped his head. I almost forgot something. After saying that, Xiao Fan held the mirror to a corner of the warehouse, where there were 2 large refrigerated cabinets full of all kinds of things frozen. When he was still in Rueli, he had the village get a truck to deliver the stuff. Grandpa, these are the things I had the people in the village collect. You should try a little bit of all of them then and see if anything is useful for your cultivation, Xiao Fan said as he passed the 2 large refrigerated cabinets around. Divine sense swept through and saw the things inside. Xiao Hai's heart was excited. With these things, people in other worlds, he could still taste the flavor of his hometown as well. Good grandson. Grandpa has something nice for you too. Speaking of which, 2 figures appeared behind Xiao Hai. They each pressed one hand onto Xiao Hai's back. With their assistance, Xiao Hai's aura rapidly increased. Even if the worlds were separated, Xiao Fan felt that Xiao Hai's might was terrifying now. Go! Xiao Hai drank, and a dazzling light instantly passed through the mirror and did not enter Xiao Fan's body. Good grandson. What Grandpa has given you this time is the ability to control objects. You can control the movement of items through your mental thoughts, and with more exercise in general, your mental thoughts can be enhanced. Look for you in 10 days. After saying that, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared. Just after the strike, Xiao Hai's expression became very depressed. The ability to control things? Pretty good. Xiao Fan's eyes glowed. His physique was much stronger than normal people, stronger than even the king of soldiers, but if he encountered an enemy, he might die by brute force alone. 1 bullet would have killed him. If his spiritual thoughts were strong enough, he could completely control the bullets that were shot at him. But how strong this alien power can be initially, we'll have to find out tomorrow. Couldn't sleep. Toss and turn for a while. Xiao Fan did not fall asleep. He simply locked the warehouse taxi to the hotel. The hotel bed can be more comfortable than the warehouse floor. This tossing and turning, Xiao Fan fell asleep. Wake up to the big day. Is this the spiritual mind? Xiao Fan closed his eyes. He felt that the surrounding 2 meters of things can be clearly see, and it is 360 degrees without dead angle to see. It seemed that countless tentacles appeared around it, with eyes growing on top of them. Can you get inside the object? Xiao Fan concentrated his mind to try to see through the bedside table. He succeeded, but it was quite difficult to do so, and the rate of consumption of mental thoughts was more than 10 times faster. Up! Xiao Fan tried to let his spiritual thoughts entwine to lift the lamp next to him. The lamp had some shaking, but Xiao Fan didn't lift it even with his full strength. It seems that my spiritual thoughts are still too weak. His eyes fell on a ballpoint pen, which wobbled and flew. This weight item is quite manageable, just not skilled yet. From now on I can carry a box of needles with me, and controlling one is easy, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. In case of a fatal crisis, he can control the needle to attack the enemy's eyes. Chapter 17, Spiritual Thoughts to the Rescue. Boss Young, the quality of that dress of yours is still good. I'll add another 10,000 sets and deliver them in 10 days. I'll need more afterward, so see if you can expand your production capacity a bit. Xiao Fan dialed the phone. Receiving Xiao Fan's call, factory owner Yang Anran's heart was delighted. The quality of his factory's stuff is okay, but the quantity doesn't go up, the price can't come down. It's very difficult to compete with some big factories. It's rare to have such a big order. Yang Anran hurriedly said, Boss Xiao, I wonder how much more you want to follow up. With quality and quantity, at least 50,000 pieces. 100,000 is possible, Xiao Fan said. That's over 100,000 soldiers, or at least 1 set. Boss Xiao, the production capacity to increase up this easy. There is a factory nearby I can plate down. The workers are also ready-made. 10 days 20,000 pieces no problem. Yang Anrun hurriedly said. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. This was good and saved him a lot of trouble. Boss Yang. Then I'll order 20,000 pieces. But the quality can't be discounted. Quality if there are problems with the goods I'll refuse to accept them. It's you who will lose out then. Yang Anrun quickly assured. Boss Xiao, this you can rest assured. I Yang Anrun do things with a conscience. The quality of the clothes is definitely guaranteed. Okay. Same old rules. Transfer half of the deposit over to you and hold on to it. Xiao Fan hung up the phone and transferred $2 million to Yang Anrun's account. This Xiao boss is not a big man, but it really hurts. Seeing the money arrive, Yang Anrun's heart rejoiced. Xiao Fan transferred the deposit painfully. The settlement is equally painless. Not the slightest pressure on the payment of goods. Soon Xiao Fan called another clothing factory owner. The other party sought stability and had no intention of expanding production capacity. And Xiao Fan only ordered 10,000 pieces. Give Grandpa 30,000 pieces in 10 days. And that's about right, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Many of the soldiers under Xiao Hai practiced martial arts, and those with stronger physiques were more resistant to the cold. And with 30,000 sets of clothes going over, the ones with worse physiques might be arranged first. Getting more than 100,000 sets of clothes done in one go would require a deposit of more than 10 million, and he'd have a total of 20 million or so. And it's not as easy to make money with less capital. In the other world, Xiao Hai flew back to the barracks from a distance with two of his beloved men. Their barracks were about 10 kilometers away from Silver Moon City, a distance where the influence of Silver Moon City had been greatly reduced and they had no problems flying. Marshal, when Xiao Hai landed on the ground, many of the generals in the army immediately gathered together. They looked at Xiao Hai with bated breath. They didn't get much food from the siege these days, and not much was left from the last time. So if Xiao Hai hadn't gotten any food, the situation would have been bad. Xiao Hai waved his hand and instantly a large amount of grain appeared. Thousands of tons of grain were piled up in a small mountain. Marshal, all this is grain? A general said excitedly. Xiao Hai grinned. Can I still pack some sand to fool you? These are enough to eat for half a month. Take Silver Moon City for me in half a month. Marshal, shouldn't the siege wait a little longer? The cold wave is coming. Some people are too cold to stand it. And I'm afraid a lot of them will die if we let them attack the city in this kind of weather. The other general clasped his fists. Xiao Hai waved his hand again and a large amount of clothes appeared. There are a total of 12,000 uniforms here. Divide them up and give them to the group that needs them most. They shouldn't be cold when they wear this. The special operations training suits were quickly issued. Many of the soldiers were dressed in rags, and these brand new special operations training suits were much better and warmer to wear than those they had. Long live the marshal! Long live the marshal! The entire barracks resounded with cheers, and the soldiers' morale soared. Xiao Hai's majestic voice resounded throughout the entire barracks. All of you, listen up. You fight the war without fear. You don't have to worry about food, and you don't have to worry about clothes. There will be more to follow. We must take Silver Moon City within half a month. Do you have any confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Earth-shaking voices rang out, and their voices reached Silver Moon City. The essence of Xiao Hai's eyes flickered, and with the army's heart available, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to take Silver Moon City. There are still many big cities like Silver Moon City. If they can't even take Silver Moon City, they don't need to rebel, wash their necks and wait for death. On the high-speed train, Xiao Fan rested with his eyes closed. He had to go back after coming out for so long. He was still a student. After all, even if his grades were good for a long time without classes, granted, with his abilities today, even if he doesn't want that diploma, it doesn't matter, but he's already a junior, so he has to give an account of himself. It's not nice to talk about it when you haven't even graduated from college. How are you, old man? Excuse me, please. This old man seems to have a stuck throat. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and turned his head to look over. Only 2 rows away from him, an old man's face was swollen red as he covered his throat in immense pain. Xiao Fan stood up after a slight hesitation. If it was before, he might not mind his own business. If something happened and he was blackmailed, his little money might not even be enough to pay for it. Nowadays, there are still $17 million in the card, so it's not a big problem to do something good. Old man, I'm a doctor. Let me help you. The girl who stood up was immediately rescued in a professional way, but after 10 or so attempts, the old man's throat remained stuck and his face became even more ugly. Xiao Fan's mind moved, and his spiritual thoughts entered inside the old man's throat, and immediately Xiao Fan saw that there was a fruit kernel stuck in the old man's throat, and it was stuck still relatively dead. I'll do it. You might be a little less strong. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The girl hurriedly transferred the old man to Xiao Fan, who used the same method to exert force instantly, while his mental thoughts pulled fiercely on the stuck kernel. Once, twice, 3 times, the fruit kernel was finally coughed out by the old man, and Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. Some of the rest of the people around them breathed a sigh of relief. Boys and girls, thank you. The old man's face returned to normal as he gratefully said, if it wasn't for Xiao Fan and the others stepping in, one of his old lives might have been accounted for here. Where are you from, lads? I've got to thank you guys properly, the old man said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, old man, I'm from Z City. Thanks is not necessary. A show of hands. The girl laughed. I'm also from Z City. I'm a forensic doctor. Just now thanks to this handsome man. Otherwise this stuck kernel may not come out. Xiao Fan was a little surprised that this girl was quite pretty and was actually a forensic scientist. The old man smiled and said, I'm also living in Z City nowadays. It seems that we are destined to be together. If you guys don't have anyone to come and pick you up, you guys can come with me. I'll buy you guys dinner. Xiao Fan nodded after a little consideration. The girl nodded similarly. She is a forensic scientist in the police force. If the old man gives her a thank you gift, it is not appropriate for her to receive. But a meal is not a problem. Half an hour past the train arrived at the station, and Xiao Fan didn't take long for them to get out of the station. 2 little friends, please get on the bus, the old man said with a smile. Xiao Fan and the others were shocked that the car that picked up this old man was actually a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 18, there's a hidden agenda in the parents' car accident case. The girl was a little hesitant, and the old man laughed. It's just a simple meal, and now that it's just about time, you guys have to let me show it. Let's go. There are a lot of people lined up for cabs now. Xiao Fan smiled and said. The old man's status and position was not simple, but Xiao Fan was not afraid nowadays. With his strong physique, coupled with his penetrating eyes and also his ability to control objects, he was equally not simple. Aha! The girl nodded softly. The old man smiled and said, old man, I'll sit in the front today. You 2 young people sit in the back. You have more in common. The driver of the car was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. Soon Xiao Fan and the others all got into the car. Master, let's just eat whatever we want. It's too good, I'm afraid my stomach won't be able to digest it. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Although he had been rich for a while, he hadn't really eaten anything good, running around every day, and he had casually solved the problem of food. The best meal I've had lately was still on Su Yaowei Street. Let's go eat at home. I've already sent the message, so I'll be back just in time for dinner. The old man chuckled. He was a little surprised to be sitting in such a car, knowing that his identity might be unusual, but Xiao Fan was not even the slightest bit restrained and nervous. What do you call yourselves? 2 little friends? Xiao Fan, Laya. Xiao Fan and the others reported their names. The old man smiled and said, old man, my surname is Wei. You guys can just call me Wei Lao. I'm really thankful to you guys today. At that time I was so stuck that I almost fainted. Thinking of the previous situation, Wei Lao was a little frightened. If he were to fall, the influence of their entire Wei family would be reduced by quite a bit. Elder Wei, it's just a show of hands, Xiao Fan said. Ria nodded. Xiao Fan looked at Laya and said, Laya, you are a forensic doctor. Do you know Captain Liang Wu Lian? He could see that Ria was a bit nervous and deliberately looked for a topic to talk to her. Laya was surprised and said, Captain Liang of the criminal investigation team? I just happened to transfer over there, and from now on, I will be a colleague with Captain Liang. I heard that he is quite good at handling cases. Captain Liang is pretty good. Xiao Fan nodded. Although the case of his parents had not been investigated, Xiao Fan was clear that this was not Liang Wu's problem. Xiao, what is your relationship with Captain Liang? Elder Wei smiled and inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. It doesn't matter. The case of my parents' car accident is being investigated by Captain Liang nowadays, so I'm familiar with it after going there quite a few times. Xiao, what's the situation with your parents? Maybe I can help a little. Elder Wei's face changed slightly as he said, the car accident case shouldn't have been in the hands of the CID, and he figured something had happened to Xiao Fan's parents. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, 5 years ago the car accident, my parents, they walked away. The hit and run driver. There is no surveillance at the place of the incident. Currently no perpetrator has been found. But a while ago Captain Liang called and told me that things were progressing. A look of sympathy appeared in Lia's eyes. Xiao Fan looks quite sunny. I didn't expect something like this to happen to him. Xiao Fan, let's add a WeChat. If there's any progress in your parents' case, I'll be the first to notify you if it doesn't violate discipline. Team Liang is a busy man. He might not be that prompt. Ria pulled out her cell phone and said, good. The two quickly added Microsoft messages. Wei Lao didn't say much, but this was something he kept in his mind. Most of the half hour passed, and the car entered a quiet and elegant villa neighborhood. After a meal Xiao Fan they quickly left. Wei Lao thought about it and dialed out a phone. Xiao Chen, you have a Liang Wu below you? The Chen Qinglin on the other end of the phone was a big shot, but when he got the call he immediately stood up, his body standing straight. Elder Wei, is there a Liang Wu? What are your instructions? Chen Qinglin was a bit surprised. Liang Wu was just a small detective captain. How did he come into contact with a figure like Wei Lao? I have a little friend named Xiao Fan. His parents' case was handled by Liang Wu, and it hasn't been solved in 5 years, so let Liang Wu make more effort on it. Chen Qinglin solemnly said. Yes, I will definitely personally ask about it. Hanging up the phone, Chen Qinglin's heart was heavy. Elder Wei's little friend? The case of Xiao Fan's parents, he heard. 5 years of unsolved cases are not good to solve, but Wei Lao have personally called over, and even more difficult cases must be solved. Have Liang Wu come to the main office. Chen Qinglin dialed the phone. He didn't have Liang Wu's phone number, but he did have the phone number of Liang Wu's boss. A little more than half an hour later, Liang Wu hurriedly arrived at the main office, and he stood in front of Chen Qinglin. Bureau Chen. Liang Wu saluted. Xiao Liang, how is the investigation of the case of Xiao Fan's parents' car accident 5 years ago going? Chen Qinglin inquired. Liang Wu secretly frowned. He found out that the case of Xiao Fan's parents' car accident had a hidden agenda. At this time Chen Qinglin actually asked about it. Could it be involved with Chen Qinglin? However, thinking about some of Chen Qinglin's resume, Liang Wu felt that Chen Qinglin should be fine. Bureau Chen. There have been recent developments. We caught Lu Koan, who was in jail 4 years ago and confessed that one of his cellmates at the time, Wang Xiong, was involved in this, and that Wang Xiong was an eyewitness. Liang Wu reported. Chen Qinglin's eyes lit up. Then won't it be possible to find out soon? Wei Lao accounted for things. If he can quickly find out is not a small credit. Liang Wu shook his head. He frowned. This is not that simple. Wang Xiong saw someone push Xiao Fan's parents into the middle of the road. Then the car hit them and left. At that time Wang Xiong screamed in fear. Afraid of being silenced he fled in a hurry. Chen Qinglin's eyes flickered with essence. If that's the case, this case is not a hit and run but an intentional murder. Wang Xiong found it, right? Liang Wu shook his head. Chen Qinglin frowned. Knowing who the other party was, how could he not find anyone? Liang Wu said. Although he witnessed what happened, Wang Xiong didn't dare to report it to the police for fear of retaliation, and a year later he was arrested for wire fraud and sentenced to 7 years. After telling Lu Koan what happened, Wang Xiong didn't take long to accidentally die in prison. Chen Qinglin walked around as he said in a deep voice, if Wang Xiong's death wasn't an accident, then it's possible that the murderer behind the scenes was afraid that he would prosecute and kill him. Liang Wu nodded. That's what I thought. Chen Qinglin said in a deep voice, this case is extremely bad in nature. You will be solely responsible for this case next. Make sure to find out what happened, and give an explanation to the deceased, as well as to the family of the deceased. You can draw whatever you need. I'll give you that permission. A look of exhilaration appeared in Liang Wu's eyes. It was much better to have Chen Qinglin's full support. Yes, Bureau Chen. Liang Wu said with another salute. Chen Qinglin said, go on. Any progress? Any difficulties? All report to me immediately. Yes. Liang Wu turned away. Chen Qinglin pondered. With his intuition, this case was not simple. Xiao Fan's parents are just ordinary people. Why did you deliberately murder them? Chen Qinglin secretly said in his heart. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review, thanks. Chapter 19. You're Youwei's boyfriend, right? Xiao Fan returned home and there were Su Youwei's shoes at the door. Haven't you found a suitable house yet? Xiao Fan secretly frowned. Su Youwei would definitely be discovered if she stayed here for a long time. Shen Shen saw that it was just a matter of time, and he wouldn't talk nonsense about his own brother. If the rest of the world had seen it, the school posters would have been buzzing in no time. I'm back. Schoolmate Su. Xiao Fan went to Su Youwei with a message. He believed that he meant that Su Youwei would understand. He was not reporting to Su Youwei, but telling her that it was inconvenient for her to continue to live here. Drip, drip. Soon the phone rang. It was Su Youwei calling. Xiao Fan picked up the phone. Su Youwei's bitter voice came over. Can Senior continue to live at your place for some more days? One of my sisters is in surgery and I've paid all my money for medical expenses, so I can't rent another house for the time being. I'm sure I won't be short on rent money when I get there. Xiao Fan was surprised and said, aren't you an orphan? School sister Su? It's a sister from the orphanage. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. The home would have been tight. Senpai please. Su Youwei said. If she had lived in the college dormitory, she would not have had the environment to work and earn money, and the money she paid would have been barely enough to cover the cost of the surgery, with some days of convalescence to follow. Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. Su Youwei was rather sentimental. Many people walk away from the orphanage fearing they will never set foot in that place again. Where are you? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Youwei said the location. Xiao Fan took a taxi and rushed over. He did not want to be fooled in a few words. What if Su Yue was lying to him? Half an hour passed, and Xiao Fan met Su Yue at the Provincial People's Hospital. Outside the operating room she comforted an elderly woman next to her. The old woman's eyes were red. Schoolmate Su, what exactly is the situation? Xiao Fan approached and inquired. Su Yue looked up at Xiao Fan. She choked and said, Yaha was fine. She suddenly fainted in the morning, and the doctors in the county judged it to be a cerebral hemorrhage, and Grandma Dean rushed her here. The old woman looked at Xiao Fan. You are Yue's boyfriend, right? Yue is a good kid. She subsidizes the institution with a lot of money for her kind heart. But we at the orphanage won't hold her back. We won't ask for any more of her money if you guys get married. She'll just mind her own little family. Xiao Fan. Su Yue's face turned red. What are you babbling about? Grandma Dean. Senior Xiao is just one of my seniors and also my landlord. The old woman was a little puzzled. She noticed that Su Yue had some changes lately. Sometimes she would be alone. Sometimes she would suddenly giggle. With her decades of experience Su Yue might be in love. When something like this happens, Su Yue will call the rest of the boys over? Ahem. Grandma Dean, you did misunderstand. I'm not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with School Sister Su. School Sister Su is the school flower of our school. And I'm ordinary, so I wouldn't dare to be delusional. Xiao Fan lightly coughed. Su Yue opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it. Click. The lights went out in the operating room and the doctor stepped out. Su Yue and the girls all stood up nervously. The doctor said, the surgery was relatively successful, and the child's condition has stabilized, but considering the child's young age, he needs to stay in the intensive care unit for some days. The total cost of treatment is estimated to be around $80,000, so you need to be prepared. Su Yue and the girls' faces changed. They had $50,000 set aside, and this was quite a bit worse. Doctor, money is a small thing. Get the man cured. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The doctor nodded and left. Su Yue said, Senior, thank you for continuing to rent the house to me. What happens here has nothing to do with you. You go back first. Su Yue knew that Xiao Fan had recently gotten $500,000, but she had just begged Xiao Fan to continue renting the house to her. So Su Yue was embarrassed to borrow money from Xiao Fan again. Bye. Xiao Fan turned to leave. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Su Yue's eyes. Although she didn't want to trouble Xiao Fan anymore, Xiao Fan directly turned around and left. She was still a little uncomfortable in her heart. If Xiao Fan was just an ordinary friend, Su Yue wouldn't be like this. But Xiao Fan saved her. And in her heart Xiao Fan was different from an ordinary friend. Vivi, you like this one, Senior? The old woman suddenly said. Su Yue hurriedly said, there is no such thing. Don't talk nonsense, Grandmother Dean. The old woman said, your senior is also still a student. Even if he doesn't lend you money you shouldn't blame him. Since you have a crush on him, he must be good in the rest of his aspects. Grandma Dean won't talk to you. Su Yue walked away quickly. She had to think about who to borrow some money from. It would naturally be easy to borrow money from some of the people who were courting her, but she didn't want to ask them for it. Open the cell phone. Su Yue froze. Xiao Fan unexpectedly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Schoolmate Su, this is not a loan to you. It's a donation to the orphanage. This money doesn't have to be paid back, but the rent still has to be paid. Su Yue tightly gripped her cell phone, and the slightest warmth surged in her heart. Senior doesn't need that much. $30,000 is enough. Su Yue hurriedly went to Xiao Fan with a message. Are you sure it's enough? I'm afraid the orphanage won't be able to pay for the next meals, so take it. Tears glistened in Su Yue's eyes. Wei, what's wrong with you? Don't you commit yourself to borrowing money? Grandma will make more calls. It should still be possible to raise $30,000. The old woman approached Su Yue nervously. Su Yue wiped her tears and said, Grandma Dean, you don't need to call. I just read the news. Senior, he transferred $100,000 to me. Said it was donated to the institution. The old woman was stunned. $100,000 is not a small amount. Should Grandma accept this money? Su Yue looked over at him. You just keep what the senior donated. The old woman looked at Su Yue with a smile. If she didn't have a great deal of goodwill toward Xiao Fan, Su Yue definitely wouldn't have said this. Okay. Since you said so, Wei, Grandma will accept this as a bride price. Grandma Dean. Su Yue stomped her foot as she was once again filled with blush. When Xiao Fan arrived outside the hospital, he didn't know that there was such a thing. $100,000 bride price if you can marry Su Yue. Want to give this money, do not know how many people. I don't know what happened to Mom and Dad's case, Xiao Fan said in his heart as he got into a cab. Master goes to the CID brigade in the south of the city. The cab arrived in less than half an hour, and Xiao Fan looked at the building in front of him with a complicated expression. He'd been to the south side of the city's criminal investigation brigade quite a few times. Xiao Fan, you're here. Sit. Soon Xiao Fan arrived inside and Liang Wu nodded when he saw Xiao Fan. Team Liang, any progress on my parents' case? Xiao Fan didn't sit. He stood and inquired. Liang Wu murmured. There is some progress, but the specific case is not too good to tell you. Give me 2 months' time, I will definitely find out. Before finding out the murderer, Liang Wu did not intend to tell Xiao Fan the truth. On the one hand, if Xiao Fan knows, the murderer may also notice. On the other hand, if the murderer cannot be found, parents died in a traffic collision. Xiao Fan easier to accept. Chapter 20. Do you have a girlfriend? Senior? Xiao Fan looked at Liang Wu in surprise. Team Liang, are you sure you can find out in 2 months? Even if there is progress, it's not that easy to find out about an old case from 5 years ago. Liang Wu smiled and said, today, the above assigned me to be specifically responsible for this case. There is no other case delay. 2 months should be about the same. Checking a case for 2 months is plenty of time for Liang Wu. Normally even a few years ago the suspected case could not give so much time. Xiao Fan's heart stirred. Such a coincidence? At this time the task force was set up to investigate. In all likelihood Wei Lao helped. Team Liang, then please. Xiao Fan got up and said. Liang Wu patted Xiao Fan's shoulder and said, after 5 years you should have walked out as well. Being young, you should fall in love and enjoy life. I have a niece, a good-looking girl. Would you like to meet her? Xiao Fan hastily backed away. Team Liang, I'm still young. I don't want to fall in love yet. Turning, he hurriedly ran away. Liang Wu, that niece he had the honor to meet once. Height 1 meter 6. Weight 106. Xiao Xiao seems to be a bit more cheerful and confident lately. Do you guys feel that way? Liang Wu inquired the person next to him. It seems like this. It might have something to do with that pretty girl from before. It seems like her name is Su Yue. Team Liang, I think your niece is afraid that there is no hope. Liang Wu glared. My niece is worse than Su Yue? The people around them stifled their laughter. Su Yue's face value, they are impressed. Inside the TV it is difficult to find a beautiful than her. Liang Wu niece is difficult to use beautiful to describe. Work. If I can't solve the case in 2 months, I'll be criticized and you won't have a good time either. Liang Wu didn't have the heart to say. Leaving from the CID building, Xiao Fan had a smile on his face. 2 months? It was a little time he could afford to wait. I've waited 5 years for this, so it's not as bad as 2 months. I'll try to make myself stronger in these 2 months. And when I do, I'll pay incense at my mom and dad's graves, and they'll be more comforted in heaven. Xiao Fan muttered. A light rain fell at this time, and Xiao Fan hurriedly went under a tree to hide from the rain. But no cab came after waiting for a while. Looks like I'll have to hurry up and get my driver's license, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. His physique had improved. His mental strength had improved quite a bit. His reaction speed was good as well as his body control. And it should be quite easy to get a driver's license. Drop. A car stopped next to Xiao Fan and the window rolled down. It was Laya. Xiao Fan, get in the car. I'll give you a ride wherever you are. Ria smiled. Xiao Fan hurriedly pulled open the car door and got in. Laya, have you done your entry? Well, I started today and won't be officially working until tomorrow. So where are we going? For the record, I'm not giving you a ride just because you're handsome. I have a boyfriend. Xiao Fan smiled. On this face value temperament of you, Sister Laya, it's impossible to be single nowadays. Find a bigger mall nearby. I'll buy something. The original one the phone was purchased from wasn't very good and had to be replaced. Clothes and shoes and all that have to be arranged. Anyhow, he is also a person with millions of assets nowadays, so there is no need to pretend to be poor on purpose. Want some help with your counseling? Ria smiled. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. I can't wait. I'll treat you to dinner at night. Sister Leah. It didn't take long for Ria to pull up to a mall. Inside the fitting room, Xiao Fan changed into a piece of clothing with a pretty good grade in quality. Seeing Xiao Fan come out, Laya's eyes lit up. It's true that people depend on their clothes. You look a lot more handsome with this change. Ria praised. Xiao Fan said smilingly, it's Sister Laya, you have a good eye for picking out clothes. If you're here, I'll trouble you to pick out a few more sets for me. Ria nodded. She knew that Xiao Fan had recently been rewarded with $500,000. It's not a big problem to buy a couple of expensive outfits. An hour passed. Clothes, shoes are bought. Xiao Fan did not offer to send Laya a set of what? She has a boyfriend, this is not appropriate. Go, eat. I didn't dare to eat more at Elder Wei's at noon, and I'm starving, Laya said smilingly, although Wei Lao behaved in an easygoing manner. He had been in the top position for a long time, and in front of him Ria was still under a lot of pressure, but Xiao Fan did not have any pressure. Soon Xiao Fan and the others entered a restaurant. Isn't that Xiao Fan? The message in the posting also said he doesn't have a girlfriend. Scum. Song Jia was eating right inside the store. and she pulled out her cell phone and quickly snapped several pictures. The photo captured Sean clearly. Ria's angle is not right, she can only take a picture of the side face. She has a high face value and her side face is quite pretty. Young Vivian, you see the poor may not be any better. Xiaofan's family is obviously ordinary, yet he wears a few thousand sets of clothes to come out and cheat people. All men are actually philanderers. In that case, why not find a rich one, you say? Checking out and leaving. Song Jia sent Su Yue a photo and then crackled a bunch of words. Inside the house, Su Yue burned the dishes. She didn't know how to thank Xiaofan, so she thought of cooking a meal for Xiaofan, and she rushed to buy vegetables when she came out from the hospital, and now she got it almost done. Gotta call Senpai to come back for dinner, Su Yue murmured, and she blushed slightly. Although she was a pretty good cook, she had never had a boy eat her cooking. Picking up her cell phone, Su Yue first opened Weixin. Maybe there's a message from Xiaofan? The last few days she's been opening her Microsoft messages quite a bit more than usual. What the hell is Song Jia up to again? Su Yue saw that there were about 10 messages sent by Song Jia. Soon Su Yue saw the photo. Xiaofan was actually eating with a pretty girl. She could see that Xiaofan had also changed his clothes. It should be the girl who accompanied Xiaofan to buy it. At that moment, Su Yue's heart was a little blocked, and the ribs burning in the pot didn't even smell good anymore. Senpai and her. I wonder if they're together. The thought of fighting with the other party surged in Su Yue's mind, but soon she dispelled such thoughts. If Xiaofan was already with the other side, she intervened, that is not to become a third party? Song Jia, you're so boring. Su Yue sent a message to Song Jia, then directly pulled Song Jia black. When she lived inside the dormitory, her head was raised and she gave the other person some face. But now that Song Jia was talking about Xiaofan like this, she was too lazy to be polite. If senior already has a girlfriend, I'm afraid it's not right for me to live here. Sample out the braised pork ribs in the pot. Su Yue looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes but did not have much appetite. Do you have a girlfriend, senpai? After thinking for a long time, Su Yue went to Xiaofan with a micro message. Xiaofan was on his way back in a taxi when he saw the message sent by Su Yue. His heart raced. Although he doesn't want to fall in love nowadays, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a problem with Su Yue's face value. Su Yue is definitely the most beautiful girl he has ever seen. Don't get me wrong, senior. I just suddenly thought of this problem. If you have a girlfriend, it's really not good for me to rent in your place. I'll move right away. Soon Su Yue had another message over. Xiaofan bristled as Su Yue sent this message. It made his little heart go poof. No, you live in peace. By the way, I'll take that cell phone you bought. I'll transfer you how much? Xiaofan returned. Su Yue's eyes lit up. She believed Xiaofan when he said he didn't have a girlfriend. Do you think it's okay to pay 2 months rent for that cell phone? Xiaofan raised his eyebrows. That cell phone he had just looked at the mall and it was priced at over 5,000. Rent is 800 a month. Giving you 6 months credit. Chapter 21, Su Yue's culinary skills. Su Yue's heart rejoiced. She could still live here for half a year. Great. She really liked it here in Xiaofan. Thank you, senpai. Xiaofan didn't reply anymore as he closed his eyes and contemplated his next plan. The number one issue is still, of course, getting money. He asked Tang Zitian to order 10,000 Tang swords, totaling $35 million, with 14 million paid in advance, leaving 21 million short of the purchase price. On Yang Onrun's side, Xiaofan had ordered 30,000 sets of clothes and was still short of $3 million in payment. The total difference in payment for the goods amounted to $24 million. And that's not even counting the money that will have to be spent on things like food when the time comes. He only has 17 million or so on his card today. Not enough to pay for the goods. Of course, the next time he contacted Xiaohai was 10 days later. He had enough time to make money. And with $17 million in his card, there was enough in terms of principal. I don't know how long it will take to deliver the Tang dagger. And if it can be delivered in 10 days, it would be best to give it to Grandpa together. But the things aren't together. Xiaofan frowned darkly. It's a pain in the ass. 10,000 open Tang knives. This stuff can only be passed over on the Burmese side. But it's not easy to turn around 30,000 special operations training suits. The formalities are fine. It's mostly time. Yang Onrun they produce out at least need 8 or 9 days. The warehouse, if in the same city, they have time to send over. Sent to Burma completely too late. How about just ordering a batch in Maine? Such thoughts popped up in Xiaofan's mind. The manufacturing industry in Myanmar is far worse. And the price is definitely not that cheap. But with a little more money, it's feasible to order a batch of special operations training suits in Myanmar. It's just that if this one seeks Tang Zitian's help, Tang Zitian will be very surprised that there are plenty of such factories in China. So why should they be set over in Myanmar? After thinking about it, Xiaofan still dismissed this idea of his. Tang Zitian had been polite to him before, but he was definitely not a good match. If he let Tang Zitian get suspicious, he might send someone to investigate him or even follow him. Just have Grandpa reconnect every few days when the time comes. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. The first and second contact, only 3 days apart, indicating a short time between a little contact. Xiao Hai, there is not too big a problem. Big deal. Next time he does not want to benefit. Xiao Hai consumption will not be very big. Assuming the tangent knife can get it out in time, a trip to Burma will be necessary in 10 days. I'm going to have to practice controlling things one of these days. Thinking about things, the car Xiao Fan was sitting in unknowingly arrived near the house. Click. Arriving at the door of the house, Xiao Fan took out his key and opened the door. At once Xiao Fan smelled a fragrance. You're back, senpai. Suyue's nice voice rang out as she walked out from within her room. She was wearing a rather pretty set of clothes and a little bit of light makeup. Even though Xiao Fan had already seen her several times, she still had the feeling of being stunned today. I don't know how to thank you for making a meal, but you seem to have eaten it, Suyue said. Xiao Fan looked at the tabletop. There were a total of 4 dishes. 3 dishes and 1 soup. It all looks pretty good and smells good. A goddess schoolgirl like Suyue was surprisingly good at cooking. At this moment, to be honest, Xiao Fan was somewhat moved. He had been alone for a long time, and now that he was back there was a surprisingly good meal on the table, making him feel a little bit at home. Sister Su, whoever marries you in the future will enjoy a blessing. Up in the hall, down in the kitchen, Xiao Fan said smilingly. Suyue looked at Xiao Fan. Her eyes flickered a bit. Do you want to try the flavor, senior? If it's not to your taste, I'll adjust it next time. Xiao Fan picked up his chopsticks and caught a piece of braised pork ribs, and his eyes lit up. Suyue's cooking was much better than his own. He basically settled for the school cafeteria. Very good. Su schoolmate, you're a great cook. Professional chef level now. Xiao Fan tried the remaining 3 dishes again and praised. He really wasn't blowing it out of proportion. Suyue was really quite good at cooking. It's good that you like it, senpai. Xiao Fan touched his stomach. It's a pity that I ate more tonight, indeed I can't eat anymore. You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat. Leave half of it for me to eat tomorrow. You don't have to make a special effort to thank me again when you get there. By the way, what's the situation at the hospital? Suyue went to the kitchen and gave herself half a bowl of rice. Yaya lives inside the intensive care ward. The dean's grandmother went back. I go to see Yaya every day. Xiao Fan nodded. Senior, if I live here for half a year, sooner or later people will find out. Will it affect you? Xiao Fan said. I'll collect some things to live in the dormitory. If others find out, you can just say that you rented my house, and it's normal for me to rent it out to make money. Ha? Suyue stared blankly at Xiao Fan. She had thought that Xiao Fan would be staying here next as well. I used to live in the dorms a lot. I had all my bunks in the dorms, and the 3 roommates in my dorm were pretty nice, so living in the dorms was pretty good. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Although it was quite cool to live with the goddess schoolgirl, Xiao Fan knew that he was not really suitable for a relationship nowadays, much less one like Suyue. Senior, actually it's fine if you live over here too, Suyue weakly said. Xiao Fan looked at Suyue. He was even more hesitant and knew that Suyue most likely had a favorable impression of him, perhaps from the time he saved Suyue. She had some good feelings about herself. Staying in the dorms is better. It's cool to play games with the 3 of them animals. Take your time eating. I'm going to go play a few games first. Xiao Fan entered his master bedroom after saying that, and also unlocked the door. Suyue. She remembered that when she was eating in the cafeteria, many people sneaked a look at her, and she didn't realize that now that it was just the 2 of them, Xiao Fan was going to go to his room to play a game, and refused to live with her. Could it be that because of his parents' accident, the senior has some mental problems? Suyue's little brain had some more weird ideas popping up inside. Inside the room, Xiao Fan controlled to make a needle float in front of him. Forward, back up. Under the control of Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts, this one needle trembled and flew. Xiao Fan had just started his object control training and was still not very familiar with it. Half an hour had passed and Xiao Fan could already control this needle to move freely within 2 meters. Go! Xiao Fan looked at a book 2 meters away. The embroidery needle instantly accelerated, its speed being accelerated to around 50 meters per second as it left the 2-meter range, the thick book being pierced in nearly a centimeter deep. Xiao Fan pulled out the needle and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. That's a pretty sizable attack already. At close range, if you shoot a person in the eye, the needle can go straight into the inside of the head. Just practicing for half an hour has this effect. If you practice more, the speed of the needle should double, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. 100 meters per second is close to the initial velocity of a crossbow, and the skull can be shot through. Xiao Fan tried to control 2 needles at the same time. The second needle moved, but the first one fell off. The difficulty of controlling 2 needles at the same time was not as simple as 1 plus 1. He needed more practice. Chapter 22, Grandsons. Grandpa is back. 2 hours passed. Under Xiao Fan's control, the 2 needles swam around him like 2 small fish. The pace isn't fast, but it's a big improvement. So tired. I'm afraid that the spiritual nimbus has already been consumed. Xiao Fan was ready to wash up and go to bed. Moving back to the dormitory tomorrow and playing games with Shinshan and the others in their free time is pretty cool. As for homework, Xiao Fan wasn't worried at all. He had finished studying on his own a long time ago for this semester, and with his enhanced mental strength, Xiao Fan found that his memory had increased quite a bit. Learning will definitely not be a problem. In the bathroom, Su You's ear was pressed against the door as she carefully listened to the movement outside. She had just gotten a little lost in her thoughts, and she had forgotten to get her clothes in the shower. The bath towel is a little short. It shouldn't come out. Su Yue murmured in her mind. 5 seconds was enough for her to get out of the bathroom and into the adjacent bedroom. Xiao Fan went into the bedroom and didn't come out for more than 2 hours. Trying to avoid making any noise, Su Yue carefully twisted the doorknob and opened it a crack. She looked carefully at the master bedroom. No movement. Phew. Su Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She rushed out of the bathroom. Ka-ching. Just then the door to the master bedroom suddenly opened. The 2 men looked at each other. Su Yue bath towel naturally wrapped the important parts, but the snow-white arms, delicate collarbones, and slender legs were quite exposed. Sorry. Xiao Fan hurriedly closed the door. Su Yue's face turned red as she entered her room as fast as she could. Then she wrapped her entire body inside the quilt. How come? Su Yue felt like she was going to die of shame. Senpai, I did forget my clothes. You wait before you go into the bathroom. Su Yue touched her cell phone and hurriedly went to Xiao Fan with 2 messages. She remembered that the clothes she had changed out of were still inside the bathroom. Good. Xiao Fan returned a message. He thought hard about whether he really wanted to move back to his dorm room. You may miss quite a bit of the scenery by doing so. Hurrying to get dressed, Su Yue quickly went to the bathroom and took away her clothes. Senpai is fine. Speaking outside the door, Su Yue entered her room with a red face. After taking a bath, Xiao Fan quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Fan woke up only after 8 o'clock the next day. With much consumption of spiritual thoughts, Xiao Fan slept deeply this time. Senpai, I'm going to the hospital. Here's your breakfast. On the dining table, Xiao Fan saw a note left by Su Yue. The handwriting is beautiful, as is the writing. Women affect how fast I can draw my sword. Go to. After having breakfast, Xiao Fan packed up a little bit of stuff to leave Nonly. If and Su Yue more cohabitation a few days, Xiao Fan estimates that he will not be able to leave. He has to do a lot of things, which have time to deal with all kinds of love rivals. It is quite good for a girl like Su Yue to become a girlfriend, but not now. Su Yue has feelings for him, and others can't dig away in a short time. If Su Yue had easily fallen for someone else, there would have been no pity. Grandsons, your grandfather is back. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, Xiao Fan shouted. What responded to Xiao Fan was Shinshan and the 3 of them giving their middle fingers neatly. You're still willing to come back. Sango, Senior, thought you were going to abandon us completely. Oldest 3, you're awesome. You even had a scandal with Su Yue a while ago. Shinshan and the others spoke up. Xiao Fan 4 people in their dormitory. The boss Kong Su, Shandong big man, tall 1 meter 9, claiming to be the descendants of Confucius. People are bold and generous. The second Yi Fei, looks ordinary, but there was a time when Xiao Fan was beaten. Kong Su out of the head or not dry each other. Yi Fei 1 person to beat down the other 6. Shen Chen, a second generation rich guy. A tease. Xiao Fan also knew by chance that Shen Chen's family assets were at least $1 billion. But this guy's behavior in school was completely different from the rest of the rich second generation. Xiao Fan had previously judged that Shinshan and the 3 of them being placed together might have been done by someone on purpose, and all 3 of them were not ordinary students. As for him, it's probably because of good grades to make up the numbers. The house is rented out and I'm living in a dorm for the rest of the year. Xiao Fan put his things down and said. Shinshan was surprised. He knew that rented in Xiao Fan there is likely to be Su Yue. Xiao Fan even did not live with the school flower cohabitation, but chose to sleep with them. In his place, living with the schoolgirl or cramming into a dormitory, he wouldn't hesitate to choose the former. It's not easy for Sango to earn some rent, Shinshan said in his heart. Have you guys noticed that Laosan has been out for a while looking a little more handsome? Could it be a trip to the Cosmopolitan? Yi Fei said with some doubt. He felt that Xiao Fan seemed to have changed quite a bit. The height seemed a little taller. The temperament was a little different, and the whole aura of the person was much stronger. Shinshan said quietly, maybe it's the taste of love. After not seeing us for so long, God knows if some of them have gone to pick up girls without our knowledge. Kong Su's eyes lit up. Old 3, could it be that you are really having an affair with Su Yue? If so, the three of us support you with 6 hands and 6 feet. Xiao Fan skimmed his mouth. Can't you see that I've changed my clothes? As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes. Before, I just wore ordinary clothes to hide my magnificent face. Cut. Another middle finger from all three in unison. Yi Fei was also too lazy to dwell on Xiao Fan's changes. The person was still the same person. Guys, I've made some money recently, so I'm looking for a place to rub it in for lunch today. Xiao Fan laughed. Kong Su waved his hand. Lao San, rubbing a meal is fine, but it's not your turn to treat. Last time Yi Fei invited. This time it's Lao Si's turn to treat. Xin Shen smiled and said, third brother, our own brother, you do not polite. The money you earned to stay to marry a daughter-in-law. I heard that now marry a daughter-in-law bride price can be quite a lot. Yi Fei nodded. Xiao Fan was moved in his heart. Since knowing the situation of his family, 4 people get together Kong Su, they will not let him spend money. Nearly 3 years down to freeload them quite a few times. It's a small matter who pays for the oldest's meals. Come on, let's play a game first. With you joining us, the 4 brothers will kill God. Kong Su said with glowing eyes. His body is as strong as a cow, but his fingers are not so flexible, and he is a bit of a dish in terms of games. Yi Fei's game is great, but with Kong Su dragging his feet, he can barely maintain it. They take off when Sean is on together. Come on, get cracking. Yi Fei and Xin Shen quickly sat down in front of the computer, and the highly configured computer booted up in less than 10 seconds. Alright, Xiao Fan sat down and his computer was quickly turned on. This computer is not at all his own to buy, but Kong Su bought, said to lend him to use. Actually, this loan has been 2 years. Yes, 5 in a row. Ha, this game still has to be joined by the oldest. After 5 games in a row, Kong Su and the others were full of smiles. Yesterday they were abused by bad luck. I'll go talk to my guide about canceling my vacation. You guys think of a place to eat? I've really made a lot of money lately. Treating you guys to a meal is a small price to pay. If you don't let me treat you no more, I won't be joining you. Xiao Fan got up and said. Half an hour passed and Xiao Fan appeared in front of a steamed vegetable restaurant. You guys need to stop saving my money so much. With my face, I still need a bride price? Xiao Fan approached Kong Su and they did not have a good mood. Xin Shen hemmed and hawed. Third brother, if you don't give the bride price, do you still want to receive it? Chapter 23, Another Trip to Ruwali. Xiao Fan glared at Xin Shen without a trace of anger. Does he, Master Xiao, need to eat soft rice? Boss, you guys are really saving me money. I'm not that poor. Really? Xiao Fan sat down and said. Kong Su waved his hand. We are 4 brothers get together. What to eat is not important. Let's hurry up and finish eating. Go back and you help Yi Fei this guy tutor. Otherwise he's afraid he'll have to fail a few classes this semester. Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei, who was bitter. He is a good hand at fighting, and a highly skilled player at games, but his academic performance is average, and he narrowly passes the test every year with Xiao Fan's help. Yi Fei gives off a different feeling than ordinary people. Inner strength could exist. He practiced inner strength? Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. His mental power was much stronger than an ordinary person's nowadays, and his senses were much stronger as well. According to Yi Fei, when he first took the exam to get in, he definitely didn't have a problem with his IQ, and it was possible that he spent the vast majority of his time practicing Kung Fu. Senior, please. Yi Fei raised his beer glass and said, You're welcome for the hammer. Xiao Fan clinked glasses with him and drank it all in one go. He helped Yi Fei. Tutoring is actually not difficult. The main thing is to delineate the key points. As a school bully, which places are the key points may be tested. Xiao Fan door clear. Sango, you didn't make any progress in following up with Su Senpai? Xin Shen squeezed his eyebrows, seeing Su Yue there in Xiao Fan's house. This Xin Shen did not say out. Kong Su they do not know. Holding it in his heart he is very difficult. Kong Su and the others stared at Xiao Fan with interest. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, My house she rented. I am now her landlord only. Other relations nothing. You do not blindly guess. Kong Su and Yi Fei glared at Xiao Fan. Su Yue actually rented Xiao Fan's house? She is famously cool. Yang Rong and their rich second generation who do not take care of. She rents Xiao Fan's house. To say that there is nothing in between they do not believe. How could Su Yue just rent a boy's house? Lao San, you know our policy. Go back and give a good account. Sun Tzu saw the rest of the people walking into the store and made a wink. This is not good to let the rest of the people know. After eating and checking out, the 4 of them spent a total of just over $100. Xiao Fan secretly shook his head. It wasn't that he was cheap and didn't want to spend money. Sun Tzu and the others wouldn't let him. It was always bad for him to show the balance of his bank card to Sun Tzu and the others. With a balance of over $17 million, it's a pain in the ass to explain. Returning to the dormitory, Xin Shan locked the door. Sun Tzu and Yi Fei pressed Xiao Fan to sit on the bed. Lao San, Hurry up and confess. What kind of relationship do you have with Su Yue? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes and said, what relationship can there be? It's just that I did her a relatively big favor and she bought a cell phone intending to thank me. Can I have one of her cell phones for nothing? Just simply rent the house to her for a while and come over and live with you guys for a bit. Shin Shen hemmed and hawed. Third brother. You came back yesterday. Where did you stay last night? Sun Tzu and the others looked at Xiao Fan intently. Xiao Fan confessed. Home I sleep in the master bedroom. Su Yue sleeps in the guest room. Grass. Shit. Sun Tzu and the others were jealous. All three of them are still single. With their conditions, if they want to find a girlfriend is naturally easy, but their vision is so high that ordinary girls do not even enter their eyes. I'm just a landlord. Xiao Fan called out. Shin Shen said quietly, there's a word for a golden house to hide a treasure. Third brother, you're not the same third brother you used to be. I regret that I should have gone to eat seafood just now. Exactly. Sun Tzu and Yi Fei nodded. Of course they just talk about it. In terms of Xiao Fan's family conditions, slaughtering Xiao Fan for a meal was something they couldn't bear to do. Ergo I'll give you a quick highlight of the recent past dash. Xiao Fan changed the topic and said, Sun Tzu and the others did not pursue too much. Playful as they are, they know the score. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and Xiao Fan went to and from class as normal as any other student, taking 2 or 3 hours out of his day to exercise his spiritual thoughts. He could already barely control 3 needles flying at the same time. If only 2 needles are controlled, they can fly at great speed within 2 meters. Controlling one alone, it can shoot out at a speed of 150 meters per second. This exceeds a crossbow. Xiao Fan, you're taking a vacation again? Xiao Fan's counselor, Feng Haichuan, said with some headache. Xiao Fan had taken a leave of absence for half a month only a few days ago. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded. Last night he received a message from Tang Zitian that the 10,000 Tang swords he had ordered were ready. He had to go to Ruweli and then travel to Burma with the people Tang Zitian had arranged. You must get straight A's at the end of the semester. Feng Haichuan still granted Xiao Fan a leave of absence. He's a bit strict when it comes to leaves of absence, but Xiao Fan gets a scholarship every semester. Old Vaughn. Thanks, haha. Taking the leave slip, Xiao Fan hurriedly buggered off. Xiao Fan arrived at Ruweli in the afternoon, but he didn't go to see Tang Zitian first. The balance on the card is only $17 million. The payments for the goods aren't even enough. He has to make a wave first. As his spiritual thoughts increased, Xiao Fan realized that his ability in the area of penetrating eyes had also grown, and now he had no problem using his penetrating eyes twice in an hour. It can be 4 times a day. Turns out it's very barely 3 times. Quite a boost. Finding a large raw stone dealer. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to see a few pieces of not so small raw stones, each selling for more than $10 million. There are a lot of people looking at such a raw stone, but no one may buy it even if it is left for half a year. The price is high and the risk is high. Even if you are worth over $100 million, you have to think twice about touching such a raw stone. I'll go. Utilizing his penetrating eye, Xiao Fan quickly looked at the 4 selected pieces of raw stone. Their performance was still very good, but surprisingly none of them went up. Emerald Poor has it all, but one of the best pieces of it is conservatively estimated to cost $5 million. Whoever buys these 4 raw stones will definitely lose money to their grandma's house. Xiao Fan, you're a poor bastard. What are you running here to see? Some familiar voice rang out. Xiao Fan raised his head and looked over. It was surprisingly Yang Rong. He was accompanied by an old man. From the way the old man was dressed, he should be a stone gambling expert. You can come, young Master Yang. But I can't? Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. He turned around and prepared to leave. Fighting with Yang Rong was simply unnecessary. Cut. It's fine for you to come. What are you looking at with a raw stone of this caliber? Even if you sold your house, you wouldn't be able to afford a tenth of one of these raw stones. Yang Rong said disdainfully. He was a bit haunted by the fact that he was scared away by Xiao Fan last time. You have more money, you buy. Xiao Fan looked at Yang Rong and said. He finished without bothering with Yang Rong checking out the rest of the raw stones. He was able to use his penetrating eye twice in an hour, but it had to be half an hour apart. Yang Rong, these pieces of raw stone are performing quite well. That's the price. It's a bit of a gamble. At Yang Rong's request, the old man beside him inspected the raw stones that Xiao Fan had seen. Yang Rong's eyes flashed with essence. I feel a bond with them. I have a strong intuition that they can make me a big profit today. That's them. On this trip to help his family procure raw stones, the amount of money Yang Rong could use was $50 million. The 4 stones Xiao Fan had looked at added up to a total price of more than $48 million. Yang Rong, would you like to see the others? The old man suggested cautiously. $50 million would have been much less risky if more had been bought. No need. Just them. Essence flickered in Yang Rong's eyes. He just wanted to let Xiao Fan know that what Xiao Fan couldn't afford but could only eyeball, he could take. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for a pillar of incense. The face he lost in front of Xiao Fan that day. He wanted to get it back. Chapter 24 10,000-fold increase. That's a buy? Pure and simple great injustice. When Xiao Fan saw Yang Rong finish paying, he was sad for Yang Rong's father. Let's just kill the son of a bitch. The emeralds inside those 4 pieces of raw stone can be solved and sold for $15 million at most. It's at least a $30 million loss. Young Ling spoke up a bit and he took it for $45 million. Xiao Fan. See? This is strength. With strength you take what you like. Without strength you get nothing. Yang Rong walked towards Xiao Fan complacently. He was interested in Su Yue. Su Yue first rumored with Xiao Fan, and then later suspected to have dinner with Xiao Fan. He was not happy in his heart. There's something in young Master Yang's words, Xiao Fan lazily said. Yang Rong sneered. This young man is trying to let you know. Don't Toad want to eat swan meat? Su Yue, you don't even want to think about it. Xiao Fan said smilingly. Thank you for looking up to Mr. Yang. Su Yue has so many suitors. You actually set your sights on me. Yang Rong choked. How did Xiao Fan's words feel like he was scolding him for being a fool? Don't get in your face. You are not yet worthy of this young man's attention. Yang Rong said in a cold voice. Xiao Fan waved his hand like he was chasing away flies. He didn't bother to take care of Yang Rong much. He definitely belonged to the category of strawman within the rich second generation. You'll know later. What this young man earned today you'll never earn back in your lifetime. Yang Rong proudly said. When you go over here you buy the raw stones and go back. It's not fun. He planned to make a profit first by unraveling the stones, and then buy more raw stones to go back. TSK, actually deciphering the stone directly. Sinful son. Sinful son. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. The raw stones are brought back, and if you sell them you might even make some money. Straight up on site unrocking and losing your panties. Even if Yang Rong's family was very rich, losing $30 million at once would be hard. This store is a little far away. Although there are a few other pieces I've been looking at. Xiao Fan decisively changed stores. Half an hour passed and Xiao Fan reselected a few pieces of raw stones. Perspective. No one was paying attention to him, and Xiao Fan concentrated on casting his penetrating eye. The first raw stone was quickly seen through by Xiao Fan. Loss. The second block and third block are likewise losses. The fourth block remains the same. I'll go. Xiao Fan was helpless in his heart. His eyes are very astringent, is unlikely to look at the big raw stone again. Is it Erna lonely? What's a rock on the ground for? Xiao Fan looked at the ground. He had long seen a rock on the ground. The stone is small and the skin shows extremely poorly. Hiss. Surprisingly, most of the stone shell is emerald underneath, and the quality was extremely high. Xiao Fan judged that it was likely to be a glass seed. Such a large glass seed emerald. The price won't be less than $50 million. Xiao Fan's heartbeat accelerated. He has perspective eyes. Making money is not difficult for him, but making tens of millions of dollars also requires luck. After looking at 8 picks of raw stones in the front, only 2 made a small profit. The rest were losses. Boss, how much for this? Xiao Fan rubbed his eyes and raised his voice. Seeing Xiao Fan standing next to the high-priced raw stone, the boss hurriedly rushed over in a hurry. Which piece? Xiao Fan pointed at the raw stone on the ground. The owner's face darkened at once, and he thought a big deal had come in. The rock was on the floor because the floor had been knocked over and a hole hadn't been repaired yet. He found a rock to cover himself with first. This piece? 100,000. The owner said with a twinkle in his eye. Xiao Fan said without any good humor. Putting iron for sale next to gold. Iron can also be sold as gold? The owner smiled shannily. He held out a hand. 500? Deal. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The boss's eyes glared. Who said 500? 50,000. $3,000. I'll cut it for a little fun. Keep the extra for yourself. This, the owner pondered. Xiao Fan didn't look like a connoisseur, and the likelihood of the stone being good was extremely low. Okay, sold to you, little brother. Seeing Xiao Fan turn around and prepare to leave, the boss hurriedly opened his mouth. $3,000 is money. Sweeping the code to transfer 3,000. Xiao Fan picked up this piece of stone and left. Cutting stones in this store? Just kidding. Later cut out tens of millions of dollars worth of emerald. The boss knifed his heart. Yo, Xiao Fan, you bought the raw stone too. You spent a couple hundred on this raw stone? Yang Rong's raw stone hadn't been cut out yet, and he sneered when he saw Xiao Fan approaching. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Yang Rong repeatedly provoked, and the honest man had 3 points of fire. Hello Xiao Xiao. Just then someone saw Xiao Fan even approaching with quick steps. Manager Miao. Xiao Fan nodded when he saw the visitor. He recognized the other party, who was one of Tang Zitian's men. Manager Miao was called Miao Xiaoyan, 30 or 40 years old. She smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, how come you didn't give a message in advance, so we can go and pick you up? The boss is waiting for you. Xiao Fan nodded. Then you can take me to see Boss Tang. Yang Rong wanted to have a seizure and pretend he didn't exist? The old man next to Yang Rong hurriedly pulled him aside. What are you doing, Elder Zhao? Yang Rong said with some dissatisfaction. Only when Xiao Fan and the others left did Zhao Lao say, Young Yang, do you know who that one woman is? Yang Rong frowned. How could I know? He's coming over for the first time. Zhao Lao said in a deep voice. She's Boss Tang Zitian Tang's person. Boss Tang is one of the biggest names over here. We can't offend. In terms of assets, the Yang family did not lose out to Tang Zitian, but Tang Zitian is a snake on this side, and the Yang family definitely can't fight Tang Zitian on this side. Elder Zhao, are you mistaken? Yang Rong couldn't believe it. How could Xiao Fan, a poor student, know a big shot like that? Zhao Lao shook his head. I've been over here 80 times without coming 100 times. How can I be wrong? That one classmate of yours isn't that simple. Yang Rong's brows were furrowed. He still didn't quite believe it. All of Xiao Fan's information has been exposed online. Orphaned. Both parents dead. The family is just a house of 70 or 80 square feet. Ordinary as can be. Xiao. Long time no see. Tang Zitian got the news and arrived at the front of the store to greet Xiao Fan. Some people who knew Tang Zitian were secretly staggered. Xiao Fan looked ordinary, and Tang Zitian actually greeted him personally and addressed Xiao. Boss Tang. Let's talk inside. Xiao Fan smiled and soon he and Tang Zitian arrived inside the room. Xiao. This is. Tang Zitian pointed at the raw stone in Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Boss Tang. Thanks for your help. This $50 million is sold to you. Want it or not? While he can make money quickly, he lacks connections. Tang Zitian's connections were good. Especially his connections over in Myanmar, which Xiao Fan was useful. Sell it to me for $50 million? Tang Zitian said in surprise. Xiao Fan nodded. Tang Zitian's eyes stared. $50 million wasn't a small amount of money for him either. Then I'll take advantage of this one of you. Xiao. After a slight consideration, Tang Zitian said with a smile. Even if this $50 million was spent in vain, as long as Xiao Fan was a member of a martial arts family and he could draw a relationship with Xiao Fan, it would be completely worth it in Tang Zitian's opinion. Besides, he felt that the odds were that Xiao Fan wasn't trying to cheat him out of the $50 million. This way smaller raw stones can be cut quickly. Boss Tang, then you can arrange for someone to decipher the stone. Be careful. Xiao Fan put down the original stone. Tang Zitian painfully transferred $29 million to Xiao Fan, and $21 million was the payment for Tang Dagger's goods. Xiao Fan's heart was soothed as its deposit directly soared to $46 million. Xiao, you don't have a high price to buy this piece of raw stone, do you? Tang Zitian asked with a smile while pouring tea for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded. 3,000 bought it. Tang Zitian's hands shook. Good guy. 3,000 bought changed hands for 50 million. More than 10,000 times. Chapter 25, Tang Zitian's shock. Boss Tang, this stone you arrange for someone to cut it. Don't cut it in public. Xiao Fan smiled. Tang Zitian nodded as he signaled the people next to him to bring the stone down. That batch of Tang swords sent a sample over. Do you want to take a look at it, young Xiao? Tang Zitian Dao. 10,000 Tang knives are a pain in the ass to bring over. One is a breeze to bring over. Sure. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he said. As a man, he was quite fond of swords, of things like firearms. Go fetch it. Tang Zitian commanded. One of the two bodyguards beside him nodded. The knife was quickly fetched. Tang Zitian took the knife. He coughed lightly and said, Xiao, this knife's price of 3,005 is basically on the knife. The sheath is rather simple. Xiao Fan nodded. The knife sheath he didn't care about. Even if they didn't have a sheath, Xiao Hai and the others could just get a simple sheath. Swish! Tang Zitian pulled his sword out from inside its sheath, and a cold light was suddenly visible. Although this knife is machine forged, but the material used is real. Hardness, sharpness are no problem. Cutting iron like mud can't be talked about. Cutting iron wire is easy. Tang Zitian said with a smile as he brushed his fingers over the blade. Xiao Fan reached out, and Tang Zitian handed the knife over to Xiao Fan. The blade is 75 centimeters long. The handle is 28 centimeters long. 3, 2 wide and 0, 7 thick. Pretty good size. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Tang Zitian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Xiao Fan had directly reported the precise data of this knife. How deep was this understanding of the weapon? How could he know that Xiao Fan was a spiritual thought measuring? Not to mention accurate to the millimeter, even to the micron. Xiao is awesome. Tang Zitian marveled. Xiao Fan said, there's no difference in the quality of the rest, right? Tang Zitian assured. You can rest assured on this point. Xiao. The quality definitely won't be much different when forged by the same machine. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, please arrange for someone to send me over to receive the goods. If there is no problem with using them, they may be needed in the follow-up. Tang Zitian secretly smacked his lips. 10,000 handles is not enough to hokey pokey? Well, just then, Tang Zitian's more powerful bodyguard let out a muffled grunt. A pained look appeared on his face as beads of sweat broke out. Xiao Fan looked at the other party. Tang Zitian hurriedly said, Yang Jun, you sit down. Sit down and get comfortable. Yang Jun didn't sit down. He stood with strong pain. Boss Tang, what's going on here? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Tang Zitian sighed softly. Yang Jun has participated in battles before. A shrapnel stuck in the body surgery cannot be removed. Every month have to hurt so many times. Boss, I'm fine. Yang Jun said stiffly as he clenched his teeth. Sweat pouring out. Where is the shrapnel stuck? Xiao Fan inquired. Tang Zitian said, the middle of the heart and the spine. This location is very troublesome to operate on. A carelessness could cause damage to the heart or spine. A strand of Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts instantly entered Yang Jun's body. Perspective can't be used for the time being, but spiritual thoughts can. When he had just gotten the mental thoughts, Xiao Fan did not know how to use them, and it was a bit difficult for the mental thoughts to penetrate the headboard, but now it was naturally much easier. Soon Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts discovered the shrapnel in Yang Jun's body. The shrapnel is not as big as a fingernail, and it is quite close to the heart, blood vessels, and spine, so if he operates to remove the shrapnel, Yang Jun will probably not be able to get off the operating table. Yang Jun, if you believe me, I'll take it out for you? Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Tang Wanjun looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Yang Jun had saved his life, and he had a high regard for Yang Jun as a bodyguard. Xiao, I trust you. Yang Jun gritted his teeth. He was a soldier king level character with strong intuition, and his intuition told him that Xiao Fan was not simple. Tang Zitian hurriedly said, Young Xiao, just say what kind of things you need. Xiao Fan waved his hand. He got up and pressed his hand onto Yang Jun's back. More spiritual thoughts entered Yang Jun's body, and soon Xiao Fan searched for a safe path. Come out. Xiao Fan gulped lightly, and the shrapnel was instantly ripped out. Xiao Fan's spiritual nimbus could accelerate the steel needle to 100 or so meters per second, and could pierce through a person's skull, so it wasn't difficult to remove one of the shrapnel from his body. Just a little something. Xiao Fan reached out and laughed as the bloodstained shrapnel hovered in his palm. No major blood vessels or nerves were injured. A few days' rest should be enough to recover. Tang Zitian and the others looked at the small shrapnel in Xiao Fan's palm in shock. Newton's coffin board is going to be pressed. Ding! Shrapnel landed on the tabletop. Many thanks to Xiao. Yang Jun said with immense gratitude. The moment he removed the shrapnel he ached for a moment, but soon he felt much more relaxed. Xiao, thank you very much. Tang Zitian also said. Yang Jun went to more than 10 big hospitals to see. There is no way. I did not expect that in Xiao you hear easily solved. Xiao Fan smiled and said, my tactics are a bit different from the hospitals. Boss Tang, you guys have to keep it a secret, otherwise we'll all be in some trouble. Tang Zitian and the others nodded their heads in a hurry. Originally, Tang Zitian was still more or less skeptical about Xiao Fan's identity, but now that the skepticism was all gone, he felt that Xiao Fan was definitely from a martial arts family. At such a young age, it's likely still a core member. Yang Jun, you go and treat the wound. Get some rest. Tomorrow, if your health permits, you will accompany Xiao to Maine. Tang Zitian commanded. Tomorrow? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Tang Zitian said smilingly, it's this time of the day. Xiao, you'll rest over here for the night today. Let's have a few drinks in the evening. The time was actually still only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, which was fairly early, but when Tang Zitian said so, Xiao Fan had no problem with it. Anyway, Xiao Hai had previously said that he would contact in 10 days. Counting the time today was still only the 7th day. All right. Xiao Fan nodded. The two men sipped their tea as half an hour faded by. Miao Xiaoyan came over, carefully holding a wooden box. Boss, the original stone has been solved. Miao Xiaoyan said respectfully. Tang Zitian opened the wooden box, and instantly his eyes showed surprise. This, Xiao, I've taken a big advantage of this. No, how can I take such a big advantage of you? Tang Zitian shook his head back and forth. This piece of jadeite has reached the glass variety, and the preliminary estimation of its value shouldn't be less than $68 million. Miao Xiaoyan nodded. She's good at this too, and Don's valuation in the sky is accurate. Xiao Fan smiled and said, you can spend $50 million to buy it. It's only right that you have the vigor to make money. Tang Zitian said, I do believe in you. Xiao, if someone else came over with a stone like that and offered $50 million, I would definitely have someone beat him out with a stick. Xiao, I really can't take advantage of you on this. He was still thinking about climbing Xiao Fan's relationship. God knows if Xiao Fan would have a bad impression of him after taking a big advantage of him. said Tang Zitian as he picked up his cell phone and prepared to transfer money. Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "That money will stay with you for now. I should still order the Tang blade when the time comes." "That's fine." Tang Zitian smiled and nodded. Chapter 26. Yang Rong was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Up, up, up. Yang Rong roared with crimson eyes, and many people watching the event gathered around him. Xiao Fan also slipped over to this side. After drinking tea with Tang Zitian for half an hour, he came out to wander around by himself. If he saw a favorable raw stone, he might be able to earn some. It's not easy for him as the Minister of Logistics. Not a single small target in Cali. More than 100,000 generals under Xiao Hai. "Dude, what's going on?" Xiao Fan inquired. He was on the periphery and couldn't even see Yang Rong inside. He. A big injustice seed. Tens of millions of dollars for 4 high-priced raw stones. The first 3 together opened less than $10 million of emerald. This piece is probably going to be diarrhea as well. The youth Xiao Fan inquired about cheerfully said. It dawned on Xiao Fan that it was Yang Rong, who actually hadn't left at this time. It's been almost 3 hours. After leaving Tang Zitian's place, he went around for more than 2 hours. Collapse. The third cut is still like that. There's no hope for this piece. 3 slashes in a row all collapsed. Scattered. The machine stops. Many people talk, and a number of people walk to other places. Xiao Fan's heart moved. The first 3 pieces out of the jade less than 10 million. Then this last piece should be the highest value of the piece. It has $6 or $7 million worth of emeralds in it. This is the piece. Getting a little closer, Xiao Fan saw the raw stone on the stone cutting machine. What had been a large chunk of raw stone became 4. Xiao Fan looked at the smallest of the pieces. He remembered that the emerald was in this piece, and it was so close to being cut out. How come? Yang Rong couldn't believe it. He begged his father for a long time before his father agreed to let him be the master to come over to buy the original stone. Actually, this result, $45 million for the raw stone, and only $8 or $9 million for the emerald that came out. This is already a loss of panties. Young, make a few more cuts. There might still be hope. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. At least is the same school classmates. Grievances should be resolved, should not be knotted. He and Yang Rong also has no great hatred. If you can reconcile is not bad. Cut your mom. I'll sell it to you for $10,000 apiece. Will you cut it? Yang Rong said in a fiery voice. Xiao Fan was kindly reminding him. But in Yang Rong's eyes this was mocking him. A dog can't know what's good for him. Xiao Fan said with a cold face. I shucks. You have good intentions? If you have good intentions you buy them. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll take it. 4 pieces totaling $40,000, right? That's money I can still afford. Don't you regret it? Xiao Fan sneered. Zhao Lao next to Yang Rong quickly said. Young, even if these pieces of raw stone are cut down, they will have no problem selling for $50,000 apiece. Xiao Fan turned around and made a move to leave. Don't you go. I said I would sell it to you for $10,000 apiece. Will this young man still go back on his word? But this young man has one condition. You must cut the stone. Cut up you can resell. Not cut up you have to cut to the end. Yang Rong sneered. He would rather lose some money himself than have Xiao Fan lose $40,000. Losing an extra 100,000 or so was nothing to him. But losing 40,000, he believed that Xiao Fan would feel a pain in the flesh. Xiao Fan's origin was not simple, which he did not believe at all. Just in the process of solving the stone, he went to the internet to check the information of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's various information posting bar inside the exposure. Except for better grades, everything else seemed extremely ordinary to Yang Rong. Even if he knew Tang Zitian, how deep could the relationship be? Sweep, Xiao Fan said in a cold voice. Soon he transferred $40,000 to Yang Rong. Please cut this smaller piece first. Just a slice straight down the center. Xiao Fan pointed to the piece of raw stone that had emerald and said, a cut in the middle would reduce the value a bit, but it would only be $100,000 or $80,000 less. Z, a piercing sound rang out. Some more people watching gathered, but nowhere near as many as just now. 10 minutes passed and the machine stopped. Hiss, out of the green. Ice kind of yang green. The size is not small. Big rise. One sweet out. The crowd around us is excited. Grass. Yang Rong looked at the cut raw stone and wanted to die. I wanted to let Xiao Fan blood loss, but I did not expect that Xiao Fan was going to make a big profit of several million. If it wasn't for the many people around him watching, Yang Rong would have backtracked and grabbed it. Young Yang looks like I have better luck than you, Xiao Fan said smilingly. Yang Rong gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to buy back the 3 raw stones that haven't been cut yet. Name your price. $100,000 apiece, I'm all in. I'll take it for $400,000. $500,000. Before Xiao Fan could speak, several people around him made bids. Just 3 knife cut down. $50,000 a piece they may not buy. Now it is different. Xiao Fan cut the smallest piece actually cut up. The other 3 pieces are much bigger. As long as one of the pieces goes up big it's blood money. 1 million. Give it to me. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. If we let the rest of the people go on bidding like this, we might not be able to get $1 million. Okay. Young Yang is painfully fast. Manager Miao borrowed your account number. Xiao Fan looked at the approaching Miao Xiaoyan and said. He didn't want Yang Rong to know his bank card account number. Okay Xiao. Miao Xiaoyan quickly provided her bank card account number, and Yang Rong transferred the money to her. Manager Miao, take this piece of raw stone back and deal with it. Xiao Fan smiled and said. It takes time to fully unravel, and Dawn waits for him to join him for dinner. Okay Xiao. Miao Xiaoyan nodded. With her energy on this side of the world this is small potatoes. Good luck, young Master Yang. Xiao Fan waved his hand and left. He had already seen Tang Zitian's car. Yang Rong was a bit flustered in his heart. The $1 million just offered. It's not going to go down the drain, is it? Elder Zhao looked into the distance as he saw Xiao Fan getting into Tang Zitian's car. Should be going to dinner at this hour. Boss Tang personally invited Xiao Fan to dinner. This classmate of Yang Xiao is by no means simple. Zhao Lao was a bit flustered in his heart. He knew that Tang Zitian couldn't be messed with. Young Xiao, it looks like another great harvest. The car started and Tang Zitian said with a smile. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. A small profit of a few million is just a few million. Not as valuable as this car of yours. Boss Tang, do you like cars, young Xiao? There are quite a few good cars in that garage of mine. You can pick one at random, and I, an old man, will just go through the collection. Xiao Fan said helplessly. No driver's license. Getting a driver's license this is easy. Tang Zitian laughed. In his heart, he said that martial arts families were really strict in their control. Kids from ordinary families, many of whom had driver's licenses after high school. Thanks then. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. It's just a car. There's no point in pushing back and forth. Tang Zitian smiled and said. Tonight Xiao you will sleep at my place. I have quite a few guest rooms there. And the car in the garage you can see which one you like. 2 hours passed Xiao Fan and they returned to Tang Zitian's mansion after eating. Inside the large garage, there were 1 or 2 dozen various sports cars parked. Chapter 27, Xiao Hai attacks Silver Moon City. Inside the wide and tidy garage, a dozen sports cars are lined up in 2 rows. Even without a driver's license Xiao Fan looked at them with glowing eyes. Fragrant cars and beautiful people. Men are afraid that there are not many who do not like. Boss Tang, how long do you have to suffer if I pick one off? Xiao Fan joked. Tang Zitian said smilingly. Xiao is joking. Which one do you like to pick which one? Don't be polite. Xiao Fan swept his gaze across his heart with emotion. The most expensive of these cars is afraid to be tens of millions of dollars. And the ordinary ones are also a few $1,000,000. And ordinary people can't afford to buy any of them even if they struggle for their whole life. He used to be the same. Now he's here but he can just pick and choose. But if he really picked the most expensive one away, Tang Zitian might feel a little uncomfortable in his heart even if he didn't say anything on his lips. Too much greed for anyone's liking. Boss Tang, you introduce it? I don't know much about these. Xiao Fan smiled. Tang Zitian smilingly introduced Xiao Fan. The most expensive of these cars is a Koenigsegg. 40 to 50 million. The Porsche 918 is just medium in this. The Lamborghini Big Bull is pathetically at the bottom of the list. Xiao Fan calculated that the dozen or so cars added up to be worth 2 or 3 small goals, and he deposited 1 small goal yet. I'm so poor. Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. He has $46 million on his card today, which is a bit of money, but it's nothing compared to a tycoon like Tang Zitian. Which one does Mr. Xiao have his eye on? I'll arrange to have the car delivered to you when your license is almost ready. Tang Zitian smiled. Xiao Fan pointed at the one Lamborghini Big Bull. It's it. I prefer Lamborghini cars. I used to have one. The exterior pulls and runs fast. It's just a bit of a battery hog. Tang Zitian was dumbfounded. Are you sure, Mr. Xiao? You can pick any of these cars you want. This Dinyo is honestly a bit unworthy of young Zhao's status. Tang Zitian Dao. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, I don't have any status. Just an ordinary student. This car has actually been too flashy. That's fine. Xiao give me a message when your license arrives. Tang Zitian laughed. For Xiao Fan's statement that he was just an ordinary student, he directly ignored it. Could an ordinary student have that kind of means? The scene where the shrapnel was suspended in Xiao Fan's hand, Tang Zitian was shocked even thinking about it now. Otherworldly. Silver Moon City. Rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky and a storm was coming. There were lights on the walls of Silver Moon City, but in this dark night, the lights on the walls couldn't illuminate much distance. It was quiet outside the city, and the soldiers on patrol were a bit slack. They are not very motivated. The The emperor was dim and brutal, killing innocents indiscriminately, and the leader of the insurgent army that surrounded Silver Moon City was Xiao Hai, who was a famous general. In recent decades, pirates often plunder the coast. Xiao Hai led the army to fight against the pirates. A bloody battle killed the pirates scared. Pirates have been almost extinct for the last 2 years. After leveling the pirates, Xiao Hai was transferred to the northern border. The northern barbarians invaded. Xiao Hai won 7 battles, and his reputation spread far and wide. Why do you think General Xiao rebelled? With his high achievements and his rapid cultivation advancement, His Majesty is jealous, right? General Xiao is a good man, but I didn't realize that now he is our enemy. Alas! In the corner of the citadel, some soldiers whispered. Xiao Hai now heavily surrounded Silver Moon City, but many of the common people and soldiers did not hate Xiao Hai, but instead respected him. Pirates rampage. Barbarians often violate the border. Countless people have long hated Itchy Teeth. Is Xiao Hai belt gave them hope. The hour is almost up. Xiao Hai looked in the direction of Silver Moon City from afar. Within Silver Moon City he had long ago arranged for an inside man, who would rise up inside the city, and with a bit of luck might be able to open the city gates directly. His people will attack from the outside. Beat the drum. Xiao Hai drank, his voice traveling far and wide. Dang, dang, knock. The earth-shaking drums sounded, and the drums resounded throughout Silver Moon City. Countless torches were lit, dense and countless. In the east city of Silver Moon City, the soldiers on the city walls immediately spread the news in panic. A forced attack on the east side? Quickly mobilize troops to support the east city. Silver Moon City Lord Huang Heian got the news and snapped. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. He wouldn't dare to have any contempt for Xiao Hai, as long as Xiao Hai was determined to attack strongly. The slightest slackness on their side could result in a loss of defense. Stop! Xiao Hai bellowed. The drum stopped and Xiao Hai rode forward on a 4 or 5 meter long lion and tiger beast. Soldiers of Silver Moon City, listen. Old me is Xiao Hai. Tonight, I will definitely take Silver Moon City, and I will definitely be able to take Silver Moon City. Will you die miserably tonight, or will you follow me to break into a future? Think it over now. Xiao Hai's domineering voice traveled to Silver Moon City. Many soldiers on top of the city walls had strange eyes. They were quite impressed with Xiao Hai. And could Silver Moon City really withstand Xiao Hai? There were 50,000 defenders in Silver Moon City instead, but quite a few of them had come from the rest of the world before Xiao Hai came over. The heart of the army is not to be used, and the heart of the people is not to be used. Even with a fortified city like Silver Moon City, it was hard to resist a fierce general like Xiao Hai. Time passed by, and quite a few defenders from the rest of Silver Moon City mobilized. Anyone who tries to commit treason will be executed. Silver Moon City Lord Huang Heian also rushed over as he said with an icy expression. Wow! The supervisors brought by Huang Heian went up to the city wall, and they drew their swords in their hands. City Lord, Xiao Hai should have mobilized all the troops over here. There are tens of thousands of torches. There are about 10 soldiers around each torch. Someone arrived at Huang Heian's side and reported. Aha! Huang Heian nodded. He reached the wall and looked out. The distance was a bit far, and he could only vaguely make out an overview. Huang Heian's cultivation is actually not low, but a city like Silver Moon City suppresses strength, so it's useless for him to be stronger. That being said, if he didn't suppress his strength, Huang Heian knew that he wasn't a match for Xiao Hai, and Silver Moon City would have long been captured by Xiao Hai and the others. Beat the drum. Xiao Hai drank. Knock, knock, knock. The drums sounded once more, and this time with more urgency. Kill. Hearing the drums on this side, 100,000 soldiers and horses near the west gate of Silver Moon City charged at breakneck speed. Kill. Inside the west gate of Silver Moon City, many people were also frantically killing the gate. Not good. Huang Heian's face changed drastically. He knew that he had fallen for Xiao Hai's plan, and he had mobilized many of his soldiers, but it turned out that the direction of Xiao Hai's main attack was not the east city at all. Ha! A smile appeared on Xiao Hai's face. He looked to the rear, where there were several scarecrows around each soldier holding a torch. They could not see Huang Heian on such a night, and under great pressure Huang Heian was bound to mobilize many of his defenders, losing the hearts of the people and the heart of the army. If I can't take this Silver Moon City, I won't have the face to contact my good grandson, Xiao Hai muttered in his heart. Chapter 28, Foods That Grow Talent. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan followed Yang Jun and set off. The wound left by yesterday's shrapnel removal was very small, and Yang Jun didn't care about that little injury. How are we going to get there, Yang? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun laughed. Xiao, do you think we are smuggling over? That's against the law. We have a license. We can directly clear customs with it. The boss is ready for you. Saying that, Yang Jun took out 2 documents from inside the armrest box. and he handed one to Xiao Fan. Inside was a picture of him. That easy? Xiao Fan said in surprise. Yang Jun laughed lightly. The boss has connections both over here and over in Burma. Don't worry, Xiao. This is absolutely formal. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded. Showing their documents, it was really easy for Xiao Fan and their car to enter the territory of Myanmar. How's the security over here? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun smiled and said, we don't need to enter a remote place. It's definitely safe. It's just that it takes 4 or 5 hours to drive there, so you'll have to suffer a bit. Young Xiao Fan shook his head. It's fine. It's not like I'm a pampered young master. The car kept moving forward, and Xiao Fan looked out the window with interest. That being said, this was his first time out of the country. Before I knew it, 4.5 hours had passed and the car drove safely in front of a warehouse. The owner had the warehouse rented. Everything has been sent inside the warehouse. You can inspect the goods later. Yang Jun jumped out of the car and said. The warehouse wasn't very big, and Yang Jun quickly opened it, closed the door of the warehouse. Yang Jun turned on the light, and the whole warehouse was illuminated. There are hundreds of wooden crates inside the warehouse. Inside each case are 100 tang knives and a few special sharpening stones. Tang knives made of special steel are not well sharpened by normal sharpening stones. Yang Jun said and opened one of the boxes. He casually picked up a tang sword and drew it out. Its cold light flashing, the same as the sample Tang Zitian had received. Xiao Fan opened 10 or so boxes one after another and checked them properly. These things were to be given to Xiao Hai for use in the battlefield. The quality could not be wrong. Nice stuff. Xiao Fan laughed. These knives were much better than the crafts sold by those anchors. Xiao, let's move these boxes. The owner said you wanted to play with the guns. And the stuff was delivered. Back here. Yang Jun greeted. Xiao Fan approached. He said, Brother Yang, don't make a move. If you exert yourself, the wound on your back will definitely collapse. Speaking of which, Xiao Fan directly picked up a box with both hands and moved it to the side. Yang Jun stared at Xiao Fan in a daze. The box plus the hundreds of tang knives inside had 400 to 500 pounds. 2 ordinary adult men struggled to lift it up, but Xiao Fan even moved it by himself. It seems to be pretty easy. Young Xiao really does have deep inner strength. Yang Jun secretly said in his heart. How could he know that Xiao Fan didn't have any internal strength in his hair? He's physical if he can move. Soon Xiao Fan moved a few several 100-pound boxes aside without blushing. A flattened bit of metal box lay on the ground. Xiao Fan opened it, and inside was a dozen or so types of firearms. Pistols, microcharges, shotguns, and rifles were all there. And there was even a light machine gun inside. Sniper rifles and heavy machine guns are not. In addition to the firearms is an assortment of many bullets, hundreds of rounds of each. Xiao. The boss said there's nothing wrong with having fun over here. Just don't bring it back. Yang Jun laughed. He said and pulled out an ID from the bottom of the box and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took a look at it, and it was clearly a license to carry a gun. Guns were banned in Burma, but with Tang Zitian's energy over here, getting a gun license wasn't much of a problem. Boss Tang is well thought out. Xiao Fan smiled and said, let's find a place to try the gun. Yes. Yang Jun nodded. Before he left, Tang Zitian had told him that this time around, as long as Xiao Fan's requests were not particularly excessive, he would fulfill them as much as possible. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan and the others to arrive at a shooting range with their firearms. Bang! 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 Xiao Fan played with the gun. Yang Jun was shocked as he guided from the side. From the posture of Xiao Fan touching the gun, he knew that Xiao Fan must not have touched it, but with 10 rounds of each kind of gun, Xiao Fan's accuracy was very good. After 100 rounds of bullets were fired, Xiao Fan had clearly reached the level of a sharpshooter. Yang Jun secretly smacked his lips. He reached that level by feeding it with tens of thousands of rounds. It took no time at all. Xiao Fan was good. In just a few hours, pistols, rifles, etc., had caught up with him. In Yang Jun's opinion, all Xiao Fan lacked was actual combat. In the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. Most of these 2 days Xiao Fan had soaked inside the shooting range. Yang Jun was shocked at first, and then he became numb later. Sniper rifles Xiao Fan have all been played with, and can hit an apple at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Purely in terms of marksmanship, Yang Jun knew that he was now inferior to Xiao Fan. Yang Jun, give you a day off. I also need to arrange for someone to transport the stuff out of your reach. Xiao Fan and the others returned to the warehouse road. It was the appointed time today, and if there were no surprises Xiao Hai would contact him in the evening. Okay Xiao. Yang Jun nodded. He wasn't the least bit worried about Xiao Fan's safety nowadays. Whoever came over to find Xiao Fan's trouble without opening their eyes was an old man eating arsenic and living impatiently. Soon Yang Jun left, and gradually the time reached late night. Knock knock. A dull knocking sound rang out and Xiao Fan woke up. He immediately looked at the mirror next to him. Good grandson. What's good this time? Xiao Hai smirked. Xiao Fan yawned and said, Grandpa, you look like you're in a good mood. Have you already defeated Silver Moon City? Ha ha, sure. If you can't take down the tiny Silver Moon City, how can Grandpa still hang around? Xiao Hai said somewhat smugly. They had taken Silver Moon City 2 days ago, and there weren't a lot of casualties. And after taking Silver Moon City, he had 30,000 more soldiers under his command instead. By the way, good grandson, most of the things you sent over last time Grandpa ate them, and indeed one of them helps Grandpa cultivate. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. What is it? Xiao Hai grinned. It's just the most ordinary radish. I didn't even think of this at the very beginning, and only realized yesterday that the useful ones are actually radishes. Eat it to cultivate twice as fast. Cultivation talent can all grow slowly. In the future, if Grandpa eats more radishes, it is possible for him to become the world's #1 expert in the future. Xiao Fan's heart rejoiced as Xiao Hai's strength went up to be safer. The stronger Xiao Hai was, the more benefits he would receive. Grandpa, it's not food for you this time. It's 10,000 tang knives. There are also some firearms ready for you to see if you can use them over there. Xiao Fan hugged the mirror and started to get busy. In just a few minutes, all the hundreds of wooden boxes inside the warehouse disappeared. The case containing the firearms likewise disappeared. These swords are very good, much better than the swords of the ordinary soldiers on our side. It's just that the number of 10,000 hilts is slightly less. Xiao Hai tried the knife and said, for ordinary soldiers, the tang blade that Xiao Fan had transmitted over to them was called a treasure sword, and equipped with such a treasure sword their combat power could be increased by a lot. I'll place some orders then. Grandpa, are you short of food and the rest of the stuff over there? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai said, we captured Silver Moon City and harvested a batch of grain and grass. For the time being the food is okay and it's not that cold to stay in the city. But if you go out of town to fight, you'll still need more clothes. By the way, good grandson, there is a shortage of salt in the city today. The price of salt is very high, the people are dissatisfied. You should buy more salt then. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandpa, when is the soonest you can contact me again? I'll pass the clothes and salt, radish and some other things to you then. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa is not in such a hurry. Let's give you some benefits first. It's easy for you to draw attention to yourself by tossing these. Nothing can happen to you. Speaking of this, 2 strong men appeared behind Xiao Hai and they began to provide Xiao Hai with a powerful force. Instead of giving you new abilities this time, Grandpa further boosted your spiritual thoughts. The dazzling light instantly entered Xiao Fan's body through the mirror. Xiao Fan immediately felt his head swell. Xiao Hai and the 3 of them all became much more depressed. I'll see you in 7 days. The figure in the mirror immediately disappeared after Xiao Hai finished speaking. Brothers, like to give a 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 29, Killing Doesn't Taste So Good. Xiao Fan quickly fell asleep, and the bloated feeling was gone the next day. I don't know how much the spiritual thoughts have been raised, Xiao Fan said in his heart. He closed his eyes and released his spiritual thoughts with all his might. All of a sudden everything around him for 3 or 4 meters was in his senses. Upgrade that much. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. In the front, his spiritual thoughts could only cover 2 meters and 1 around him, but now he could probably cover 3 meters and 7. It doesn't seem like the boost is even double, but it doesn't work out that way. His spiritual thoughts were sheeted to cover out, counting the increase in spiritual power by area. And now the spiritual thoughts were roughly 3 times what they were before. Grandpa gave me the object control ability last time. It should be easier to simply raise my spiritual thoughts, and spiritual thoughts are raised more, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Although there were no new psychic abilities, he was already extremely satisfied with this kind of enhancement. It was better to enhance a bunch of them in a chaotic manner than to specialize in a few. I wonder how fast the needle can go now. A steel needle appeared in Xiao Fan's hand. Within the range of his mental thoughts, the steel needles continued to accelerate. Shoo! Out of the range of spiritual thoughts, the speed of the steel needles became terrifying, shooting into the thick concrete walls of the warehouse in a flash. Initial velocity 400 meters per second. Xiao Fan was shocked. The muzzle velocity of a handgun bullet exiting the chamber is generally of that caliber, and in some cases not as good. I can't believe it's elevated so much. Xiao Fan was in a bit of disbelief. When he thought about it carefully, there should be 2 reasons for boosting so much. One was that his spiritual power was stronger and provided more force per unit of time. The second was that his spiritual thoughts field had a greater range and his spiritual thoughts worked for a longer period of time. So strong. Xiao Fan approached and the steel needle shot in more than 3 inches deep. Concrete is extremely strong, and the large area of force on the front end of a pistol bullet can't even hit such a concrete wall that deep. With such a large increase in spiritual thoughts, I won't have to use steel needles in the future, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. The steel needle thing wasn't bad as a concealed weapon, but it wasn't as portable. And using the thing as a weapon still always made him think of the East. Use this from now on. Xiao Fan pulled out a coin from inside his pocket. Mental thoughts have gotten stronger. And using coins as concealed weapons can have a very good initial speed. And it's not unusual for this thing to fit inside a pocket. Go! The coin in Xiao Fan's hand instantly accelerated and flew out. Bang! The coin hit the concrete wall and shot in likewise, though not as deep. Initial velocity of 350 meters. Not as fast as a steel needle, but the coin is heavier and the damage caused by hitting the body is likely to be higher. A look of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Fan's face. Drip! The cell phone rang at this time. This cell phone was left to him by Yang Jun. Xiao, when will I probably come over to find you? Answering the phone, Yang Jun's voice came through. Xiao Fan said, you can come over now. Taking out the steel needles and coins that had been shot inside the concrete, Xiao Fan went outside the warehouse and locked the door. And in less than half an hour Yang Jun came over. Let's go. Someone will take care of things here. Sean got into the driveway. Yang Jun nodded. As a bodyguard shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. This was his code of conduct. Shall we go straight back? Aha! Yang Jun stepped on the gas. And the car suddenly rushed out like a beast at breakneck speed. 2 hours passed and Yang Jun looked into the rearview mirror as he frowned. Xiao. It seems like someone is following us. Yang Jun said in a deep voice. The other party was vigilant. But he had seen the other party 3 times in half an hour. Such a situation was not normal. Xiao Fan looked into the rearview mirror while Yang Jun sped up the car. Someone did follow us. Xiao Fan said. Yang Jun apologized. It's your first time back in Maine, and the odds are that the other side is coming for me. Why don't you find a place to get off first? Xiao, and I'll pick you up after I've settled them. Xiao Fan said suspiciously. You're Boss Tang's bodyguard, so if they're not targeting Boss Tang, why are they targeting you? A bodyguard? Yang Jun was silent for a while and said, in the past, I offended a big drug lord when I was in the army, and after I was discharged from the army, I became my boss's bodyguard. The other party is too scrupulous to mess around when the boss is around, and this time when the boss didn't come over, the other party might think it's a good opportunity to kill me. Speaking of this, Yang Jun's face showed an apologetic look. Xiao, I also didn't expect that after several years had passed, the other party still hadn't given up yet. You'll get off at the front town. Dozens of kilometers further are wilderness, and the other side is likely to strike. Xiao Fan's heartbeat accelerated. The first time he stumbled upon something like this he was quite nervous. But leaving Yang Jun alone, he couldn't do such a thing. Just don't stop and keep going. There might be some of them inside the town, too. Xiao Fan shook his head and said. Yang Jun frowned. There was really such a possibility. If Xiao Fan was put down like this, Xiao Fan might be in even more danger. Xiao, then you sit tight. Yang Jun stepped deeply on the gas to increase the car's speed even further. Boom! Boom! Xiao Fan and their car had just rushed through the town when the car behind them accelerated and chased after them, as well as 4 motorcycles. Xiao, do you have those guns on you? Yang Jun inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. All the guns and bullets he passed to Xiao Hai. Yang Jun's brow furrowed. He was carrying a gun on him instead, but he only had 1 pistol. The other guy had several, and maybe some heavy firepower. Boom! Yang Jun pressed the gas to the floor. The SUV was going crazy on the dirt road, yet the motorcycle behind it was going faster. Bang! Bang! One of them pulled out a pistol and started shooting, the bullet hitting the top of the trunk of the car. Xiao, you get down. Yang Jun said in a deep voice as he drove with one hand and held his gun in the other ready to counterattack. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, you drive at ease. Leave them to me. The other party actually shot directly and arrogantly, which angered Xiao Fan. Bang! Another man shoots. The other party's motorcycle was almost parallel to their car, and bullets were fired at Xiao Fan. Assholes! Xiao Fan stretched out his hand, and the 1 bullet that was shot at him was actually grasped in his hand. The bullet began to decelerate as soon as it entered Xiao Fan's spiritual realm, and by the time it reached Xiao Fan's side, the bullet's speed had dropped to a very low level. Go! Xiao Fan's hand flung out and the bullet he was grasping shot out, the bullet accurately hitting his opponent. Xiao Fan then probed out his body. All 3 coins in his hand shot out in 2 seconds. The other 3 motorcycles in close pursuit all had flat tires. Boom! The car chasing behind hit one of the motorcycles. The car spun out of control and rolled over and smashed into the curb. Yang Jun didn't stop the car, and Xiao Fan and their car left at breakneck speed. Phew! Xiao Fan let out a long sigh of relief. And he didn't look too good. He didn't know if the 3 motorcyclists behind him were dead or not. The first one was surely dead. It's not nice to kill someone. Xiao, you fought back in self-defense. No matter if it's the law of Myanmar or our country, you don't have any responsibility. Yang Jun comforted. He could see that Xiao Fan didn't look too good. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded his head gently. The other party was going to kill him, so naturally he wouldn't regret killing the other party. Chapter 30 UA. Who is my love rival? Are we just going to leave it alone? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun said. They are drug offenders who don't dare to call the police at all. There won't be a problem on the surface, but secretly they may investigate. I will call the boss to deal with it. Xiao Fan frowned darkly. If he followed Yang Jun over, the other party could definitely know about it, and there was a possibility that it could be traced back to him in the future. Xiao, I'm really sorry about this. I didn't realize that I had implicated you because of my old stale past. Yang Jun apologized immensely. Xiao Fan shook his head. Brother Yang, you don't have to apologize. You used to offend the drug lords also to protect ordinary people like us. I quite admire people like you. Xiao, I'll call the boss. Yang Jun said. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon Yang Jun dialed Tang Zitian's phone. What? Knowing the news, Tang Zitian's face changed drastically. In his opinion, Xiao Fan was from a big martial arts family. Yang Jun was protecting Xiao Fan out. If something happened to Xiao Fan, he, Tang Zitian, would also be in huge trouble. Boss, we're fine. Xiao killed one of them, and the other few are alive or dead. Yang Jun hurriedly said. Tang Zitian let out a slight sigh of relief. Yang Jun, you protect Xiao. Don't let anything happen to Xiao. I'll send someone over from my side to meet you. Hanging up the phone, Tang Zitian was shaking with rage. He directly dialed the phone. Samuel, you sent someone after my bodyguard. Is it one eye? Tang Zitian. Am dead. Tang Zitian roared. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, within 3 days General Jin's men will ruthlessly sweep through all of your territory. On the other end of the phone, drug lord Sanwei smoked a cigar, and he had a blonde in his arms. Boss Tang has such a thing? It should be the henchmen who are messing around. I'll make sure to teach them a good lesson. Sanwei snorted. Tang Zitian snapped. Sangwei, I'm not joking with you. If you don't give an explanation and General Jin's people don't target you in 3 days, I won't be surnamed Tang. After saying that, Tang Zitian directly hung up the phone. Tang Zitian is so angry. He should have succeeded. A smile appeared on Sanwei's face, and his heart was soothed. Even if it required a certain price, Yang Jun's death was worth it in his opinion. Drip, drip, drip. Just then the phone rang again, from one of the men he had sent out. Bring back Yang Jun's body. Pick up the phone, Sanwei said in a cold voice. Old boss, Yang Jun didn't die, we had an accident. The rest are all dead. Samwai's henchman, Senji, on the other end of the line agonized. Sanwei blushed. What did you say? Moriyoshi recounted the situation. Hanging up the phone and looking at the 3 bodies in the car, he was horrified beyond belief. The speed of the car was more than 150 kilometers per hour. He wore a seatbelt to survive. Spare him now, also full of blood. Just also unconscious for a while. Tang Zitian, Lousy's people 8 died 7. You still want Lousy to give you an explanation? Sangwei dialed the phone to Tang Zitian as he roared. Tang Zitian was a bit surprised. 7 dead? Your men are dead, that's their waste. It was your people who started the trouble, must give me an explanation or we'll see. Tang Zitian snapped. Hanging up the phone, Sangwei's face was very ugly. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Zitian's relationship with General Jin was very good and his interests were well bound, he would have gotten Tang Zitian killed a long time ago. Find out what's going on. Focus on finding out what kind of people are around Yang Jun, Sanwei said in a deep voice. He felt this was weird. Was Yang Jun that powerful? Xiao was really sorry. I really didn't expect this to happen. Before they could get out of Maine, Xiao Fan and the others ran into the person who had picked them up. Tang Zitian came over in person. Xiao Fan shook his head. It's nothing, just try not to let this affect me in the future. By the way, that batch of Tang swords are good. I'll order another 20,000 of them. 35 a hand. 20,000 will cost 70 million. He had $54 million on his card today, and Tang Zitian had $18 million in deposits there. It adds up to $70 million down the drain. Xiao, you don't need to pay for these 20,000 Tang knives. Sangwei did something like this. Without tens of millions of dollars he won't be able to reconcile. I'll get this money from him, Tang Zitian said in a deep voice. Even if Sanwei doesn't take the money, this money will come out of his own pocket. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Tang Zitian breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fan didn't accept it, he guessed that the relationship that had been built up with great difficulty would come to an end. More than an hour passed and Xiao Fan and the others returned to Rueli. Without going to Tang Zitian's place, Xiao Fan found a 5-star hotel to stay in. He was going to stay over here for 2 more days to make some more money. Young Jun, you tell me in detail. Returning to his home, Tang Zitian spoke in a deep voice. Inside the phone, Young Jun is not good to say too detailed. Just on the road, Tang Zitian did not ask. Young Jun spoke in detail from beginning to end. Suddenly Tang Zitian was stunned. Did you just say that Xiao Xiao captured a bullet and then threw that one out to kill one of the other riders? Yang Jun nodded. Tang Zitian was shocked beyond belief. He knew that Xiao Fan should have not weak internal martial arts, but he did not expect Xiao Fan to be able to catch bullets with his bare hands. Even in a martial arts family, such a character should be rare. Xiao Xiao is bound to be a core member of the martial arts clan, perhaps even the successor of the martial arts clan. The relationship with him must be good. Essence flickered in Tang Zitian's eyes. Senior, are you in Z City? Yaya has been discharged from the hospital. The dean's grandmother would like to treat you to a meal to show her appreciation. And Yaya would also like to thank you in person. After getting up from a nap, Xiao Fan received a tweet from Su Yue. I wasn't in Z. When I come back and go with you to the orphanage to visit Yaya and the others. Xiao Fan returned. Su Yue's appearance came to his mind. Xiao Fan thought of Su Yue when he encountered the gunshot. At the time, he wondered if he hadn't been in a relationship all his life. Wouldn't it be a bit of a loss? With his strength increased, even if something was known, he wasn't that scared. Inside the school, Su Yue looked at her cell phone a bit out of focus. Together? Su Yue's gaze was a little strange. Okay, senpai. A while passed before Su Yue replied to Xiao Fan. Something's not right with you just now. Young Wei, are you secretly looking for a boyfriend? A girl next to Su Yue said. She had a somewhat big personality and her relationship with Su Yue was quite good. Nothing. Su Yue hurriedly said. The girl stared at Su Yue. She blinked and said, you seem to be in a bit of a hurry. From what I know of you, even if I'm not looking for you, I have a boy I like. Come on, tell me who my love interest is. Su Yue said in a good-natured manner. Really no. The teacher is coming soon. Have a good class. The girl bristled. I don't like Mr. Wang's class much. The way he looks at you isn't right. Su Yue looked helpless. She didn't like it much either. Now the class is already taken. You can't just stop going to class because you don't like the teacher. Chapter 31, a small goal achieved. After taking a nap at the hotel, Xiao Fan went to the raw stone market. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of times per day he could see through had increased again as his spiritual numinous power improved. About 4 times in 2 hours. You can probably do it 10 times if you go all day. That's a lot better than at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Xiao Fan had used his perspective a total of 20 times, had seen 80 to 90 pieces of raw stone, and had spent $30 million to buy 5 pieces of raw stone. The 5 raw stones were sent together to Tang Zitian. Before the stone was cut, Xiao Fan left. Boss, Xiao Xiao's 5 raw stones have all been cut, and all of them have risen greatly. The total valuation of the jadeite inside the 5 raw stones is $156 million. Miao Xiaoyan marveled. She knew that Xiao Fan was good at gambling on stones, but she didn't expect it to be this good. It's amazing that all 5 blocks have gone up so much. And that's making money faster than robbing a bank. What can the selling price be expected to be? Tang Zitian inquired. Miao Xiaoyan, their estimates tend to be a bit lower than the selling price. Miao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, if it takes 2 months to sell, it should be able to sell for $170 million. But pressing the goods will risk price fluctuations. Tang Zitian said in a faint voice, although there is a risk of a price drop, there is also a possibility of a price increase. So let's charge it $170 million. The money will be transferred to Xiao Xiao immediately. In Xiao Fan's case, Tang Zitian didn't intend to make money. Even if spending a little money could maintain the relationship with Xiao Fan, Tang Zitian felt it was worth it. Ding! Z City. Xiao Fan had just gotten off the plane and opened his cell phone when he received a text message from the bank. Your savings card with tail number 9312 earned 170 renminbi. 000 at 1655 on May 10th. With a current balance of 194 renminbi, 328, 653, 12. Xiao Fan looked at the text message out of his mind. It's amazing how small goals are just being met and coming close to 2 of them. Boss Tang, I got off the plane and received the transfer. You didn't lose any money, did you? It's good to do business for mutual benefit. That way it's long term. Xiao Fan sent a micro message to Tang Zitian. Tang Zitian quickly replied back. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. The loss will definitely not be a loss. Slightly press a little time. There is definitely no problem to sell this price. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart that Tang Zitian had indeed given him a concession. He can estimate 89% today, and someone else's acquisition shouldn't exceed $160 million. Boss Tang, in the future you'll buy it at market price, or else I'll just dispose of the raw stones I buy at someone else's place from now on. Xiao Fan returned. It was not difficult for him to get money nowadays, and he did not want to owe Tang Zitian a favor in this regard. Xiao Xiao, you are a long-term big customer. There is no reason to pay the market price. I will definitely not treat Xiao Xiao poorly, but in the future, I will also leave a certain amount of profit for myself. Tang Zitian thought for a moment and replied. That's it. Xiao Fan exited the station. He looked at the line of people waiting for the cab. There were really a lot of people. It's amazing to have to wait for a cab when you're close to two small targets on your card. Who would believe me if I told you? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. He made up his mind to go back and hurry to register for a driver's license. Tang Zitian sent him the car is still there to eat dust. Xiao Fan? The two men approached Sean. Xiao Fan nodded and inquired. I'm Xiao Fan. Are you guys dash? One of them took out his credentials and said, Mr. Xiao, this is my credentials. The system has monitored that you have a large amount of money movement. We are looking for you, Mr. Xiao, to verify the source of the money. If there is no problem with the source of funds, perhaps Mr. Xiao could consider converting the funds to term. Xiao Fan said somewhat strangely, wouldn't you guys just make a phone call for this kind of thing? Another person coughed lightly and said, Mr. Xiao, the amount of money you have is relatively large, so it would be more appropriate for us to come over here to ask you about it in person. Mr. Xiao, Xiao Fan said, did you guys drive here? The two men nodded. Xiao Fan laughed, rubbing your car back to the city. Just ask in any car you have. The two men looked at each other speechless. They knew that Xiao Fan had nearly $200 million inside his account, but he still didn't have a car? Soon Xiao Fan was in their car. You guys should know the source of my first $500,000. It was the reward for discovering a Class A wanted criminal. You should also be able to find out about the last few payments, which were earned from gambling on stones. Xiao Fan said. One of the two men drove the car and the other sat in the back row with Xiao Fan. He said, Mr. Xiao, you'll mainly have to talk about the most recent one. $170 million. It's so big that headquarters sent over a letter of inquiry. Xiao Fan said. It's also earned from gambling on stones. I spent $30 million to buy 5 pieces of raw stones and sold them to Tang Zitian Tang boss over in Rueli. The value is $170 million. If you guys don't believe me, you can check with Boss Tang. He shouldn't have a problem with this money, should he? The man from the bank recorded while saying, Mr. Xiao, we inquired that you have left the country. If the funds are involved in illegal acts, our bank side will freeze them. Xiao Fan nodded. If there is a problem with you freezing it is fine. I will not deposit the money on a regular basis nor will I transfer it to the rest of the banks. But I have one condition. Mr. Xiao, you say? Xiao Fan said. Raise the transfer amount to 100 million for me. I've looked for you guys a few times before you dawdled and raised the daily limit to 10 million. Too little for me. It was easy for Tang Zitian to transfer large sums of money to him, and he had a lot of trouble transferring it out. Mr. Xiao, we need 2 days to verify the information. If everything is fine, we can apply for a daily transfer limit of up to $50 million for you, and you may not be eligible for the $100 million transfer limit for the time being. Xiao Fan sighed in his heart as Tang Zitian easily transferred $170 million. The account balance is likely to be over $1 billion. He's still poor. Fine. $50 million is $50 million. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if he wanted to purchase the raw stone, a normal amount of $50 million would be completely sufficient. Mr. Xiao, your account may be temporarily frozen for the next 2 days. We're sorry for affecting your use. Xiao Fan thought about it for a moment before he would go to Yang Anren and the others 4 days later. That's when the final payment needs to be made. Accounts frozen for 2 days is not a big problem. Could be. Xiao Fan nodded. The two men from the bank breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan was a big customer who couldn't be offended casually. Mr. Xiao, actually you can consider part of the money to be transferred to a fixed term. In addition, we have professional financial consultants who can provide you with services. Xiao Fan shook his head as he closed his eyes, not bothering to say anymore. Half an hour passed, the car arrived in the city. Pull over, Xiao Fan said. Getting out of the car, Xiao Fan took a cab to the school. Paying the fare surprisingly prompted a payment failure. Holy shit, it froze that fast? Xiao Fan hurriedly checked his Weixin balance, which was less than $5. That. Master, wait a little, Xiao Fan said with some embarrassment. He hurriedly called Shin Lao Si. Jianghu Rescue. Weixin transferred me $1,000. Shin didn't ask much. Hanging up the phone, he directly transferred money to Xiao Fan. Not 1,000 but 5,000. Sango, you can use it first, if you still need to talk. Xiao Fan had a faint smile on his face. His 3 roommates were beyond words. Chapter 32, Perverted Murderer. In the dormitory, Shin strangely said to Kong Su and also Yifei, Boss, second brother, third brother has never asked us to borrow money. Why do you think he borrowed money? Kong Su had a pensive look on his face. Could it be that he's recently fallen in love? And love costs money? Yifei shook his head. Boss, this is still not enough to understand the oldest. The oldest family has no one to help. Normal is unlikely to spend themselves to the point of needing to borrow money. I see that there are unexpected circumstances. Xin Shan's eyes glazed over. Could it be that Su Yue is pregnant and doesn't have enough money for an abortion? Kong Su. Yi Fei. Xin Shan smiled sarcastically. I'm reasonably skeptical. Third brother. He hides a woman in a golden house. A lonely man and a woman. It's not very normal to rub a gun and go off in the dead of night? Kong Su said. If that's the case, do we have to remind Lao San that it's not good for the body for a younger sibling to have an abortion? Why don't we just give birth to the child? Yi Fei nodded. It makes sense. The three of us can be godfathers. And we can still lack food and drink for our children? The three of them discussed it in your own words. Crunch. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to return to the dormitory. Kong Su and the three of them looked at Xiao Fan with their weird gazes. Why do you three look like that? Constipated? Xiao Fan said strangely. Xin Shan came over and closed the door tightly. Kong Su coughed lightly and said, Lao San, how far have you and schoolgirl Su progressed? We are our own people, you don't hide it. Yi Fei said. If you're short of money, you tell us directly. Xin Shan said. Third brother. What boss and second brother mean is that if schoolgirl Su is pregnant, she might as well give birth to the child. And the child's expenses will be covered by the three of us godfathers. Xiao Fan had a mouthful of old blood to spray out. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Didn't I tell you guys? I'm in a landlord-tenant relationship with her. And boy, why don't you guys have such big brains and go write novels in tomatoes? Xiao Fan spat. Just then Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Su Yue calling. Xin Shan's eyes caught sight of it and he blinked. Su Yue's phone. You guys don't talk nonsense. I really don't have anything with her. Xiao Fan finished and picked up the phone. Su Yue on the other end of the phone said, have you come back, senior? You donated $100,000, and the dean's grandmother gave a certificate of donation mailed to me. Why don't I go get some groceries and you come over for dinner tonight and pick up any proof of donation? The words exited. Su Yue blushed slightly. Xiao Fan said, I don't have much use for that thing. You can just find a place to put it. I won't be coming over after I just return to Z City. So let's go over together tomorrow to visit Yaya and the others. Aha, good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Fei said, Lao San, I vaguely heard Su Yue say that you donated $100,000? Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was afraid to hear it clearly. The orphanage where Su Yue came out had a child who was short of money for surgery the other day. So I donated some money. Second brother, you have really good ears. Xiao Fan said. Kong Su frowned slightly and said, if the oldest three Su Yue is interested in you, this money donation is also donated. If you have no intention, we cannot be a licking dog. You're also in a bad condition and have to prioritize looking out for yourself. Yi Fei said quietly. Su Yue just invited Lao San over for dinner. Boss, let's just worry about ourselves. Lao San will be comfortable in the world of two by then. The three of us are still single. Xin Shan stared at Xiao Fan. Third brother, you're going to the orphanage with schoolmarm Su tomorrow? If she doesn't have a good feeling for you, schoolmarm Su definitely won't agree to go back with you. Boss, too, I'm sore. Xiao Fan said without a trace of humor. The 8 characters haven't even made a mark yet. Kong Su smiled and said, since Su Yue is interested in you, that's nothing. We fully support you to take Su Yue. Lack of money, you just talk. Xiao Fan said, let's go with the flow of emotions. Go out and forage for food? Walk. The 4 hooked up and left the dormitory. 2 bottles of beer past. Chin Chun chattered. Third brother recently died in school. A girl, do you know? The gossip is that the girl was killed. Quite a pretty schoolgirl. Unfortunately. Xiao Fan was surprised and said, there is such a thing? No one seems to have mentioned it inside the school forum. Kong Su said. At first, someone posted inside the forum, but it was quickly deleted, and the guide also urged the class not to spread such rumors. Yi Fei said. The news from the school is that it was an accidental death, but the gossip is that the girl named Dong Jia was killed, and may have been violated before she died. If the gossip is true, there may be a psychopathic killer inside the school. You'll have to warn Susan to be careful. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If there really was such a psychopathic murderer, he really had to remind Su Yue to be careful. She was pretty and might become a target. I'll find someone to ask if it's true. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Laya. She's a forensic scientist and this area happens to be her area of responsibility, so she must know the situation. Dong Jia was indeed killed. The other party used ecstasy, and the killing method is sharp, not like the first time. Your school did not have such a thing before. It may be an outsider's crime. You do not have to worry too much. Ria's message came quickly. Such information was not considered confidential, and there was no problem telling Xiao Fan. It's true, Xiao Fan said with a gloomy expression, while Ria said that it could be an outsider committing the crime. Many cases tend to be committed by acquaintances. Kong Su said, Lao San, then you are the one who has to remind schoolmate Su. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded as he sent a message to Su Yue. 5 minutes passed. Su Yue still didn't return the message. Xiao Fan secretly frowned. Su Yue used to return messages quite quickly, basically no more than 2 minutes. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is off dash. Xiao Fan dialed Su Yue's phone, but surprisingly, it prompted that it was turned off. Shutting down at this hour? Xiao Fan's face changed. This situation was not normal. Now it's only 6 o'clock. Not many people this point cell phone off, besides just in the dormitory. Su Yue also gave him a phone call. Boss, you guys eat slowly. Su Yue's phone is actually turned off. I'll go back to see if there's any accidents. Xiao Fan got up and said. Yi Fei said, does Lao San want us to join you? If there really is any accident we can help. There's no need you guys keep eating. It's just a cell phone turned off. The 4 of us going over there together is a big deal. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, even if he did encounter the murderer, with his strength nowadays, it wouldn't be too easy to solve the other party. Oldest, you have something to call about. Kong Su said, and they didn't insist too much. Aha. Xiao Fan quickly left. It was near the campus that they ate their meal, not far from where he lived, and Xiao Fan ran forward for less than 5 minutes before he had arrived at the downstairs where he lived. The building has a total of 5 floors and he lives on the 3rd floor. Inside the stairwell, Xiao Fan ran into a man wearing a mask and carrying a large box. The man carried it with ease, and the case appeared to be empty. New tenant? Xiao Fan said with a greeting. Aha. The other nodded. Xiao Fan didn't say much and quickly surpassed the other party, and when he reached the 3rd floor, Xiao Fan paused to walk towards the 4th floor. The man with the suitcase reached the 3rd floor. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. There were only 3 households in total on the 3rd floor. He released his psychic mind and saw the man walking towards the door of his room. Click. The door to his room was surprisingly easy for the other to open. Big brother, you live in this house? This one seems to be rented by a girl. Xiao Fan folded back into the 3rd floor hallway. The man with the suitcase nodded. She's my daughter. I got things to do before I talk to you. Brothers like the 5-star praise. Oh, the data is very poor to stick. Chapter 33, will you stay back? Mr. Senior? Xiao Fan's face sank. Su Yue was an orphan, and he hadn't sublet this house. With such a big suitcase, Su Yue won't have an accident, right? Xiao Fan's heart fluttered at the thought. He immediately used his spiritual thoughts to check the man, who was carrying a knife. I'll fuck you up. The man was about to pull open the door and enter the room when Xiao Fan kicked him hard in the ass. Bang! Ah! The door to the room slammed back shut and the man screamed out in agony. His body hit the security door so hard that he knocked out 2 of his front teeth. Scream my ass! Not giving the other party a chance to counterattack at all. Xiao Fan stepped forward and slammed his fist directly on the guy's brain, and the screams from his mouth ended abruptly and fainted. Su Yue, you can't have an accident. Xiao Fan took out his key and hurriedly opened the door. He grabbed the knocked out man's head and dragged him inside the room like a dead dog. Phew! Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. Su Yue collapsed on the ground. There was no blood next to her, and Su Yue's chest was slightly undulating and her face was flushed, so she should have just passed out. Next to him, Xiao Fan saw Su Yue's broken cell phone. Su Yue, wake up! Wake up! Xiao Fan shook Su Yue, but she showed no signs of waking up at all. Taking out his cell phone, Xiao Fan immediately dialed 120. Assholes! Taking out the large tape from the cabinet, Xiao Fan tied the hands and feet of the man he dragged into the room tightly, and finally Xiao Fan wrapped several loops around his mouth as well. Team Liang, it's still my house. You bring 2 people here. I may have caught another big fish. Xiao Fan dialed Liang Wu's number. Liang Wu was stunned. Something happened again at Xiao Fan's place. Could it be that the black hand behind the scene wanted to silence him? I'll be right over. Liang Wu hung up the phone and set off immediately. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to hear the sound of an ambulance, and he immediately picked up Su Yue and went downstairs. Su Yue weighed less than 100 pounds, and it was easy for Xiao Fan to pick her up before her physique was strengthened. It kinda smells good. What perfume did you use? It smells good. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. He didn't realize that Su Yue didn't use perfume, and what he smelled was the faint body odor that emanated from Su Yue's body. I made the call. My tenant is unconscious, probably drugged. The ambulance stopped and Xiao Fan immediately carried Su Yue into the ambulance. The 2 doctors in the ambulance looked at Xiao Fan skeptically. You guys save her first. I have a few things on my side, so I'll be right over to pay the medical bills later. Xiao Fan got out of the car and said, Liang Wu and the others haven't come over yet, and there's still a pervert inside the room. Xiao Fan had a vague feeling that the other party might be the murderer. The ambulance left and Xiao Fan went upstairs to return to his room. Knock knock. Less than 20 minutes later a knock sounded on the door and Liang Wu rushed over with 2 men. Team Liang, there's the man. Su Yue couldn't get through on the phone so I came over to take a look. This guy opened the door to my room and said that Su Yue was his daughter and that Su Yue was an orphan. Xiao Fan pointed at the tied-up man and said that he had woken up. Liang Wu looked toward the large box that Xiao Fan had picked up. Did he bring this one here? Liang Wu inquired. Xiao Fan nodded. That's right. Su Yue is unconscious. I just called an ambulance. Liang Wu's stern gaze fell on the tied-up man. His instincts told him there was something seriously wrong with this guy, bringing such a big box over. The most likely reason is to hide Su Yue inside the box and take her away. Ha! Team Liang. He seems to be a teacher at the University of D. A young man beside Liang Wu said. D University is Xiao Fan's school. This young man recently participated in the D University murder case. D University teacher's information he read all over in the morning. Have an impression. Xiao Fan was surprised in his heart. A teacher from D University? Then the likelihood of this one guy being a murderer is much higher. Team Liang just now Su Yue was collapsed here. That's her water glass. You guys should investigate. I'll go to the hospital first? Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu nodded. You go over there first. This case will be easy once the person is caught. Soon Xiao Fan left and he took a cab to the hospital. Inside the ward Xiao Fan met Su Yue, who was already awake. Senpai, what's wrong with me? Su Yue said suspiciously. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment or decided to tell Su Yue, though she might be a little shaken up. She's pretty and should normally be more alert. For example, it's best to unlock the door when you're at home. Listening to Xiao Fan, Su Yue's face became very pale. She had heard about the rumors inside the school, and with her intelligence, it wasn't hard for her to think about it. If Xiao Fan hadn't rushed back to save her, the consequences would have been disastrous for her. Senior, thank you. You've saved my ass twice. Su Yue looked straight at Xiao Fan and said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, you're also lucky. Shinshan and I happened to talk about that school thing, and sent a message to remind you that you didn't reply, so I gave you a call. Speaking of this, Xiao Fan felt out Su Yue's cell phone from inside his pocket. You broke your cell phone. Take a break and rest. I'll go pay your medical bills. You'll have to pay them back. Xiao Fan left, and Su Yue tightly covered the quilt. She is very scared today when she thinks about it. Soon Xiao Fan paid the money and re-entered the ward. He saw Su Yue's scared look. Don't worry too much. Schoolmate Su. The man has been arrested and is probably being interrogated at this point. He's not going to end well. Xiao Fan comforted. Just then Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Liang Wu calling. Xiao Fan. Xiao Yiming recruited directly. He's killed 3 people in front of him, and Su Yue was his 4th target. So it's a good thing you got there in time. There's no bounty on this guy, but I'll apply for a bonus for you. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Team Liang? Thanks then. There's a bonus. Don't take it for nothing. Even if there are close to 2 small targets on the card, a mosquito is still meat. Money was something he didn't mind. It's me who should be thanking you for picking up a credit for nothing. Liang Wu hung up the phone after saying that. He had recently specialized in Xiao Fan's case, but no one else would take the credit that fell to his head. Su Yue's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Fan, who laughed softly. That guy is called Xiao Yiming. He killed 3 people in front of him, and the death penalty is definitely not running. Don't worry. Su Yue was stunned. One of my teachers is named Xiao Yiming. Xiao Fan said. Then it should be him. You usually have to be a little bit careful. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan pitifully. Senior, you live back, okay? It's only been a short while since I ran into something like this twice. I'm a little scared. This. Xiao Fan was slightly hesitant. If it was a spiritual nimbus strengthening before, he would most likely reject it. With Su Yue's appearance easy to attract trouble, the lack of strength trouble to come is not easy to deal with. After experiencing the attack on Main and the increase in strength, his thoughts had changed a bit. Senpai, please, Su Yue said somewhat petulantly. Xiao Fan nodded. Then I'll come back and stay for a few days first, and I'll stay back in the dormitory when you've recovered a bit. Thank you, Senpai. Su Yue exulted. Chapter 34, Xiao Fan. Your girlfriend? Su Yue was only mesmerized, and Xiao Fan and the others were quickly discharged from the hospital. We need to make a trip to Team Liang, Xiao Fan said to Su Yue, and they had to go over to make up the statement again. It wasn't too late, and they hadn't gotten off work yet when something like this happened to Liang Wu. Aha! Su Yue nodded. Taking a taxi, Xiao Fan and the others didn't take long to arrive at the Criminal Investigation Brigade in the south of the city. Ha-dash! Su Yue saw a familiar side face. It was Laya. Although she knew that Xiao Fan should not have a girlfriend, Xiao Fan had dined with a pretty girl before, and the other party's identity. Su Yue was quite concerned. Sister Ria, you're not off work yet either. Xiao Fan laughed. Ria turned her head towards them. She smiled chirpily. Our criminal nemesis is here. How can we get off work on time with a case? Xiao Fan, this your girlfriend? So pretty. Su Yue blushed. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, Sister Laya, don't talk nonsense. Her name is Su Yue. My friend, let's come over and make a statement. Rhea rolled her eyes. Other girls aren't in a hurry to deny it. What are you in a hurry for? You know the transcript room. Go straight over there. Xiaofan. Soon Xiaofan and the others arrived at the transcript room, and it didn't take long for Liang Wu to come over. He said smilingly, Xiaofan. Awesome. Just took down a bruiser a while ago and caught a serial murderer. Su Yue was a little embarrassed. Both killers were after her. Xiaofan was a criminal nemesis, and she had the feeling that she was a calamity. Team Liang, how did Xiao Yiming mesmerize Su Yue? Xiaofan inquired. This is a good question to ask so that Su Yue can pay more attention to it in the future. Liang Wu said, Xiao Yiming sneaked into your house and put ecstasy inside the kettle. And the kettle was checked for ecstasy ingredients. The door locks on your home are average in terms of burglary resistance. Consider changing them. Xiaofan nodded. After something like this happened, it definitely had to be changed. The case was all but solved. And soon Xiaofan and the others finished filling out their statements. Team Liang, my parents, their case dash. Xiaofan inquired. Liang Wu mused. There is some progress in the case, but it's not convenient to tell you for the time being, so wait patiently for a little while longer and it will be found out. Aha. Xiaofan nodded. From the Criminal Investigation Brigade out, Su Yue put on a mask. The last time the transcript was finished being secretly photographed. Cannot fall into the same pit inside. Soon Xiaofan and the others took a cab. You don't have to go back to the dormitory, do you, senior? When the cab was almost approaching the school, Su Yue said a little nervously. Xiaofan thought for a moment that a change of clothes was available at home. Not back. Xiaofan shook his head. The cab driver looked in the center rearview mirror, and he felt in his heart that it was good to be young. It didn't take long for Xiaofan and the others to arrive home. Su Yue's pretty face was slightly red. Coming back with Xiaofan gave her some strange feelings in her heart. Su schoolgirl, you take a bath first. Later you take an early rest. By the way, today you were scared. Tomorrow we still go to see Yaya them or not? Xiaofan inquired. Su Yue nodded. Senior, I don't have anything to do. I've already said goodbye to the dean's grandmother, and Yaya and the others are looking forward to it. Aha. Xiaofan nodded. Without further ado, he entered inside the master bedroom, thinking of the next few days in Su Yue cohabitation. Honestly, Xiaofan also have a little nervous. He has always been a person. Phew. Su Yue went back to her room. She patted her chest and let out a long breath. She was equally nervous. But this nervousness wasn't fear of what Xiaofan would do to her. Not coming back tonight. Xiaofan sent a message to Xinchen. Xinchen was watching a movie when the message alert sound rang out. He picked up his phone and took a look, and immediately felt that the movie was not even good anymore. Boss, 2 and 3 aren't coming back tonight. He's living with schoolgirl Su, but I'm stuck with you two old men. Xinchen said sullenly. Kong Su, Yi Fei. The two of them were playing a game, and all of a sudden the game didn't even smell that good. Kong Su said in a deep voice. We'll have to give him a good slaughter when the time comes. You guys are not allowed to save money for him. This is what happens when he abandons the organization. Agreed. Yi Fei and Xinchen said in unison. It's just that the three of them said it, but if they really let them go to a very expensive store to slaughter Xiaofan, they couldn't do it. How could they know that Xiaofan's bank card was now close to 2 small goals? Sango, be safe. Try not to get anyone killed. Xinchen went to Xiaofan with a message. Get out. Throwing his cell phone aside, Xiaofan pulled out a few coins from inside his pocket. He controlled the coins as they flew around. Xiao Hai could enhance the strength of his spiritual thoughts, but the ability to control them needed to be forged by him, and every day he would take quite a bit of time to practice. Inside the bathroom, Su Yue grabbed a good shower. These clothes. Su Yue looked at the clothes she had changed out of and fumed. She definitely hand-washed the intimate clothes. Should she wash the rest with Xiaofan? If you don't wash them together, it's a waste for the washing machine to wash one person's clothes at a time. Just wash them together. Su Yue mumbled as she hurriedly washed her intimate clothes. While drying the clothes, Su Yue found another little problem. The house was already small, so naturally there was only one living balcony, and the clothes of 2 people could only be hung out in one piece, including her intimate clothes. It's really inconvenient to live with boys, but it's okay with Senior Xiao. Su Yue secretly said in her heart as she grabbed the time to dry her clothes. Senpai, I'm done. Good night. Su Yue knocked on Xiaofan's doorway. Good night. Xiaofan responded, but he didn't end the practice immediately. When Xiaofan finished his shower, he saw Su Yue's clothes inside the washing machine. Do the clothes come together? All right, Xiaofan muttered. He didn't think too much about it. It was only when he looked up and saw Su Yue's clothes-fitting clothes that he was slightly nonplussed. One night passed. Smells good. Coming out of the room, Xiaofan smelled a nice fragrance. Hurry up and wash up. Senpai, breakfast will be ready soon. Noodles today. Su Yue's voice came from the kitchen side. Xiao Fan walked to the living room and he saw Su Yue busy inside the kitchen. The clothes are already drying on the balcony. Silky warmth surged in Xiao Fan's heart, and this house seemed to feel like home. Xiao Fan had the heart to ask Su Yue if she was willing to be his girlfriend, but in the end he didn't ask. Su Yue might just be grateful for a moment because he saved her, and he had a sense of holding a favor hostage when he asked Su Yue at this point. It's better to go with the flow and talk about it later, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Senior. What are you looking at? Su Yue turned her head. She blushed a little red as she said. She had just turned her back to Xiao Fan, but she could feel Xiao Fan's gaze on her. Ahem. Nothing. Xiao Fan hurriedly slipped to the bathroom to wash up. The corner of Su Yue's mouth showed a hint of a smile. She still has some attraction. Chapter 35, the bank card is unfrozen. After washing up, the noodles were already cooked and on the table. Su Yue cooked noodles with shredded meat, added a little bit of bok choy and fungus, and it looked appetizing. Xiao Fan swallowed his saliva. Last night, he had dinner with Kong Su and the others, and he withdrew without finishing his meal, and this time his stomach had long been hungry. The noodles you're cooking here, Sister Su, look much better than the ones I made, Xiao Fan praised as he hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and took a taste. At once, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The noodles were well presented and the flavor was pretty awesome, better than the vast majority of noodle shops out there. How does it taste, senpai? Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan and said. Xiao Fan nodded his head repeatedly. Very tasty. I haven't eaten such tasty noodles for a long time. Su Yue smiled sweetly and said. Then I'll often give you food down there from now on. Xiao Fan froze for a moment. This sounded a bit strange. The words exited. Su Yue also realized the problem. She was instantly shy and red in the face. Ahem. You eat too. Schoolmate Su. Let's hurry over after we eat, and buy some presents when we get there. Xiao Fan hurriedly changed the subject. Aha. Su Yue lowered her head and ate the noodles in small bites. Her eating style was much more elegant than Xiao Fan's. Xiao Fan finished eating it in one big gulp and even drank the soup. He had a contented look on his face. It's really comforting to have a bowl of noodles like this when you're hungry. Sister Su, you cook and I'll wash the dishes. Let's divide the labor. When Su Yue finished eating, Xiao Fan hurriedly put the bowl away and brought it into the kitchen. Senior Xiao, why don't you let me do it? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan shook his head. What's it like for you to cook and you have to wash the dishes? Although my cooking isn't very good, I still have no problem washing a bowl. You go get ready and we'll leave right away. With just two people's dishes, Xiao Fan soon packed up and the two set off. The orphanage was in the county, and Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the coach station first. With Xiao Fan's financial strength, there is no problem to directly call the past, but now the card is frozen in the middle. He just Microsoft inside more than $4,000, but also have to buy some gifts. Drop. The car started. Su Yue sat by the window. She looked out the window with a sweet smile on her face. She used to go back alone. Now there was Xiao Fan by his side. Even if she was only friends with Xiao Fan nowadays, Su Yue felt that it was still very beautiful. Su Yue, this face value. Absolute ah. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart as he also looked out the window, so he could naturally see Su Yue's side face. Up close, Xiao Fan couldn't see the slightest flaw either. Ding! The sound of a text message reminder rang out. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and looked at it. Surprisingly, it was a message that the bank card was unfrozen. That's thawing? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The bank's people said that it would take 2 days to freeze. Yesterday afternoon it was frozen. Up to now it's not even a day. The efficiency is really good. Ding! Another message came through. It was the news that his transfer limit had been raised to 100 million. Xiao Fan was puzzled. Didn't he say 50 million yesterday? How did he directly raise it to 100 million? Boss Tang, did the bank guys come looking for you? Xiao Fan thought about it and sent a message to Tang Zitian. Soon Tang Zitian returned. Xiao, the bank's people did look for me. I provided you with a guarantee. And your quota should have been raised quite a bit nowadays. Thanks. Xiao Fan had just guessed that it might be Tang Zitian. While the $50 million limit is also sufficient, it is naturally better to raise it directly to 100 million. At Xin Chen's place, it's better to return it to him after some time, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Just borrowing money yesterday and returning it today, Xin Chen would probably be flabbergasted. The ride was uneventful and the car made it to the county seat without incident. What kind of things do your younger siblings need? Schoolmate Su? Let's buy some over. Coming out of the bus station, Xiao Fan said. Su Yue said. Senior, you've already done a great favor by donating $100,000 to the orphanage. There's no problem if you don't buy anything and go straight back. Xiao Fan shook his head. He felt that Su Yue still had a good feeling about him, and the chances of becoming his girlfriend in the future were not small. The orphanage was her home, so how could she go empty-handed on her first visit? Then buy some books. The roof of the collection room collapsed in a rainstorm the other day and many of the books were drenched. Books are most likely to change their destiny. Su Yue thought for a moment. She herself became hooked on books on computers as a child before becoming a hacker. She is super talented in this area. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue is the one who knows them best. Listening to her will be right. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan and the others to arrive at the largest Xinhua bookstore inside the county. They went to the children's books section, where there were thousands of different kinds of books. Senior Xiao, let's just pick 20 or so books. Su Yue said. Genuine books aren't cheap, 20 or so will cost you hundreds of dollars. Xiao Fan said smilingly. Saving money for me so much? You know I earned a fortune some time ago, and now I'm likely to have another entry. You get credit for that, too. You're trying to say I'm a calamity. Senpai. Su Yue said sullenly. Xiao Fan smiled and said. You're responsible for luring monsters. I'm responsible for fighting monsters. How perfect is our cooperation? Su Yue. Xiao Fan beckoned and a nearby clerk came over. What kind of book do you want to buy? Handsome? Xiao Fan's finger traced a circle. All the books here in the children's area, all give me a copy. Later on help me send it to the county orphanage. Hurry up and calculate how much money is needed. Ha! The clerk froze. Su Yue also stared blankly at Xiao Fan. Soon Su Yue reacted. She hurriedly said, Senior Xiao here is estimated to have thousands of books. All of them come to one book for fear of needing $20,000. Xiao Fan nodded. With nearly 2 small goals in the card, $20,000 was a hair's breadth away from him. Senior Xiao, don't buy so much. It's not easy for you yourself. Su Yue continued to persuade. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I still don't have a problem taking out this amount of money. And even if these books can only change the destiny of one child, it's money well spent. Thanks. Su Yue said softly. The clerk counted it up neatly, which was no small feat for them. Half an hour passed. A couple of clerks worked together to clear out the books, packed in several large boxes. Handsome. That's a total of 20,872. Xiao Fan painfully paid the money. Su Yue was beside her and was a bit distressed for Xiao Fan. In her opinion, even if Xiao Fan got some money in front of him, he didn't have parents to rely on and needed to rely on himself for everything, and his future days weren't that easy. Suppose I get together with Senpai. I'll have to make more money later. Su Yue secretly said in her heart. She makes quite a bit of money these days alone. $30,000 or $50,000 a month is something. She could earn more later when she made some name for herself to get better orders. Chapter 36, Returning to the Orphanage with Su Yue. Senpai, it's just up ahead. Su Yue said as she and Xiao Fan took a cab to the orphanage. Afterglow looked at Xiao Fan. Su Yue was a little nervous. Dean Grandma and them were her family. It was the first time she brought someone back, and it was still a boy. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded. He surveyed everything around him. This side was where Su Yue grew up. Dudes and dudettes. Here it is. The cab driver stopped and Xiao Fan swept the code to pay to get off. Sister Vivi is back. Sister Vivi. Hearing the sound of the car, several small children ran out from inside the orphanage. Tiger, Foamy, Sissy. A smile appeared on Su Yue's face as she happily called out to a few small children. Grandma Dean. Sister Weiwei is back. And she brought her boyfriend with her. One of the 6 or 7-year-olds ran inside the yard and exclaimed. Su Yue blushed. Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue smilingly. Su Yue said shyly. Senior, these brats don't know anything. Don't listen to their nonsense. Move over you guys. The car is coming. The minivan drove directly inside the orphanage. Grandma Dean came out and more of the rest of the kids ran over. Xiao Fan laughed. Grandma Dean. School Sister Su said that many of the books in the library were broken. So I bought some books over here, so the children can read more books in general. Xiao Fan, I've let you break the bank again. Grandma Dean was a little embarrassed. It's okay. The van trunk opened and soon boxes of books were being carried out. There were about 100 or so books per box, and the 1,000 or so books totaled 12 boxes. That much? Weiwei, why don't you kids persuade Xiao Fan a bit? This is going to cost a lot of money. Grandma Dean said with some grumbling. Xiao Fan laughed. Grandmother Dean, don't blame schoolmate Su. This amount of money is nothing to me. To these children it might help them a lot. Xiao Fan, thank you. Children quickly thanked Brother Xiao Fan. Grandma Dean said. The 20 to 30 children around them said in unison. Thank you, Brother Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, are you and Sister Weiwei in love? Brother Xiao Fan, falling in love will result in a baby. Do you have a baby? The truck driver left and several children surrounded Xiao Fan and the others. Don't you guys talk nonsense. Su Yue blushed at some of their questions. Grandma Dean, where is the library? I'll carry these books over there. Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Grandmother Dean quickly said. Xiao Fan, this doesn't need to be moved by you. Just let the children do it themselves. The children sprang into action. Xiao Fan also picked up a box of books and sent it to the library. It is said to be a library, but in fact it is just a dilapidated house. The house is surrounded by a few large bookcases, and in the center there is an old table, 2 benches next to the table. The only redeeming feature of the entire collection is the good light. Xiao Fan. In the past, Wei Wei liked to sit there and read. She was the most bookish kid in the whole house, Grandma Dean said while organizing the books. Su Yue didn't follow. She's out there with some little bitty playdates. Xiao Fan surveyed the room and said, Grandmother, Mother Superior, the conditions of the orphanage are a bit tough. Grandma Dean smiled and said, actually, it's not bad. At least the children can eat well and wear warm clothes. And it's thanks to Wei Wei that they can have the conditions they have today. She's a good kid, and so are you. I'm happy if you guys get together in the future and Vivi gets a good home. Xiao Fan looked out the window. He could see Su Yue from here, and from time to time, her silver bell-like laughter resounded from inside the courtyard. The children quickly brought in all the books, and Xiao Fan and Grandma Dean worked together to organize them. Grandma Dean, I'll donate another $1 million to the orphanage. You use the money to fix and repair the entire orphanage. But it's money you don't say I donated. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Grandma Dean froze. Xiao Fan, you said $1 million? Xiao Fan nodded. That's right. Don't worry, this money is quite easy for me to take out. But you must keep it a secret. If I were to get together with Sue's schoolmistress, I wouldn't want her to do it because of payback. Grandmother Dean looked at Xiao Fan with some disbelief. She had heard Su Yue say that Xiao Fan was also an orphan, and that he could easily take out $1 million. Xiao Fan, don't take this money yet. Vivi is a very smart kid. If there's that much commotion in the yard, surely she won't be able to hide it from her. And if I take your money, she will be under pressure to get along with you, Grandma Dean said after a moment of consideration. Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. $1 million was not a small amount of money. Grandmother Superior looked out the window and doted. There are quite a few children who have left the orphanage, but to say that the one with the deepest feelings is this child Wei Wei. She had just turned 1 month old when she was found in front of the orphanage back then. And then some of the children her age were adopted away, and she stayed in the institution. It's been almost 20 years, Xiao Fan said. Grandmother Dean, then I will listen to you. Don't worry, no matter if she and I can get together or not. This $1 million I promised will definitely not be less. It's May now, and it's definitely due by the end of the year. Grandma Dean smiled and said, looks like you're confident you'll be with Vivi within the year. Xiao Fan smiled. They are now living together. If they can't finalize their relationship by the end of the year, it means they are simply not meant to be. Xiao Fan, why don't you and Wei Wei go and play with the kids for a while? Eat here at noon, Grandma Dean said. Xiao Fan nodded and left the library, and the smile on the Dean's grandmother's face grew a little thicker. Even if Xiao Fan has no money, Su Yue will give her blessing if she picks Xiao Fan. Now that Xiao Fan is quite rich, it's even better. Su Yue's future life can be better. Children, the monster is coming. Hide. Seeing Xiao Fan approaching, Su Yue exclaimed. The group of children hurriedly hid behind her, and Xiao Fan also made a move to pounce on her. As time passed by, Xiao Fan and the others were having a great time. Drip! It was almost noon when a limousine drove up inside the orphanage. Su Yue frowned slightly. The door of the car opened. A youth who looked a bit fat and was 27 or 28 years old walked out of the car. And when he saw Su Yue, his eyes instantly glowed. How are you considering it, Dean Shen? This orphanage is in shambles. If Su Yue is my girlfriend, I'll immediately take out $300,000 to fix the orphanage, and I'll take $500,000 if I get a license to get married. The youth looked at the dean's grandmother who was coming out of the library. The dean's grandmother's name was Shinanmei, and she said in a deep voice, Feng Ping, I don't want your stinking money. Who Wei Wei likes, that's her own business. No one can interfere. Feng Ping looked at Su Yue. What do you say, Su Yule? You're the one who walked out of here, and the orphanage is in shambles. Can you look past that? Maybe the whole orphanage will just collapse at some point. You be my girlfriend and $300,000 will be there immediately. Chapter 37, The Miserable Feng Ping. Su Yue coldly said. Feng Ping, don't be delusional. I already have a boyfriend. Feng Ping's ferocious gaze landed on Xiao Fan. It's you? Kid, I advise you to be more sensible. Su Yue is mine. You guys came back, the car didn't even drive. I don't think you're a rich man. Be clear about your weight. With that, he pointed to his car. See? The new BMW, $400,000 or $500,000. You may not be able to afford it even if you work for 10 years. Xiao Fan laughed. The ones chasing Su Yue in their school really didn't have such a low segment. Like Yang Rong, although his head is not very bright, but his family has a lot of assets. Otherwise, how can he take out $50 million to let him go to Rueli to buy raw stone? You're laughing my ass off. I'll whip you to death. Feng Ping snapped as he approached Xiao Fan and slapped him hard. Pop! Xiao Fan raised his hand and slapped it against Feng Ping's palm. Ah! At that moment, Feng Ping screamed miserably as he felt as if his palms had been heavily smacked by an iron plate. Asterisk 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 you dare to hit me. You do not give Lao Zi kneel down and kowtow Su Yue does not become my girlfriend. You all do not want to be good. And this broken orphanage is not as simple as a fence falling down point. Feng Ping shouted in unbridled anger. Su Yue's face changed. The orphanage's wall has fallen down 3 times. It was you who messed up. A good fence had fallen down 3 times. And they'd had some suspicions that something was wrong before. Feng Ping snapped. Who told Shinanmei that wife not to let the old man come in to look for you? Can't get in from the gate. The old man will break down your fence to get in from the fence. Want to stop the old man door is not there. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. This guy was really scum. He even wanted to break down the orphanage's wall. Su Yue angrily said. Feng Ping, do you still have humanity? There was a time when the fence fell down and almost hit Fomi. Senior, we called the police to arrest him. Feng Ping said in a fierce voice. Call the police? You can call the police. I'll go in for a few days at most. You always have to leave. I'm a novice. It's normal to lose control of the car and crash it into the orphanage. The car is insured for $3 million. And their lives are not worth much, so they can certainly afford to pay for it. You. Su Yue was furious. I'll take care of it. Schoolmate Su. Feng Ping, don't ghost shout. What if you scare the child? Let's talk outside. Xiao Fan frowned as he said this and reached out and instantly choked Feng Ping's neck. The next second Feng Ping was directly lifted up by his single hand. In Su Yue, Shinanmei and their shocked gazes, Xiao Fan carried Feng Ping to the outside of the orphanage. Feng Ping's neck was pinched, suffocating his eyes and turning white. Can we talk properly now? Xiao Fan put Feng Ping down in a faint voice. Feng Ping looked at Xiao Fan in fear. He had more than 150 pounds. Xiao Fan even lifted him up with one hand, and also easily walked out 20 to 30 meters. Big brother, I was wrong. Feng Ping spoke in a low voice. Xiao Fan smiled and said, where are you wrong? You're not wrong. You almost killed someone by crashing the fence and came to the orphanage intending to donate a car to compensate. Isn't that so? Reasoning with a guy like Feng Ping was useless. Feng Ping was dumbfounded. Donate a car? It was a new car he'd bought and driven for less than half a month. Why aren't you coming over to make amends? In that case, we'll have to talk about it. It's not good to drive a car to an orphanage and scare the children. Xiao Fan said and picked up a thumb-thick scrap of steel bar next to him. In Feng Ping's fearful gaze, the steel bar in Xiao Fan's hand was directly bent by him. Big brother, who said I didn't come over to compensate? I clearly did. Feng Ping hurriedly said. Xiao Fan reached out his hand and patted Feng Ping's shoulder. The huge force made Feng Ping's legs tremble. It's very good to have this kind of realization, but the car orphanage may not be able to use it. Why don't you just discount it? It's convenient for everyone. You just said $4.5 million. So just discount 4.5. Feng Ping. In fact, he landed this car for $350,000. Is there a problem? I'll get someone from the Zhao family to talk to you if there's a problem. Xiao Fan asked with a smile. The Zhao family was the Earth Emperor of Leishan County. Feng Ping should know the Zhao family. Feng Ping trembled. Big brother. No, there is no problem. If you do something wrong, you have to compensate. Almost smashed the child. It is reasonable to pay $450,000. Whether Xiao Fan was related to the Zhao family or not Feng Ping did not know, but with Xiao Fan's skill, if he wanted to enter the Zhao family would definitely be happy to do so. It wouldn't be a matter of compensating hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Zhao family to step in. Look, the pattern opened up at once. Nice. Xiao Fan threw the rebar in his hand to the side smilingly. Go. Xiao Fan and Feng Ping entered the orphanage together. Asked for the orphanage's collection account. Feng Ping transferred $450,000 through the cell phone bank. The money was crossed out. Feng Ping felt his heart dripping blood. His family gave him $1 million to support his business. He spent $350,000 to buy himself a car first. And here goes another $450,000, leaving him with a pitiful $200,000. Senpai, will there be a problem? Feng Ping drove away in a gray car, and Su Yue said a little worriedly. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Giving Feng Ping a few guts, Xiao Fan expected that he would not dare to call the police. And even if he did, so what? It was a fact that he had almost smashed someone by destroying the fence. Xiao Fan. This money. Shen Anmei was a little hesitant. $450,000 is a lot of money. Xiao Fan laughed. Grandmother Dean, you can rest assured that you can use this money to repair some of the most critical places first. I can see that quite a few places here need to be properly repaired. Aha. Shen Anmei nodded. What is that phone ping of schoolmate Su? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue frowned slightly and said, his family owns a factory nearby. He saw me when I was a senior in high school, and then he started stalking me. His family is still relatively wealthy, probably with tens of millions of assets. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Tens of millions of assets wasn't a small amount, and was definitely considered rich in a county like this, but he was close to 2 small goals on his card, and tens of millions of assets didn't mean much to him. Grandma Dean, it's getting late so we'll leave. If Phone Ping comes over again looking for trouble, you can just call me directly. Xiao Fan said that he had already told Shen Anmei his phone number. Su Yue hasn't bought a new cell phone yet after she broke it. Take care on your way. Wei Wei, come back to visit with Xiao Fan more often in the future. The kids quite like him too. Shen Anmei said with a smile. No. Su Yue blushed slightly and said, if she often brought Xiao Fan back, what kind of relationship did she and Xiao Fan have to have? Bye Sister Vivi. Goodbye brother Xiao Fan. The children of the orphanage said goodbye to Xiao Fan and the others. To them, the time when Su Yue came back to visit them was the time when they were the happiest. Walking out of the orphanage, Su Yue was a little reluctant. Senior Xiao, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that Phone Ping guy to come over. You asked him to donate $450,000, and he's likely to look for trouble from you in the future. Su Yue said. Xiao Fan said smilingly, it's a small matter. By the way, you said you have a boyfriend. I wonder which one. Su Yue's face was red. Senior is ignoring you. Stomping her foot, Su Yue quickened her pace, her heart thumping. Xiao Fan followed behind with a smile. He could clearly feel that Su Yue had a good feeling about himself. If he confessed, Su Yue should agree. But the time of acquaintance is not long. There is no need to rush to confess. Returning to Z City, night had fallen. Xiao Fan and the others ate outside. Sister Su, it's still early. Let's go watch a movie? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Su Yue's heart trembled. Eating together. Going to the movies together. Was this a date? Aha. Su Yue answered in a low voice. Soon Xiao Fan bought movie tickets and a big bucket of popcorn. The movie was not a romance. Nor was it a ghost movie. And nothing special happened during the entire viewing process. But it was already a rare experience for Xiao Fan and Su Yue. Back home after taking a shower and lying on the bed, Su Yue had a sweet smile on her face. The day was too good for her. Someone accompanied them back to the orphanage, and they ate dinner and watched a movie with Xiao Fan. No, I can't sleep at this hour. I've got to try to get a few more orders and make more money. I was a little tired today, but Su Yue still got up from the bed. In her opinion, even if Xiao Fan could get some bonus for catching the 2 murderers, it would only be incidental income and the salary might not be very high when Xiao Fan graduated. Opening the computer, Su Yue's expression quickly became extremely focused. An invisible aura emanated from her body. There is a ranking of hackers in China. Su Yue used the nickname Ugly Duckling to get the 5th. This is still 2 years ago. Now her skills have improved a lot. Chapter 38, I didn't see anything. After 2 hours of exercising using his spiritual thoughts to control the coins, Xiao Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. Mental energy is much depleted and others are a bit disoriented. Wow. As the cool water drenched his body, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that the bathroom door was unlocked. He tried to extend his mental thoughts over to lock the door, but his mental thoughts were so consumed that the door lock wouldn't move at all. Su-senpai should be asleep already. Xiao Fan thought about speeding up his bathing movements. He was already naked and it wasn't too good to lock the door. In less than 3 minutes Xiao Fan was almost done with his shower. Ka-ching! The bathroom door was suddenly opened, and through the wet and dry glazing, Su Yue saw Xiao Fan, and her face instantly turned red. The whole person immediately shrank back. Senpai, I'm sorry I didn't knock. I didn't see anything. Su Yue quickly returned to her room after saying that. She felt her heart poofing. Inside the bathroom Xiao Fan was dumbfounded. Su Yue, how this time has not yet slept. And exactly this 3 minutes came in. Luckily, there were towels hanging above the glass door, and the key areas were in the way. Numbly wiping clean and putting on his clothes, Xiao Fan awkwardly arrived at Su Yue's door. That, schoolmate Su, it was me who forgot to lock the door. I'm out, you can go to the bathroom when I'm out. After saying that, Xiao Fan quickly withdrew to his room. After a while, Su Yue cautiously poked her head out. She first looked around before quickly going out and entering the bathroom. Senpai has a pretty good body. It seems to have abs. The image that just came to Su Yue's mind. It was true that she didn't see the key parts, but she could see Xiao Fan's upper body clearly. As the night passed, Xiao Fan woke up and smelled the aroma again. It's a little different than yesterday. Senpai is beef noodles today, so hurry up and wash up. I'll order the noodles. Su Yue saw that Xiao Fan's gaze was still a little bit evasive. Good. Xiao Fan hurriedly finished washing up. Yummy. The beef noodles were a little different from yesterday's noodles with shredded pork and fungus, but they tasted just as good. Su schoolmate, I'm going to find a driving school to enroll in today to learn how to drive. Do you want to come along? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue shook her head as she thought of the 2 orders she had taken last night. She had to try to make more money. Those 2 orders would probably take her a week. But you can make $20,000 or $30,000 when you're done. With her hacking ability, if she fished for a side way to make money, it would be fast money. But Su Yue didn't want to do that before, and now she wants to do it even less. If he was with Xiao Fan, fishing for money might affect Xiao Fan. Senpai, I'm taking some orders online to make money. I'm afraid I don't have the time. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded. He did not ask in detail. D University is a key university. Su Yue grades are also very good. She can take some orders online to make money normal. The source of her money, Xiao Fan believes that it is also absolutely formal. With Su Yue's face value, if she wants to make quick money, open a live broadcast, the beauty face doesn't even need to be on. And in a minute, it is estimated that there will be many people who will give her a reward. After washing the bowl, Xiao Fan quickly went out. There are driving schools near the school. Spent more than 10,000 yuan, he enrolled himself in a VVIP. The ordinary students to arrive have to wait. Not much time to practice every day. He practiced as he arrived. Just talk to the instructor when you want to practice. Coach, how soon can I take the test? Xiao Fan inquired. Coach, surnamed Huang, called Huang Jia. He smiled and said, depends on the situation. If you learn fast, grab a little test. The fastest 20 days to get a license. Xiao Fan, if you're in a hurry, you can take the subject 1 test today. Xiao Fan nodded. Then arrange it for me. Can I practice now? Could be. Huang Jia nodded his head in a hurry. Ordinary students learning to drive is only 3,000 or 4,000. Ordinary VIP is 7,000 or 8,000. But Xiao Fan is a VVIP who is paid more than $10,000. So surely he can have some special treatment. Half an hour passed and Huang Jia said in surprise, Xiao Fan, you really couldn't drive before? No. Xiao Fan shook his head. Huang Jia looked at Xiao Fan's skillful operation, the whole person a little numb. Some students practice for a month, are not as effective as Xiao Fan practicing this half an hour. That level is straight out of the gate for subject 2. And maybe even subject 3. Xiao Fan, it's a pity there's a class requirement nowadays. Otherwise you'd probably be able to get your license in 3 days. Huang Jia said regretfully, it's okay, I'm not in that much of a hurry. As requested, Xiao Fan practiced his car with great interest. Cars are a man's big toy, for which he is still quite fond. It's the coach, which is really average. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan took the test for subject 1 and easily passed with full marks. Coming out of the driving school, Xiao Fan went to rent a warehouse. Boss Yang, how many clothes have been made? I'll send you an address. You send the goods that have been made over first, and I'll settle your payment immediately upon arrival. Xiao Fan made a call to Yang Anren, who made the clothes. He ordered 20,000 sets from Yang Anren in the front and added another 20,000 sets in the back. Boss Xiao, more than 28,000 sets have been made. Let's hurry up and get 30,000 sets together and send them to you. Do you think it's okay? Yang Anren hurriedly said, can, but at the latest the day after tomorrow afternoon. The goods must be to the warehouse inside. The old rules have to package unloading. I'm in Z City. You their goods sent over. The fastest time should be half a day to arrive. No problem. Yang Anren thought for a moment. With his 2 factories today, producing over 2,000 sets per day, he doesn't have to put together 30,000 in a day. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan went to call another factory owner. He originally ordered 10,000 here and added another 10,000, and was able to send over 15,000 sets, 45,000 sets in total. Those with weak physiques on grandpa's side can change first. 20,000 tanged swords isn't that fast, and the grain will have to be ordered in larger quantities. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. The cart has money in it now and it is much easier to order food. It's not easy to buy very cheap grain, and he has to go out and talk about it, and it's nice to be able to afford it, so you don't have to show up at all, and order online to get it delivered directly to the warehouse. An hour passed. Xiao Fan made a dozen phone calls. He placed separate orders in several nearby municipalities, each looking for 2 or 3, each ordering 100 or so tons. That amount wouldn't even be noticeable. Even if it was discovered that someone was looking for trouble, Xiao Fan wasn't very afraid. After his spiritual thoughts had been upgraded, he was now much stronger compared to before. It's not a crime to spend money on something. Grandpa still needs radishes. There's no need to order this. Just go straight to the food market the day after tomorrow and buy some. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. The radish thing is just Xiao Hai himself eating it. Even if the rest of the people eat it, it has an effect. Xiao Hai won't let the rest of the people eat it nowadays. There will be great trouble if the news leaks. How long before you return, senpai? Su Yue came to the message. It was already dark and she was a bit scared. Right back. Xiao Fan returned with a faint smile on his face. He hadn't eaten yet, but at home Su Yue had already prepared a meal. Chapter 39 Xiao Hai encounters a crisis. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and many things were piled up inside the large warehouse that Xiao Fan had rented. It includes 1,500 tons of rice, several hundred tons of salt, 45,000 sets of winter clothing, and 100 pounds of turnips. There were also a dozen drones that Xiao Fan had bought, solar charging panels, and high magnification telescopes. The city would suppress cultivation around the city. Xiao Hai couldn't fly up and see the situation inside the city. If the drone worked, it would be good for reconnaissance. The telescope goes without saying. With cultivation suppressed, this thing should work well. As night fell, Xiao Fan stood guard inside the warehouse. Gradually the time came to a late night. Xiao Fan didn't sleep tonight. It was already after 11 when he finished his mental chanting workout. Previously Xiao Hai used to contact him around 12. What's going on? Xiao Fan played 2 games. Gradually the time exceeded 12 o'clock, but the big mirror inside the warehouse did not react at all. What's going on with Grandpa? Xiao Fan's brows furrowed as he waited for another hour in torment. Xiao Hai still had no contact, and it was today that he had agreed with Xiao Hai. Brother Lu, are you sure there can be something good inside this warehouse? Near the warehouse, the two men approached cautiously. Of course, I've observed a number of cars hauling stuff into this warehouse today, and there should be only one person guarding the inside of the warehouse. Brother Lu, there aren't even any guards. I'm just afraid it's all worthless stuff. How much can the two of us take away? Lu was stunned. What you said makes sense. There are really good things. I guess there are a lot of guards. Really bad luck. I thought I could make a big profit. Brother Lu, then are we still going in? Get in a hammer. It's not worth risking your life for something worthless. The two retreated in silence. They were still a little distance away from the warehouse and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Fan didn't notice their proximity inside the warehouse. Time passed by, and Xiao Fan couldn't sleep at all. At worst, Xiao Hai is dead. Grandpa, nothing can happen to you. Xiao Fan prayed silently in his heart. With both of his parents dead, he only had Xiao Hai as his only relative nowadays. Otherworldly, Silver Moon City. Kill. Shouting and killing sounds rose in all directions as the elite soldiers holding tang swords under Xiao Hai frantically decimated the enemies. The enemies were also elites, and their average quality was even a bit higher than that of the elites under Xiao Hai, but they gradually fell to the wayside. Their weapons are much worse. The tang swords of the soldiers under Xiao Hai were extremely sharp and could easily cut through the enemy's leather armor, and it would be quite difficult for the enemy's weapons to kill them. Weapons that chopped together vigorously often severed swords in the hands of the enemy. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Xiao Hai bellowed as the enemies around him were swiftly killed by him. Gradually, the shouting stopped. The enemy's 3,000 elites were all killed, and there were corpses everywhere near the city lord's mansion. Treat the wounded and count the casualties. All enemies mended. Check all possible hiding places. This can't happen again. Xiao Hai snapped. They were still in Silver Moon City today, and the enemy's 3,000 elites were hidden in the underground caves near the city lord's mansion, and they had suddenly killed them out of the ground. On the city lord's side they only had 1,000 people at first. If it wasn't for the sharp tang blade given by Xiao Fan, it was likely that their men wouldn't have been able to withstand it, and then even Xiao Hai's cultivation would have been killed. The cultivation of Xiao Hai in the city is limited, and he can only block 100 with one. Yes, Marshal. Several of the surrounding generals spoke in unison. You two follow me out of the city. Xiao Hai called up his two beloved ones and they arrived outside the city. More than 10 miles away from the city, Xiao Hai and their cultivation was no longer suppressed in any way. Good grandson. At around 4 in the morning, Xiao Hai's voice finally reached Xiao Fan's ears. Grandpa. Xiao Fan was still not sleeping at this moment, and he immediately looked at Xiao Hai when he heard the voice. Xiao Hai was wearing his armor, which was stained with a lot of blood. Grandpa, you're hurt? Xiao Fan's face changed as he said. Xiao Hai grinned. No, it's all the blood of the enemy, but this time it's fortunate to have those 10,000 tang swords that you passed over. Motherfucker, I underestimated those bastards. Their 3,000 elites hid in the city's underground, hiding for several days before they suddenly killed out from the ground. Xiao Fan was shocked. After not venturing out for a few days, Xiao Hai must have let his guard down, and it was entirely possible for 3,000 people to kill out of the ground at this time. Beheading Xiao Hai. Grandpa, you must be careful in the future. Never underestimate any enemy, Xiao Fan said with a gloomy expression. Xiao Hai nodded. This time was indeed a lesson for him. Grandpa, this time I've prepared 1,500 tons of grain, 500 tons of salt, and 45,000 sets of clothes for you, Xiao Fan said as he moved up the large mirror and a pile of stuff was quickly teleported away. What is that stuff you teleported behind you, Goodson? Xiao Hai inquired. Xiao Fan laughed. Grandpa, it's 10 drones, some solar charging panels, and a few boxes with binoculars inside. Drones may not work. It's a shame you can't use any of those guns you passed around earlier, Xiao Hai said regretfully. If guns work, surely bombs will work, and it will be much easier for him to rebel. Xiao Fan said. Grandpa, you can try it first. If the guns don't work, it could be that the gunpowder doesn't work. The drone doesn't use gunpowder. By the way, Grandpa, since guns can't be used, when the time comes I'll get you some compound bows or crossbows? Such things are also very powerful. Xiao Fan had seen videos on the internet where a compound bow could directly shoot a black bear through with one arrow. Xiao Hai shook his head. These are not necessary. There is a wood over here that is very suitable for bows and arrows that is extremely elastic. You can just buy some bow ropes then. What limits the number of bows and arrows over here is a good bowline. Xiao Fan nodded. Bows and crossbows aren't very good buys, and getting some bowstring that isn't easy? Grandpa, if you had said so earlier, I would have passed it on to you, Xiao Hai said without a trace of anger. If the gun was useful, there would be no need to go through this whole thing. Isn't it already established that the gun is useless? After the last time you upgraded your spiritual thoughts, it's best to do it again at intervals, and give you a new ability. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Hai, who looked a bit miserable now. Grandpa, you just had a big battle. Why don't you give it back next time? Xiao Hai shook his head. It's fine. Although the fight lasted for a few hours, it didn't consume a lot of power as it was fought within the city. Plus there's them to help. Xiao Fan nodded, since Xiao Hai had no problem with it. Of course he wanted it if there were benefits. This time, I'll give you the invisibility power. If you are in danger, you can stealthily leave. Staying alive is the most important thing, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. He was close to having an accident today, and he didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Fan. Soon the dazzling light did not enter Xiao Fan's body through the mirror. Good grandson. Next time I'll find you in 10 days. Xiao Hai disappeared after saying that, and the mirror returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Chapter 40, Thieves in the Warehouse. Phew. Xiao Fan let out a long breath. A few hours passed the appointed time. He was really worried. Luckily, Xiao Hai wasn't in any trouble. A big old man. And I have to worry as a grandson. Alas. Xiao Fan bristled. If he hadn't seen Xiao Hai looking a bit miserable, he would have just spat at him to his face. Getting that batch of Tang swords is what allowed Grandpa to get through this time. It seems that the Tang swords are effective. The new 20,000 handle should be ready in 10 days. Xiao Fan said in his heart that he would have to make another trip to Burma then. It's almost 4:30. Looking at the time, Xiao Fan quickly laid down to sleep. He was so depleted from exercising his spiritual thoughts every night that he needed a good night's sleep to replenish them. He slept until the great dawn, and Xiao Fan woke up only after 9 o'clock. Can you really be invisible? Don't just be physically invisible. Clothes and stuff aren't. Xiao Fan reached the mirror and he stretched out one of his hands. As he stared in amazement, the hand literally faded into transparency and disappeared. But he could clearly feel the hand. He just couldn't see it anymore. Half a minute passed and Xiao Fan's entire body, including the clothes he wore, became transparent. Soon Xiao Fan experimented with the rest of the things. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to have the results. He was free to decide whether or not the thing he was touching was invisible. And the larger the size and mass of the item, the more he would be consumed. Also, standing still consumes much less, roughly a tenth of the same time consumption. With the stealth ability, security is further enhanced. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Fan cancelled his stealth and a smile appeared on his face. Attacking aspects of the ability, spiritual thoughts to raise up will be enough. For him something like stealth is more important than an additional means of attack. Click. Xiao Fan went outside the warehouse and he locked the door of the warehouse. This warehouse was larger and he rented it for a year at a cost of $500,000 in rent. Brother Lu, that warehouse last night, the people who watched the warehouse are gone. A nearby young man sent out a message when he saw Xiao Fan leave. It didn't take long for that Lu to come over. A warehouse this big, with a lot of stuff in it, and not a single person left behind? Lu said suspiciously. The young man jumped forward and said, Brother Lu, why don't we do something? There's no one inside anyway, so if we cover our faces, can we still be found? If it's no good, big deal. We don't take anything. Lu mused that it was much less risky without a guard. We'll talk about it tonight. If there's still no one there at night, we'll come back over and you keep an eye out. Lu considered for a while and said, he was still very cautious in doing things. Xiao Fan made a trip to school and then went to the driving school to practice in the afternoon. The time had come to night without realizing it. There was nothing left on this side of the warehouse. so Xiao Fan naturally wouldn't come over. How's it going, Gonzo? Brother Lu's name was Lu Mang, and he reappeared on this side of the warehouse to inquire in a low voice. Brother Lu, what's the situation? No one's come by all day, and if I'd known that I might as well have gone to an internet cafe to surf the net. Gundam grumbled a bit. Lu Mang glared at him. The important thing in doing something like this is to be cautious. You come back online and run inside. Maybe several security guards are waiting for you. Gangzi smiled sarcastically. Brother Lu, I'm just talking off the top of my head. I guarantee that there's absolutely no one inside. But there's no one to watch over the guards, so I guess we'll have a hard enough time making this trip. Put on a hat and a mask. Lu Mang barked as they carefully reached the warehouse gate. There is a lock on the door, and there is more than one kind. But this can't stop Lu Mang at all. In less than 3 minutes both kinds of locks were opened by him, and the two of them quickly went inside the warehouse. What's going on? Where's the stuff? Lu Mang said suspiciously. The inside of the large warehouse was surprisingly empty. Only one mirror was alone in the corner. See Ghost. We clearly saw a lot of things put into this warehouse yesterday, and there were no shipments at all last night or during the day today, so how did things disappear? Gonzo shuddered. It was already dark outside, and the warehouse was empty, and he felt quite oozy. Ding dong. Xiao Fan was eating with Su Yue when he received a message. Xiao Fan's face changed slightly. The message was sent from the surveillance secretly placed over the warehouse. As long as someone entered the warehouse, a message would immediately alert him. I have something to do. Su-senpai. Xiao Fan got up and entered the master bedroom. Soon he clicked on the surveillance screen. Lu Mang they opened the lights of the warehouse. The surveillance can clearly see the warehouse inside came in 2 people, but they were wearing bodysuits, big hats, and masks on their faces, and there was no way to tell what they were through the surveillance. The front of this warehouse has been vacant for some days and they happened to come in today. I guess I saw a lot of goods coming in inside the warehouse yesterday. Xiao Fan frowned darkly. These 2 guys would definitely wonder where the goods had gone. Lu, there's a mirror there. So many things are gone and only such a mirror is left. Do you think there is something unclean inside the mirror that dragged away the things inside the warehouse? Gundam blushed a little, his voice trembling. Don't be ridiculous, and don't call me names. Lu Mang glared. He does not believe that there are ghosts in the world, but a warehouse of things disappeared and disappeared. This situation is really weird, and his heart is also hairy. The surveillance could hear voices, and Xiao Fan heard the 2 guys talking. 2 hairy thieves. They couldn't have called the police. Xiao Fan was slightly relieved. They were coming in to steal something, and they shouldn't be able to go outside and talk nonsense. It's just that when something like this happens, this warehouse that cost $500,000 to rent is temporarily unusable. Brother, should we check who rented the warehouse? So many things have disappeared into thin air. If it's not a ghost we've run into aliens. Gonzo whispered. Lu Mang said in a bad mood, most likely last night's transit away. We did not stare at the back. Don't be suspicious. We are seeking wealth. Check the ass. Hurry up and withdraw. The 2 quickly withdrew, and as they left they relocked the warehouse door. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The warehouse had incoming and outgoing. Sooner or later, it would arouse suspicion. It's also a pain in the ass to actually get invited to tea. He had to think of a better way. Buy a cargo ship, transfer the goods onto it, and transfer them to Grandpa on the ship later? Such thoughts bubbled up in Xiao Fan's mind. However, he quickly dismissed it. This was quite troublesome, and not everyone could drive the boat. Hire someone else to drive the boat, and risk being leaked information by someone else. If you open a company to cover up goods in and out, this aspect will not arouse suspicion, and it is convenient to buy goods. But the internal staff again will certainly find problems. Xiao Fan rubbed his temples as his brain hurt. There is no point in trying to solve one problem if more of the rest of the problems arise. Chapter 41, Song Jia finds her door. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan thought of one thing. Food-wise he could buy it in Burma. Myanmar is a grain exporter. The quality of the grain is good, the price is also okay. He is now close to 200 million in the card. It is completely possible to take tens of thousands of tons at a time. At $5,000 a ton, 10,000 tons would be $50 million. So much food is enough for the soldiers under Shanghai to eat for half a year. And there is no need to buy domestically in the latter aspect. 10 days later those 20,000 tang swords should be ready. He went to Burma and could buy the grain and at the same time pass those 20,000 tang swords to Shanghai as well. As for the need for foreign exchange to buy things over there, this Tang Zitian could certainly handle. What's the problem, senpai? Xiao Fan went outside and Su Yue inquired. It's okay, a little business problem I can handle. Xiao Fan smiled and said. The meal is not yet finished. Xiao Fan sat down and continued to dry rice. Su Yue's cooking is really good. If it is not nowadays, the physique is good to consume fast. He estimates that he will certainly grow fat. Knock. Knock. Suddenly the knock on the door sounded. Xiaofan and Su Yue looked at me and I looked at you. Who's here? It was better if it was Shinchan and the others. If the rest of the people knew that they lived together and ate together in the evening, they were afraid that the news would quickly spread. I don't think it's the oldest four of them. Xiaofan frowned darkly. He had just checked his cell phone and had no messages from them. They now know Su Yue lives here. Even if they want to come over, come before how to give him a phone call. Or only Su Yue at home? Knock knock. Xiaofan and the others didn't make a sound when the knock on the door outside sounded again. Young Vivian is me. I know you're inside the house with the lights on. There's some misunderstanding between us. I've come here to explain. Open the door and I'll go in and talk to you. Song Jia's voice sounded outside the door. Su Yue frowned. She pulled Black Song Jia in front of her. Song Jia had added her later and she didn't go through. This moment actually looked for her directly. You go away. There's nothing to talk about between us. Su Yue said in a cold voice. She knew that the reason Song Jia had come over was not to retain their friendship. There had never been a real friendship between them at all. Song Jia most likely just doesn't have anyone to give her money. In the past, when she lived in a dormitory, by revealing some of her secrets, Song Jia could get money from Yang Rong and others. Now that she's living out and has blacked out Song Jia, Yang Rong and the others aren't stupid and can't get the information. So how can they still give Song Jia money? Young Vivian, you open the door first. We're at least in the same class. You don't have to be so heartless. Tell Young and the others a little bit of news. I'm also doing it for your own good. You're pretty and have capital. It's perfectly fine for you to find a rich second generation as a boyfriend. If you are cheated by a poor boy, it is you who will regret it later. Song Jia said through the door. Su Yue looked at Xiaofan as she said coldly to the door. You followed me here? Yue, you don't talk so hard. I just happened to see you in the afternoon. I didn't have time in the afternoon. Now I just came over to find you to have a good chat. Su Yue was slightly relieved. It seemed that Song Jia should not know that Xiaofan also lived here and did not know that this was Xiaofan's house. She lived with Xiaofan and exposed it. Su Yue didn't really care. But she was worried that this look would affect Xiaofan and worried that others would find Xiaofan in trouble. Song Jia, go away. We have nothing to talk about. I won't pursue what happened in the past, but if you still want to use me to make money in the future, don't blame me for not being polite. Su Yue said in a cold voice. Outside the door, Song Jia exasperatedly said, I'm just making a little bit by the way. Su Yue, you're a dog-biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know what's good for you. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you believe I'll expose you for living here? What are you thinking when you pay to live outside when you don't live in a nice dormitory? There's not going to be a man inside the room if you don't open the door. Is there? Xiaofan frowned. Su Yue's roommate was no match for Shinchan and the others. Su Yue said, Song Jia, you should know about Qiu Yiming's case. If you expose the news that I live here, you'll be responsible for anything that happens to me in the future. Outside the door, Song Jia's face changed slightly. Qiu Yiming's case was spreading inside the school. Others didn't know about him mesmerizing Su Yue, but everyone already knew that the girl in the school who died a while ago was killed by him. The girl Qiu Yiming killed was nowhere near as pretty as Su Yue. Yoi, I'm really doing you a favor. Calm down. I'll come over to see you in a few days. We are in the same class after all. Song Jia said. Finishing her sentence, she finally went downstairs and left. Xiaofan spoke. School sister Su, I'd rather live in the dormitory. I'm not afraid of letting others know that we live together. It won't have a small impact on you. Senpai, I'm not afraid. Su Yue hurriedly said. Senior, if the news is exposed, are you really not afraid? Xiaofan shook his head. As far as Yang Rong and the others are concerned, I can fight 8 of them by myself. And in a legal society, they can't move a knife or a gun against me. Su Yue thought of Xiaofan taking down 2 murderers. Thought of Xiaofan picking up phone ping with one hand. Xiaofan might not be joking when he said 1 beat 8. Senpai, then you continue to live here. I'm still a little scared. Su Yue looked at Xiaofan somewhat pitifully and said. Xiaofan nodded slightly. That was your roommate just now? What's wrong with her? Su Yue said sullenly. At first I thought Song Jia was a hothead. Once let me know that Yang Rong gave her money. Then I kept an eye out and realized that it might be more than Yang Rong who was giving her money, and that she was making a few $1,000s a month by spreading the word. Xiaofan shook his head. This hasn't even graduated yet and she's a pup. When she graduates she can make a good move in that direction. Su Yue snorted out a laugh. Xiaofan froze as Su Yue smiled like this. Killing and injuring. Senpai, I'll go back to my room and work first. Su Yue blushed slightly and said that she was also a bit shy when Xiaofan looked at her like this. Ahem. Good. Already finished eating. Xiaofan got up to collect the dishes. Washing them was his task. Su Yue, go for it. Su Yue secretly cheered for herself. Open the computer, she quickly busy. The orphanage had the newly acquired $450,000 not to worry about her for the time being. Xiao Fan is studying for his driver's license, and she wants to make more money to give Xiao Fan a car later. Living here for more time and working harder, she could make $60,000 or $70,000 a month. And in 3 months' time she could make $200,000 or so, which would allow her to buy a fairly decent car. Xiao Fan has a house, and if she buys a car, won't she have a house and a car? Although there is no comparison with the mansions and luxury cars of the rich, Su Yue feels that this is very good. Chapter 42. Yang Rong seeks out Tang Zitian to inform on him. Rueli, Yunnan, what is it you wanted to see me about? Young man? Tang Zitian smoked his cigar and said in a flat voice. In front of him was Yang Rong, who looked a bit rattled. The Yang family has a lot of assets, but Yang Rong is still tender in front of a boss like Tang Zitian, who is a local snake on this side and is well fed in all of Myanmar. Boss Tang, my father, Yang Yangan. Yang Rong opened his mouth. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. It's already written clearly on your worship invitation. Yang Rong has no business meeting with him if he doesn't have a good father. Boss Tang, I want to talk to you about Xiao Fan. $50 million is almost lost. Yang Rong knows that if he does not have a little action, he next long don't want to intervene in the family business, so that he has no money. The small allowance given by his family was not enough for him to spend. Xiao Fan? Tang Zitian was instantly interested. Although he did not go to take the initiative to investigate Xiao Fan, but Yang Rong door to door said that it is okay for him to understand the understanding. Yang Rong's eyes lit up. He was trying to hook up with Tang Zitian through Xiao Fan. If he can get Tang Zitian's friendship, he will lose $50 million and his family will still give him money. Boss Tang, Xiao Fan left in the car with you earlier. He's on good terms with you? Yang Rong said. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. That's right. He and I do have an okay relationship. Yang Rong said in a deep voice. Boss Tang, although I don't know what kind of method he used, he's afraid that he has lied to you. He's just an orphan with 2 dead parents. There's not much money in the house either. How could someone like him possibly get involved with someone of your stature? Tang Zitian's eyes narrowed. How did you know? Yang Rong said confidently. Boss Tang, what I said is definitely true. He and I are alumni, both from University D. His information is inside the school forum. Speaking of which, Yang Rong pulled out his cell phone. He lit up the screen and handed it to Tang Zitian. Look, Boss Tang, there's a picture of him on it. All the information is clear. Tang Zitian carefully looked at it. From the information, Xiao Fan was so ordinary that he couldn't be any more ordinary. His parents were dead. His family's situation was ordinary, and he was only pretty good in his studies. So well hidden. Tang Zitian lamented in his heart. He wouldn't really think Xiao Fan was ordinary. He wasn't stupid. In front of him, Xiao Fan easily took out the shrapnel in Yang Jun's body, and the image of the shrapnel floating in Xiao Fan's hand, he still remembered clearly. When Yang Jun and Xiao Fan were being chased, Xiao Fan even caught bullets with his bare hands. Even without these, all the raw stones picked out by Xiao Fan went up big. Is this an ability that the average person can have? What do you mean? Young man, when you tell me this? Tang Zitian said with an indifferent expression. Yang Rong hurriedly said, Boss Tang, my senior just doesn't want you to be deceived and reminds you. Xiao Fan's IQ is not low and his level of deception should be good as well. I'll check. One must rest early in old age. See off the guests, Tang Zitian said in a faint voice. With his city, he naturally wouldn't directly flip out with Yang Rong, a junior. Okay, Boss Tang, here's my contact info. Yang Rong let go of a business card and quickly left. Yang Jun, look at this. Tang Zitian looked up the information he had just read, and he had Yang Jun read it as well. Boss, there is no doubt that Xiao Xiao is powerful. There are 2 possibilities. One, that his apparent identity is a blindfold and he secretly has another identity. The other kind of his identity is real, and behind him is not a powerful family but a clan. The strength of a clan with a long heritage may be even stronger than the family. Yang Jun considered for a moment and said. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. Is it possible that Xiao Xiao has gotten some secret book or something and cultivated himself? Yang Jun shook his head. Boss, I think this possibility is extremely low. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Secretly, if he doesn't have the support of a powerful force, it shouldn't be possible for him to be that strong at such a young age. Boss, we'd better not have thoughts of targeting Xiao Xiao. Yang Jun used the word we, but what he really meant was that Tang Zitian shouldn't think like that. Even if Tang Zitian wanted to do this, he wouldn't do it. Xiao Fan took out the shrapnel in his body to save him from pain. He should have protected Xiao Fan when he returned from Burma, but it turned out to be Xiao Fan who saved him. He owed Xiao Fan a lot. Tang Zitian laughed lightly. Don't worry, even if he doesn't have a powerful force behind him, it's still great to befriend young Xiao. Speaking of this, Tang Zitian took out his cell phone and went to Xiao Fan with a message. Yang Rong approached Tang Zitian to inform on him. Xiao Fan soon saw the message sent by Tang Zitian. This guy's $50 million. I'm afraid he's lost it all. Is this unwillingness? Xiao Fan laughed coldly in his heart. He could probably guess what Yang Rong was thinking. Can only say that the idea is good. If you can pull on the relationship of Tang Zitian is not bad. But unfortunately, Yang Rong greatly underestimated him. It is Tang Zitian who wants to climb his relationship. Drip. Xiao Fan called Tang Zitian. Xiao. It didn't bother you, did it? Tang Zitian answered the phone smilingly. Xiao Fan laughed. Boss Tang, you are reminding me what there is to disturb or not. What Yang Rong said is indeed me. My family is poor, making you laugh. Boss Tang. I want to buy 10,000 tons of rice over in Burma. Just average quality. I wonder if Boss Tang can help. Tang Zitian was surprised in his heart. 10,000 tons of rice? So much rice can feed a lot of pigs even if you use it to feed them. Of course there's no problem with Xiao. Or find a warehouse to store it? Tang Zitian hurriedly said. Xiao Fan laughed. Yes, find a warehouse that's a bit out of the way. Those 20,000 Tang swords, if they're good, will be put in there as well. In addition, I want 5,000 tons of salt and 5,000 tons of sugar. Salt and sugar are strategic materials. He had given Xiao Hai several hundred tons of salt earlier, which should be enough to calm down the price of salt in Silver Moon City, but he would definitely need more for the follow-up, so he might as well give more. Work hard once and it will be easier later. That much? Tang Zitian said in surprise. How would a normal person need to stock up on so much? A packet of salt would last quite a while. Boss Dawn is a bit much. Is there a problem? Xiao Fan said. Tang Zitian laughed. It's all rice, salt, sugar and such common things. As long as the money is very simple, I'll directly arrange for people to go over to pick it up. The exact amount of money spent. Xiao Fan, you can just give it to me again. Xiao Fan said. By the way, I also want some threads with strong tension. Tennis thread, Kevlar fiber, and high-powered thread. All prepare some. 1 ton of each. A spool of thread is long enough to make quite a few bowstrings, and a ton of each is perfectly adequate. Tang Zitian was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? But Xiao Fan wants. He wrote down to come to the time to arrange on his. It's all very easy. Xiao. I'll arrange for someone to go over and purchase it. Do you need me to have someone warn him at Yang Rong's place? Tang Zitian Dao. Xiao Fan said in a faint voice, he is just a clown. Don't pay attention to him. Boss Tang is troubling you. I'll treat you to a drink when you come to Z City. Ha, that's a good feeling. Tang Zitian chuckled. Hanging up the phone, Tang Zitian and Yang Jun said, Yang Jun, what do you think? Yang Jun pondered for a moment and said, so much grain, salt, and sugar. It's not something a little bit of people can eat up. Plus it's not easy to raise livestock. The odds are that behind Yang Xiao should be a hidden sect with quite a few people. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. He was of much the same mind. So much grain, salt, sugar, and tens of thousands of handles of swords. It was obviously not a supply for a handful of people. Chapter 43, A Strange Bank Robbery. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Fan spent most of his time practicing. At his level he had no problem getting on the road, but getting a driver's license required a full course load, and on top of that he was too lazy to spend money on shortcuts. There was no need for that. The exam is over. With a passing grade, Xiao Fan came out of the driving school with a smile, and Subject 2 finally passed. Day 8. Got to get ready to travel to Maine. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Tang Zitian called in the morning to tell him that the batch of Tang knives was almost ready, and that the rest of the things had been procured. Drip! The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Kong Su calling. Boss, get together at noon? Xiao Fan picked up the phone and laughed. It's almost noon. There's a potluck, Kong Su, and they won't forget him. Kong Su's grave voice came from the other end of the phone. Lao San, you come back quickly. Lao Si is in big trouble. He went to the bank to get money and met robbers. This will be trapped inside the bank. Xiao Fan's face changed. If it was Yi Fei who was trapped inside, he wasn't particularly worried. With Yi Fei's skill, maybe he could very well take care of the thugs. Shin Chan is not the same. He is a little fat. The body is not as flexible as a normal person. The family conditions are good body wear or brand name. Likely to be targeted by the bandits. Right back. The driving school was near the school, and in less than 10 minutes Xiao Fan returned to the dormitory. What's wrong with the boss? Entering the dormitory, Xiao Fan hurriedly said. Kong Su said with a grave expression. Old Four sent me a message saying that he met a bank robber. Xiao Fan said suspiciously. I just passed by the bank near the school. There was no abnormality. Kong Su laughed bitterly. He is not trapped there. This guy does not know what to do these days. Often go out. Early this morning went out. Did not expect to run into this gear. Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Let's take a taxi there first. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon the three of them went out of the school gate and took a cab. 20 minutes later they approached their destination, which was near quite a few police cars and blockades were drawn up. There were quite a few people around to see what was going on. Xiao Fan heart powerless to spit. Bank robberies are watching the fun. Not afraid of the robbers to the outside of a shuttle? Kong Su said. This situation I call for someone seems to be unnecessary. There are already so many people coming. Lao San, you have a bright brain. Do you have a good idea? Xiao Fan saw an acquaintance at this time. Liang Wu. I'll go over and ask for information. Xiao Fan said. As he said that he moved closer towards Liang Wu's side. Xiao Fan, what are you doing over here? Liang Wu saw Xiao Fan and inquired. Team Liang, one of my brothers is in there. What's the situation in there today? Xiao Fan inquired. Liang Wu frowned. 3 robbers, with guns. There were about 20 hostages inside. The bank employee pressed the silent alarm and the police car came before they could get out. I was only supposed to be working on your mom and dad's case, and I came by unexpectedly for backup. Xiao Fan nodded. An emergency like this requires quite a bit of police force, and it's normal for Liang Wu to come over for support. Stand back. All police officers stand back or don't blame me. Voices came from inside the bank. Naturally, the police outside didn't obey and back away. The robbers said to back off and they did. So what were they doing over here? Not good. Xiao Fan spotted a black hole in the muzzle of a gun. And the muzzle was clearly aimed at Liang Wu. Bang! The robbers aiming at Liang Wu fired directly. In the nick of time, Xiao Fan quickly pounced Liang Wu to the side. The bullets grazed Xiao Fan's body as they passed. Look out! The rest of the police quickly took cover. And a number of people who had gathered over to watch the action immediately fled. Shit! That little brat! Show you can, right? You get in here. If you don't, I'll kill a man a minute. I'll do what I say. The pugnacious voice came from inside the bank. Liang Wu was furious in his heart. These robbers were so arrogant to shoot him directly. If not for Xiao Fan pushing him away, he would most likely be accounted for here today. Lao San, Kong Su and the others hid behind a police car, and Yi Fei called out in fear. Xiao Fan had saved someone. This was naturally a good thing. But the robbers even forced Xiao Fan to enter inside. Wasn't that a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Judging by the fact that the robbers dared to kill the police, they really dared to kill. Xiao Fan, you can't go in. Liang Wu hurriedly said. Inside the bank, the robber who had just spoken said ferociously. That little brat, you should be able to hear the words of the old man. There are still 50 seconds. If you don't come in, the old man will kill immediately. Xiao Fan laughed coldly in his heart. Enter inside? It was just what he wanted. Even if the robbers had a gun, Xiao Fan was not afraid at all. After these days of exercise, his spiritual thoughts were already a bit stronger than before and he was more skillful in using them. Outside the bank he wasn't quite able to tackle the robbers, but inside wasn't it a breeze? Team Liang, I have to go in. They really dare to kill. Did you forget my nickname? Xiao Fan whispered as he finished and stood up raising his hands. Liang Wu's brows furrowed as he blurted out. Let me go in for him and become your hostage. The bandit leader who shot inside the bank had a strange light flashing in his eyes. He planned this robbery. In fact, he wanted to attract Liang Wu to come over and kill him squarely. It would be easy to kill Liang Wu by letting him enter instead of replacing him, but that would easily arouse suspicion. After all, when someone like Liang Wu went in, they were at a much higher risk. I want that little brat to come in. 30 seconds to go. The leader of the robbers snapped. Xiao Fan took a step towards the entrance of the bank. Kong Su and Yi Fei's faces were very ugly. Xin Chen was trapped inside. He didn't expect that Xiao Fan would be forced to enter inside now. Wait. I'll replace him in there. My dad and my grandpa are both officials, and not lowly ones at that, so it's better for you if I'm a hostage. Kong Su gritted his teeth and stood out loudly. He was the one who informed Xiao Fan. He couldn't just watch Xiao Fan go in like this. He lied to you guys. My family is the one who is in office. Let me replace him. Yi Fei grabbed in front of Kong Su. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the leader of the robbers said in a fierce voice, think I'm stupid, right? You guys are in disguise and want to come in and cause trouble. All of you be honest with me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. That little brat. 15 seconds to go. Xiao Fan looked back at Kong Su and the others. The bullet that had just hit a little in front of them. I'm all here. Open the door. Xiao Fan deliberately said nervously. Wow. The bank's roller shutter opened a little, and Xiao Fan entered inside before the shutter was quickly redrawn shut. Shit. Liang Wu slammed his fist heavily on the car door. His face was very ugly. Xiao Fan was a civilian, and he really didn't want Xiao Fan to get involved. Inside the bank, Xiao Fan swept his gaze and 20 or so hostages were huddled together. Their hands were tied with improvised ties. Little pup, you're quite capable. Now you can one more and see. An armed robber laughed as he held the gun in his left hand and slapped Xiao Fan with his right hand. Chapter 44, showing amazing marksmanship. Xiao Fan blocked with his left hand and slammed his right hand hard into the bandit's abdomen. At once this bandit lost his voice in pain, and he felt as if his internal organs were all stirred together. In the blink of an eye Xiao Fan snatched the gun from this bandit's hand. The gun's safety was on, and there were a total of 6 rounds inside the gun. These Xiao Fan had long ago checked using his spiritual thoughts. No good. The bandit leader and the other robbers' face changed drastically as they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Xiao Fan. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and it was Xiao Fan who grabbed the first shot. Ah! The leader of the bandits and the other robbers screamed miserably. Their gun-toting right hands were hit by 2 precise bullets, which broke their tendons, and the pistols they were holding both fell helplessly to the ground. Asshole! The bandit leader was extremely fierce, and despite the severe pain, he immediately crouched down and tried to pick up his gun with his left hand to return fire. Bang! Xiao Fan calmly fired again and the bullet passed through the bandit leader's left hand again. Try picking it up. Xiao Fan stepped towards another bandit with his gun. He also wanted to pick up his gun to fight back, but being pointed at by Xiao Fan's gun, his hand touched the gun and silently shrunk back. Want to take me alive? Dream on. Just then the bandit leader slammed hard into the pillar next to him, and instantly he fainted with his head cracked and bleeding. Xiao Fan didn't care about the bandit leader as he kicked the other bandit's gun to the side. You guys are fine. Don't worry. Xiao Fan consoled as the 20 or so hostages were frightened. Inside the hostage Shinshin stared blankly at Xiao Fan. He couldn't believe it. The 3 ferocious gun-toting bandits were surprisingly solved by Xiao Fan in just a few seconds. Team Liang, you guys can come in now. Xiao Fan rushed outside and shouted. The outside couldn't see the inside, but Liang Wu and the others could hear the voices inside. The 3 gunshots just now scared Liang Wu and the others. Liang Wu heard out that it was Xiao Fan's voice. He rushed out with a single stride. Soon Liang Wu was the first to arrive inside the bank. He saw the 3 bandits on the ground. They were all lying on the ground. The one who was punched by Xiao Fan didn't take a shot, but he hadn't slowed down yet. You guys take care of Team Liang next. I'll withdraw first. Xiao Fan handed the gun in his hand to Liang Wu, who nodded at Shinshin to leave immediately. All he had to do was slow down a bit, and the reporters would soon gather around. Is Lao San the hidden king of the special forces? Shinshin's mind was in disarray, and he felt that his head was not enough. When did Xiao Fan become so powerful, so strong? Liang Wu quickly checked on the 3 bandits. Only 2 of the 3 bandits were shot, and all 3 shots hit them right in the center of their wrists. During normal training, close-range shooting Liang Wu also had such accuracy, but facing 3 armed bandits, he could not guarantee such play. If he were to strike, his first choice would be to kill his target. It's obviously better to take them alive than to kill them, and maybe there's someone else behind them. The bandits have all been taken down. Everyone is in shock. Everyone go back and get some rest. The rest of the police also entered, and Shinshin and his group of hostages were taken away from the bank. There were already a dozen or so reporters who had gotten this way, and they immediately surged forward. Uncle, may I ask what just happened inside? A beautiful young lady interviewed. A plainclothes cop just entered inside, knocked out 1 robber with 1 punch and shot 2 others in the hand, and they could all have guns in their hands. That young cop was amazing. One of the older men interviewed raised his eyebrows. In the distance Xiao Fan secretly shook his head. Fortunately he ran fast, otherwise he would have been surrounded for sure. Lao San, what's the situation? Kong Su and Yi Fei closely followed Xiao Fan as he left, and Kong Su inquired. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. It's done. Old 4 is fine, but this thing today probably scared him enough. I think he's going to pee his pants, Yi Fei said without a trace of anger. Lao San, don't change the subject. What kind of skill do you have that we don't know? How come you went in for a while and solved 3 robbers? Xiao Fan's expression became serious. Kong Su and the others stared at Xiao Fan closely, waiting for him to confess. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, actually, I can turn into a super yasser when I encounter danger. This secret is only known to you guys. You have to keep it a secret for me. Kong Su and Yi Fei had black lines on their faces. Shit. Both of them gave Xiao Fan a middle finger. Drip, drip, drip. Shinshin telephoned Xiao Fan, who got through and told Shinshin his present-day location. It didn't take long for Shinshin to come over. He had a look of excitement on his face. Boss, 2nd brother. You don't know. Just now 3rd brother exploded. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. You're the one who exploded. Shinshin smiled sarcastically. 3rd brother, I was just describing you as being very good. How come you're such a good shot? 3rd brother, how come I've never heard you mention it before? Xiao Fan said without any good humor. Usually nothing to mention this? Okay, hurry up and grab a bite to eat. I have things to do this afternoon. CID Brigade. Xiao Fan came over. Considering Liang Wu's familiarity with Xiao Fan, plus the fact that Liang Wu was also almost shot, this case was transferred to Liang Wu. and Xiao Fan had to come over to take a statement again. The familiar transcript room, where Liang Wu was personally questioned. Xiao Fan answered in a heartbeat. Liang Wu said, "Last question. Xiao Fan, how come your marksmanship is so good? You should be good at taking down 2 murderers, but what happened to your marksmanship?" For Xiao Fan, Liang Wu thought he knew a lot about himself. He actually didn't have the slightest idea that Xiao Fan was a good shot. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I went to Burma the other day. There is a professional target range over there. I only practiced for half an hour, and I was able to hit 10 rings on the 100-meter target." Liang Wu gulped. What kind of talent is that? Even he can't do 10 rings on a 100-meter target. With 10 rounds, a professional soldier who can hit 80 rings is an excellent standard. Let me see your hands. Liang Wu Dao. Xiao Fan reached out and showed Liang Wu, who realized that there was no gun callus at all. How could you still calmly shoot them in the wrist at that moment? Liang Wu inquired. Xiao Fan frowned. Didn't think about it that much. Maybe subconsciously I didn't want to kill anyone. Plus I had confidence in my marksmanship, so I didn't kill them. Team Liang is the one who hit the wall dead yet? Liang Wu shook his head. No. Sent to the hospital to rescue. Head damage, is still in a coma today. Whether he can wake up is a question. Team Liang, I won't have a problem with this, right? Xiao Fan said with a bit of worry. Liang Wu shook his head. They are robbers. Besides, you only hit their wrists. What could be wrong with that? Xiao Fan, are you interested in joining the police force in the future? Xiao Fan shook his head. Are you kidding? He's a billionaire, isn't he? Isn't it good to enjoy life? Really? It's really a shame that you don't make it into the police force with a shot like that, Liang Wu said with some regret. Chapter 45, Expensive Consultancy Fees. When he came out of the criminal police team, Xiao Fan saw Su Yue standing outside playfully. Approaching, Xiao Fan noticed that Su Yue's eyes were a little red. She saw today's bank robbery from the school forum, and when she came out, Xiao Fan wore a mask and deliberately covered his face. Not many people could recognize him in the photo. Su Yue certainly can. She knew exactly what Xiao Fan was wearing today. Senior, how did you venture into the bank? What if the robber's gun hit you? Su Yue said afterward. Xiao Fan helplessly said, that Shen guy is inside. I was just looking for Team Liang to inquire about the situation. I didn't expect the robbers inside to be so vicious to directly shoot at Team Liang. I saw the muzzle of the gun naturally pushed the Liang team away. They forced me to go and I can't help it. Don't worry. My criminal nemesis, this nickname that can be called for nothing? Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan fixedly. Senior, you try not to take risks in the future. Okay? Okay. At this hour. Let's eat out tonight. Xiao Fan smiled and said, do you have a pavilion that you want to eat? Let's go eat? Maybe another bonus this time. Let's find a good place to corrupt. Aha. Su Yue nodded. In her opinion, Xiao Fan had risked a lot today, and after the robbery, it was time to celebrate. Senpai, today is my treat to celebrate you coming out peacefully today. It's okay. Xiao Fan smiled. Su Yue's specific income he is not clear, but it should not be low. The orphanage there for the time being does not need her help. Eat a good meal for her, no pressure. Half an hour passed Xiao Fan and they arrived at a store near the lake. Elegant environment, in and out of the basic are couples. Senpai, I've heard this place tastes good and I've been wanting to come over and try it. Su Yue blushed slightly and said. Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue smilingly, and Su Yue suddenly blushed even more. Senpai, if you don't think it's good, we'll change the house. Don't. I think this one looks like a nice setting. So this is the one. The two entered the inside of the store and the waitress directed them to a window bay with a one-person high divider behind them and a beaded curtain blocking the entrance. Handsome man, your girlfriend is so beautiful. May I ask what you need? The waitress complimented. Hearing her say that, the corner of Su Yue's mouth turned up slightly. Let's scan our own order. Xiao Fan pointed to the QR code for ordering posted on the table and said, okay. The waiter retreated out. This small space was left with only Xiao Fan and Su Yue. If it was before, this would make Su Yue quite shy. Now she is used to it. The two have been living together for days. You said you wanted to come here, Su Senpai. So you'll order. Su Yue gently nodded her head. Her phone scanned the QR code. It didn't take long time for her to order the food. She knew very well what flavor Xiao Fan liked. Schoolmate Su, tomorrow I have to travel. It may take 3 or 5 days. Xiao Fan said. He and Xiao Hai had agreed on 10 days. And tomorrow was the 9th day. Gotta get over to Ruweli first. Then drive to Maine and leave the day after too late. Senior, don't worry about traveling. I'm not that scared anymore. You must be careful when you go out. Senpai, Su Yue said. She was a little reluctant, but she didn't pester Xiao Fan to not let him go out. Don't say it's not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Even if it is, she can't stop Xiao Fan from having a career. How did you know about today's events? Su-san? Xiao Fan said with some doubt. Su Yue didn't have Shinchen's contact information for them. A school forum. There's a photo inside. but in it you're wearing a mask. Senior. And you've got your head down to cover your forehead. So people who aren't very familiar with you shouldn't recognize you. Su Yue said. Xiaofan took out his phone and logged into the school forum to have a look. The news was quite hot in there, and it was really hard to recognize him in the post's photo. This made Xiaofan breathe a sigh of relief. Let people know it's him. Maybe a lot of reporters run to his house. Su Yue lives there, and the matter of him and Su Yue living together will be exposed in minutes. The latter was definitely more powerful news for their U of D students. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Please enjoy your meal. It didn't take long time for Xiaofans and their dishes to be served. Schoolmate Su. This. Xiaofan looked at their drinks. Just one bottle. The bottle was Love Heart. A straw came out and then split into two. It was a proper couple's drink. Su Yue said with a little twinkle in her eyes. Elder, I see that it says that this is their popular pop-up and I ordered it. And we'll just order and drink it after it's all on. Okay. At home we drink from the same pot. Xiaofan said smilingly. Su Yue's beautiful eyes blankly glanced at Xiaofan. That could be the same? Nerd 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 nerd. After a meal. On the way back Su Yue kept chanting in her heart. In such an environment today, she thought that Xiaofan would say something, but it turned out that Xiaofan actually didn't. Su Yue can feel that Xiaofan should still like herself, but why not confess? Is it still worried that she will reject it? Early the next morning, Xiaofan set off. By the time he got to Ruili to meet Tang Zitian it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Xiao, I have a few good raw stones I can't decide on. Will you take a look at them? I'll give you $10 million for each piece of raw stone. What do you think? Tang Zitian asked with a smile. No problem. Xiaofan nodded his head. Tang Zitian had already helped him a lot. Throwing in the towel. It would be best for him to bring Tang Zitian benefits as well, so that the relationship between them would be firm. It didn't take long for Tang Zitian to bring Xiaofan to his private warehouse. There were only 10 or so pieces of raw stone here in total, and each of them was not small. So if they were sold, the total price of each piece would not be less than $50 million. Tang Zitian said, Xiao, there are a total of 11 raw stones here. If you show me all of them, it's a consulting fee of $110 million. In a short time Xiao, you can look at a few pieces. Tang Zitian is clear. Even if Xiaofan can use internal force or something to detect the jadeite situation inside, these stones are not small. Xiaofan wants to see it all at once may be very difficult. Aha! Xiaofan nodded slightly. Boss Tang, which of these raw stones do you favor the most? Tang Zitian walked over to a piece of raw stone that was performing extremely well. This one. Sold directly. It should fetch around $150 million. I've been torn between cutting it up myself. The rest of the raw stones I'm equally optimistic about. And these are the ones I've been saving up to cut myself. Xiaofan nodded slightly. Tang Zitian has been doing raw stone business for most of his life. Some of the raw stones that he wants to cut himself are normal, but the risk of cutting yourself is very high. There are quite a few bosses who have fallen head over heels in this. Let's see, Xiaofan said as he pressed his hand onto the top of the original stone, and he utilized his perspective ability. Spiritual thoughts were not suitable for inspecting the original stone. Xiaofan could only penetrate half a meter with his spiritual thoughts at full strength. Time passes by second by second. The raw stone was so large that it took Xiaofan nearly half a minute to finish looking at it. Then Xiaofan immediately went to the side and pressed his hand onto a nearby piece of raw stone. After 50 seconds or so, Xiaofan closed his eyes. It was a bit astringent to not blink his eyes for so long, but with Xiaofan's current condition, there was no problem for him to utilize his perspective 2 more times in a short period of time. In one day, Xiaofan could completely finish looking at all 11 of these raw stones. Perspective. Soon Xiaofan looked at the other 4 stones. Having used perspective 3 times in total, his eyes were already astringent for the time being, and it was not suitable for him to forcefully use his perspective ability again. Boss Tang, first just look at these 6 pieces. Xiaofan let out a long breath and said. Tang Zitian hurriedly said, no problem. Even if they're all wastes, the $60 million consultancy fee won't be less. Xiaofan pointed to the piece that Tang Zitian was most optimistic about. Boss Tang, that piece you'd better not cut it yourself. The golden jade is not as good as the surface. The emerald that was solved was valued at about $30 million. Tang Zitian took a deep breath. Good guy. That piece of raw stone can be sold for $150 million. Inside it is surprisingly only $30 million worth of emerald. If he opens it himself, he'll bleed $120 million on this piece. Xiao. I'm taking advantage of you, The value of your pointers has exceeded $110 million. Tang Zitian said smilingly. Xiaofan laughed lightly. I'm not at a disadvantage either. I don't need to look around for raw stones. Speaking of this, Xiaofan pointed to another piece of raw stone. Boss Tang, this piece you can cut yourself. There's an estimated $200 million worth of jade inside. Tang Zitian was pleasantly surprised. This piece of raw stone can only be sold for about $60 million. Can cut out the emerald worth more than $200 million. He blood earn 100 million tens of millions. Xiao, I'm really taking advantage of you. Doesn't seem good. Tang Zitian Dao. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. I earn what I should earn. You earn what you should earn. Nothing bad. Just a few tens of millions of dollars in a few minutes. Robbing a bank isn't that fast. It's your luck that any of them can go up big. The other 4 pieces are all small ups and downs. Nothing interesting to say about them. Tang Zitian nodded his head. Tough on Xiao. Xiao Fan said. How much did it cost in total to order grain, salt, sugar and whatnot? Tang Zitian said. According to the 10,000 tons of grain, 5,000 tons of salt and 5,000 tons of sugar each that Xiao mentioned. The grain is 50 million, the salt is 4 million, and the sugar is 6 million, 83 million total. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, have you bought the thread I asked for? Tang Zitian laughed. Those who don't have much money don't count. Here I'll look after 110 million. I still have to give Xiao Yunyu 27 million. Xiao Fan smiled back. Originally came over had to spend more than $80 million. His card will only have more than 100 million points. Now also earn 27 million. The deposit is officially more than 2 small goals. Chapter 46, Night Attack, Xiao Fan poisoned. After dinner, Xiao Fan used his perspective twice more, and he gave the remaining 5 raw stones a look. One of those pieces could make 100 million or so. The other 4 have 2 blood losses and 1 can make a small profit. Xiao, please take a look for me. It's really a big profit. Tang Zitian Dao. 11 pieces of raw stone. Xiao Fan looked at it. He could safely cut up 2 pieces and could earn around $250 million. The rest he could still sell normally. After deducting the $110 million given to Xiao Fan, he would still make $140 million as well. If Tang Zitian had just cut off the best piece, he would have to lose over $100 million. Boss Tang, you may have made a blood profit, but I definitely won't lose. Xiao Fan said smilingly. Ha, that's right. How can I let you, young Xiao, suffer? Tang Zitian laughed out loud, both of them feeling satisfied with this cooperation. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun set off. With clearance papers, naturally they easily entered the territory of Myanmar. While the news of their entry didn't take long to reach the ears of the drug lord Sangwei. Sangwei has not been happy lately. Under Tang Zitian's pressure, he compensated $50 million. The price of 20,000 Tang swords was actually $70 million. And Tang Zitian privately made up $20 million. Chief, should we make a move? That little brat with Yang Jun is also an ordinary student. We've checked all 18 generations of his ancestors. He definitely doesn't have a powerful background. One of the cronies in front of Sangwei said. He was nicknamed the Smiling Tiger. Looked peaceful and calm, but in reality he was ruthless. More than double-digit deaths in his hands. And his marksmanship and hands were very good. Sangwei said in a deep voice. I really can't swallow this last time. But Tang Zitian and General Jean have a deep friendship, so it definitely won't work in the open. Smiling Tiger said. Head, I'll go with Poison Scorpion. I'll lure Yang Jun away, and it should be easy for Poison Scorpion to settle that little brat. Sandwell nodded slightly. Act sharply, and by the way, find out why Tang Zitian values Xiao Fan. This guy is an old fox. He won't be nice to people for no reason. Soon Smiley left. A few hours passed and Xiao Fan and Yang Jun's car approached a pier that could dock a 1,000-ton ship. With many warehouses, large and small, near the pier. Many of these warehouses are overgrown with weeds in front of them. Xiao, this pier has been half deserted. These warehouses are basically empty as well. We rented a large warehouse for very little money, and the stuff is all inside. Soon the car approached a huge warehouse. June. Tang Zitian sent 2 people over to make purchases and was very polite when he saw Yang Jun get off. Open the door. Yang Jun commanded, and one of them immediately opened the door to the warehouse. Nice guy. Xiao Fan secretly swallowed his saliva. The huge warehouses were almost filled to the brim. 10,000 tons of rice, 5,000 tons of salt and 5,000 tons of sugar each add up to 20,000 tons. 20,000 tang knives were also packed in 200 boxes. Even if Grandpa could hold out, I'd be worn out. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. It was definitely not easy to transmit so many supplies to Xiao Hai's side. Stab. Xiao Fan casually picked a bag of rice and scratched it open. The rice grains were full, much better than the original rice he passed on to Xiao Hai, and the price was quite expensive. A penny for a penny. June, why did you buy so much grain? One of them said suspiciously. Yang Jun frowned. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The boss naturally has the boss's intentions. The two men stopped squeaking. As time passed by, Xiaofan carefully inspected the goods and found no problems. Yang, I need a couple more large mirrors here, preferably one the size of a door, Xiaofan said. Yang Ju nodded. He didn't ask Xiaofan what he was going to do and directly ordered the arrangements to be made. Xiaofan and the others came out from inside the warehouse. The warehouse door was relocked. In the distance, Sangwei's henchman Smiling Tiger and also Poison Scorpion had already arrived over here. Poison Scorpion, which had a horrible nickname. In actuality she was a pretty good-looking blonde. Specializes in poison. We need to get into that warehouse and look around. Poison Scorpion lowered his binoculars and said, Aha! Smiley nodded, and his eyes moved away from the sniper's scope. We'll enter at night. It's too solid now. There were only 2 guards outside the warehouse. But how many people were inside the warehouse? And whether there was anyone else in the dark vicinity on this side they didn't know. And they couldn't act casually. Aha! Poison Scorpion nodded. She was good at using poison, but not good at strong attacks. At 4 in the afternoon, Xiaofan and Yang Jun had already eaten and drunk enough. And the big mirror Xiaofan wanted was also sent inside the warehouse. So he was ready to go to bed early and recuperate his energy. Got a busy night ahead of us. Brother Yang, everyone on this side has withdrawn. And you're on vacation. I'll contact you by phone when we return. It may be tomorrow, or it may take a few more days, Xiaofan said to Yang Jun. Okay Xiao. Yang Jun quickly left. What's the situation? The Smiling Tiger who was monitoring this side from afar, and they were a bit confused. Yang Jun had actually left. The 2 people guarding outside had also left, and only Xiaofan was left inside the warehouse? Originally, their plan was for the Smiling Tiger to snipe and lure away Yang Jun, and then the Poison Scorpion made a move to target Xiaofan. But now they had saved the step of luring away Yang Jun. What to do? Poison Scorpion said. Smiling Tiger mused. I'll keep a secret eye on Yang Jun first, see if he really leaves. If so, leave him alone. Our main target this time is Xiaofan. Aha! 4 hours passed, it was dark, and Smiley returned. Yang Jun and the others did leave. What's going on over here? Smiley inquired. Poison Scorpion said. The warehouse door hasn't been opened. It's not certain if Xiaofan is still inside. And if there are secret passages inside the warehouse, he may have already left through them. The essence in the Smiling Tiger's eyes flickered. Even if this warehouse is a dragon's den, we have to explore it. How do I get in? Poison Scorpion said. The warehouse where Xiaofan was located was large. The walls were thick concrete, and the doors had good defense. It was not easy to lock them from the inside and try to open them from the outside. Smiley frowned. It was difficult to technically unlock the door from the outside when it was locked on the inside. Come straight to violence. After considering for a while, not thinking of any good ways, Smiling Tiger sank his voice. Poison Scorpion nodded. Violent entry inside is simple. The explosives are so moving. They could get a truck and just crash through the warehouse door. It didn't take long for Smiley to find someone. It wouldn't be hard to find someone on this side of the country to break down the warehouse door, as long as the money was in place. Boom! A loud sound rang out and Xiaofan woke up from his sleep. What the hell? Xiaofan saw a truck crash through the door of the warehouse and the front of the truck hit the rice pile. He approached quickly. A middle-aged man in the driver's cab drilled out. He apologized repeatedly, but in the Burmese language, Xiaofan simply couldn't understand what he was saying. It's a good time to crash. Xiaofan's face was gloomy. He could see that this middle-aged man's eyes were flickering a bit, and he definitely wasn't bumping into him by accident. Something's wrong with Yang. Someone drove a car through the door of the warehouse. You know Burmese, don't you? You talk to him and tell him to leave. Xiaofan dialed Yang Jun's number. This middle-aged man should have been paid to drive over it, and there was no point in letting him stay. I will. Xiaofan turned on the speakerphone, and Yang Jun immediately told the middle-aged man to leave in Burmese. Thank you. The car still started and the middle-aged man quickly backed up and left. Young Xiao, you have to be careful. It's most likely Sangwei's people. The ones coming over are probably experts. Yang Jun said gruffly. Aha. Xiaofan hung up the phone and turned off the lights in the warehouse. In less than 2 minutes, Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion approached. They advanced with guns covering each other, and after arriving at the entrance of the warehouse, they didn't immediately enter the warehouse. Xiaofan's spiritual thoughts noticed that they had grenade-like objects on them. They were also ready to pull it out and throw it inside the warehouse. Xiaofan threw out 4 coins. In a flash the coins accelerated. The coins pierced through the 4 wrists of the Smiling Tiger and the Poison Scorpion respectively. Their wrists were cut in half by the coins. Ah! Smiling Tiger screamed miserably, and Poison Scorpion directly fainted from the pain. Xiaofan reached the outside and slapped the Smiling Tiger's head. and the smiling tiger was immediately knocked out. Two assholes. Xiaofan cursed in his heart as he dragged Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion inside the warehouse like dead dogs. Soon Xiaofan disarmed Smiling Tiger and the others. Their feet were also bound. It's not a bad thing to do something when you're pretty. Xiaofan slapped Poison Scorpion in the face, and Poison Scorpion was awakened by his slap. Ouch! Just after waking up, Poison Scorpion felt the pain that tore through his heart. Do you hear me? You're bleeding, and it won't be long before you die if you don't stop it, Xiaofan said in a cold voice. Poison Scorpion looked to her wrists. Both of her hands were ruined, but she still wanted to live. I hear you, Poison Scorpion said in somewhat strange Mandarin. You've been poisoned, and without an antidote you're bound to die. Brothers like 5-star praise thank you. Chapter 47, Killing the Smiling Tiger and the Poisonous Scorpion. Xiaofan immediately pulled away from the Poison Scorpion, who laughed strangely. It's useless. You were already poisoned when you just took something from me. Stop the bleeding and let us go, and you'll live. Xiaofan secretly frowned. These can't be defended. He was afraid that Smiley Tiger and the others would counterattack to disarm them, but he didn't expect to be hit. You should be feeling a little lightheaded right now. After 2 minutes you'll be numb in all your limbs. 5 minutes for the antidote and you'll be poisoned to death, Poison Scorpion said grimly. Xiaofan touched his head. Dizzy? There wasn't such a situation. Want me to die of poison? Let's do it together. Xiaofan took a plastic bag and wrapped it around his hand as he rubbed some of the stuff he pulled out of the poisonous scorpion on her wound, on her mouth and face. Even if you can make poison, you can resist the toxin? Xiaofan deliberately held the bags of rice and Poison Scorpion at a little distance. Poison Scorpion's face became ugly. Some of the things Xiaofan had just rubbed on her were indeed tainted with toxins. She wasn't any kind of anti-poison physique. Poisoning without antidote would definitely only lead to death. What's the antidote, you tell me, and there's every chance you'll live. As for letting you go straight away, don't dream of it. You're injured. Let's see which one of us survives who. Xiaofan said viciously. Poison Scorpion was silent as she silently counted in her heart. A minute and a half had passed. She estimated that Xiaofan's hands and feet were already numb, and it was only difficult to get close to her. Raising his hand with great difficulty, Venom Scorpion propped himself up on his elbow, his mouth biting down on a vial. Xiaofan deliberately spoke with some difficulty. He tried to walk towards the scorpion but didn't take a step. His left foot lifted just a little. You're dead. Dead. Poison Scorpion snapped, and with difficulty she opened the vial, which contained a total of 7 capsules of various colors, some of which were poisons and some of which were antidotes. The vials knocked over, spilling capsules of various colors all over the floor, and the poisonous scorpion slowly bit into one of the capsules. Give me. Xiaofan had an eager look on his face as his entire body fell to the ground. The head is still not facing the side of the poisonous scorpion. Poison Scorpion dropped her heart completely as her mouth bit into the other colored capsule. Dog thing. You still want to cheat, you Master Xiao, at this time. Xiaofan cursed in his heart. He had fallen down on purpose and was deliberately not looking at the poisonous scorpion. In actuality, his mental thoughts stared clearly. Just when the capsule was only a few centimeters away from the lips of the poisonous scorpion, the capsule instantly flew away under Xiaofan's control. And this capsule reached Xiaofan's hands. He turned and looked at Poison Scorpion with a smirk. You. Poison Scorpion couldn't believe it. Xiaofan was surprisingly fine, and he was still able to pick things up from the air. This is supposed to be the antidote. You still have it there too. Will you take it? I'm sure I can carry it longer than you can. Xiaofan stood up and said. Venom Scorpion struggled to bite into another capsule of the same color, and when it was in her mouth, she bit through it and swallowed. It didn't take long for the poisonous scorpion to ease up a bit. Only then did Xiaofan eat the capsule in his hand, and the numbness gradually dissipated. Tell me, whose people are you? Why have you come over to kill me? If you can scare me, maybe you can live, Xiaofan said. Poison Scorpion looked at her hands. The blood was still flowing. She would surely die if she didn't stop it. Our chief is saying Wei. You killed our people last time. The chief is dissatisfied. In addition, Tang Zitian Wai Pull, your chief is very interested. Smiley's voice rang out as he woke up. Our chief knows about you. He will surely retaliate if we die here. When that happens, you and your family will be in great danger. You'd better let us leave alive, Poison Scorpion also said. Xiaofan said indifferently. You guys didn't do your homework well. I'm an orphan. Smiley, Poison Scorpion. Xiaofan, even if you are an orphan, you should have the rest of the people you care about. There is no such need for you to put them in danger by killing us, and killing is against the law. Smiling Tiger did his best to persuade. Xiaofan was too lazy to talk more with them. He grabbed 2 bags of rice and put them at the door. It didn't take long for the time-broken warehouse door to be blocked by him with rice. Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion's faces were unsightly. Xiaofan was not going to let them go by doing this. Xiao Fan. General Sangwei is a big drug lord with many outlaws under his command. It's an unwise choice for you to fight with General Sangwei, so I advise you to think better. Smiley gritted his teeth. Put. Poof. Under Xiao Fan's control, the two coins instantly pierced through smiling tigers and their heads. In the beginning Xiao Fan couldn't determine their identity without killing. Now that he knew they were drug lords, killing them Xiao Fan didn't have too much psychological burden. It's not like Sanwell is going to call the police to come and get him. As for Sunwei's revenge, he'll survive and then talk about revenge. Since Sangwei had sent someone over to kill him, Xiao Fan had no intention of being polite to Sangwei. Obscure. With two dead people next to him, Xiao Fan was not going to sleep well at this moment. Luckily, there were no rest of the group to come over the rest of the day, and the time dwindled down to the middle of the night. Good grandson, did you miss Grandpa? Xiao Hai's figure appeared inside the mirror, looking like he was in a good mood. Xiao Fan picked up the mirror and went to Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion and their corpses. Grandpa, I had a little accident on my side. The two of them tried to come over and kill me, but I killed them back. Is there a problem with the body passing through? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai hurriedly said, no problem, my dear grandson. Since they want to kill you, it's normal for you to kill them. Don't have any psychological burdens, no? The two bodies passed quickly. Even the blood that flowed out of the ground was passed on, and the ground could not be seen in the slightest. Grandpa, there are a total of 10,000 tons of grain inside this warehouse, and 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. Can you receive all of them? And if not, how many times do you need to receive them? Xiao Fan inquired. He said as he held the mirror to the wooden crates that held the tanged swords. One by one the crates were passed quickly. This one was passed faster. Xiao Hai secretly smacked his lips. Good guy. 20,000 tons of supplies. Xiao Fan, this is so fierce. Grandpa's spatial treasures are quite loaded, but I'm afraid I can't pass so many at once, so I'll have to score 2 passes. I'll contact you again in 2 days. Xiao Hai thought for a moment. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. After passing the tang blade and the thread over, Xiao Fan held the mirror to the back half of the warehouse, where piles of rice were constantly being teleported away, roughly 2 tons per second. On Xiao Hai's side, the two strong men behind him were providing him with strength, and as more than an hour passed, Xiao Fan was not relaxed, and Xiao Hai was even more exhausted there. 8,000 tons of rice and 2,000 tons of salt and sugar were passed first. Good grandson. For now. Too much power consumption, Grandpa can't do it. I'll contact you in 2 days. Xiao Hai's face turned pale as he finished speaking. The figure in the mirror immediately disappeared. Chapter 48, 1,000 miles of rating. Sangwei's death. Phew. Xiao Fan put down the mirror and let out a long sigh of relief. His physique had improved a lot, but it wasn't easy to move a mirror the size of a door panel around. There were no more corpses inside the warehouse, and Xiao Fan quickly fell asleep. He went to call Yang Jun early the next morning. Brother Yang, the gate of the warehouse was touched by a car last night. Please find someone to come over and replace it with a new one. Come over yourself. Okay, Xiao. Hang up the phone. Yang Jun is a little strange. Is the transportation of things out of the broken gate? Not an hour after Xiao Fan made the call, a maintenance car drove by. Boss Xiao, is this door right? Boss Yang has already paid the money, so let's get started here, one of them said in fluent Mandarin. Xiao Fan nodded. This is the door. Grab the new door. Okay. Over a few workers quickly got busy, the old door down to replace the new door. A few workers work well together in less than 2 hours to get it all done. Not 5 minutes after the workers left, Yang Jun came over. Xiao Fan looked deeply at Yang Jun, who should have arrived in the neighborhood a long time ago, but he did not approach but waited for the door to be repaired before coming over, which was very good. Young Xiao, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food. Yang Jun smiled as he took down a still warm pizza from the car. Thanks. Xiao Fan nodded. Brother Yang, do you know where Sangwei lives? Yang Jun was stunned. Why is Xiao Fan asking about this? Sangwei as a powerful drug lord is not something to be messed with. Knowing that is true, he lives most of the time within a lodge. That lodge has very strict security. Many eyes around. Getting close is impossible. There are also various escape routes underneath the lodge, and he'll leave if there's any kind of wind. Yang Jun frowned. He had dealt with Sangwei more than once before. Is it that far away? Yang Jun said. It's a 5 or 6 hour drive from here. Why are you asking about this? Xiao Fan frowned. Last night a car crashed through the door of the warehouse. 2 of Sangwei's men came over to look for trouble. I took care of them. Sangwei was afraid that he would look for trouble. Rather, I'll make the first move. Xiao Hai would not be contacted until 2 days later, and he would have time to go over and fix Sangwei. Yang Jun secretly said in his heart that something really happened last night. A big drug lord like Xiao Sangwei values his own safety extremely highly. There are many guards around him, and he rarely ventures out, so it's too hard to kill him. He's coming after you. This could be something for the boss to pressure. Yang Jun considered for a moment and said. Xiao Fan pulled out a detailed map of Burma from his pocket. Yang brother, what specific place you say? If things are not possible, I will not force it. Good. Yang Jun nodded as he took out a pen and quickly marked the top of the map. This place is his lair and he rarely leaves. There are a lot of his eyes in a 10-kilometer radius, and any stranger who enters that range will be watched. Xiao Fan pointed to a nearby place. This side seems to be mountainous. There are eyes on this side as well? Yang Jun said. There aren't many eyes over there, but there are a lot of mines and mines buried over there, so it's basically impossible to pass through safely. Essence flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes, and he already had a plan. Mines and mines are not something that others are afraid of, but he is not afraid of them, and under the scanning of his spiritual thoughts, it is impossible for such things to be hidden from him. Xiao Fan, you'd better not take any chances. The risk is too high. Yang Jun persuaded. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'll go over to see what's going on. Don't call to report this matter. The phone may be tapped, and I don't want to expose it if it's successful. Yang Jun said. Young Xiao, you have been over here at the warehouse without leaving. Xiao Fan nodded. I will put the cell phone inside the warehouse. Yang Jun, don't enter the warehouse. Okay, Xiao. Yang Jun nodded. He pulled out a stack of chots from inside his pocket. Xiao Fan, you take these. Here is about 2 million chots, which is equivalent to about 10,000 Chinese dollars. Xiao Fan took the money. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan bought a used motocross bike. The route was not very familiar, and when it was almost dark, Xiao Fan was finally only 20 kilometers away from his destination, and there was a small city over here with large tens of thousands of people. Not daring to eat over here, Xiao Fan simply nibbled on some cookies for dinner. It was soon completely dark. Boom! Thunder rumbled and a torrential downpour soon fell. Nice day. A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. This kind of weather was very convenient for him to move. The rain would block the rest of the people's sight and would destroy the traces he left behind. Without a motorcycle, Xiao Fan quickly disappeared into the darkness. Heavy rain poured down, and the rest of the people on such a rainy night would have a hard time advancing even with a flashlight. But Xiao Fan was as fit as a fiddle, and the average person wasn't as fast as he was during the day. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. His strong physical quality allowed Xiao Fan to maintain his speed, and in about an hour he arrived at a place only a few miles away from Sangwei's mountain village. Ahead is the back of the lodge. A minefield forbidden. That's a lot of mines laid. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart as he slowed his speed forward. These last 1 or 2 kilometers took Xiao Fan nearly 2 hours, and the time was already late at night. The guards are really tight. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. The defense is a little weaker on this side of the mountain behind the mountain, but there are huge searchlights shining around. There are 3 or 4 meters high barbed wire fences stopping them, and vaguely Xiao Fan also heard the sound of dogs barking. Up! Spiritual thoughts propped up to the ground. He leapt straight over the 3 to 4 meter high barbed wire fence. Woof! Woof! The dog barked at the back of the mountain, and Xiao Fan immediately became invisible. Several searchlights were shot over, and naturally, nothing out of the ordinary was detected. Stop screaming! What the hell? There were people bellowing in Burmese who simply couldn't believe that anyone could cross a minefield without a sound. Stealthily advancing, Xiao Fan soon arrived inside the manor. Sangwei isn't sleeping nowadays. Vaguely Xiao Fan also heard the sound of Sangwei losing his temper. Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion couldn't be contacted for a whole day, and Sangwei felt that the situation wasn't good. Stealthily, Xiao Fan easily passed through the layers of surveillance areas. All right, get out, Sangwei said in annoyance. Several people came out from inside Sangwei's room with a depressed expression. They were all Sangwei's men, and their hearts were not too happy to be scolded in the middle of the night. Xiao Fan was stealthily beside him. His spiritual thoughts had discovered Sangwei, and what Sangwei looked like Xiao Fan certainly knew nowadays. Put! Under Xiao Fan's control, an iron nail was instantly shot inside Sangwei's head. Samuel's eyes went wide. He tried to say something, but where could he speak? Xiao Fan retreated silently, and it didn't take long for someone to discover Sangwei's body. The whole estate was in chaos. Once Sangwei died, his men would absolutely fight for their respective interests. Chapter 49, Sangwei's men are coming over. Drip, drip, drip. Yang Jun's cell phone rang in the middle of the night, and he suddenly woke up after falling asleep in the car. Boss, what's wrong? Yang Jun picked up the phone and said. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Tang Zitian called him at this time. Could Xiao Fan really have gotten his hands on killing Sangwei? Tang Zitian on the other side of the phone said. I just got the news that Sangwei is dead. You and Xiao Xiao should pay attention to safety. Don't let Xiao Xiao encounter danger again. Okay boss? Mr. Xiao will be sleeping this time. Do I need to wake him up to answer the phone? Yang Jun inquired. Tang Zitian said. That's not necessary. It's good that you know about this. Okay boss. Hang up the phone. Yang Jun, heart shocked beyond words. Sang Wei died at this time. Must be Xiao Fan killed. To Xiao Fan, how to kill Sang Wei under layers of protection? Time passes by. Yang Jun woke up early the next morning. It didn't take long for him to see Xiao Fan, who was carrying breakfast, approaching. Xiao Fan said smilingly, Brother Yang. Bought some buns and donuts. Yang Jun swallowed his saliva. Good guy. Xiao Fan even rushed back overnight. He ran thousands of miles to assassinate Sang Wei and returned in the night. Is his body made of iron? Xiao, last night the boss called and said that Sang Wei died. Yang Jun said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan said with a surprised face. Sang Wei is dead? It's good to die. A big drug lord. Dying is beneficial to many families. There is no amount of merit. That's. Yang Jun nodded. He understood what Xiao Fan meant when this matter had nothing to do with him. I'll go make a call to the boss. Xiao, you talked to the boss? Yang Jun said. The road over there was quickly blocked after Sang Wei's accident last night, and Xiao Fan was able to talk to Tang Zitian on the phone at this time, so he could have an alibi for last night. The call was quickly answered. Yang Jun said a few words and handed the phone to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said smilingly, Boss Tang, it's a good thing that you didn't wake me up last night, or else when I hear such good news, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to sleep at all back there. Xiao, the news is good news, but you guys have to be careful too. After things are finished, hurry back to the country. Over there is expected to be some turbulence recently. Tang Zitian Dao. After chatting with Tang Zitian for a few moments, Xiao Fan hung up the phone. If someone investigates after the fact, they should be able to find out about this phone call, spaced thousands of miles apart. There is no way he could have gone over there to kill Sang Wei under normal circumstances. Brother Yang, I think it's better to install a surveillance outside this warehouse. Can we get someone to come over and install one? Xiao Fan said to Yang Jun. Having a monitor is going to be better. I'm calling someone over. Yang Jun quickly called out, and within half an hour someone drove up in a car. The phone call left a record of the call, and the person who installed the surveillance saw him leave witnesses, and no one could suspect him of the death of Sang Wei. Install one on the left and right, in HD. Xiao Fan nodded on a bun and said, one of the people who came over to install the surveillance spoke Mandarin. Don't worry boss. The other man hastened to assure him. Xiao Fan watched them work for a while before entering inside the warehouse. It was worth mentioning that when he left before, Xiao Fan's spiritual mind control had erected a small wooden stick behind the warehouse door, and the small wooden stick didn't fall down when he came back. It means that Yang Jun did not enter the warehouse. Soon Xiao Fan fell asleep and slept until the middle of the day, when his spiritual thoughts recovered. Xiao Fan heard the sound of cars, several vehicles driving towards them. Opening the door, Xiao Fan walked out from inside the warehouse. A few cars stopped and a total of 12 people came down, their waists bulging. Without the use of spiritual nimbus, Xiao Fan could tell that they had brought weapons. What are you guys? Yang Jun said in a deep voice. One of the leaders of the dozen or so people said with a gloomy face. Yang Jun died last night, our leader. Before he died he sent Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion over here. Where are they? Yang Jun frowned. Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion came here? Is he trying to assassinate me or Xiao? The man at the head said in a cold voice. We don't know exactly what we're doing, but the chief sent Smiling Tiger and the others over, and they turned out to be dead last night. Did you guys do this? Sang Wei, death of his men are bound to compete. Who can find out who killed Sang Wei will occupy no small advantage, is likely to get the greatest benefits. Yang Jun sneered. Sang Wei died in his own lair. This site is thousands of miles away from there. You mean we ran over to kill him and ran back? Get the hell away from me. When Sang Wei was alive, he had to be polite to my boss. Now that he's dead, are you guys thinking you're stronger? Speaking of this, Yang Jun took out his cell phone from inside his pocket. Wow! Several pistols were pointed at him. Yang Jun ignored it as he dialed Tang Zitian's phone without changing his face. Boss, Sang Wei has his men over and suspects that Sang Wei's death has something to do with us. They're all armed, Tang Zitian said in a deep voice. You put it on speakerphone. Yang Jun opened the speakerphone of his cell phone, and Tang Zitian's icy voice came from the other end of the phone. Get the hell out of here in a minute, or I'll ask General Jean to exterminate you. The few faces that understood the Chinese language changed. Xiao, are you alright? Tang Zitian's tone slowed down a lot. Xiao Fan said, Boss Tang, if they don't come over, we don't know that Smiling Tiger and what Poisonous Scorpion have been here. They must give an explanation for this matter, Tang Zitian said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Xiao. Sang Wei lost $50 million last time and even sent someone over. I, Tang Zitian, am not one to be messed with. I'll call General Jean. The one at the head of the dozen or so people who came over hurriedly said, Boss Tang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Smiling Tiger and the others didn't come over here to find trouble with Young Jun and the others. They are there for the rest of the mission. We're on our way. A dozen people quickly got in their cars and left. They didn't get too far away, though, and they looked for someone to inquire about the situation. It didn't take long for them to get something. Xiao Fan even came out to buy breakfast in the morning, and Yang Jun called the person who installed the surveillance over. Poison Wolf, boss's death shouldn't have anything to do with them. It's too late, one of them said. Aha. The leader, Poison Wolf, nodded. Could Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion have died at their hands? This is possible. But do we need to avenge them? Tang Zitian is not to be messed with. We don't need to offend Tang Zitian because of them. Poison Wolf was silent for a long while and said, let's go. Go back. As the day passed and Yang Jun was sent away by Xiao Fan, the time gradually reached late night. Good grandson. Hard work. Shakado. After spending more than an hour, Xiao Fan finally passed all the supplies inside the warehouse to Xiao Hai. How are things on your end, Grandpa? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai said smilingly, with your second batch of Tang swords, the strength of the generals under Grandpa's command has risen quite a bit again. In addition to the fact that he has recently collected a little more people, there's a total of 150,000. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if there were 150,000 people, the 10,000 tons of grain he had passed over would be enough for them to eat for a long time. Good grandson. Grandpa can't give you the benefit of the doubt today. Grandpa will contact you once more in a couple of days to give you some more goodies. Xiao Hai disappeared after he finished speaking. He had consumed a great deal in holding out for so long. Chapter 50. Shin Chan gave a heavy gift. Rueli, Yunnan, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun returned without incident. There's no one left on the warehouse side. But the warehouse. Yang Jun. They rented for a year. Even if the rest of the group enters, it's not much of a problem. Many cars in front of them come in and out. No one knows whether they are transporting things in or out. This aspect is only clear to Yang Jun, Tang Zitian and them. Xiao Xiao, you're getting your driver's license soon, aren't you? Tang Zitian laughed. Xiao Fan arrived at Tang Zitian's place for dinner. Past subject 2. Subject 3 should take another 10 days or so. Tang Zitian said. That's fast. Xiao Xiao, you send an address over then. I'll arrange for a car to tow and transport that one big bull of yours to your designated location. Young Xiao, are you sure you don't want a better one? Even if it's the most expensive car in there, you can pick whatever you want. He had already cut the 2 raw stones that Xiao Fan had asked him to cut, and both had risen greatly. One of the roughly $170 million could be earned, and the other could also earn $100 million. After deducting the $110 million consulting fee given to Xiao Fan, Tang Zitian would still make $160 million. And the price of his most expensive car here was only $50 or $60 million. Even if Xiao Fan didn't have a strong background, Xiao Fan could make him so much at one time, and as long as the relationship was maintained, Tang Zitian knew that he could earn more through Xiao Fan. I'm a student, and that big bull is already pretty solid. Xiao Fan shook his head and refused. Boss Tang, I've been out for a few days, so I'll go back first without delay. Fine, let Yang Jun take you to the airport. Tang Zitian Dao. Xiao Fan waved his hand. There's no need. I'm not that particular. Just take a cab over there. Yang is your bodyguard. It's better to be by your side. Soon Xiao Fan left. Tang Zitian called Yang Jun inside his study as he inquired. Yang Jun, did anything special happen to you and Xiao Xiao on this trip over? Last time Xiao Fan caught a bullet in his hand. Tang Zitian wondered if there was more of that going on. Can understand a little more about Xiao Fan. Yang Jun took out his cell phone and turned it off. And Tang Zitian also hurriedly turned it off when he saw this. He knew that Yang Jun should have something important to do so. Boss, there's a piece of information I consulted with Xiao Xiao that I can talk to you about. Tang Zitian's eyes lit up. What news? Yang Jun took a deep breath and said. Sangwei sent Smiling Tiger and the others to kill Xiao Xiao. They were killed by Xiao Xiao in return. Xiao Xiao was very angry and settled Sangwei. Tang Zitian froze. Yang Jun said it simply, but it was explosive news. Sangwei is a big drug lord over in Burma, with many men and many guns under his command. Although he can put pressure on Sangwei, it is almost impossible to get Sangwei killed. Even if General Jin sent out many men, it would be equally difficult to kill Sangwei. Sangwei was killed by Xiao Xiao? Tang Zitian said incredulously. Yang Jun nodded. It should be. Xiao Xiao didn't say specifically, but he approached me to ask for Sangwei's address, and that night Sangwei was killed. Tang Zitian gulped. He felt that he had still underestimated Xiao Fan. In front of him, Xiao Fan was able to catch a bullet in his hand, which had made him extremely shocked, thinking that was Xiao Fan's limit. But purely like this, Xiao Fan couldn't kill Sangwei. It's a skill to catch bullets with your hands, but the power of bullets is also different. Rifle bullets are much more powerful than pistols, and the enemy of more than one can be more than one bullet to attack. Boss, we can't get word out on this, Tang Zitian hurriedly said. That's natural. This news can no longer be known by the rest of the people. Actually, you shouldn't even tell me, Yang Jun said. Boss, I was thinking that if you don't understand Xiao Xiao's strength, there are some things that might not be easy to decide, so I consulted Xiao Xiao's opinion. Aha! Tang Zitian nodded slightly. Knowing this that Yang Jun was talking about, Xiao Fan's position in his heart drew higher. The plane landed at Z City Airport in the evening. This time there was no banker to come and find. There was no more poop car to rub. Even if the card exceeded 2 small targets, Xiao Fan still had to take a taxi honestly. Got to buy a house in the last couple days. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. The chances of Sandwell's minions finding their way here are low, but you still have to be a little on guard. Plus that neighborhood he's in today is an old one with few parking spaces. I'm back. Schoolmate Sue. Let's find Shinchan and the others for a late night snack before returning. The cab was almost at the school when Xiao Fan sent a message to Su Yue. Okay senpai. Su Yue replied back in seconds. A sweet smile on her face. Xiao Fan left for a few days. She felt empty in her heart and now it was refilled. Old place barbecue to go. Quickly. Xiao Fan sent a message in the small group with Shinchan and the 3 of them. Shinchan was the first to see the message inside the dormitory. Boss 2. 3 messaged about the old barbecue place. Shinchan said. Play through this round. Kong Su said. A few minutes passed and Kong Su lost the game. Without Xiao Fan's participation, they lost more than they won. They had to lose at least 7 out of 10 games. Boss 2. Tell you guys something. My family has a business in real estate. And I talked to my dad about the bank robbery a few days ago, and my dad said to send Sango a house as a reward. Speaking of which, Shinchan pulled out the house key from inside his pocket. Kong Su laughed. Old 4, you don't want us to think about it much, do you? Not to mention 1 set. If your family gives away 10 more sets, I won't blink. Yi Fei nodded. None of their families are poor. Maybe not as rich as Shinchan's family, but definitely not lacking a house to live in. Shinchan rolled his eyes and said, don't I understand you guys? It's impossible for you guys to be red-eyed. What I mean is that later on, you guys will help me persuade third brother. I'm afraid Sango won't take it. Kong Su mused. This is indeed a problem. Lao San is stubborn. We are all brothers. He may feel that saving you is deserved and will not accept it at all. Yi Fei said. Lao San's set of house is rather old. He may have to buy a new house when he gets married in the future. It would be good if you can take this opportunity to send him a set of house. We'll help you persuade him. Shinchan nodded. With Kong Su and the others persuading him, the chances of success were quite a bit higher. It didn't take long for Shinchan and the others to arrive at the barbecue restaurant. Xiao Fan had already ordered something, but the barbecue he ordered wasn't served that quickly. Sango, here you go with this. Shinchan put a set of keys in front of Xiao Fan. What the hell? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Shinchan grinned. Third brother, you know the Zijing neighborhood to the east of the school, right? That neighborhood is my family's property, and this house is my father's way of thanking you. 188 square feet. 4 bedrooms. You and schoolgirl Sue will have your own room to live in when you have 2 babies. The house is well furnished and ready to move in with all appliances turnkey. Xiao Fan showed surprise in his eyes. The Zijing neighborhood is your family's? On the way here he considered buying a house and checking it out. The idea is to buy a house in the Purple Bricks neighborhood. The Purple Bohemia neighborhood was only 2 or 3 miles from their school, and they didn't even have any problems walking over. Hey, a little family property. Don't push it. Third brother, you risked your life to save me. A set of houses is nothing to my family. I'm the only child of our old Shin family, Shinchan said. And as he did so, he glared at Kong Su and the others. Ahem. Kong Su coughed lightly. Old 3, don't be too busy rejecting it first. You risked your life to save someone, and Lao Si's family has money. A set of houses is nothing to their family. Yi Fei also said. Lao San, you got this by strength. Those 3 inside the bank are tough guys, and if the police forcefully attack, I think it's likely that people will die. Shinchan nodded repeatedly. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. How do you guys know I won't take it? Old 4, I still need 2 more parking spaces in good locations. You send Buddha to the west. Arrange them all. If there is no money and no ability, this house Xiao Fan really will not accept. The love is too heavy to return. Nowadays, Xiao Fan was confident enough that Shinchan would be able to help if he encountered trouble in the future. Chapter 51, Suyue's Tears. Shinchan looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. He felt that Xiao Fan had really undergone some changes in the past, not to mention a suite of rooms. Send some worthless Xiao Fan is unlikely to accept. Sango 2 parking spaces are definitely set up for you. From now on, 1 car for you and 1 car for schoolgirl Sue. Ha 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 ha. Shinchan said smilingly. He quite liked Xiao Fan's change like this. 3 years of brother Xiao Fan also risked his life to save him. If he was still seeing the outside world and not accepting him, he would be unhappy. Yi Fei laughed. Lao San, you're right to take it. Lao Si's family actually has such a business. Landlord the opportunity to hit the landlord should definitely not be missed. Sad. Kong Su shook his head and said, Lao San, this is not right. I bought a broken computer before to send you. You live and die not to accept. Said it is to lend you only reluctantly agreed to use. Why? Old Four gave you a house and you took it? Xiao Fan looked at Kong Su and said, I'm not stupid. Isn't a house much more expensive than a computer? Ha ha. Yi Fei and Xinshan laughed out loud. Xinshan squeezed his eyebrows and said, Boss, why don't you send third brother a supercar so that you're balanced in your heart? What do you think of the Porsche 918? Kong Su rolled his eyes. You think my family is as rich as yours? Even if I graduated, my family probably wouldn't be able to buy me a supercar. You still might. Ugh. Xinshan let out a long sigh. Graduation isn't that fast. The old man said that in the future, if you make certain achievements, you can buy it yourself if you make money. The sun will come out of the west if I want him to give me a supercar. The old man was generous to you. Third brother. This time, as soon as I went back and told him what happened, he just said he'd give you a house, and gave me the keys to the house the next day. 2 hours passed Xiao Fan and they finished the barbecue. Kong Su and the others fooled around together and went inside the new house that Xinshen had given them. All the furniture and appliances are really all there, so you can move in with a handbag. Xinshen said. Third brother, this set of house decoration has been full of half a year. Formaldehyde and so on has been dispersed almost. You want to live in at any time. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded. Kong Su laughed. Lao San, how far have you and Su come? The 4 of us, I guess you'll be the first to get off the hook. I'm not optimistic about the oldest one. Xinshen rolled his eyes. With my charisma, I can guarantee that I can take someone down. Just then Xinshen's phone rang. Xiao Fan took a look at the caller ID, and the 3 words little baby were clearly on the caller ID. Xinshan, we have no drama. I already have a boyfriend, so don't come looking for me anymore. Bye. The room was relatively quiet, and Xiao Fan and the others clearly heard the voices coming from the other end of the phone. Before Xinshen could speak, the other party had already hung up. Asterisk. Xinshen blackened his face. At this time Xiao Fan's phone also rang. It was Su Yue who called. When are you coming back, senpai? I bought you some clothes. Come back and try them on to see if they fit. Su Yue's voice also came through. Xiao Fan and Su Yue hung up the phone after saying a few words, and Xinshen was bitter. Ugh. Kong Su looked at Xinshen with a long sigh. Condolences. Yi Fei patted Xinshen on the shoulder. Xiao Fan laughed softly. Lao, see, the other party did not look at you. That is the other party's loss. Really let figure your money look at you to pester you. You can't even cry. Xinshen looked at Xiao Fan blearily. Third brother, my sexual happiness is still on you. Things come in threes. In the future you ask your sister-in-law to introduce me to a good one. I'm not with Su Yao yet, Xiao Fan said without any good humor. Xinshen rolled his eyes. You like her and she likes you. I don't know what you're still dawdling about. Once you go back and talk to her, maybe you can all sleep together tonight. You know, a hammer. Go away. Leaving the new house, Xinshen and the others took a taxi to the internet cafe. Xiao Fan directly ran back, running from the new house here to the old house, time not more than 10 minutes. Senior. Xiao Fan came back and heard the commotion. Su Yue came out from inside the room. She was wearing a camisole nightgown. Senior, you finally came back. Alone at home always feel a little afraid. Yesterday went to buy clothes for you, also bought a few pieces. Clothes on the sofa you try to fit. Su Yue quickly retreated back into the room after she finished speaking. Her set of pajamas was rather close-fitting, and Xiao Fan's gaze was a bit straight as he looked at them. Xiao Fan sat down on the sofa and took out his clothes. The weather is relatively hot. Su Yue bought short-sleeved this category. The quality is very good, price is afraid that it is not cheap. She herself may not be able to buy so good. Taking the clothes, Xiao Fan quickly went back to his room to try them all on. Su Senpai's clothes all fit quite well. Are these pajamas new to you? It's pretty nice too. Xiao Fan knocked on Su Yue's doorway. Su Yue's face instantly turned red as she buried her head inside the quilt. Her pajamas didn't used to fit her so snugly. Will the senior think my pajamas are too revealing? Oh, I should have known better than to buy this one. Su Yue had some regrets. Turning the time to the next day, there is no doubt that Su Yue has prepared a fine breakfast. Hawk, senior, wasn't that pajama I had yesterday not so good? Or I won't wear it anymore. Su Yue said weakly. She was really afraid that Xiao Fan would think she was the kind of girl who didn't know how to be shy. She bought it on impulse at the time. Xiao Fan lightly coughed and said, School sister Su, that pajamas is not good to wear inside the school. It might be photographed and passed to the internet. At home it's fine. Don't worry. I'll just look and definitely not take any pictures. Su Yue gave Xiaofan a blank stare with a red face. Schoolmate Su, I'll take you somewhere after breakfast. Su Yue's eyes lit up. Xiaofan took the initiative to ask her out. This was the first time. Aha! The two of them quickly finished eating, and half an hour later Xiaofan brought Su Yue inside the house that Shen had given him. This house is a gift from Shen's father. A favor I should be able to afford to pay back later, so I'll take it. How about you move over here? Schoolmate Su? This side is much safer. Now the 3 security guards in that house complex are over 200 years old combined. And the Xing community is an upscale neighborhood with 24-hour security patrols over here. Xiaofan opened his mouth. Su Yue said in a daze. Senior, do you mean I'll move here and you won't? Aha. Xiaofan nodded. Su Yue's eyes quickly clouded over with a layer of water mist. Do you hate me? Senpai, is it because of that nightgown last night? Xiaofan hurriedly said. Don't cry. School sister Su, who said I hate you? Absolutely nothing. It's better for you to live over here while it's not exposed now. Su Yue's tears came out. Xiaofan grabbed Su Yue's hand and brought her to the sofa to sit down. Schoolmate Su, take 3 months as the deadline. If you still like me by then, I will pursue you. Su Yue said tearfully. Why 3 months? Xiaofan said. I saved you twice and donated to the orphanage. I don't want you to like me because of repayment. We haven't known each other for a long time, but I'm not returning the favor. Su Yue looked at Xiaofan and said. Xiaofan shook his head. Before I saved Shen and the others, did you know that I was a good shot? Su Yue froze. There were some things she knew about life Xiaofan, but more than that she really didn't know. 3 months is a quick time. If you still insist, I'll definitely pursue you as my girlfriend. Xiaofan said smilingly. Su Yue broke into tears. Chapter 52, Fire in the New Room. Senpai, let's pull the hook. Don't change. Change puppy. Su Yue stretched out her slender, soft fingers. Okay, change is for puppies. Xiaofan reached out and pulled a hook with Su Yue. Su Yue said. Senior, I'd better continue to live there. It's easier for you to go there if you want to eat my cooking. Xiaofan shook his head. You'd better live over here. This side has strict security. And this side isn't that far from the school, it's just 2 stops by bus. Even if you walk over here, it's a big road all the way over here. And the street lights are bright at night. Su Yue said. But will I live alone in such a nice house? It's still a new house. You haven't even lived in it yet. I'm not paying you much rent. Xiaofan said smilingly. If we are together in the future, you are the hostess. Is there any problem for you to live in this house first? Su Yue's pretty face was slightly red. Su schoolgirls, you according to your ideas casually arranged. You do not have a psychological burden. Even if we are not together, house I sold is. Su Yue delicately said. I see that the furniture and appliances in this house are all well used, and I'm afraid that I'll lose a lot of money if I sell it and replace it with another one. I won't give you a chance to change. Ha! Xiaofan smiled. It was best that the house didn't need to be changed. This house felt good to him. With his financial strength to buy a villa is no problem at all. But villas are not safe to live in if there are not many people living in them and they are empty. Schoolmate Su, let's just settle this. Now to move your stuff. Xiaofan smiled. Su Yue shook her head and said, Senior, you don't need to specially move things for me. I don't have much stuff. I can drag it over in one box. Let's go get some groceries and fire up the place for lunch. Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, It's no problem to eat here at noon. Buy food and you're alone. I'll go to the driving school for half a day. Get your license early. Su Yue nodded. Aha, then as you said. Senior, you must come over for lunch. Xiaofan nodded with a smile. Turning time to noon, Xiaofan practiced half a day off the field. If not without a driver's license, with his skills to drive on the road is no problem at all. Drip! Xiaofan telephoned Tang Zitian. Tang Zitian's bright laughter came over. Xiaoyu, but it's rare for you to give me a call. Ah, what's the matter? Xiaoyu can just say. Tang Zitian knew more about Sangwei's death. Sangwei died inside his own house, because Smiley Tiger and the others couldn't get in touch. The security around them was stricter than usual. But even so, Sangwei was still killed by Xiaofan and hadn't left any traces. Boss Tang, how about you cut another car? A brother of mine gave me a house. He likes cars. I want to give him a car back. Sell me your Porsche 918. Xiaofan laughed. Tang Zitian's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of Xiaofan making demands now. He was afraid that Xiaofan had no desires. Xiao, look at what you said. A car only. Sold to you, that is not a slap in the face of my old Tang? I'll give it to you directly. Send it with your car in a couple days. Tang Zitian hurriedly said. By the way, Xiao, are you sure you want that one big bull? That car is only 9 million or so, even though it's a high-end car. That Porsche 918 is over $14 million. Much more expensive than the one you have. Xiao Fan laughed. I'm an ordinary student driving a big bull is already very eye-catching. That brother of mine is a rich second generation himself. It's fine to drive expensive. Tang Zitian secretly said in his heart. Your average student? After earning $200 million in a month or so, and easily killing a drug lord like Samwise, can an ordinary student who can catch bullets with his bare hands still be okay? Xiao, since you don't think there's a problem, I'll send those 2 cars, and in the future if you like a better one, you can always speak up. Tang Zitian laughed. Boss Tang. Thanks. Xiao Fan hung up the phone after saying that. Tang Zitian was all smiles. In his opinion, Xiao Fan's sentence of thanks could be worth much more than that one Porsche 918. At his level, money was already inexhaustible as long as he wasn't too prodigal, but there were things that no amount of money could buy. Like life. He has made a lot of money wanna screw him a lot of people. The reason why he is still alive today, and the general gene on the side of Myanmar cannot be separated. But as he makes more and more money, Tang Zitian has some uneasiness in his heart that General Jin's deterrent ability may not be enough in the future. Don't even rule out the possibility that General Kim swallowed him. He had saved General Jin's life back then, but it was hard to say how much General Jin still remembered this favor after so many years had passed. Xiao Fan was his second choice. As long as his relationship with Xiao Fan was good and Xiao Fan's energy was strong, General Jin there would also be afraid, and his safety would be more secure. Ding! Xiao Fan sent over a location. Boss Tang, the car will be sent here, but don't use a crate to send it directly here. It's too ostentatious. Tang Zitian tapped on the map. Purple Bohemian neighborhood? He looked up the situation of the Zijing neighborhood, and although it was a high-grade neighborhood, he felt that the Zijing neighborhood was still somewhat unworthy of Xiao Fan's identity. Sister Su, it smells so good. What kind of delicious food did you get? Xiao Fan opened the door and smelled the rich fragrance. You'll know it when you see it. Senpai. Su Yue's voice came out from the kitchen. Xiao Fan changed his shoes. Su Yue had already bought slippers back and had his. So many dishes? Xiao Fan was surprised that Su Yue had made about 10 dishes. Senpai made a little extra since it was his first time firing today after all. Su Yue brought out another dish from inside the kitchen. There were tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. It wasn't easy to fix such a large table. We can't eat all this food. I'll call Shin Chen and the others over, so you and they can get to know each other as well? Xiao Fan inquired. A hint of cunning flashed in Su Yue's eyes. Of course there's no problem. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Or not. How do I feel that you are doing so many dishes on purpose? Schoolmate Su, you want to get to know Shin Chen and the others, say it straight. Su Yue laughed. Didn't you say I don't know you well enough to understand you? Start by understanding your friends. Xiao Fan picked up his cell phone and called Shin Chen. It would still only be 11:30. He knew that Shin Chen and the 3 of them must not have eaten yet. Old 4. New house here. You guys hurry over. Su schoolmistress has cooked. The new house is open for everyone to have a meal together. Shin Chen quickly hung up the phone. He hurriedly said, Boss 2. Still playing a hammer. This disc has definitely lost. Schoolmate Su is at the boss's new house and has prepared a meal waiting for us to go over and start eating. Kong Su and Yi Fei sniffed and turned off the phone numbly. In 15 minutes, Kong Su and the 3 of them arrived here at Xiao Fan's new house. A large table full of dishes wowed them. Sango, envy and jealousy. How come I can't find a girlfriend like my sister-in-law? Shin Chen said with emotion. Su Yue blushed slightly, and Xiao Fan looked at Shin Chen and said, the reason is simple. You're ugly. Chapter 53, The Queen is Here. Shin Chen covered his chest. Third brother, you the solid although I'm not as handsome as you, but an ugly certainly cannot touch. Sister-in-law, you say a fair word. Su Yue didn't squeak. She and Xiao Fan hadn't finalized their relationship yet. Kong Su looked at Su Yue and said, Sister Su, coming in a hurry, we didn't buy any gifts. When you and Lao San are together, we'll make it up to you together. Agreed, boss. Yi Fei smiled. Xiao Fan said, Schoolmate Su gives you a grand introduction. This one is our dormitory boss, the good man of Shandong. Kong Su. He has to cook more rice when he's around. He's a rice bucket. This is Yi Fei. Don't look at him, not strong. He practiced 1 can fight 10. When I was surrounded by people before he rushed up. Good guy knocked down 7 or 8 people. Shin Chen, you have seen. Call him Fatty Can. Absolute tycoon. Belongs to the kind of family has a mind. If he uses the ability to use money, the girlfriend is absolutely not less. Su Yue smiled. Kong Su, Yi Fei, Shen Chen. Welcome, my name is Su Yue. Xiao Fan said. The introductions are done. Everyone sit down. Boss, you guys are blessed today. School sister Su's cooking is definitely at the chef level. Kong Su and the others sat down numbly. Su Yue took out a few bottles of already chilled beer from inside the refrigerator. There doesn't seem to be a corkscrew. Su Yue weakly said. Xiao Fan laughed. Don't need that. We have a humanoid bottle opener here, he said and handed a bottle of beer to Yifei. Yifei reached out and twisted the lid of the beer directly. Xiao Fan handed the rest of the beer to Yifei as well. If he used his spiritual thoughts, he could open the lid without even using his hands. But with Yifei, a drudge, there was no need for him to show off himself. Soon Xiao Fan and the others all poured themselves a glass of wine. You pour me one too, senpai, Su Yue said. Xiao Fan poured Su Yue a glass from inside his own bottle. Kong Su said, Lao Sang, you open fire in the new house today. The blessing words we will not bother to say. You are a schoolmaster, we do not class. All in the wine. Cheers. Fuck. Xiao Fan and the others all raised their glasses. Xiao Fan and the four of them. Of course. A mouthful of boredom. Su Yue drank a mouthful of show, eyebrow wrinkled up. The taste of beer in her opinion so strange. How can anyone like to drink? Don't force yourself if you can't drink it. Su senpai, Xiao Fan said to Su Yue. Su Yue said, Senior is fine. I'll just drink this one. Kong Su frowned and said, Why are you still calling school sister Su? Lao San, I think you need to change your name. School sister Su calling you senior is quite kind. You calling school sister Su is out of place, isn't it? Yi Fei and Xin Shen nodded. Su Yue's eyes lit up. The meal was not in vain. Senior, you can just call me Young Wei from now on. It's fine to call me Wei Wei. Su Yue whispered. Young Vivian. Xiao Fan called out. With their relationship today it was fine to call them that. Aha. Su Yue responded a little shyly, her face turning a little redder. Open and eat. Kong Su and the others drove quickly. Dishes imported astonishment appeared in their eyes. Su Yue's cooking skills are really not blowing. It's over. My standards for finding a girlfriend have been raised again. I'm afraid I'll be alone for the rest of my life, Xin Shen said with a sad face. Kong Su said, If you have a good girlfriend, Su's schoolmate, you will give priority to introduce me. Fatty will not lack a girlfriend in the future. And Yifei having a girlfriend affects his practice. Roll. Yifei and Xin Shen said in unison. A meal ended in laughter. Kong Su they eat hurriedly withdrew. Senior, your three housemates are really quite nice. I can see that they all genuinely want the best for you, Su Yue said with some envy. Her three housemates are a bit of a one-trick pony. Song Jia used to get closer to her, but held an agenda. And the other two were nonchalant with her. They didn't really like getting too close to Su Yue. Su Yue's character naturally has no problem, but her face value is too high, and she can only be reduced to green leaves when walking with her. And there is pressure to be friends with her with a lower face value. The three of them are really quite good. Family reasons. I didn't really hit on people when I first got to college, and they took the initiative to become friends with me. And 2 or 3 years down the line they wouldn't even let me treat them when they went out to eat, Xiao Fan said as he cleaned up the dishes. Su Yue said, Senior, I really do have a very good relationship with my girlfriends. If I have the opportunity to introduce them, I just don't know if I can call with one of them. Your close girlfriends? Why haven't I seen it before? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. At least he and Su Yue have been living together for more than half a month. Su Yue said, She is my high school classmate, going to school over in the imperial capital. We have a very good relationship in high school, and we often chat after entering the university. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue has such a bosom friend he thinks it's quite good. Young Wei, you go take a nap and rest. It's quite hard to cook so many dishes. I'll finish cleaning up and leave. Keep practicing to go in the afternoon, and try to get your license within a week. Aha. Su Yue obediently walked towards her room. Young Vivian, wait, you picked the second bedroom? You move your stuff to the master bedroom and you'll have the master bedroom. The master bedroom has a separate bathroom, and it's easier for you to stay in the master bedroom. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Su Yue turned around and said, Senior, is it appropriate for me to live in the master bedroom? Xiao Fan laughed. If you think it's suitable, it's suitable. If you don't think it's suitable, it's fine for you to live in the second bedroom. I'm staying in the master bedroom. Su Yue grunted as she quickly moved her things inside the master bedroom. Lying down on the large bed in the master bedroom, Su Yue had a sweet smile on her face. No naps. Gotta grab a little money. Su Yue quickly got up and turned on her computer. She habitually skipped around the League of Gods first. The League of Gods is a site built up by former hacker gods, and access to it requires an extremely high level of hacking ability, any one of which is a godly figure. Within the League of God, there are also highs and lows. Su Yue codename is Ugly Duckling, but the rest of the hackers will not be called so, knowing that Su Yue is a woman. The rest of the hackers are called her queen. 2 years ago Su Yue hit the hacker list and went straight to 5th. The ranking of the top 5 in the back hasn't moved, because the rest of the people thought that the top 5 must win Su Yue. But 2 years down the line no one can win Su Yue at all. Many hackers judged that Su Yue's strength was definitely already in the top 3. Su Yue frowned slightly. She saw a message that foreign hackers will attack the Chinese network in a big way. These guys really don't stop. Su Yue grunted lightly. She had participated in such cyber battles several times. Ugly duckling. Su Yue left her nickname on the League of Gods conquest post. Extra, extra, extra. The Queen is on the line. The Queen's Lord reigns over the world for 1,000 years. With the Queen Sama at our disposal, we are much more at ease. A message quickly popped up on the message board. Although the ranking was only 5th, Su Yue's influence within the League of Gods could definitely be in the top 3. Chapter 54, Su Yue's new ranking. Queen, you should be strong enough to raise the ranking. How about you mention it? When the rankings move, everyone is more motivated to improve their skills. The message list appears in large red font. Such fonts are not just for casual use. The 4th through 10th rankings have such a privilege. And the top 3 rankings are more conspicuous with gold fonts. K is right. Queen, you move. Another message in red font also appeared, spoken by another bigot. All right. Su Yue considered for a moment and replied. The message boards exploded, and some of the rest of the top hackers got the message and quickly came over to watch. Su Yue had only impacted the Tower of God once 2 years ago, and directly rushed to 5th place, and now that she was impacting the Tower of God for the 2nd time, everyone was very much looking forward to it. It's over. It's over. 3rd is not guaranteed. The golden font showed that it was the 3rd-ranked bigwig of the League of Gods, the Hidden One, who was a veteran hacker who had become famous 10 years ago. Who was speaking? I'm storming the Tower of God in half an hour. Su Yue left a message. Xiao Fan was still washing the dishes and hadn't left, and she was starting to run the risk of being disturbed at this point. Black Emperor, Phoenix, the Queen impacts the Tower of God in half an hour. Hurry up and get on the line. The Hidden One and the top 2 ranked hackers were able to get in touch, and he quickly sent out a message, and it didn't take long for the number 1 ranked Black Emperor, and the number 2 ranked Phoenix to come online. Somewhere inside the heavily guarded base, several people stood behind Phoenix. Phoenix, do you think the Queen can top 3? One of the middle-aged men inquired. He's in uniform, a big shot in charge of cybersecurity in China. Phoenix shook his head. She can't top 3? The middle-aged man said suspiciously. Phoenix said, I mean boss, you're underestimating the Queen. 2 years ago if she had impacted a few more times, not to mention the top 3, 4th should be no problem. Analyzing the Queen's words, she shouldn't be very old. Her skills are in a period of high-speed improvement, and there's a high probability that I'm no longer her opponent. The middle-aged man was shocked. Phoenix is the number 1 hacker under the official control of China. If she is not the Queen's opponent, the Chinese hacker community will have another difficult-to-control figure. Don't worry boss, the Queen never messes around. She's supposed to be one of those tech freaks who's only interested in improving her skills. Phoenix analyzed. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Judging from their information, the Queen was much better than the Black Emperor, who was ranked number 1 and occasionally behaved in an unruly manner. Xiao Fan quickly finished washing the dishes. Su Yue may have already taken a nap. He did not bother to directly open the door and leave. Inside the room, Su Yue heard the movement of Xiao Fan leaving. She came out from inside her room and poured herself a glass of water. The Tower of Impact God was starting to have no time later. Soon the appointed half-hour passed. Are there so many? Su Yue muttered in her heart. God's Alliance real-time statistics show that there are more than 300 people online at this moment. To know that these can be hacker gods, usually online only 30 or 40. Roar! With a dragon roar, a pagoda appeared on Su Yue's computer screen. The tower is 10 stories high and is surrounded by dragon shadows. This is the Tower of God. Each layer represented one of the top 10 ranked super gods, who could use a variety of means to guard their turf, and being rushed through meant defeat. Since Su Yue occupied 5th, no one has rushed up there in 2 years. Queen Sama, please abuse lightly. The 4th-ranked hacker god left a message. Su Yue didn't reply. Her fingers danced on the keyboard and suddenly launched an attack. The several supercomputers under her control in the dark quickly provided her with support. These supercomputers are all foreign. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In less than 10 minutes, the lights on the 4th floor of the Tower of God went out. Somewhere inside the villa, the 4th-ranked bigwig, Jin Wu, exploded. He was ranked 4th at least, and he didn't even last 10 minutes. That's a terrible technique for a queen. The Golden Crow's heart was shocked beyond belief. He knew that he was definitely inferior, but he didn't expect to be defeated so quickly, knowing that the queen hadn't even attacked his fortress before. The queen is 4th. The queen is really good. That's a great technique. The top 3 are in good hands, and the hermit is in great peril. Many people on the message list frantically swiped their messages, and the number of people online in the entire God's Alliance reached 1,500. knowing that the total number of people in the Gods Alliance was only 16. Except for a handful that are sleeping, the rest are presumably all online already. So strong. The hermit within some large company looked grave as he stood by in strict anticipation. Coming. Soon the hermit sensed a powerful attack. All kinds of data like a flood came. He laid a firewall. Traps and whatnot were constantly attacked. But Su Yuwei attacked him a little slower. The hidden one was much stronger than the 4th-ranked Golden Crow. 20 or so minutes passed. Done. Su Yuwei had a faint smile on her face. The lights on the 3rd floor of the Tower of God went out, signifying the defeat of the 3rd-ranked hidden one. Holy shit. Half an hour to pick off the Golden Crow Great God and the hidden one Great God in a row. The queen is really in the proper top 3. Many were excited. Su Yuwei rested a little and continued to strike. And the 2nd-ranked Phoenix resisted with all her might. As the number 1 hacker under the official control of China, she was able to mobilize powerful resources. And the resistance Su Yuwei encountered was several times stronger than attacking the 2nd hidden man. Not enough power yet, Su Yuwei muttered as she quickly mobilized several other supercomputers that she secretly controlled. Soon Phoenix felt the pressure intensify a lot. 2 hours passed and Phoenix shook his head helplessly. On the computer in front of her, the light on the 2nd level of the Tower of God went out, representing her defeat at the hands of Su Yuwei as well. Queen, you're good. Your strength should be in the middle of the pack with the Black Emperor. So try to see if you can take down that stinker of a Black Emperor. Phoenix on the message board spoke. I'll try. Su Yuwei said something, and she quickly continued her attack. Phoenix, do you think the queen can win? Is she really stronger than you? The middle-aged man behind Phoenix said. Phoenix sighed softly. Isn't it obvious that she is stronger than me? Those who are strong in this area are basically geniuses, but she is a genius among geniuses. Her skills have improved significantly from 2 years ago. Nowadays, when comparing her to the Black Emperor, it's a 4-6 split, I think, with her being 4. If she attacks once a week, in less than 3 months she should be able to win 50-50 with the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor is definitely not as good as her next year, the middle-aged man said with intent. It would be great if we could pull in the queen. Phoenix, you try to see if you can make it work. Phoenix bristled. It's only strange if it can succeed. I wouldn't have come over if I hadn't been discovered by you guys in the first place. Money is precious, but the price of freedom is even higher. The middle-aged man just pretended not to hear. Try contact later. Time passed by. Su Yuwei fought with the Black Emperor for 3 to 4 hours. She came close to success several times, but was tenaciously resisted by the Black Emperor. That's it. I can't win against the Black Emperor for now. Su Yuwei stopped her attack as she spoke on the message list. Queen, your skills are already no worse than mine. It's just that I have a bit more experience than you. Give it another year and I'm sure I won't be able to keep the number 1 throne. The Black Emperor also left a message. Phoenix quickly tapped the keyboard. Congratulations to the Queen for moving up to 2nd in the rankings. Queen, I would like to have a private chat with you. Good. Su Yuwei returned. She was also quite impressed with Phoenix's skills. Soon the two entered a private chat channel. The Queen doesn't hide the fact that I've been recruited. Are you interested in working for the state? Rich and well paid. Phoenix quickly said. Chapter 55, Shanghai speculation on the future. Su Yuwei's eyes showed surprise. The Phoenix was actually recruited by the state. Phoenix, it's fine for the country to need me to contribute, but I can only do so in secret. Su Yuwei replied. The Phoenix's words made Su Yuwei a little heartbroken. But if the state knew, she definitely wouldn't be as free as she is today. Queen, are you really not going to think about it anymore? My annual salary is $10 million nowadays. If you join, the annual salary will definitely exceed mine. Think about it more. Phoenix urged again at the urging of the boss next to him. Su Yuwei's heartbeat accelerated a little. She was extremely high level, but she could hide her strength and hide her identity to take some orders, and her monthly income was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, which was too much difference compared to an annual salary of tens of millions of dollars. Sorry, Phoenix. I like to be by myself. It's rather late. Bye. Su Yuwei quickly went offline, making sure that there were no traces left behind. Su Yuwei shut down her computer. Boss, it's no use talking about it. The Queen's skill level is higher than even mine, and if she wanted to expose herself, she wouldn't have a problem getting into a big company for $30 to $50 million a year, I don't think. Phoenix bristled. She doesn't want the $10 million a year if she can choose it. What used to be less money, but free and easy, is now a lot of time spent sitting around. Phoenix, you will communicate more with the Queen in the future. Our conditions here aren't that bad. Don't you still get 2 days of vacation time every week? The owner next to him coughed softly. Phoenix sullenly said 2 days of vacation? There is something, is not a phone call called over. I recently half a year, which is serious to rest 2 days. The boss said with slight embarrassment. Those who can do more, There are so many various cyber attacks nowadays. I can't do anything about it. I'll definitely make up your vacation time when I'm free. By the way, you can definitely take a normal vacation if you pull the queen over. Phoenix blinked. You have a point there, boss. If the queen were sitting here, I'd probably have no problem taking 3 days off a week. The boss smirked. So you still need to try and pull the queen over. From what she says and does, she's still very patriotic. It's entirely possible that she'll fight her way over. I'll try. But I'm only verbally persuaded that it won't do to let me hack her to find her address. On the one hand, I don't have the power to do that. And on the other hand, that would make her angry. Phoenix thought for a moment. Could be. The owner nodded. It's possible for Phoenix to find the queen's address if she makes a move, plus there are the rest of the group to work with. But it's more likely that the queen will find out about it and the relationship will just screw up. Off duty. Don't call me tonight. I have things to do tomorrow. Phoenix got up and gathered his things and left. The rest of them watched the Phoenix leave with some envy. Not when the Phoenix could get off work for them. Don't all stand around. Work, work, work. Phoenix is just a little bit of a problem. None of you are. You guys don't have freedom right now, but a few years of good work can bring a lot of money home. The owner murmured. Okay, boss. The crowd shot up and said. It's better to work here than to go to jail and step on a sewing machine. Maybe even pick up soap. I wonder what kind of goodies Grandpa will give. Xiao Fan muttered. After exercising his spiritual power, the time had already reached 11 o'clock. Close to the 2 days Xiao Hai had agreed with him. Knock knock. After taking a shower and playing 2 games, there was a knock from the bathroom. Grandpa. Xiao Fan carried a basket of radishes to the bathroom. Didn't prepare anything else for you. The radishes were just bought from the vegetable market in the afternoon, so eat something fresh. Soon it disappeared with the radish and the basket. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan with a smile. My good grandson, with all those grains you passed over, coupled with today's rising talent strength, Grandpa will definitely succeed in his rebellion in the future. Grandpa is a big old man. Being a general is okay. Being an emperor is difficult. When Grandpa is on the throne for a few days, he will pass the throne to you. Xiao Fan said. Grandpa, it was an accident that you teleported over there, and I guess I can't teleport over there at all. Xiao Hai shook his head. You'll definitely be able to pass it on later as well. A puzzled look appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Hai said, transmitting items and power is a lot easier nowadays. Even after deducting the factor of Grandpa's rising strength, it's easier to pass things over from your side. Grandpa judged it to be 2 realms approaching today. Xiao Fan was still puzzled. Xiao Hai explained. The 2 realms are like 2 basketballs on a lake. They are close to each other, and Grandpa's crossing over to this side may have collided with a spatial wormhole. If the 2 realms are closer and Grandpa's strength increases again, it's entirely possible for you to come over. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up and said, Grandpa, then is it possible for you to come back as well? Xiao Hai shook his head. Grandpa coming back is feared to be very difficult. Grandpa's cultivation nowadays has a huge amount of energy in his high body. Crossing back is estimated to be impossible. Plus it wouldn't be good for Earth if Grandpa could travel back. Wouldn't the rest of the powerful and strong people over here, demonic beasts and whatnot, be able to cross over as well? Xiao Fan's face changed. Grandpa, if you say so, is it possible for people and demonic beasts with weaker strength to cross over to this side of the Earth in the future? Xiao Hai mused. There is such a possibility, but it's also difficult without the help of the top powerhouses. You don't have to worry about strong demonic beasts walking all over the place. If you can really pass someone back, Grandpa can pass someone over. You will certainly be safe when the time comes. Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. What Xiao Hai said was true. At least he had a backstage. Good grandson. Which aspect of your abilities are you in need of? Attack, defense, or something more than a special class of psychic ability like perspective or invisibility? Xiao Hai inquired. Xiao Fan said suspiciously. Grandpa, where did you get these supernormal abilities from? Xiao Hai grinned. Of course I can't master so many supernatural abilities. Martial artists over here can have natural abilities when they reach a certain strength. It is possible to take away this natural ability. After processing they can be turned into ability beads that can be absorbed by the rest. Grandpa has captured a lot of enemies in his wars and has gotten some ability beads. With Grandpa's strength, those things are of no use to Grandpa, but they will be useful to you. Speaking of this, Xiao Hai took out a wooden box from inside the spatial treasure. There were hundreds of ability balls inside, large and small. The big ones are the size of an egg and the small ones are the size of a soybean. Which side do you want? Grandpa can pick out a slightly bigger one for you, Xiao Hai said smilingly. Xiao Fan considered it. Attack? It's not necessary. As long as his spiritual thoughts went up, the power of his object control attacks could grow stronger and stronger. Controlling things like coins, small stones, and nails attacks are still hidden. Defense can be considered. His spiritual thoughts could be used for defense. But if he was shot by several people and attacked by a weapon like a sniper rifle, his spiritual thought's defense could not withstand it. What do you recommend, Grandpa? Chapter 56, Newly Acquired Powerful Alien Ability. Xiao Hai considered for a while and said, how about instantaneous movement? With your ability nowadays you can't instantly move far, but in a big danger this ability can save your life. Instantaneous movement combined with stealth. Refuge works well. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Instantaneous shift as an ability was very good. Grandpa, how far can I probably teleport? And how many times a day can I probably use it? Xiao Hai Dao, how far you can extend your mental thoughts in a straight line. How far you can instantly move. This supernatural ability is more mentally draining. After giving it to you, you can currently only do it 3 to 5 times a day. 3 times for longer distances. And you can go 5 times for shorter distances. Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. It was still okay. His mental thoughts covered only 4 meters now. But if his mental thoughts coalesced into a line, it could extend out to 40 meters. And he could still escape at critical moments. 3 to 5 times. And that's an acceptable amount. Transients are used to run for your life. Do you run into several fatal crises a day? Grandpa, just ask for this instantaneous ability, Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai nodded. Yes, getting this your spiritual thoughts will also grow a bit. Speaking of which, Xiao Hai took out a lavender-colored one from inside a large pile of ability beads, a little smaller than a marble. Grandpa, this big? Xiao Hai Dao, the one you got before was only as big as a soybean. This is already much bigger. Don't look at it as small. The energy it contains isn't weak. Passing it on to you isn't easy. 2 helpers appeared behind Xiao Hai. They assisted Xiao Hai to provide power. Powerful power surged into Xiao Hai's body. Xiao Hai's expression was grave as he struck out. 5 minutes passed the extremely dazzling light through the mirror. Well, Xiao Fan stifled a grunt. He didn't feel anything special when the previous rays entered his body. This time he felt more bloated. Grandpa, I feel bloated, Xiao Hai said with a somewhat withered expression. It's normal. The quality of the instantaneous ability bead is inherently higher than the one in front of it, and it may take you a month to digest it. You can't gain new powers for the next month. The generals still need sheep clothing. You get some more in this regard. Also get more cement and sand over here to facilitate the repair of some sturdy defense fortresses. Contact you in half a month. After saying that, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared into thin air. Transmitting this ability bead over to him consumed a great deal. Heads are going to explode. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Xiao Fan hurriedly went back to his room to sleep, but his head was bloated, his body was bloated, and he didn't fall asleep in a daze until 4 or 5 in the morning, and he slept until the next evening, finally a little more comfortable. I should already have the instantaneous movement ability. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and carefully realized, and 5 minutes later, his figure suddenly disappeared from the bed, and when he reappeared he was already on top of the sofa in the living room. It's done! Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, getting the instantaneous movement ability. To him this ability, it was as if eating and drinking. It was instinctive. Even if he couldn't use it very well, using it would definitely work. 5 meters too. Xiao Fan tried to spread his spiritual thoughts horizontally in all directions. The original was only 4 meters. It was raised to 5 meters too. The spiritual thoughts almost doubled. Woohoo! Xiao Fan controlled a few coins to fly around. They were faster and easier to control. Originally, when controlling a coin attack, the coin speed was 400 meters per second. Now it should be able to reach 600 meters per second. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. Rifle bullets attacked at 7 or 800 meters per second. And it was very, very scary to think that he wasn't much slower than that now that he was controlling coin attacks. With Xiao Fan's ability nowadays, if he controlled 5 or 6 coins to fly within a range of 5 meters, even if dozens of characters like Tyson rushed towards him, there was only one possibility of defeat. Obtaining the instantaneous movement ability, the ability to save one's life is further enhanced. Also the attacking ability has been greatly improved. Not bad. A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. Had a bad headache last night, but it was worth it to have that elevated pain. Gollum. The stomach ache rumbled at this point. Breakfast had not been eaten at noon at all, and it was dinner time. Xiao Fan hurried to wash up. Bang bang bang. Just after washing up, a sharp tap on the door sounded and Xiao Fan frowned. Without using his spiritual nimbus, Xiao Fan reached the door. He looked out inside the cat's eye. There were 2 people outside the door. It was clearly Yang Rong and Song Jia. Humph. Xiao Fan's face turned cold. Song Jian split some time to mess up again, and surprisingly brought Yang Rong straight over. Young Master Yang, what are you doing here big? Xiao Fan opened the door and said in a cold voice. Yang Rong drank. Xiao Fan, you get out of the way. Su Yue didn't go to class today and her phone is not working. We suspect that you have done something untoward to her. Song Jia's hands are tight. Su Yue still doesn't care about her lately. Song Jia simply sold the news of Su Yue's presence here to Yang Rong for $10,000. Knowing this, Yang Rong was pissed off. He had regarded Su Yue as his forbidden domain, and now that Su Yue was even living with Xiao Fan, a lone man and a widow, God knows what had happened. Xiao Fan looked at Song Jia with cold eyes. Song Jia defended. Xiao Fan, Yue, her phone is not working. I am concerned about her. She never misses class. God knows if you did something. Yang Rong drank. Xiao Fan, you better get out of the way or we'll call the police. Xiao Fan secretly frowned. If Yang Rong and the others really called the police, it would be a trouble. Song Jia told you that Su Yue is here? Are you stupid? She cheated you out of your money, didn't she? Xiao Fan shook his head as he said, opening the door and stepping aside. Yang Rong, they entered inside the room. Su Yue's things had already been packed away. Yang Rong, they searched around. Naturally they found nothing. Pop. Yang Rong's face turned cold as he viciously slapped Song Jia in the face. You dare to cheat me out of my money. How dare you? Song Jia covered her face and screamed. I really found Young Wei here the other day. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Xiao Fan, is it you who abducted Young Wei? Young Yan, you have to trust me. How dare I lie to you? Xiao Fan said indifferently. Some people will do anything for money. As long as the money is a little bit more. Selling themselves is probably fine. Both of you get the hell out of here now. Yang Rong snapped. Xiao Fan, what do you think you are? Daring to talk to my old man like that? Pop. Xiao Fan raised his hand and slapped it. Yang Rong's entire body was staggered. He felt his head buzzing and his face was on fire. You dare to hit me? Yang Rong screamed in unbridled anger. Pop. Xiao Fan slapped out again. This time on the other side of his face. Who are you, old man? Xiao Fan said with an indifferent expression. Mom and Dad passed away a few years ago. Yang Rong called his old son in front of him. Xiao Fan was extremely disgusted. Xiao Fan, you wait for me. Yang Rong roared. As he said that, he made to slap Song Jia's face again. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have come over to get beat up today. Get out. Xiao Fan said as he lifted his hand, and Yang Rong hurriedly rushed out of the room. Xiao Fan, you caused me to be beaten. I'm not done with you on this matter. Song Jia said spitefully. You're a poor yakuza. And you're still a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Do your spring and fall dream. Xiao Fan pointed at the door and said in a cold voice. Get lost in 3 seconds or I'll whip you to death. Song Jia's face changed as she hurriedly left the room. Young Vivian's phone isn't working? Xiao Fan dialed Su Yue's cell phone, but it was still not working. The phone was turned off. Chapter 57, Xiao Fan. You're suspected of kidnapping. Xiao Fan quickly arrived at the side where Su Yue lived and he rang the doorbell. Inside the room, Su Yue tapped the keyboard quickly. Intelligence indicated that the cyber attack was at night, but it ended up starting in the morning, catching many hackers on the Chinese side off guard. Su Yue fought all day long at full strength. Now it's finally nearing the end. The senior is here? Inside the room, Su Yue heard the doorbell. At once she had a little bit of panic. She didn't want Xiao Fan to know that she was a hacker. Hacker wasn't such a good word for ordinary people. Senpai, wait. I'm in the bathroom. Su Yue exclaimed. Outside the house, Xiao Fan heard Su Yue's voice and he was instantly relieved. Phoenix, it's almost over. I'll withdraw first on urgent business, so you guys do the sweeping. Su Yue went to Phoenix with a message. Then she quickly cleared her tracks to withdraw from the battlefield. Don't worry, just leave the rest to us. Phoenix said back. The hardest time has passed, and now that the cyber battle is indeed nearing its end, Su Yue will have little problem withdrawing from the battle at this time. Queen, please. Phoenix added that today's battle was thanks to Su Yue's participation. Many of the hackers on the Chinese side sleep during the day waiting for a big night out, not realizing that the attacks come during the day and many are not even online. If it wasn't for Su Yue's strong ability to carry several of the other party's experts by herself, and also expose the IPs of 2 of them, the Chinese network would definitely be in great turmoil. The Queen of China has withdrawn from the battle. Charge! Charge! The Queen is gone. Everyone charge! The enemy soon discovered Su Yue withdrew from the battle and brewed a wave of small counterattacks, but now the Chinese side of the strict waiting did not give them a chance. Click! Su Yue opened the door. The big battle started not long after she got up in the morning, and her hair looked a bit disheveled without a comb. Young Vivian, your cell phone is off. Is everything okay? Xiao Fan entered the house and said. Su Yue said. I was a little unwell and slept all day. My cell phone didn't charge last night. It should have run out of power and turned off automatically. Gollum. Su Yue's stomach growled. Xiao Fan didn't eat anything for breakfast or Chinese food today, and neither did she. I didn't feel it when the battle was fierce on the internet, but this time Su Yue felt that she was starving. Unwell? Better no. Xiao Fan hurriedly said. Su Yue nodded. After sleeping for a day, I don't feel like there's any problem. Senior, you haven't eaten dinner yet. Right. I'll go cook. Xiao Fan quickly said. What are you cooking when you're sick? If you're okay, we'll go out to eat. Otherwise I'll put down some noodles. Su Yue said with a bit of a tangle. Senior, I want to eat the noodles you made and I want to go out to eat with you. Looks like you can go out, then go out and eat. The noodles I made aren't as good as the ones you made. You're hungry for the day, let's eat something nice. Xiao Fan said. Senpai, then you wait a little. Su Yue went inside the master bedroom and put away her computer. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Xiao Fan didn't come over at the most urgent time. Senpai, let's go. Su Yue quickly shuffled around and said. With her hair she gave herself a simple ponytail and looked extremely innocent and pretty. Drip. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan and the others to arrive at a nearby store. Just after ordering the dishes, an unfamiliar number called and Xiao Fan directly hung up. There have been so many calls promoting loans lately. He has more than 2 small goals on his bank card, and the other party is actually promoting them to him. Bad homework. Drip. Soon the phone rang again. Hello? Xiao Fan this time picked up the phone. The caller said, Xiao Fan, right? I'm a police officer from the Morning Glory Road police station. Where are you now? Xiao Fan said his address. Xiao Fan, don't move there. We have something we need your cooperation to handle. 10 minutes passed Xiao Fan and their dishes were served. 2 civilian police officers entered the private room. Are you Xiao Fan? We received a police report that you are suspected of kidnapping Su Yue. Please come with us to cooperate with us to investigate clearly. One of the civilian police officers said in a hushed voice. Xiao Fan and Su Yue looked odd. Su Yue hurriedly said, Police uncle, I'm Su Yue. I came out for a meal with my senior. How come my senior is suspected of kidnapping me? The 2 civilian police officers froze. You're Su Yue? Another, somewhat older, civilian police officer said. Su Yue nodded. Yeah, I'm Su Yue. Is there some misunderstanding here? I just got sick and slept for a day. It seems we misunderstood. Sorry. The older civilian police officer said with some embarrassment. Xiao Fan smiled and said, You guys have nothing to apologize for being loyal. The 2 civilian police officers quickly left. Su Yue said suspiciously, Senior, who called the police? It should be Song Jia. Xiao Fan told him about Song Jia and Yang Rong going to the original house. Su Yue exasperatedly said, Song Jia is accustomed to being generous. Must have run out of money. So she came up with this to try to get some money. By the way, Senior, you beat up Yang Rong, he's afraid he won't stop. Su Yue was a little worried. Knock knock. Less than 5 minutes later there was a knock on the door of the private room. Xiao Fan got up and opened the door. And outside the door were the same 2 police officers that had just been there. Xiao Fan, you still have to come with us. Someone called the police to say you hit someone. And the other person has now gone to the hospital to have their injuries examined. The older civilian police officer said in a hushed voice. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. In front of him should be Song Jia calling the police. The kidnapping thing is false. Yang Rong then called the police to say that he hit someone. Xiao Fan said. The 2 officers called the police on Yang Rong, right? He beat up Yue's classmates inside my house and I slapped him twice in a moment of anger. Whether or not Yang Rong hit someone, you'll know if you look for Song Jia, Yue's classmate. Speaking of which, Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Liang Wu's number. Team Liang, someone slapped Yao Wei's classmate. I slapped him back twice. Is that assault or bravery? Xiao Fan turned on the speakerphone and said. Liang Wu's voice came over. Stopping unlawful invasion is naturally considered to be righteousness and courage. The other party called the police to have the police over to find you? Aha! Liang Wu said. Put it on speakerphone. Okay, Team Liang. Liang Wu cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. I'm Liang Wu from the Criminal Police Brigade. Xiao Fan has apprehended Class A wanted criminals, and he helped with the bank robbery the other day. The reason for what happened? Please investigate further. The older police officer hurriedly said. Team Liang, I'm Huang Lin. Since that's the reason, there's definitely no problem with student Xiao Fan. Liang Wu said. It's good that you guys investigate clearly. Xiao Fan. You caught the serial murderer as well as solving the bank robbery. There's a total of $500,000 in bonuses. It should be here soon. Xiao Fan smiled. Team Liang, thanks. I'll buy you a drink when the bonus comes down. Chapter 58. The school wants to expel Xiao Fan. The 2 police officers quickly left, and Su Yue said worriedly. Senior Yang Rong's family is very rich, and it's very likely that he'll continue to look for trouble. Xiao Fan comforted. Don't worry. In a legalized society, can he still turn the tables? In the hospital, Yang Rong quickly got the news. He hit the man first. Xiao Wan is not filed for bravery. Asshole, asshole. Yang Rong was furious. After being slapped twice by Xiao Fan, he felt like he had no face left. Young, I have an idea. One of Yang Rong's minions next to the hospital bed said. Have a fart. Little brother Yang Rong hurriedly said. Doesn't Xiao Fan often miss classes? We can start from this aspect to make the school expel Xiao Fan. At that time, Young, You will find a way to make Xiao Fan unable to find a job in Z City, so he can only leave Z City in disgrace, and he and Su Yue will not be able to come into contact. Yang Rong was a bit hesitant. This matter wasn't something he could do. He didn't have such influence, and if he wanted to expel Xiao Fan, he'd have to get his parents to step in. You guys get out first, Yang Rong said in a deep voice. A few of his minions quickly left the hospital room, and Yang Rong called his mother, who arrived at the hospital in less than an hour. Seeing Yang Rong's face swollen, Yang Rong's mother, Zhang Hongying, immediately became angry. Mom, a guy at our school beat me up and I'm afraid to go back to school. Can you do something to get him expelled? He's just a poor student. Yang Rong had a pitiful look on his face. Zhang Hongying looked at Yang Rong. Yang Rong do not dare to go to school, this she does not believe. His son, what kind of she still better understand. Fire the other guy? Zhang Hongying frowned. Yang Rong nodded. Mom, if I don't expel him, I'll never go to school again. Xiao Fan's frequent absences from class are reason enough to expel him. Mom, look at me all beat up. I feel like my head is still buzzing, and if I get hit one more time maybe I'll get beat up like a cutie. A look of heartache appeared in Zhang Hongying's eyes as she nodded. Okay, Mom has a relationship with one of your vice principals and will fire him. Called Xiao Fan, right? Which grade and which class is he in? Yang Rong said in a hurry. Xiao Fan's profile was now familiar to him. Zhang Hongying said, are you sure the other party is just a poor student? Yang Rong nodded his head repeatedly. I know his situation very well. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, and his family is just a tens of square feet of broken house. Aha! Zhang Hongying nodded. If this was the case, with her status and position exerting influence, there was absolutely no problem in getting D University to expel Xiao Fan. Principal Shui. In front of Yang Rong, Zhang Hongying called out. 2 minutes passed. She nodded to Yang Rong. Principal Shui promised, there should be an expulsion notice coming out soon. Mom, thank you. Yang Rong felt pleasure in his heart. Old phone, what's up? Just sent Su Yue back. The counselor Feng Haichuan's phone came over. Feng Haichuan is not much older than them, and the usual communication is more casual. On the other end of the phone, Feng Haichuan said in a deep voice, Xiao Fan, you're in big trouble. Vice Principal Shui knows about you missing a lot of classes. Vice Principal Shui is very angry and the school is planning to expel you from the school. I'm fighting with all my might today. The expulsion notice didn't come out, but it's likely to come out tomorrow. So hurry up and think of something. Xiao Fan was stunned. Firing him? It should be Yang Rong who's up to no good. But Yang Rong himself should not have so much energy. It is likely that he talked to his own family. Yang Rong family assets can be quite a lot. Old Vaughn. Thanks. I'll figure it out. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan's face went cold. Yang Rong went to his house looking for trouble and mouthing off, and just got 2 slaps on the wrist, going so far as to contact his family to fire him and ruin his future. Although he does not need to rely on a diploma to make a living in the future, but studying for so many years, the university or not graduated to say out is not good to hear. What is it, senpai? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, it's nothing, I can handle it. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan insistently. What does it matter if you tell me since there's nothing going on? Senpai? Xiao Fan frowned. The counselor called and said that the school has decided to expel me, and the expulsion notice will most likely be posted tomorrow. Ah! Su Yue's face changed. Expulsion is a huge punishment for a student. Don't you worry, I'll take care of it. Xiao Fan smiled and said. He planned to go straight to Yang Rong's parents and find them to talk. Senior, yourself, don't worry too much. I will also help you think of a way. By the way, isn't it possible to ask Kong Su to help with this matter? Su Yue remembered that Xiao Fan had said before that Kong Su's family should be officials. If I can't solve it myself, I'll try again with his help. I'll go first. Xiao Fan quickly left. Su Yue frowned slightly as she went inside her room and opened her computer. Senior's expulsion should be due to the influence exerted by the Yang family. The Yang's contact would have been the principal or the 2 vice principals. Su Yue quickly invaded Yang Rong's cell phone and quickly found Yang Rong's mother through the call records in his phone. In less than 2 minutes, Su Yue identified the target by hacking into Yang Rong's mother's cell phone. So it's Vice Principal Shui. Su Yue's eyes flickered with cold light. She had long heard that Vice Principal Shui's reputation wasn't very good, and the first thing she did just now was to suspect Vice Principal Shui. If Vice Principal Shui falls, he shouldn't have to expel the seniors. Su Yue continued to check. It didn't take long for Su Yue to find out quite a lot of evidence of Vice Principal Shui accepting bribes, including records of the Yang family giving him bribes. The money was transferred to the bank card of one of Vice President Shui's mistresses. Disgusting. Su Yue quickly found out that Shui Vice Principal has more than one mistress, before and after a total of 7 or 8. He also made a lot of small videos to remember. The small video was on his home computer. Hidden deep. but for a hacker of Su Yue's level to find it in minutes. Don't blame me if you want to expel the seniors. Su Yue hummed lightly. She was prepared to pass the relevant evidence directly to the principal and to the authorities, but just as she was about to pass, Su Yue stopped. It's too fast. She hadn't spent much time before and after combined, and if someone with a heart of gold investigated, her identity as a hacker might come to light. Shu Yan, what's going on? Su Yue and her best friend Lu Shuyan videoed up, and the relevant evidence she set to automatically pass out in half an hour. That way, even if someone investigates her later, she has proof that this matter has nothing to do with her. Yoi, where are you? Lu Shuyan said suspiciously. The room Su Yue was in seemed to be luxuriously decorated. Not the previous one. This is the house of one of my seniors. I rent it here. Su Yue blushed slightly and said. Lu Shuyan's eyes lit up. Yue, you have a situation here. With your character you shouldn't be renting to a senior's house at all. Let me see your computer spin around. Su Yue said. What for? I am living here alone, she said, turning the computer around. Lu Shuyan sked. Your living here should be the master bedroom. The decoration is still of a high grade. How do you explain it? Su Yue student? The rent for a house like this would be at least 20,000 a month. You're willing to part with it? Brothers like to give a 5-star praise. Ah, thanks. Chapter 59 Vice Principal Shui has been planted. Su Yue was stunned. Does it need to be $20,000 a month that expensive? Expensive? How many square feet is this house of yours and what neighborhood? Lu Shuyan inquired. Su Yue said a little. Lu Shuyan immediately crackled and checked out. The total price of the rough room will have to be 7 or 8 million. And the decoration will definitely not be less than 1 million. $20,000 a month to rent it out for 50 years back. Comrade Su Yue, are you looking for a tycoon boyfriend? Su Yue shook her head back and forth. Senior and I aren't together yet. Besides, Senior isn't a tycoon. He's just an ordinary person. Lu Shuyan said in surprise. You really have a situation here. No, I have to come back at the weekend and give Comrade Su Yue your check. What's the name of your prospective boyfriend? Yvette? Su Yue blushed and said. What prospective boyfriend? We're still quite a bit short. Lu Shuyan skimmed her lips. Young Wei, with your face value. As long as the other party is a man, could they still escape you? The two chatted and the time came to half an hour. Vice President Shui was on a business trip to the home of one of his mistresses. Principal Chen Qingyun is ready for bed. He opened his computer and checked his personal email, a habit he had developed over the years, so that if something came up he could deal with it in a timely manner. Chen Qingyun's gaze was fixed. Inside the mailbox there was a new email with the subject line evidence of Vice Principal Shui's crimes. Mischief? Chen Qingyun secretly said in his heart. Although Vice Principal Shui had spread some rumors, none of them were substantiated. Chen Qingyun quickly clicked on the email. Pop. It didn't take long for Chen Qingyun to slap the desktop heavily. Mail he felt was likely to be true. If we go by what was said inside the email, Vice President Shui embezzled at least $30 million. Gross. The email had an attachment, and Chen Qingyun quickly downloaded it, and he was incomparably angry. Attached to the email was a video that Vice Principal Shui had personally shot. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Qingyun immediately dialed Vice Principal Shui, but the phone is off. Vice President Shui is now at his mistress. It is more appropriate to turn off the phone, and if his wife at home calls the video over to check on him he cannot explain. Xiao Lu, check a few things for me. Chen Qingyun thought about it and dialed another number. 10 minutes later the other phone call came through. Principal Chen, Vice Principal Shui really does have a problem. The few things you asked me to look into verified that Vice Principal Shui really does have major embezzlement. Chen Qingyun hung up the phone with a somewhat ugly face. Hello comrade, there's a matter I'd like to reflect on with you. Soon Chen Qingyun chose to call the police. Embezzlement of tens of millions of dollars. What if Vice Principal Shui gets wind of it and absconds? Baby, I'm coming. Vice Principal Shui finished his shower and he went outside naked from inside the bathroom. You guys. Vice Principal Shui's face changed drastically. There were surprisingly many more people inside the house. Several police officers, Chen Qingyun, and Vice Principal Shui's wife. You old disgrace. I'll fight you. Vice Principal Shui's wife pounced on him with unbridled anger. Vice Principal Shui's face changed drastically as he hurriedly fled inside the bathroom. What are you doing, Principal Lin? Even if I found a mistress with a little moral flaw, do you need to raise such a fuss? Inside the bathroom, Vice Principal Shui was furious and incomparable. Chen Qingyun said in a deep voice, you can be more than such a problem. You also embezzled and accepted tens of millions of dollars in bribes. There is no way to hide you. Hurry up and put on your clothes and come out. Vice Principal Shui's face changed wildly. Looking for a mistress at most the school inside the style of dismissal, but found evidence of his embezzlement. The rest of his life is estimated to have to eat jail. On the other hand, Xiao Fan had already arrived near the young family villa area. He could stealthily and instantly move, so naturally it was easy for him to think of the villa. Don't blame me for not playing by the rules when you're about to fire me. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Just then Su You's phone call came over and Xiao Fan hurriedly connected it. Senior, where are you? The school sent out a notice that Vice Principal Shui has been double-crossed for corruption and bribery, so you shouldn't be expelled. Xiao Fan was stunned. He was double-crossed for corruption at this point in time? Su Yue said happily. It should be that Yang Rong's mother transferred money to him again, and the school got conclusive evidence of him inside. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan has a little doubt. Is there really such a coincidence? Could it be that Su Yue got a friend to help? I'm afraid it won't be easy to get evidence of Principal Shui's embezzlement and bribery, and no one else will just help with something like this. This bribe from Yang Rong's mother became the last straw that broke the camel's back? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. He turned to leave. The matter was caused by Yang Rong's parents, but since the issue of expulsion was resolved, for the time being, there was no need for him to target them by force at all. The time was quickly approaching the next day. Vice Principal Shui had been arrested, so naturally the matter of him wanting to expel Xiao Fan had become empty talk. How come? Yang Rong's mother, Zheng Hongying's face became ugly. She got the news that Vice Principal Shui was arrested and she had to go and cooperate with the investigation. The bribery charge, if proven, would put her in jail for 5 to 10 years for the amount of money she paid in bribes. Old Yang, something's happened. Zheng Hongying hurriedly called her husband for help. Foolish, not knowing to consult with me about something like this. Yang Rong's father, Yang Yangan, snapped. Surname Yang, you are so busy. Do you have a lot of time for your son? People beat up your son. I stand up for my son. What's wrong with me? Zheng Hongying angrily said. Why don't you just leave our mother and mother's affairs alone? Just let people take me in. I'll be honest and do it again. Yang Yangan black face, don't mess around. I will take care of you to go over and cooperate with the investigation. You know what to say and what not to say. By the way, if something happened to Vice Principal Shui at this point in time, could it be that Xiao Fan is behind it? Zheng Hongying said disdainfully. How could a poor student like him have such energy? If it was so easy for him to find out the evidence of Vice Principal Shui, Vice Principal Shui would have gone in long ago. It should be my bad luck to just happen to stumble upon it. Yang Yangan hung up the phone. He now wanted to whip Yang Rong, give him $50 million for the raw stones and lose it all. Came back and got him in trouble again. Coach, about up. Xiao Fan went back to the driving school to practice. He had to get his license in a hurry. It's much easier to drive yourself with a driver's license. Well, at least you are a rich man with 2 small goals in your card, and you have to line up for a cab to come back from the airport, and no one would probably believe it when you tell them. Old Yang, will you avenge your son's death or not? After cooperating with the investigation for 3 days, Yang Rong's mother, Zheng Hongying, finally returned home. With Yang Yangan to take care of it, she had no problem picking it clean. As for Vice Principal Shui, he would definitely have to spend the rest of his life in jail. He embezzled tens of millions of dollars. The proper amount of special huge. The standard of sentencing is life or death. The probability is that he will be sentenced to life. Chapter 60. Is this what you call an ordinary person? Yang Yangan's brows were furrowed. It would have seemed like a small matter to him, but in order to pick off Zheng Hongying, he has used a lot of money and favors up and down, and he is not happy in his heart to let Xiao Fan go just like that. You don't have to worry about it. I'll arrange it. Yang Yangan said in a cold voice. Zheng Hongying nodded her head. Since her husband had said that he was in charge, she believed that Xiao Fan would definitely not have a good day, and an accidental death was possible. The Yang family has developed to where it is now Yang Yangan has a lot of credit. He's not a white rabbit. The exam is over, with a passing grade. Subject 3 examination room. Xiao Fan easily completed the examination. As long as the driving school back to test subject 4, brand new driver's license can be in hand. Drip. Xiao Fan's cell phone rang. It was Su Yue calling. Senpai, that BFF of mine is coming over. How about you come over for dinner tonight? I'll introduce you guys to each other. Su Yue said with a little bit of shyness. Xiao Fan hurriedly laughed. Of course there is no problem. I haven't eaten your cooking for a few days now. I will definitely be on time in the evening. Returning to the driving school, Xiao Fan soon took the test for subject 4. It didn't take long to wait for him to get a brand new driver's license. Yue, where's your prospective boyfriend? Quickly introduce me to him. I'm curious as to what kind of person could actually make you fall so hard for him. Lu Shuiyan went to Su Yao's place first. Since LV Shuiyan knew about Xiao Fan's existence, she often talked about Xiao Fan with Su Yue in the past few days, and from the chat she knew that Su Yue had already fallen in love with him. The Hokage hasn't come yet. Shuiyan, when you see senior later, don't talk crazy. Su Yue hurriedly urged Lu Shuiyan. Lu Shuiyan answered with a full mouth. No problem, no problem. I'm tight-lipped. Su Yue glared at Lu Shuiyan. She just walked in the door talking about prospective boyfriends. Alright, I'll be sure to pay attention later. This house isn't small. And you said you're quasi. Your landlord is a normal student. Overdoing it. LV Shuiyan toured around a bit and said. Su Yue said. Senior, he is indeed just an ordinary student. This house is a gift from his classmate's father after he saved his classmate. Giving away a house like this? How come I don't have such a dirtbag classmate? Lu Shuiyan said in surprise. Su Yue laughed daintily. You still need tycoon classmates? Aren't you a tycoon yourself? Your family lives in a villa. Lu Shuiyan shook her head. The villas inside the county don't cost as much as this set of houses. Su Yue said. If you want to get acquainted with your senior's earthy classmate, I'll introduce you guys. The other party doesn't have a girlfriend. No, I'm fine on my own. Besides, I'm in the imperial capital, far away from this side. I can't stand long-distance relationships. Lu Shuiyan shook her head repeatedly. Su Yue said, you can watch TV for a while. I have 3 more dishes to make. I'll help you. The 2 women entered the kitchen. When Xiaofan arrived at the Zijing district, he first went to the underground parking lot. Here 2 adjacent parking spaces are parked with 2 supercars. One is a Lamborghini Bull and the other is a Porsche 918. Yesterday, Tang Zitian called to say the cars had been delivered. The closing is all done. Xiaofan opened the door of the big bull to the inside. The car inside the car put the car's big book. 2 cars are now in his name. The license plate has also been changed to that of the Z City side. With Tang Zitian's energy, it wasn't very difficult for him to take care of this. Nice. You can take Yue for a ride sometime. A smile appeared on Xiaofan's face. He did not deliberately pretend to be poor to hide the meaning of Su Yue. The car was delivered. The next thing he will definitely let Su Yue know. Ding dong. Without driving out to skate around a bit, Xiaofan quickly went upstairs. The food is almost ready. Driving out for a quick trip isn't as important as going back for dinner. I'll get it. Hearing the doorbell, Lu Shuiyan volunteered. Door open. Xiaofan slightly froze. Open the door is actually not Su Yue but another beautiful woman. Face value in Xiaofan seems to be able to reach 9 points. Of course, there was still a gap between this and Su Yue, whose face value was infinitely close to full marks in Xiaofan's eyes. Hello, you're younger Vivian's best friend, aren't you? My name is Xiaofan. Soon Xiaofan returned to his senses graciously. LV Shuiyan looked Xiaofan up and down. Xiaofan's face value and temperament she felt was still very good, and it was quite a good match for Su Yue. Hello, my name is LV Shuiyan. Lu Shuiyan laughed. Su Yue's voice came out from the kitchen. Senior, come in quickly, the food will be ready soon. You can eat when you wash your hands. Okay. Xiaofan took out his own slippers from inside the shoe cabinet and changed into them. Soon all the food was served and Xiaofan and the others sat down. Although LV Shuiyan came back, today's dishes were not as many as that day. Su Yue smiled cheekily. Senior, you and Shuiyan have already introduced each other, so I won't introduce you guys again. Let's have a toast together. The 3 of them raised their glasses and drank a glass of white coconut milk. Lu Shuiyan, welcome over. This house is only occupied by Yue. You can just stay here directly when you come to Z City. Xiaofan smiled. Lu Shuiyan nodded. It's fine for me to live here, but don't think that I'll be bought off by you just like that. I have to keep a good eye out for Yue. Su Yue hurriedly said. Shuiyan, what are you talking about? What gatekeeper or not? Senior, don't mind her. She's often crazy. Xiaofan laughed. It's fine. I think it's good that you have such a bosom friend who cares about you. LV Shuiyan, what do you want to know? LV Shuiyan blinked and said. Xiaofan, have you ever been in love before? Xiaofan shook his head. Su Yue's eyes lit up. This she actually quite wanted to know. She didn't know about Xiaofan in high school. LV Shuiyan said. Xiaofan, Yue said that your family is ordinary. You should know that there are quite a lot of people pursuing Yue. Do you think you can give her a happy life? Shuiyan, why are you asking that? I make tens of thousands of dollars a month on my own. It's not like I need to be supported. Su Yue hurriedly said. Lu Shuiyan looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan smiled and said. As long as Yue is sure to be with me by then, I don't think I should have any problems supporting her. Su Yue said angrily. Shuiyan, don't ask. Senior and I aren't even together yet. Senior is going to be scared away by you. Eat. After a meal, Lu Shuiyan did not continue to interrogate again. Drip. Su Yue's phone rang, and when she answered it her face quickly turned pale. Young Vivian, what is it? Su Yue hung up the phone. Lu Shuiyan hurriedly said. Su Yue said in a trembling voice. The dean's grandmother was hit by a car. Senior, can you accompany me to take a taxi to see the dean's grandmother? Xiaofan's brows furrowed as he thought of phone ping. Foam Ping wouldn't be harboring a grudge because of what happened before and purposely create a traffic accident, would he? Good. Xiao Fan nodded. Lu Shuiyan hurriedly said, I'll go over as well. I haven't seen Grandma Dean for a long time either. Soon Xiao Fan and the others arrived inside the elevator. Xiao Fan pressed the negative button. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan doubtfully. Senior, are we going out from the garage side? Let's drive. Soon Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the parking lot. The 2 parking spaces Shin arranged for him were not far from the elevator. Drop. Xiao Fan pulled out the key to the Lamborghini Big Bull and pressed it. At once, Su Yue and Lu Shuiyan both froze. Xiao Fan said, there are only 2 seats in this car. Why don't you guys squeeze in? Lu Shuiyan, if you have a driver's license, you drive this 918. Saying that, Xiao Fan pulled out the car keys of the Porsche 918 next to him again from inside his pocket. Lu Shuiyan looked at Su Yue. Yue, this is the ordinary person you are talking about? Brothers, please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 61, The Dean's Grandmother's Touch? Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Senior, this car is rented? Xiao Fan smiled and said, it's not rented. One of their partners gave it to me. I'm going to drive this big bull myself. And this 918 is for Fatty. The car was just delivered yesterday. LV Shuiyan, are you driving? Lu Shuiyan quickly shook her head. Although I have a driver's license, I can't drive such a supercar. And I can't afford to pay for it if it scratches or rubs. I'll squeeze in with young Vivian. Soon Lu Shuiyan and the girls sat inside the car. Both women are very slim. Squeeze is barely able to sit down. Boom! The car quickly drove out. For a while Su Yue was still in a bit of a trance. Xiao Fan actually had such a super sports car. Or something else to give away. It's not the same concept as being able to afford it yourself and having it given to you. Senpai, how can someone else give you a car like this? Su Yue said incredulously. The 2 cars together are estimated to be over $20 million. Whose money comes from the wind? Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'm not bad at gambling on stones. I made over $100 million for the other party. So he's naturally generous. LV Shuiyan's eyebrows slightly frowned and said, Senior, gambling stone, that thing I know. A knife poor and a knife rich. In this above planted a lot of people. My dad lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on this back in the day. Xiao Fan nodded. The risk of gambling on stones is relatively high. This requires a relatively strong professional ability, and is not recommended to be touched by the general public. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with some worry. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. I'm still more capable in this area. In addition, I was originally a poor man. Nowadays at least I have a house and a car. LV Shuiyan marveled. Xiao Fan, you're not as simple as having a house and a car. An ordinary person can't afford to buy a supercar like this for the rest of their life. Materially, it looks like I don't have to worry about young Vivian. It's just that men get worse when they have money. You can't let down young Vivian. She was foolishly saving up to give you a car. Su Yue hurriedly panicked. Shuiyan, what are you talking nonsense about? Senior didn't have such a thing. Xiao Fan even had such a supercar. In Su Yue's opinion, she couldn't take it even if she gave Xiao Fan a 300,000 or 400,000 car by then. You're going to give me a car, Yoi? Xiao Fan asked with a smile as he felt warmth in his heart. Su Yue is really different from the average girl. The average girl only thinks of her boyfriend to send this and that, and only knows to ask for it. He hadn't even bought clothes for Su Yue yet, and Su Yue had bought him clothes in front of him, and now she was even planning to save up money to buy him a car. No, nothing, Su Yue hurriedly said. LV Shuiyan laughed. Xiao Fan, let me tell you. Yue said that when you guys get together, she'll buy a car for you as a gift. I didn't realize it wouldn't be used. Su Yue looked a little depressed. Xiao Fan said smilingly, LV Shuiyan, who said it can't be used? This supercar is okay to drive out for a drive. The distance is very aggravating. I'm looking forward to your gift, young Vivian. A smile reappeared on Su Yue's face. Senior, are you serious? Xiao Fan nodded his head. Of course it's true. This car has to be careful when crossing a speed bump, and there are only 2 seats. It's too inconvenient. I only have 1 billion points in my card. I have to keep it for business. Young Wei, if you send me a car, I'm sure to drive the one you send me 90% of the time. The matter of 2 small goals in the card seems to have to be hidden for the time being. Otherwise Su Yue sends it with no sense of accomplishment. Senpai, then I'll grab some money. You're in charge of making big money frontline charge. I'm in charge of the backline defense. Su Yue smiled sweetly. Lu Shuiyan's head twisted out the window. You two need to stop abusing the dog like this. If you keep this up, you'll put me down and I'll take a taxi over. Su Yue grunted softly. You're the one who said out loud that I want to buy a car. You're in the self-inflicted category. Lu Shuiyan rolled her eyes. Xiao Fan said smilingly, LV Shuiyan, you can consider thinking about those 3 brothers in my dormitory. You won't be abused as a dog when you come over in the future. Don't. I'm comfortable with being alone. Lu Shuiyan shook her head. Drip. On the way, Su Yue received a call from an aunt in the orphanage. What's the situation with Auntie Wang's grandmother? Dean. Today? Su Yue said eagerly. Auntie Huang said. You guys haven't gotten on the coach yet, have you? The dean sent to the hospital to check. No serious harm, just a purple and blue leg. Also a few scrapes on the body. The other party said that the dean was intentionally touching the car and didn't want to pay for it, and the dean didn't want to get into too much trouble with the other party. Su Yue said angrily, how could Grandma Dean touch the porcelain? Aunt Huang sighed softly, the other party is a rich man driving a Big Ben. The dean said it's better to do more than less. The dean told you not to come over. Auntie Wang, where are you now? We are already on the highway. Aunt Huang said, we're still at the county central hospital. The initial examination is fine, but the doctor means to hospitalize for a day or two of observation. Auntie Wang will be there in half an hour. Su Yue hung up the phone in exasperation. Half an hour passed Xiao Fan and they arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Aunt Huang assisted the dean's grandmother. Shannon Mei was walking out from inside the hospital. Count yourselves wise. Deliberately touch the porcelain. Still want to rely on the hospital inside the treatment. I did not ask you to compensate for the repair costs of the car is good. That is a new Big Ben. A middle-aged fat man next to Shannon Mei and the others cursed. Grandma Dean. Su Yue hurriedly ran over quickly. She saw that Shannon Mei's leg was purple and blue with a large piece of heartache so painful that tears were about to fall. Grandma Dean. Xiao Fan and Lu Shuiyan also walked over quickly. The middle-aged fat man's eyes lit up. It is rare to see a beautiful woman like Lu Shuiyan in the county, and Su Yue is even more beautiful than the stars on TV. I changed my mind. My newly purchased Grand Prix has been touched and damaged to depreciate its value quite a bit, and you'll have to reimburse me $50,000. The middle-aged fat man said with a twinkle in his eye. Xiao Fan, they look like students. Shannon Mei touch injuries do not want to stay in the hospital, more waste of money. He concluded that Xiao Fan, they certainly do not have money. It might be possible to take advantage of Su Yue and the others. Pop. Xiao Fan raised his hand and slapped his hand directly on this middle-aged fat man's face. From his colorful eyes, Xiao Fan could tell at a glance what he had in mind. Shannon Mei's character Xiao Fan is absolutely convinced that he wants to donate $1 million. Shannon Mei did not let him immediately donate. Shannon Mei will go to the porcelain blackmail? How dare you hit me, little punk, the middle-aged man said angrily. Pop. Xiao Fan raised his hand and gave another hard slap as he said in a cold voice. Since we've come over, this matter is not over. Grandma Dean, what's going on? Shannon Mei laughed bitterly. He turned fast and hit me. Hard to say that I am touching the porcelain. That place has no monitoring. Traffic police are not good. It didn't hurt anyway, so forget about it and leave it at that. Just go back and nurse for a few days. Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts to Shannon Mei checked. The bones are indeed not hurt, but the purple and green half of a palm-sized piece of injury is not light. Chapter 62 Ideas for Developing Power. Xiao Fan said, Grandma Dean, you're not lightly injured. It's better to rest in the hospital for 2 days. Yue, you help Grandma Dean in first. Su Yue nodded. Shannon Mei was knocked into this state, and still held on to be discharged from the hospital. Her eyes were red with heartache, and tears were already welling up inside her eyes. Stay back, all of you. You little yakuza dare to hit me. I can't get you killed. The middle-aged fat man snapped as he pulled out his cell phone and started to call someone. Shannon Mei said, Xiao Fan, I'll be fine if I endure this for a few days. There's no need to be hospitalized. There are so many children in the institution, they need me. Xiao Fan said, Grandma Dean, you this can get better faster if you change the medicine diligently inside the hospital. Going back and suffering again may be more serious. Grandma Dean, let's go inside. Su Yue and Auntie Huang helped Shannon Mei inside the hospital together. Lu Shuiyan didn't follow her in. If she also went in outside, there would only be Xiao Fan alone, and it would be good to make up the numbers outside. Little yakuza, in a minute you'll know what it's like. The middle-aged fat man laughed sardonically. Xiao Fan said in a cold voice, I heard that you drive a Big Ben. Where is your car? The middle-aged fat man snapped. What? Now you know you're scared? Let the 2 little sisters who came with you accompany me for 2 days, and I will spare you. Or this isn't over. Xiao Fan raised his hand as he prepared to teach this guy another lesson. The middle-aged fat man's face changed as he quickly backed up, then ran around Xiao Fan to a black Mercedes-Benz parked a few dozen meters away. Xiao Fan walked over, and Lu Shuiyan gritted her teeth and followed. The middle-aged fat man ducked inside the car. Just this Mercedes? Used blistering car. Buying it back is estimated to be no more than $300,000. Xiao Fan snorted as he discovered the problem with a sweep of his spiritual thoughts. The middle-aged fat man inside the car's face changed. It was really a soaked car that he had bought back, but not second-hand but third-hand, with 2 previous owners. You fart. You little punk. Soon you'll know what you're made of. The middle-aged fat man snapped. He started the car, which was stuffy inside. Xiao Fan took out his car keys. LV Shuayan, you go and drive my car over to stop in front of him. He doesn't want to leave until the matter is dealt with. LV Shuayan nodded. Her driver's license has been taken for 2 years. The road and watch Xiao Fan drive. Short distance move the car is not a big problem. What kind of crap car you have? And you dare to stop me? The middle-aged fat man cursed. Lu Shuayan quickly drove her car over to cross in front of the middle-aged fat man's Mercedes. Seeing LV Shuayan coming out from inside the Lamborghini Bull, the middle-aged fat man was dumbfounded. How can he offend someone who can drive such a car? Xiao Fan knocked on the car window. Handsome. What happened today is my fault. It's me who was not long-sighted. Here is $10,000 that I just took out from inside the bank. This is to compensate Dean Shin for his medical expenses. The middle-aged fat man lowered the window and shyly said. Xiao Fan calmly said, keep the money for your own medicine. Such a blistering car doesn't fit your status as a big boss. I suggest you smash it yourself. A car like that can cause all sorts of trouble in your business and your life. And all business might go yellow. The middle-aged fat man's face changed drastically. He bought this car to fill up the facade. It is convenient to do business. Xiao Fan's words are a threat. He naturally will not fail to understand. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged fat man said with an ugly face. Xiao Fan can have such a car. The family god knows how strong strength power. His little bit of small industry certainly cannot compare. Not doing anything, kindly remind you. I'm a better fortune teller. This car of yours is not prosperous but also loses wealth. Drive for another month, I guess all your business will be yellow. Xiao Fan said with a smile on his face. Middle-aged fat teeth clenched. Just bought not long car. Let him smash his own hand. But not smash, God knows what will be the consequences? I'll smash it. Thanks for the heads up, handsome. The middle-aged fat man said as he opened the door and came out. He took a large wrench from inside the trunk. Bang! 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 Hand holding the board hand. The middle-aged fat man one by one ruthlessly smashed on top of his car. Every smash he felt his heart dripping blood. Don't fixate on one place to smash. The rest of the world has to be taken care of. Xiao Fan kindly reminded. The middle-aged fat man smashed around the car with a black face. All the glass was smashed. And the body of the car, which had just been painted not long ago, was dented one by one. Is it okay for dudes to be smashed like this? The middle-aged fat man said with a bitter face. Xiao Fan frowned. Your own car. What you smashed it into is your own thing. You say that to make it seem like I'm forcing you. No. Handsome, you didn't make me. It was my own idea. The middle-aged fat man hurriedly said. Xiao Fan said in a cold voice. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Lu Haiyan moved the car. And the middle-aged fat man hurriedly started the car and left. Xiao Fan, this is a powerful hand of yours. If you smash his car, you'll still have to pay for it if he calls the police, and he'll be fine if he smashes it himself. LV Haiyan parked the car and handed the keys to Xiao Fan. He bullies people based on his money. I'll give him a taste. Come on, let's go. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. It was easy for him to pin down a guy like the middle-aged fat guy. Aha! Lu Shuayan nodded. Xiao Fan thought as he walked. He might have to develop his power over here. Feng Ping messed up in front. And now this kind of thing has happened. There are 2 other benefits to developing power. For one thing, he could build large warehouses over here to make it easier for him to pass things to Shanghai. A rented warehouse was naturally not as good as a self-built warehouse. Secondly, the power of the county has developed and he can work for the benefit of the village. Z City is a provincial city. Many things are not so convenient. And the land price in the provincial city is also expensive. To buy land to build a large warehouse will cost a lot of money. The governor of running water, the Zhao family of iron, might have to pay a visit to the Zhou family. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. He thought of one of his high school classmates, surnamed Zhao, called Zhao Yukai. This guy's academic performance is a mess, often causing trouble in school, but often they are also praised by teachers. The reason was simple: he came from the Zhao family, which was extremely powerful in Leishan County. Many of the industries in Leishan County are involved in the Zhao family, and their assets must be in the billions. Various types of rich lists certainly cannot see the figure of the Zhao family, but in Leishan County side, many people know that the Zhao family is very rich. If the Zhao family was made to behave, it would be much easier for him to move around on this side of the world. What do you want? My boyfriend is coming over soon. Xiao Fan heard Su Yuwei's voice, and Su Yuwei sounded a little flustered. Your boyfriend? I'll be your boyfriend from now on. Another arrogant voice rang out. Zhao Yukai. Xiao Fan rushed over with quick steps. He saw Su Yuwei and also saw an acquaintance. Zhao Youcai's gaze landed on Xiao Fan as he said in surprise. Isn't this our schoolmaster brother? Brother Shueba, this is your girlfriend? I suggest you two break up. Such a beautiful girl is wasted following you. Like brothers and sisters, move your rich little hand to give a 5-star praise ha. Thank you. Chapter 63, Meeting Zhao Youcai's father. Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Youcai. Zhao Youcai, you finally came to the hospital. I told you earlier that impotence and premature ejaculation should be treated early. You may be late to come now. Young Wei, you stay away from him. This guy is physically sick, I'm afraid he'll retaliate against society. Xiao Fan said while stopping in front of Su Yuwei. Zhao Youcai looked at Xiao Fan with some disbelief. When did Xiao Fan become so bold? It's no secret that he's a Zhou. Brother schoolboy, is this really your girlfriend? Your family is poor and you can't afford such a girlfriend. Really? We're classmates and I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Youcai hemmed and hawed. He often go in and out of bars and nightclubs like this place. There are a lot of beautiful girls inside. But Su Yuwei so beautiful never seen. Let's talk outside. Young Wei, our old classmates meet to catch up. You and Lu Shuiyan stay inside the hospital, don't leave. I'll come over to pick you up later. Xiao Fan said and put his arm around Zhao Youcai's shoulders. Who's going to leave with you? Schoolboy, I'll continue to communicate with them about their lives. Zhao Youcai shrugged his shoulders and said. At that moment, Zhao Youcai's face changed. He felt that Xiao Fan's arm was like an iron hoop, and when he flung his shoulder with all his might, his shoulder didn't move at all. Let go of me. Schoolboy. Grass. Xiao Fan held Zhao Youcai's shoulders and advanced, and Zhao Youcai cursed all the way. Su Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shuiyan said. Young Wei, I'm talking to you. Just now that fat man smashed his car all over again. Number 100,000 is not estimated to be repaired. Other than that, 2 headlights and 2 rear taillights would be quite a bit of money to fix. He had it coming. Su Yuwei grunted. Nowadays, there are a lot of people who touch the porcelain and blackmail money in this society. But what kind of person is the dean's grandmother? Su Yuwei knows clearly. How could she go to blackmail money? Young Wei, just that guy is Xiao Fan's high school classmate. Xiao Fan's grades are also good. So is his high school the same as ours? Lu Shuiyan inquired. Su Yuwei shook her head. He got into the first middle school. I got into a private middle school that your family has a stake in. How can one be possible? With Su Yuwei's grades at the time, there was certainly no problem getting into the first high school, but she was able to get into a private high school free of tuition and close to the orphanage. Let go of me. My shoulder is breaking. 2 or 3 years do not see the school bully, brother, you bold fat. Even dare to do this to me. Motherfucker, you can leave Leishan County. Vertically counted me as a loser. Zhao Youcai gritted his teeth. Xiao Fan led Zhao Youcai to the outside of the hospital. Zhao Youcai, I heard that your Zhao family is well known in both black and white, and that you're the local emperor over here? Just so you know, the energy of our Zhao family in Leishan County is beyond your imagination. Zhao Youcai was full of pride. He rubbed his shoulder with a pained look on his face. Is your father or your grandfather in charge of your Zhao family now? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Youcai's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by asking this, brother Shueba? Although our Zhao family is well fed, what our Zhao family does is serious business. Whoever they are in charge nowadays, you take me to them, Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. Zhao Youcai's eyes flashed. This and his impression of Xiao Fan can be very different. High school Xiao Fan is very withdrawn, only no reading. Boldness wasn't big then. Now that's a lot of nerve. The Zhao family is the king of Leishan County, and all the big brothers in the society have to be respectful when they see them. Are you sure, schoolboy? It's my dad who's in charge these days, and he doesn't have a very good temper, Zhao Youcai said with a leathery smile. Xiao Fan frowned. Let you take me nimbly. Bullshit, so much, believe it or not I'll slap you to death. Grass. You've got balls. Later I hope you don't cry. Zhao Youcai laughed fiercely. He said as he pulled out the car key from inside his pocket and pressed it. The lights of a Lamborghini Maverick next to him lit up. Brother schoolboy. See? This car is $3 to $4 million. You can't make this much money in your whole life probably. It's still all about money these days. You're stronger. My ass. Zhao Youcai said with some disdain. Xiao Fan's parents died in a car accident, this he knows. Xiao Fan's family's condition is average. This Xiao Youcai High School is also clear. Lead the way, Xiao Fan said and pulled out his car keys. Not far away his Lamborghini Big Bull lights lit up. Suddenly Zhao Youcai's mouth opened wide. Asterisk. Zhao Youcai felt as if he had eaten a dead fly. It was hard as hell. The recently raised calf next to him all of a sudden didn't feel as flavorful. This Lamborghini Maverick, or he pestered his father for some days. His father only gave him to buy. In this county would have been enough to pull the wind. No wonder you can find such a beautiful girlfriend. So you've made a fortune. But it's a small fortune. Can it be compared to our Zhao family? The car will be mine by then. And so will the girlfriend. Zhao Youcai thought hatefully in his heart. So that he was much more comfortable in his heart. Boom! Soon the 2 sports cars left the hospital. Where the Zhao family lives is not very far away. In the more prosperous area of the county, the Zhao family occupied more than a dozen acres of land to build a large luxurious villa. Even inside the county, such a villa is worth a lot of money. Nice security, Xiao Fan said in his heart. There were 10 or so people in charge of security in the open, and there were several more in the dark, and there was a lot of money to feed them every year. Mom, where's my dad? Xiao Fan followed Zhao Yukai into the villa and Zhao Yukai said to a woman, your father's in the study, and this is. The woman's gaze looked toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Auntie and Zhao Youcai's classmate, came over to find his father for something. The woman nodded her head without paying any more attention to Xiao Fan. She reckoned that Xiao Fan was just trying to climb up to their Zhao family through Zhao Yukai. She hadn't seen this kind of thing too often. Follow me. Zhao Yukai looked at Xiao Fan and said. Soon Xiao Fan and the others reached the 3rd floor of the villa. Zhao Yukai went outside his father's study and knocked on the door. He was in awe of his father. Come in. Voices came from inside the room. Zhao Yukai pushed the door and entered. The study was large with 70 to 80 square feet. Zhao Youcai's father was the only one inside. His stern gaze swept over. Dad, this guy is my classmate. He forced me to let me bring him to you, so don't you dare take it easy on him. Zhao Yukai hurriedly said. Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai, you can go out. I'll talk to your father alone. Don't get in the way here. Zhao Youcai's father, Zhao Zongxiang, had a strange look in his eyes. He had never seen a young man who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Arigato, you go out first. This classmate of yours is a bit interesting, Zhao Zongxiang said with a leathery smile. Zhao Youcai's eyes lit up. His own father's smile like this was familiar to him. Showing a smile like this basically meant that someone was going to have bad luck. Dad, then I'll go out first. Take the door again. Zhao Yukai quickly closed the door and went out, leaving only Xiao Fan and Zhao Zongxiang inside the study. Chapter 64 Requirements for Self-Constructed Warehouses. Young man, you are very wild, but Leishan County can't tolerate a wild young man like you, Zhao Zongxiang said faintly. Xiao Fan walked to the sofa next to him and sat down as he said with a smile, I heard that you are the Earth Emperor of this side of Leishan County. The essence in Zhao Zongxiang's eyes flickered. That's what others say. I, Zhao Zongxiang, am a serious businessman. What are you looking for from me? Xiao Fan smiled and said, if you are the Earth Emperor, do you mind letting me be the Supreme Emperor? Young man, you are too arrogant. Zhao Zongxiang slapped the desktop in front of him as he burst into a rage. He is the Earth Emperor, Xiao Fan as the Supreme Emperor. Isn't this obviously taking advantage of him? Xiao Fan said indifferently. Not taking out the pistol inside your drawer? Zhao Zongxiang's face changed. He drew a dark compartment inside to determine the hiding of a pistol. Xiao Fan did not even close to the drawer. How would know? What do you mean by that, young man? How could I, Zhao Zongxiang, conceal a firearm? Zhao Zongxiang said in a cold voice. He suspected that Xiao Fan might be sent by his opponents to mess with him, and that Xiao Fan might have a miniature camera on his body. Xiao Fan laughed softly. The drawer to your right, the top hidden compartment, is equipped with a silencer, caliber 9mm, with 8 bullets inside. Zhao Zongxiang's face clouded over. Xiao Fan couldn't have made a blind guess when he said it so accurately. His first thought was that there was probably a mole inside the villa. Do you have a heart condition? Mr. Zhao, I think you might have a heart condition that's still serious. Xiao Fan smiled. His spiritual thoughts invaded Zhao Zongxiang's body, then transformed into a large invisible hand that grabbed Zhao Zongxiang's heart. You. Zhao Zongxiang's face changed drastically as he felt intense pain. With his heart being grabbed by the large hand that Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts had transformed into, Zhao Zongxiang's heartbeat was affected, and his entire body's blood supply was insufficient. See, I was right. You must have heart problems. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Zongxiang immediately pulled open the drawer. He pressed a hidden button, and the pistol hidden inside the dark compartment instantly fell into his hands. What the hell are you doing? Stop it right now. Zhao Zongxiang reddened his face and said. Xiao Fan sat and looked at Zhao Zongxiang with a smile on his face. He didn't look scared in the slightest. Stop right now or I'll shoot you. Zhao Zongxiang snapped. Xiao Fan was still unmoved, and Zhao Zongxiang's face swelled red. You seek death. Zhao Zongxiang snapped as he directly pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out through the silencer and accurately shot at Xiao Fan's head. However, in Zhao Zongxiang's horrified gaze, the bullet was getting slower and slower, and a foot away from Xiao Fan the bullet completely stopped floating there. Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, Zhao Zongxiang fired 3 more shots in a short time. These 3 bullets were undoubtedly intercepted by Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts as well, getting the ability to instantly move. Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts had also improved, and now Xiao Fan had little problem intercepting 3 or 4 pistol bullets at the same time. Moreover, Zhao Zongxiang used a silencer. This thing would make the sound of the gun greatly reduced, but at the same time, it would also reduce the power of the bullet by quite a bit. Go on. Xiao Fan said in a faint voice as the 4 bullets fell onto the solid wood floor. Zhao Zhouxiang's eyes were filled with shock. His hands were shaking and he didn't dare shoot again. The 4 bullets didn't hurt Xiao Fan in the slightest, and he knew it was useless to shoot again. I'm convinced, Zhao Zhouxiang said in fear. He never thought that there was someone like Xiao Fan in the world, and the bullets didn't work on Xiao Fan in the slightest. Mr. Zhao, you have a heart condition. You still need to go to the hospital for a checkup sometime, or you might die for no reason at all. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Zhouxiang put away his pistol. He took a deep breath and said, "You have such tactics." Zhao Zhouxiang. Admit it, what do you want? I dare not say more. 2 to 300 million in cash. Zhao Zhouxiang can still draw out. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Zhao. I'm still a very good talker, and I won't do anything to kill innocents indiscriminately. Surely you're no innocent. Zhao Zhongxiang's mouth twitched. Their Zhao family was able to develop to the present day, or in a place like the county town, relying on naturally not purely reasoning. Mr. Zhao, don't throw things like this around. It's not good if people see them. Xiao Fan pointed at the projectile on the ground and said. In Zhao Zhongxiang's horrified gaze, all 4 projectiles floated. Oh, they flew around Zhao Zhongxiang lightning fast, and if they hit his body, Zhao Zhongxiang estimated that he would definitely have to have one more hole in his body. Stop it. I'm totally convinced. I'll sell some of my family's assets. There shouldn't be any problem in getting $500 million to you in a few days. Any more than that and there'll be some trouble requiring more time. Zhao Zhongxiang shuddered. With the strength displayed by Xiao Fan, even hundreds or thousands of people were probably not Xiao Fan's match. Xiao Fan said indifferently, "Do you think I will lack money? The future world might not be so stable. I want you to build a big warehouse. I'm going to stock up on supplies." Zhao Zhongxiang froze. Just this? Warehouse? You let people seize the time to build. It does not matter if the place is a bit remote, but the transportation has to be convenient. The area needs to be about 20 acres. The warehouse floor and walls have to be a reinforced concrete structure, 1 meter thick, and must be made of high-strength concrete, and don't save on the rebar. Zhao Zhongxiang took a deep breath. Good man. A meter-thick wall of high-strength chaotic earth. Is this a warehouse or a bunker? Divide the entire warehouse into 10 smaller warehouses for me, with the center of the warehouse being the road that leads to the heavy trucks, and 5 separate warehouses on each side. The walls of the freestanding warehouses must also be half a meter thick. Warehouses need 2 floors, each with a height of 10 meters, with half of the second floor also established as warehouses and the other half designed as living quarters. All the doors in the warehouse must be high-strength alloy doors, the kind that can't be broken by a fully loaded heavy truck. Also 5 freight elevators and 2 passenger elevators are needed inside the warehouse, and the freight elevators must have a capacity of more than 10 tons. Hearing Xiao Fan finish his request, Zhao Zhongxiang's entire body was a bit confused. You're not trying to build a warehouse, you're trying to build a powerful survival base, Zhao Zhongxiang said. Xiao Fan frowned and said, Mr. Zhao, you just build it according to my requirements, and if a major disaster really happens, your family can live in it. Mr. Zhao, how much will the warehouse cost you to advance, and how about you settle the bill when the warehouse is built? Zhao Zhongxiang took a deep breath and said, since there is room for our Zhao family, how can we ask for your money to build this warehouse? The cost of such a level of warehouse will not be low. But Zhao Zhongxiang how dare to ask for Xiao Fan's money? Xiao Fan said, how long do you estimate it will take at the earliest? Zhao Zhongxiang thought about it and said, if it's just 2 layers of ground and 1 meter thick concrete, there's no need for pile foundations, can save a lot of time. If we get more construction crews, we estimate 3 months. Xiao Fan's brows furrowed. It takes 3 months so long? Zhao Zhongxiang hurriedly said, if the construction continues around the clock, 2 months should be fine. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. 2 months' time was still acceptable to him. I'll give you 2 months. Just give me a cost price by then. Xiao Fan finished standing up. Mr. Zhao, today's matter is known to you and known to me. I don't want a third person to know about it. Otherwise the forces behind me might silence you. Zhao Zhongxiang's sweaty hair stood on end as he nodded repeatedly, requesting 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Chapter 65. Zhao Yukai was confused. Xiao, you leave a contact information. I'll keep you posted on the progress of the project. Also, if there's anything else, you can look for me. Xiao. Zhao Zhongxiang said with some apprehension and some excitement. He was a successful businessman and knew that Xiao Fan approaching him might not be a bad thing. The Zhao family was a powerful landlord in Leishan County's acreage and had a lot of assets, but the Zhao family's influence was limited to this tiny Leishan County. Zhao Zhouxiang's ambitions don't stop there, but if the Zhao family still expanded outward, it would touch the interests of the remaining forces. Furthermore, the Zhao family had developed to the present day. Zhao Zongxiang had vaguely sensed the risk. If a giant crocodile-level power wanted to swallow the Zhao family, the Zhao family might not be able to carry it. All right, Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. He left Zhao Zongxiang his phone number and WeChat. The warehouse is catching up, and there's quality that must be maintained. Zhao Zongxiang nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, young Xiao. Even if I stop the rest of the construction sites, I will prioritize to ensure that the warehouse that you want, young Xiao, is built on schedule. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded. Soon after Xiao Fan left, Zhao Yukai did not leave as he entered inside the study. Dad, Xiao Fan is quite arrogant. Leishan County is our Zhao family's territory. How about I find someone to teach him a lesson? Zhao Yukai said in a hurry. Su Yue's appearance came to his mind. By taking care of Xiao Fan, he would be sure to take down Su Yue. Pop! Zhao Zongxiang raised his hand and slapped Zhao Youcai's face hard. You show some respect to this one classmate of yours from now on. Let me know you've done him any disrespect and I'll break your legs. Zhao Zongxiang said in a deep voice. Zhao Yukai covered his face. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that Xiao Fan is the real son and he was picked up? Dad. Why? He's just an orphan with 2 dead parents. Do I need to treat him with respect? Zhao Yukai said indignantly. Zhao Zongxiang recalled the scene just now. Several bullets were surprisingly all easily resisted by Xiao Fan. A demon that couldn't even be shot by a gun wasn't something their Zhao family could offend. Moreover, Xiao Fan stood there without moving. His heart was unexpectedly in severe pain. Xiao Fan should have the means to kill him silently, and the cause of death could not even be found out. Pop! Thinking of this, Zhao Zongxiang raised his hand and slapped again. You're old man and I have to call him Xiao Xiao. If he's as simple as you say, do you think you're old man I'm crazy? Zhao Zongxiang said morosely. Zhao Yukai winced. With his own father's appearance, he knew that he must have moved to real anger. Dad, he's a big deal? Zhao Yukai said incredulously. Zhao Zongxiang frowned. If he wants to destroy our Zhao family shouldn't be able to last more than 3 days. Is he your high school classmate? Aha! Zhao Yukai nodded. Zhao Zongxiang said in a deep voice. Then you should make good use of this layer of relationship to try your best to flatter him. If he has any requests you try to fulfill them. I will fully support you here. Zhao Youcai's heart trembled. Who the hell is Xiao Fan? Dad, I just ran into his girlfriend and she's pretty, so I said something a little out of line. What do I do now? Zhao Zongxiang's eyes glared. Then you're still here? Get your ass over there and apologize. Do you still need to be taught this kind of thing? If you can't get his understanding you don't come back. I'm on my way. Zhao Yukai left in a hurry. Zhao Zongxiang looked out the window, and he was silent for a long time. To his level, he vaguely knew that there were martial arts families and martial arts clans that existed. It was just that he didn't expect that such a character gun couldn't even deal with them. For the younger generation to reach such a level, they should be top martial arts geniuses. The status within the martial sect clan is probably not low. Zhao Zongxiang secretly said in his heart. Xiao Fan arrived at the hospital first, and Xinhan Mei had already reclined to the hospital bed, and the nurse had applied the medicine. Is the senior okay? Seeing Xiao Fan return safely, Su Yue let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan smiled and said, What can I have to do? Xinhan Mei said gently. Xiao Fan, I don't have much of a problem with this. Lie down for 2 days and I'll be almost as good as I can be. It's already rather late, so take Yue and the girls and go back quickly. Su Yue said. Grandma Dean, tomorrow is Saturday. Xue Yan and I will stay over here tonight. Let's find a hotel to stay in, and tomorrow we'll go and accompany Yaya and the others. Grandma Dean, I've talked it over with young Vivian. Lu Xueyan smiled. Zhao Yukai hurried over at this time. When he saw Xiao Fan he plopped down to the ground. Brother Xiao, just now it was me who was wrong. If you want to beat or scold me I'll take it. Su Yue and the girls looked at Zhao Yukai in surprise. Zhao Yukai was quite arrogant before, but now he's become such a wimp. You were beaten by your father? Xiao Fan saw the slap marks on Zhao Youcai's face. Zhao Yukai nodded as he looked over at Su Yue. Sister-in-law, it was my fault for molesting you just now, so hit me out of anger too. Su Yue blushed. Who is your sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yukai was surprised and said, Sister-in-law, you're the one who said you have a boyfriend. Isn't it Brother Xiao? You and Brother Xiao are very compatible. I think you guys are great together. At once Su Yue's face turned even redder. I only said that at the time because I didn't want you to pester me. Zhao Yukai nodded. So that's how it is. Then it's right for me to call my sister-in-law. Anyway, I think it should be sooner or later for you and Xiao to get together. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Alright, you hurry up and get lost. Grandma Dean still needs to recuperate. Zhao Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. He rushed to his feet. Brother Xiao, do you have any other orders? If Brother Xiao you have orders, just say so. Zhao Yukai, will be your little brother from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhao Yukai coyly said. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, the orphanage is not very well staffed. You arrange for 2 people to enter the orphanage. It's best if they have relevant work experience. You can't force people. And with all the money your Zhao family makes, you can't stand to see the orphanage under your noses in disrepair? Next time you come I hope there will be some good changes. Zhao Yukai nodded his head repeatedly. Brother Xiao, I'll make sure the arrangements are made properly. Xiao Fan waved his hand and Zhao Yukai hurriedly left. Shinan Mei said with some shock, the Zhao family that you mentioned. Xiao Fan, is that Zhao family? Su Yue and LV Haiyan didn't know about the Zhao family, but Shinan Mei had been in Leishan County for her entire life, so of course it was impossible for her not to know about the Zhao family. The Earth Emperor of Leishan County. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded. Shinan Mei looked at Xiao Fan with disbelief. Xiao Fan was actually able to make the Zhao family bow down, no matter what kind of tactics Xiao Fan had used. This was very amazing. Shinan Mei didn't know that Zhao Yukai was Zhao Zongxian's son yet. Otherwise she would have been even more surprised. Xiao Fan, thank you, Shinan Mei said. They were just 3 adults in the orphanage today, managing dozens of children, managing the orphanage inside and out, and many times feeling overwhelmed. Since the Zhao family had agreed to get 2 people over, there shouldn't be any problems. Grandma Dean, you just get well in peace. Xiao Fan smiled. The system does not give the amount of good solid brothers like 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 66 Meeting with General Jean. Drip. Xiao Fan's cell phone rang and he looked at it to see that it was actually Tang Zitian who had called. Walking out of the hospital room, Xiao Fan picked up the phone. Xiao, there's a bit of a situation over in Burma. It seems that Sanwell's men went over to the warehouse to check again, and they found nothing inside the warehouse, and found out again that there were no cars or boats to transport the contents. Tang Zitian's voice came through. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. He had destroyed the surveillance at the entrance of the warehouse when he left, and even if Sangwei's people found out about this, there was no way they could have tangible evidence. Is there a problem here, Boss Tang? Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Tang Zitian said, Xiao, there are no records of transportation by car or ship, but a large amount of things have disappeared into thin air, and they feel that the things were transported in secret. One of them called the police. The police over in Burma think it might be contraband, and are currently investigating, not ruling out the possibility of them cooperating with our Chinese police in the investigation. Xiao Fan frowned darkly. The lack of transportation records makes it likely that it was smuggled. It's normal for the police on the Burmese side to have such suspicions when someone calls the police. Naturally, this is not good news for him. Xiao, if you travel to Myanmar again in the future, the Myanmar police will most likely look for you to investigate, and the Chinese police may also look for you. You have to pay attention to that. Tang Zitian Dao. Something is Tang in the sky to let people prepare. In the country of Myanmar 10,000 Tang knife is not what contraband. Something is no problem. But the police to find the door is also trouble. Xiao Fan mused. Boss Tang, can you ask General Jean to step in and settle this? Xiao, this may not be very convenient. The superintendent in charge and General Jean aren't dealing with each other very well. They belong to 2 different systems, and General Jean may not be willing to get into this mess. Tang Zitian apologized. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, Boss Tang, can you ask General Jean to be a guest in Ruweli? You go to Ruweli and meet with General Jean to talk to him face to face. The Burmese side will go again later. And this is something that Xiao Fan doesn't want to make a big fuss about at the moment. He had to set things right before they got out of hand. Tang Zitian said in surprise, Young Xia, you want to see General Jean? Boss Tang, this matter might be better if I speak to General Jean personally. Tang Zitian considered for a moment and said, with my friendship with General Jean, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to ask General Jean to meet him secretly in Ruweli. When are you coming over? Xiao Fan said. It will also take time for General Jean to get there, so I'll take the earliest flight over tomorrow. Okay, Young Xiao. I'll have Young Jun pick you up at that time. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan checked the flights. The earliest flight tomorrow was at 6:30 a.m. He would definitely be too late to go to the airport from this side tomorrow. Young Vivian, I have to go on an errand. The earliest flight leaves tomorrow. I have to get back to Z first. Xiao Fan entered the hospital room and said to Su Yue. Su Yue nodded. Senior, this will be rather late. You drive back carefully, Shin An Mei said. Xiao Fan, you send Yue and the girls to the hotel first. I'm a little uneasy about their 2 girls finding a hotel to stay in at night. Good. Grandma Dean, you get well. Xiao Fan smiled and said. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to send Su Yue and the girls to a nearby 4-star hotel. Young Wei, I'll send you Xia Youcai's cell phone number. You can look for him for any trouble you encounter on this side of Leishan County, and he'll definitely be able to take care of it for you. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Yukai himself might not be that capable, but behind him was Zhao Zongxiang, And as the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiaxiang was an emperor of the land over here. Be careful when you go out. Senpai. Su Yue said. Don't worry. Soon Xiao Fan left. Lu Shuiyan reached out and shook her hand in front of Su Yue's eyes. Yue, come back to your senses. Your senior has already left, and now only your sister and I are here. Su Yue blankly glanced at Lu Shuiyan. Hurry up and get cleaned up. It's not going to be an easy day with Yaya and the others tomorrow. The night passed and Xiao Fan drove to the airport early the next morning. It really is much easier to have your own car. Xiao. At the Mang City airport, Yang Jun had come over to pick up Xiao Fan, and he was driving Tang Zitian's Rolls-Royce. Brother Yang, when will General Jin arrive? Arriving at the car, Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun respectfully said, General Xiao Jin is estimated to arrive at about the same time as you. Well, I'll squint a little. I slept late last night, and I was up before dawn today to catch a plane. Xiao Fan yawned and said, if he didn't conduct special training in spiritual thoughts at night, with Xiao Fan's current condition it would be fine if he didn't sleep for a few days, but he wouldn't be able to train in spiritual thoughts every single day. Time passes by. General Jin arrived at Ruili first to meet Tang Zitian, who was followed by two powerful bodyguards. Boss Tang, long time no see. General Jin and Tang Zitian hugged and said, he was stout, compared to Tang Zitian's much thinner physique. General Jin, it has indeed been a while since we've gotten together, so it's a good time to take this opportunity for us to get together, Tang Zitian said smilingly. General Jin's mouth revealed a few gold teeth. Boss Tang, our friendship is very deep, but I don't dare to agree with you that Xiao Fan is very powerful with high martial arts. I've seen a number of your Chinese martial artists. Flowery fists and stances. Okay for stage performances, not worth mentioning at all in terms of actual combat. Tang Zitian frowned darkly. Even if the friendship was deep, he strongly disagreed with General Jin's words. General Jin, you're wrong about this. Xiao is a real kung fu fighter. I'm definitely not lying to you about this. Tang Zitian Dao. General Jin shook his head as he pointed to one of the bodyguards following him. His name is Tata, a 3-time Southeast Asian free fighting champion, and it's masters like him. Boss Tang, you're my friend. You can't be fooled. Tang Zitian smiled and said, General Jin, you'll know when you see Xiao. Drip. Just then the car horn sounded. The Rolls-Royce that Yang Jun was driving came back, and Tang Zitian got up and went out to greet him. Xiao. General Jin just arrived. He's skeptical of your strength and thinks our Chinese martial arts are just fancy fists. Tang Zitian lowered his voice. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. What he had gotten was psychic ability, which couldn't actually represent the Chinese martial arts. But the Chinese martial arts were supposed to have the real thing, and they couldn't afford to be scorned like that by people from other countries. General Jin, let me introduce you. This one is Xiao Fan Xiao. General Jin is a general on the Burmese side with 20,000 men under his command. Tang Zitian introduced. General Jin, hello. Xiao Fan smiled as he said and extended his hand. General Jin, however, did not reach out to shake hands with Xiao Fan as he looked at a person next to him. Let's shake it. The hand next to General Jin reached out to Xiao Fan. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes, and Tang Zitian was also a bit displeased. At least he was the one who pulled the strings in the middle. Okay, let's shake it, Xiao Fan said with an indifferent expression. The hands of the two of them were immediately clasped together, and it was obvious that Xiao Fan's hand was one size smaller. Drink! The opponent immediately used his strength to make Xiao Fan suffer. Ha! Xiao Fan had a disdainful look on his face. His physique was strengthened. His muscles, bones and so on were a whole lot stronger than ordinary humans. If he used his spiritual thoughts to assist him, he could even crush an iron block. Chapter 67, Do we still need to spar? Iron hands, take it easy, don't hurt our great martial artist, General Jin said faintly. He had great confidence in the strength of this one of his men's hands. The grip strength of an ordinary adult male is only 40 to 50 kilograms, but the grip strength of this one under General Jin can reach a horrifying 150 kilograms, more than 3 times that of an ordinary man. Don't worry boss. Iron Hands grinned. Kid, you'd be better off in school. Xiao Fan looked fine and tender, and there were no calluses on his hands, so he didn't think that Xiao Fan was strong enough. Soon Iron Hand's face changed. He had already added his strength to 60% to 70%, and his grip reached hundreds of kilograms, but Xiao Fan's expression was still lighthearted, and Xiao Fan's hand also transmitted a terrifying force. Kid, you're pissing me off. Iron Hand snapped as he quickly raised his grip to 90%. It's enough to crush the average person's hand, but Xiao Fan's hand transmitted even more power, and he had to quickly explode with all his might. Is that all? Xiao Fan smiled faintly as the power in his hand continued to intensify. His physique was beyond the limits of ordinary humans, and the grip strength of one hand was close to 300 kilograms. Iron Hands forced himself to hold it in. Even if Xiao Fan was stronger than him, he believed that he could hold it in. But when the force coming from Xiao Fan's hands exceeded 200 kilograms, he couldn't take it anymore. His face swelled red. I concede. I concede. Iron Hands screamed in panic. If he continued, he knew his hand would be ruined. That's admitting defeat? It's no fun to admit defeat just before the start. Xiao Fan shook his head as he added a little more force. Iron Hand's eyes and nose squeezed together, and the sharp pain coming from his hand nearly brought him to tears. Look at this big guy. How come his hands are so weak? Xiao Fan shook his head as he let go without changing his face. Iron Hands drew back his hand, and he hid it behind his back, his hand trembling constantly. Boss, I'll take him on. The one free-for-all champion beside General Jean said that he wanted to save face for him. Even if Xiao Fan was strong, he might not be good at grappling. Xiao Fan shook his head. There's no need to be so troublesome. Didn't you bring a dagger? If you can make me shed a drop of blood, count me as a loser. Freestyle Wrestling Crown Taita's eyes narrowed. Are you serious? Xiao Fan looked at Yang Jun. Brother Yang. You do it. Good. Yang Jun nodded as he pulled out a dagger from his waist instantly and viciously stabbed Xiao Fan. Yang Jun knew that Xiao Fan's bullets were able to strike and it was absolutely impossible for him to injure Xiao Fan with his dagger. General Jean and their faces changed. Playing so big? When Yang Jun's dagger came close to 10 centimeters around Xiao Fan, he felt as if it was stuck into solid rubber, and it was difficult for the dagger to advance even 1 centimeter. Xiao, this body protecting true chi of yours is too powerful. I can't. Yang Jun shook his head. General Jean and the others will believe it. Yang Jun didn't look like he was acting, but did the Chinese really have such a powerful martial artist? Taita, you do it, General Jean said in a deep voice. Yes, General. Taita pulled out his own dagger. He took a step back and then instantly stepped forward and exploded with all his strength. The dagger in his hand ruthlessly stabbed Xiao Fan in the shoulder. Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts transformed into countless threads that wrapped around the top of the dagger. When the dagger was 10 centimeters away from him, the spiritual thoughts pulled outward with all its might. And at once Taita felt the same as Yang Jun. The dagger advanced a centimeter with difficulty. Drink! Taita drew back his dagger, then ruthlessly stabbed Xiao Fan in the chest. The result is naturally the same. You guys want to try it with your pistols if they have silencers? Xiao Fan said indifferently. General Jin's eyes flashed with essence. He had brought a pistol and it was fitted with a silencer. Immediately General Jin dialed out his pistol and fired 2 shots at Xiao Fan's thighs. At such a close range, General Jin was 100% confident in his marksmanship. Xiao Fan stood without moving. The bullets were instantly close to both of his thighs. Clang! Clang! 2 bullets fell to the ground, and General Jin and the others were dumbfounded. Even Tang Zitian was shocked. He had heard Yang Jun say that Xiao Fan could catch bullets with his bare hands, but the impact of seeing it in person was still very huge. Do we still have to cut? Xiao Fan looked at Taita and said in a faint voice. Taita shook his head back and forth. A monster that couldn't be hurt by such bullets. Would he go up there and give it away? A single move from Xiao Fan might be able to put him in bed for a few months. You're good. I'm convinced. Next to him, Iron Hands said with conviction. He was actually still a bit unconvinced after his defeat just now, but seeing that Xiao Fan couldn't even be hurt by a bullet, Iron Hands knew that his little skill was useless in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao, please forgive my ignorance. China is worthy of being an ancient civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years, and such martial arts are nothing short of a miracle. General Jin bowed his head. Even if he had 20,000 men under his command, he could not be proud at all in the face of a character like Xiao Fan, and if Xiao Fan wanted to kill him, General Jin estimated that he could not carry it himself, and it shouldn't be possible for Xiao Fan to be born so powerful. How scary must be the forces behind it. Thinking about General Kim makes his scalp tingle. General Jin, we can sit down and talk? By the way, what just happened? I don't want it to get out. Whoever does could be dead by then, Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. General Jin nodded. Don't worry, Xiao. Taita, you must never spread the word or don't blame me for my hot hand. Taita and the others nodded their heads in unison. General Jin waved his hand for Taita and the others to go outside, and Tang Zitian also let Yang Jun go out first, leaving only Xiao Fan and the 3 of them inside the room. Tang Zitian laughed lightly. General Jin, we've been old friends for decades. Would I lie to you? Now you know how powerful Xiao is, right? Got it. General Jin nodded. This trip was worth it. An eye-opening experience. Tang Zitian picked up the teapot and he poured Xiao Fan a cup first. Xiao Fan picked it up and minted a mouthful. Sangwei I killed. General Jin's face changed. Sangwei was a big drug lord. There were definitely more people who wanted to kill Sangwei than those who wanted to kill him, and Sangwei's defense against himself was much stronger. Even so actually died in Xiao Fan's hands. That meant that if Xiao Fan wanted to kill him, he would die even if he was in his lair. Tang Zitian said. General Jin Sangwei sent people to try to kill Xiao Xiao twice, and Xiao Xiao gave him a chance the first time, but it turned out that he was still obsessed the second time. Aha! Good kill. General Jin nodded. The death of such a big drug lord is a great thing for the people of all countries. Tang Zitian said. Xiao Xiao asked me to ask you over for a favor. Some time ago, Xiao Xiao asked me to prepare a batch of substances for him. The clan behind Xiao Xiao doesn't want to be known, so this is something that I don't want anyone to look into. General Jin was appalled. 10,000 tons of grain. How many people and how strong was the clan behind Xiao Fan? General Jin, can you help? Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. If you can't help, please introduce me to your superintendent in charge of this matter in Myanmar. I'll talk to him personally. Yes, absolutely no problem. General Jin hurriedly said. The superintendent in charge of this didn't deal well with him, and he didn't want the other party to come into contact with Xiao Fan. Chapter 68 Reaching 3 Small Goals. Xiao Fan said. General Jin, are you sure? Never push yourself too hard. General Jin nodded. Sure. The superintendent in charge of this matter is not a good speaker. I'm usually too lazy to bother with him, but since it's something about you, Xiao Xiao, I definitely have to do my best to help. Xiao Fan nodded. Then this matter will trouble General Jin. Don't make any mistakes, otherwise I'll be in trouble, General Jin, and you might even be in trouble. Don't worry, young Xiao, there will definitely be no problems, General Jin hastily assured. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Then please, General Jin. General Jin's decades of friendship between you and Boss Tang is enviable, so I hope we can build a long-lasting friendship as well. Tang Zitian was delighted in his heart. With this sentence from Xiao Fan, the payment he had made to Xiao Fan some time ago would be completely worth it. General Jin smiled. Xiao, we will be friends from now on. In the future, if you need to use my old gene, just ask. I still have some energy over there in Burma. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. General Jin got up and said. Xiao, this matter of yours cannot be delayed. I'll make a call back first and personally rush back myself to take care of it for you. In the future, when you arrive in Maine, let's get together again. I'll be the host for old Jin, and we'll have a few good drinks. Xiao Fan also stood up. General Jin, then I'll trouble you with this matter. Little things. Boss Tang, farewell. General Jin left quickly. This matter was to be dealt with and he had to get back. Xiao, it's my incompetence. This matter still makes you personally come over. Tang Zitian said somewhat apologetically. Xiao Fan shook his head. It's me who should thank you. Knowing a character like General Jin has some benefits for me as well. It's much easier to move around over there. Tang Zitian laughed. I also have to thank you, Xiao, for showing your strong strength, and the relationship between General Jin and I will be able to solidify quite a bit. Favors are expendable and benefits may be replaced by greater ones. Only strength is eternal. With his own wealth growing and his favors slowly depleting, Tang Zitian had long sensed a crisis, and General Jin had gradually become greedy in dealing with him. Now that Xiao Fan appeared and was on good terms with him, Tang Zitian knew that General Jin would definitely put away his greed in the future, which would benefit him a lot. Boss Tang, have you collected any good raw stones lately? It's a rare trip over here, so if you have one, stop by. Xiao Fan laughed lightly. Tang Zitian's eyes lit up. Xiao, I've recently collected about 10 good pieces of raw stone. Knowing that Xiao Fan had that kind of ability, Tang Zitian would of course take it. The top raw stones were expensive and risky, but there was no risk in Xiao Fan's case. Then go check it out. Xiao Fan smiled. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan and the others to arrive at Tang Zitian's raw stone warehouse. There were a total of 12 raw stones, the average size of which was a little smaller than the original 11 raw stones. With his spiritual numinous power upgraded, Xiao Fan was now able to use his perspective 3 or 4 times in a short period of time, and Xiao Fan was able to look at all of these 12 pieces of raw stone at one time. One piece skyrocketed, 2 plummeted, and the rest went up and down in small increments. A few minutes passed. Xiao Fan read all the way through the road. Tang Zitian's eyes revealed a look of surprise as Xiao Fan actually used the word skyrocket. Without a tenfold or more increase, Xiao Fan would certainly not use a surge. The lowest price of the raw stone here is $30 to $40 million, up 10 times if the emerald deciphered at least 300 to 400 million, which is a staggering profit. Which piece of Xiao skyrocketed? Tang Zitian hurriedly inquired. Xiao Fan pointed to one of the larger pieces. This piece, the jadeite inside, is of high value. I estimate that the value of the jadeite inside is $500 to $600 million. Tang Zitian took a deep breath. The emerald inside just this one raw stone would cover the cost of him buying these raw stones. The rest he can resell later. Profits are estimated at $500 million. If he gave Xiao Fan a consultant fee of $10 million a raw stone, he would make $380 million, more than 3 times as much as Xiao Fan. And Tang Zitian felt that he was making too much money. Xiao, I'll give you $200 million in consulting fees for this one. Tang Zitian Dao. As long as Xiao Fan was willing to accept it, he was willing to give even $300 million. Xiao Fan shook his head. We set the rules. It's just $10 million apiece. You just give me $120 million. You in the future you will always have such good luck? If there's no raw stone in there that can go up or skyrocket, you're still going to lose money. Tang Zitian persuaded Xiao Fan a few more times, but Xiao Fan still insisted. Xiao, then let it be according to you. Tang Zitian Dao. It didn't take long for Tang Zitian to arrange for $1.2 million to be transferred to Xiao Fan's account. With such a large amount of money transfer, the president of the bank where Xiao Fan's account was located was immediately informed. Another $1.2 billion transferred? He was outside and got to the bank as fast as he could. Governor, look, Mr. Zhao's previous account balance was $2.2 million. With a new transfer of $1.2 million, the money inside his account is now up to $3.4 million. The bank manager said in shock. As a bank manager, she had seen a lot of large sums of money, but $3.something billion inside a current account. Such a situation she had not seen at all. With that much money in a fixed deposit, you can get over $10 million a year. Is there a problem with the source of funding? Governor, no. The funds are still coming from the Don. The governor nodded. He pondered in his mind if he had to meet Xiao Fan in person. Such a customer who is not happy with their bank and the money is transferred away is not a small loss for them. 2 months or so, made over $300 million. That's a little over a goal a month. The governor marveled in his mind. As a bank president, he naturally receives a high salary. But compared to Xiao Fan earning more than a small goal a month, his small salary was not worth mentioning. General King and the men drove the car back into the territory of Burma as fast as they could. Iron Hands, Tata, what do you think about Xiao? General Jean inquired. It was just Iron Hands and Tata on top of the car he was sitting in. Tata said in a deep voice, General, we must not offend Xiao. A person like him kills me like a chicken, and there must be a terrifying force behind him. Iron Hands also said, Xiao is only in his 20s. I've studied the ancient martial arts of China, and it's possible for them to live up to 150 years old with accomplished internal martial arts cultivation. God knows how powerful the division leaders within his clan are. A faint smile appeared on General Jin's face. We've gotten to know Xiao. This is a rare opportunity for us. You guys must keep your mouths shut. Understood. Iron Hands and Tata said in unison. They still wanted to be able to learn a thing or two from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan could actually resist bullets. This was too much for them to covet. If they could do the same, the world could go to the world, and their days would be much more comfortable than now. Brothers, please give a 5-star review if you like it. Thanks. Chapter 69, Poor Student Allowance for one of you? After asking General Jean to take care of the matter, Xiao Fan returned to Z City with peace of mind. With General Jin's energy over in Burma, there's no way he can't handle this, and with Sangwei dead, who would offend General Jean over this? The one superintendent of police investigating, even if he didn't quite get along with General Jean, couldn't possibly not give General Jean face at all, and it wouldn't do him any good to piss off General Jean. Drip. Xiao Fan had just gotten off the plane when his cell phone rang. It was the counselor Feng Haichuan calling. Old Feng, the school isn't going to expel me again, is it? Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Feng Haichuan hurriedly said, of course not. The school has slots for poor students. I've secured 2 for our class, and I'll give you one of the slots. Xiao Fan was a bit dumbfounded. Give him the poor student quota? Feng Haichuan said. Xiao Fan is like this. Although you have a house in the city, but your parents, they are gone after all. There's no problem with this quota being given to you. The ones in our class who are less qualified than you have been offered places in the previous 2 years, and I've asked their opinions and they've all said they'd have no problem giving it to you. Xiao Fan. He's got over 3 small goals on his card today, and the needy student grant is a bit outrageous for him. Ahem. Old Feng, don't give me the poor student allowance. I don't qualify. Feng Haichuan persuaded. Xiao Fan. The poor student subsidy is at least $3,000. Don't be embarrassed. In fact, this time we can have 2 quotas and you have something to do with it. Vice Principal Shui is planning to expel you, and the school is giving us 2 spots inside as a kind of compensation. And as I think about it, one of the spots is better for you to get. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, Old Feng, I'll show my cards. I'm actually a billionaire. This really don't give it to me. I'll never want it. Feng Haichuan said without a trace of humor. If you were a billionaire, I'd be on the Forbes list. If you insist, I'll really give the spot to someone else. Give it to someone else. Definitely. I'm holding it hot. Xiao Fan hurriedly said. Hanging up the phone, Silk warmth surged in Xiao Fan's heart. Feng Haichuan is not much older than him nowadays, is still in graduate school, but he is still good as a counselor. You've got your work cut out for you, old Vaughn. You haven't seen your name on the Forbes list for a while, Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. Old four, in an hour you'll go over to the new house. Xiao Fan sent a message to Xin Chen. I'm alone? Xin Chen quickly replied. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, if boss and second brother are free, you should ask them to join you. Xin Chen quickly called Kong Su and Yi Fei. They thought they were going to rub it in, and all three were very motivated. Su Yue is a top-notch cook. What? Xin Chen and the others arrived before Xiao Fan. They rang the doorbell and no one responded at all. Su Yue and Lu Xueyan haven't come back yet. What's wrong with Sango? We got to the door and there's no response to ringing the doorbell. Xin Chen called Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan arrived at the underground parking lot at this time. You guys take the elevator to the negative floor. Soon Xin Chen and the others arrived. They saw Xiao Fan, and next to Xiao Fan were two supercars. Fatty, someone gave me 2 cars. This Porsche 918 is yours. Don't turn it down. I didn't turn down your father's offer of a house. Xiao Fan threw the 918's car keys to Xin Chen. Xin Chen caught it. He froze and looked at Xiao Fan. Kong Su and Yi Fei were also dumbfounded. What's going on here? Sango. What? What's going on here? Xin Chen said incredulously. He likes to study cars, especially like to study super sports cars. He can see that these 2 cars are high-end. That Porsche 918 landed definitely more than $15 million. Xiao Fan laughed. Didn't I say so? The business partner sent me 2 cars. This 918 you drive away. And in the future, Yue will have to send me a car with no place to park it. Shen Chen gulped. Sango, do you know how expensive this car is? 15 million or so. Xin Chen rolled his eyes. You still know it's worth so much money? That house of yours is only half the price of this. Besides, that's my dad thanking you for saving his life. It's okay for me to drive this car, but I can't take it as a gift. What kind of person would I be if I took your car? My dad would have to break my legs. Xiao Fan looked at Kong Su and the others. Boss, second brother, you guys help me persuade Lao Si. Kong Su shook his head. Fatty's family has a mine. I'm not going to persuade him to take this car. If you want to exchange it for money, why don't you ask Fatty to buy this car? Xin Chen's eyes lit up. My dad won't let me buy a car from anyone else. But from you, Sango. Maybe my dad will actually agree. I'm going to give my dad a call. Xiao Fan hurriedly stopped it. Fatty, do you think I would be very short of money if someone sends me a car like this? The bank robbery bonus is even $500,000. Xin Chen said. Third brother, I will never accept this car of yours anyway. Why don't you give it to schoolmate Su then? Fragrant cars and beautiful people. Had ha. Xiao Fan shook his head. She hasn't even taken her driver's license yet. Even if the license comes in, how can she, a novice driver, handle such a supercar? Yi Fei said. What kind of business are you busy with, Lao San? Someone else can actually send you a sports car like this. Gambling on stones. I'm pretty good at this, and I've made a lot of money for one of my bosses. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Kong Su said with a grave expression. Many people lose their money in gambling on stones. Lao San, are you sure there is no problem? Xiao Fan said. I myself don't gamble nowadays. I only get consultancy fees. Depending on how much a piece of raw stone costs this way, if the boss makes a big profit there might even be a bonus. Xin Chen grinned. Studying while actually has such benefits. Third brother also didn't see you usually study this. You can actually be a gambling stone consultant nowadays. Bullish. How much do you think a raw stone costs? Xiao Fan stretched out a finger. Xin Chen was surprised and said, $10,000? Then you can make a lot of money by going over there and looking at a 10 or 8. Go go go. If you're hungry, let's find a place to eat. Tonight's your treat. Sango, we're going to have to slaughter you hard. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. He didn't explain much. His consulting fee for looking at a raw stone is not 10,000. It's 10 million. Boom, boom. The 4 of them got into 2 separate sports cars, and the 2 valuable sports cars quickly drove out of the basement. It didn't take long time for the 2 sports cars to arrive at an upscale restaurant. This place Xiao Fan and the others had actually been here before, and Xin Chen had invited guests over here. 4 people ate over $10,000. Afterward, Xiao Fan and the others never came back. The consumption of this place was indeed a bit too high. With Kong Su and Yi Fei's family, they could afford to spend money on occasional luxuries, but nowadays they were still students using their family's money, so there was no need for that. Sango, let's have a corrupt meal here today. You pay for the bleeding. You can stop talking about the car. There's no way I'm taking it. Xin Chen flipped through the menu and said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Alright, you guys feel free to order. Order well and tell you about one of Yowei's girlfriends. She came back in the imperial capital. Now she and Yue have gone to Leishan County. Xiaofan felt that LV Shuiyan's looks and character were not bad, and it would be best if someone from Shinshan and the others could take it. Sister-in-law's best friend? Boss, you get some. Sango, let's go over there and talk privately? Shinshan threw the menu to Kong Su with gusto. They all recognized Su Yaoi's face value and personality, and her BFF shouldn't be bad either. Chapter 70. A Liang Wu became a vegetable. Fuck off. Everything else is fine. We're not going to let up on this. Yifei clenched his fists and said. Shinshan smiled sarcastically. Second brother. You are a person of cultivation. How could you also move your mortal heart? Falling in love is not good for you to practice martial arts. You have to think clearly. Xiaofan laughed. Fatty, you don't bullshit. Hurry up and order the food. You've eaten a lot of times. Order the delicious dishes. Per capita spend 10,000 is not a problem. Then I'm welcome to it. Shinshan ordered the food quickly, and the total price was about the same as the last time they ate. 10,000 more. Even if he knew that Xiaofan could make money nowadays, Shinshan wouldn't be a deadbeat to slaughter Xiaofan. Sango, I think you need to video your sister-in-law, Shinshan said with a burning gaze. Exactly. Kong Su and Yi Fei nodded. With their family background, it would be easy to announce it and find a nice girlfriend, but none of their families would allow it, and who knows what they'd find that way. Alright. Xiaofan made a video call to Su Yue. Su Yue and Lu Shuiyan now arrived inside the hotel. Shananmei has not yet been discharged from the hospital. Su Yue, they intend to pick up Shananmei tomorrow discharged and then come back. Hawk. Senior. Su Yue quickly connected to the video. Xiaofan smiled and said, Young Wei, is everything alright with you guys today? Senpai. It's fine. Su Yue's pretty face was slightly red. This was the first time Xiaofan had made a video call to her. Hello sister-in-law. Hello schoolmate Su. Shinshan and Kong Su showed their faces and greeted each other. On Su Yue's side, Lu Shuiyan and Su Yue came together. Xiaofan made a video call over. She had to say hello to Xiaofan anyways. Lu Shuiyan had just taken a shower and her hair hadn't even been completely blown dry. Seeing LV Shuiyan at once, Shinshan and their eyes all lit up. She was at least a beauty with a face value of 9 points. And it's a 9 before makeup. Although there was still an obvious gap with Su Yue, they felt it was already very good. Senior Su. I will take good care of Yue. Don't worry. LV Shuiyan laughed jovially. These are your roommates, aren't they? Hello guys. My name is Lu Shuiyan. Shinshan and the others hurriedly introduced themselves. After they finished introducing themselves, Xiaofan and Su Yue chatted a few more sentences before hanging up the video. Big brother. Second brother. How about you guys develop a little style? Shinshan looked at Kong Su and Yi Fei and said. Kong Su shook his head. Everything else is fine. This hair can't be developed. Yi Fei said. LV Shuiyan is also my dish. Let's compete fairly. Xiaofan was watching the action from the side. Any of the three of them, LV Shuiyan and Shinshan, would be good together? If there was really no destiny, it couldn't be helped. Say something. Sango. Shinshan put his hopes on Xiaofan. Xiaofan laughed lightly. You guys cheer up. If you guys take her down, it'll be convenient for Yue to see her, and she's probably the only friend Yue knows well. Don't the three of you set out and then all return home in defeat? Then I will despise you. Shinshan patted his chest. Don't worry. Third brother. I'll definitely take her down. Cut. Kong Su and Yi Fei expressed their contempt. After a meal, Xiaofan easily swiped his card to pay, consuming a total of close to $15,000, which is very expensive and expensive for ordinary people. But for Xiaofan it's a piece of cake. Shinshan hemmed and hawed. Third brother. I'll go to Leishan County with you tomorrow. I'll pick up my sister-in-law. And I'll pick up schoolmate Lu Shuiyan. Xiaofan shook his head. They can get their own cab back. Shinshan's eyes glared. What if something happens to them on the road? Third brother? Xiaofan said without any good humor. You and LV Shuiyan only have a one-sided relationship. And now that you are rushing up to be a licking dog, I reckon that 9 times out of 10, there won't be a good result. Lickspittle shall not die. Shen. Kong Su and Yi Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But they couldn't let Shinshan take this first opportunity. The time soon came to the next day. Near noon, Su Yue and the girls finally returned, and Xiaofan arranged for everyone to have a meal together. LV Shuiyan and Kong Su became quite familiar with them, but to say that she had a crush on any of them, it was still early. If Lu Shuiyan was that easy to settle on a boyfriend, she would have already had a boyfriend over in the imperial capital. Drip. Ria called after the meal. Sister Ria, you've never called me before. What's up? Xiaofan smiled. Lia's eyes on the other end of the conversation were red. Her voice was a little choked as she said, something happened to Team Xiaofan Liang. He was attacked last night when he was off duty and suffered a heavy blow to his head. After resuscitating for a night, life was saved, but Team Liang is still in a coma. The doctor said that Team Liang most likely won't be able to wake up, and that there's a high probability that he'll become a vegetable. At that Ria cried out, her tears clattering out. Xiao Fan's face changed drastically. Liang Wu took some people to specialize in his parents' case. There's a not-so-small chance that Liang Wu's attack is related to the case Liang Wu is currently investigating. Of course, Liang Wu has been working as a criminal investigator for about 20 years, and it is possible that the rest of the people are seeking revenge. Where are you nowadays, Sister Ria? Xiao Fan inquired. People's Hospital. Ria spoke up. Xiao Fan quickly drove off and in less than half an hour he arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital. Sister Ria, has there been a change? Why was Team Liang attacked? Is it related to his investigation into my parents' case nowadays? Xiao Fan said eagerly. Ria was bitter in her heart. Although she hadn't been transferred over for very long, she was still quite impressed with Liang Wu as a captain. Why Team Liang was attacked this is unclear for now. Ria shook her head. Xiao Fan's parents' case had a hidden agenda. This Laya knows nowadays. But the discipline is there. For the time being this aspect of information she is not convenient to tell Xiao Fan. In Laya's opinion, Xiao Fan could also be dangerous if he knew. Where's Team Liang? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Laya said, Team Liang is now in the ICU. His family is over there now. You'd better not go over there. I'm afraid his family will be more agitated. Show me over there. Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu was to check his parents' car accident case during the incident. His family is a little emotional and normal. Avoid. Such a thing Xiao Fan cannot do. Besides, he had spiritual thoughts and would also see through. So he might be able to know why Liang Wu was unconscious. You, be careful. Ria considered for a moment or nodded. A few minutes later Xiao Fan and the others arrived outside the ICU where Liang Wu was. Liang Wu's parents and wife had come over, as well as a few of the rest of his relatives. Liang Wu's pair of sons and daughters hadn't come over, and they probably didn't even know the news yet. Liang Wu's parents and wife's eyes were red from crying. Moncler, Liang team nowadays is investigating the car accident case of my parents. His accident may have something to do with my parents' case, and I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sorry. Xiao Fan stepped forward and bowed. Liang Wu's mother was ready to start cursing at once, but his father stopped it in a hurry. Liang Wu's wife said, Mom, Liang Wu, he's investigated so many cases. Xiao Fan's parents are just a car accident case. The possibility of it being related to his parents' case is small. Also Xiao Fan saved Liang Wu's life the other day. If he hadn't pushed Liang Wu away, Liang Wu would have died. Liang Wu's mother cried out in pain. Xiao Fan, my son he eats this bowl of rice. The accident has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. My old partner's emotions are a bit out of control. I hope you can sympathize. Liang Wu's father wiped his tears and said. Xiao Fan nodded as he walked to the doorway spiritually chanting into the ICU. Brothers like, 5-star praise under. Give a little gift ha. Thank you. Thank you data poor system does not give the amount of. Chapter 71 Laya finds out the hidden meaning of the bank robbery. Liang Wu's ward was 7 or 8 meters away from the door in a straight line, so Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts were naturally within reach. Team Liang was attacked in the brain, and it must have been a brain problem that turned him into a vegetable. Xiao Fan thought in his mind mental thoughts entered inside Liang Wu's brain. It was just that the internal structure of the brain was complicated, and with the fact that he had just undergone surgery, Xiao Fan was unable to determine the reason for Liang Wu's unconsciousness. Team Liang, wake up, wake up. Xiao Fan called out directly in Liang Wu's mind through his spiritual thoughts. Drip, drip, drip. There was a change on top of the monitoring instrument next to Liang Wu. The brainwave detector's formerly very smooth lines appeared to fluctuate rather dramatically. Click. It didn't take long for a nurse inside the ward to arrive outside and she rushed off to get the doctor. 5 minutes later the doctor came out from inside the ward. He said to Liang Wu's father, the instrument has just detected the patient's relatively strong brainwaves. Although the patient is still in a coma, the chances of him waking up in the future have increased quite a bit. It's mostly up to the patient's own will. Liang Wu's father nodded happily. This was good enough news for them. Xiao Fan said, the doctor has something he wants to trouble you with. You say. The doctor looked over at Xiao Fan and said. Xiao Fan said, Team Liang was investigating my parents' case when something happened. I know that Team Liang should be able to reimburse for the work injury, but there might be restrictions on medication as well as treatment. I would like to ask the hospital to use the best medicine, the best experts to fly over for consultation and treatment, and the related costs do not go through the work injury reimbursement by my personal money. The surrounding crowd looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Are you sure? It won't be cheap to have the best specialists come over for fly-by-night treatment, the doctor also said with some surprise. Xiao Fan nodded. I'm sure. I'll deposit $1 million in advance for the medical fees. If the fees are not enough I'll make up for it. Please make sure to bring Team Liang back to life. Liang Wu's parents, his wife all looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. With the best medicine and the best specialists coming over for consultation and treatment, there is no doubt that Liang Wu's chances of recovering are quite a bit higher. Sir, if you are sure and the patient's family is okay with it, our hospital naturally agrees. The doctor spoke up. Yes, we do, Liang Wu's wife hurriedly said, and his parents also nodded their heads in succession. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to deposit $1 million on top of Liang Wu's medical account. Xiao Fan, thank you, really thank you so much, Father Liang Wu said. Xiao Fan, just now I was a bit impulsive. You, don't take it to heart, Liang Wu's mother also said. She also knows that Liang Wu accident may not be related to the case of Xiao Fan's parents. Even if there is, Xiao Fan, what responsibility? Liang Wu was a police officer who eats this bowl of rice. Don't be polite, Elder Liang. You guys urge the hospital to get the best specialists over here. Money is not a problem. Team Liang is lucky. I'm sure he can recover, Xiao Fan said sincerely. Giving his contact information to Liang Lao and the others, Xiao Fan temporarily left the hospital. Now that Liang Wu had just been operated on, it was not suitable for him to be visited by outsiders at this moment. Xiao Fan planned to come back in a few days. By then, if he could get close enough, he could use his perspective and could see more clearly. Sister Ria, I'll go first. If there's any new developments at Team Liang's place, please send me a message. Sitting in the car, Xiao Fan sent a message to Laya. No problem. Laya's heart was filled with emotion. She had just heard that Xiao Fan had deposited $1 million on top of Liang Wu's medical account, and Xiao Fan had gotten a total of $1 million in bonuses. The case of Xiao Fan's parents' car accident is not simple. This attack on Team Liang was most likely sent by the murderer behind the scenes. Ria was baffled at the thought. One thing occurred to her. Could there be a hidden agenda in the bank robbery some time ago when the leader of the bandits, Sun Hao Koan, shot at Liang Wu? Sun Hao Koan was shot through the wrist at that time. There is absolutely no need to seek death. With the strength of his hitting the pillar at that time, he is running to suicide is somewhat suspicious. Ria hurried to the other hospital. Sun Hao Koan is treated in this hospital. He hit a pillar before and fell into a coma. The last 2 days Laya heard that he woke up, and under normal circumstances he will be arraigned immediately. But something actually happened to Liang Wu at this time. Ria becomes even more suspicious that Sun Hao Koan is likely to have something to do with Liang Wu's case. Officer Lai. There were people guarding outside Sun Hao Koan's ward, and when they saw Ria come over they greeted him warmly. You guys have worked hard. Is Sun Hao Koan in good shape? I'd like to have a word with him. Ria spoke up. He's in okay shape. He shouldn't want to die after a ghost walk. But he's not saying anything. Officer Lai, you go in and ask. I don't think you'll get anything out of it. One of them spoke up. The case is the responsibility of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, and there is no problem at all for Ria to find Sun Hao Koan to ask some questions. Does he know about Team Liang? I don't know. Aha. Ria quickly arrived inside the hospital room. Sun Hao Koan, head bandaged, has not fully recovered. Ria entered the room. His eyes did not change much. Ria sat down next to him in his hospital room. Sun Hao Koan had another assassination attempt on Team Liang today. He was arrested just like you. Let's see which one of you confesses first. Sun Hao Koan's pupils shrunk. Armed bank robbery. Attempted assassination of Team Liang. If you don't say anything, you probably won't get away with the death penalty. And if you say something, there's a good chance it'll be life in prison. Do you think the person behind the curtain will spare your family if you carry on dead? Only when the person behind your curtain falls into the net will your family be truly safe. Sun Hao Koan's voice hissed. Why did you come over instead of Liang Wu? Ria's eyes lit up. Why did Sun Hao Koan know Liang Wu? Inside the bank he crashed straight into a coma, and no one should be able to say anything to him when he wakes up in the hospital. Team Liang is interrogating another person. A couple of co-workers and I are coming over to pick you up, so you can talk to Team Liang later. Laya had a careless look on her face. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it and I'll get a little credit for it. If you don't want to say anything, someone else does. The chance to reduce your sentence is someone else's. Sun Hao Koan's expression was a bit tangled. He knew the consequences of saying it, but seeking death once. Now he didn't want to die. There's nothing to be gained by dying. He can still fight for a reduction in his life sentence and a chance to get out of prison. And even if he can't, there's still a chance he'll see his family. I'll say, you guys are going to have to count me as a stand-up. Sun Hao Koan tangled for a while and said. Ria nodded as she turned on the camera function of her cell phone. Sun Hao Koan took a deep breath and said, I did want to kill Liang Wu. The one who asked me to kill was Yu Sharon, the chairman of the Chongkong group, who promised me $5 million if I succeeded. Even if it fails, this money will go to my family. Laya knew about the Long Hollow Group. She said, the Long Hollow Group's assets are just over $1 billion. An outlaw like you would still be afraid of the chairman of the Long Hollow Group? Sun Hao Koan, you can't just climb and bite. Sun Hao Koan snorted. That's because you know less. Yushorin is much more terrifying than you know. And there are even more terrifying forces behind Yushorin. There's more today. Chapter 72, Your parents' case is complicated. Ria inquired. What more terrifying forces behind Yushorin? Sun Hakuin shook his head. I'm not at a high enough level to know how something like this is possible. Lia frowned. Then how do you know that there are even more terrifying forces behind Yushorin? As the chairman of the Long Sky Group, his status is already very high. Sun Hakuin was silent for a while and said, I once saw him being beaten to death out of a nightclub, but he didn't dare to have any complaints at all. Lia looked grave. The person who hit Yushorin even with tens of billions of assets couldn't make Yushorin so fearful. And the power behind Yushorin was even more powerful than they had previously estimated. You go back and tell Liang Wu that it's best not to investigate any further. You'd better not publicize what I've said either. And just subtly reduce my sentence. Sun Hakuin said in a deep voice. Ria coldly said, we don't need you to instruct us on how to do things. Sun Hakuin, do you have anything else to add? Saying more will be good for you. Sun Hakuin closed his eyes and stopped talking. After waiting for half a minute and seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Ria left the hospital room. Officer Lai, you're out so soon. Did you not get anything again? One of the policemen inquired. They couldn't hear the inside of the ward from outside. A little bit. I'll go back first. Lia, back to the police force, hurriedly saved the recorded video to the computer inside. For security reasons, she also used a USB flash drive, also backed up. USB flash drive hidden. If something had happened to her, at least the information would have been preserved. The Chankong Group is powerful. Yushorin is not an ordinary person. Based on this one piece of information from Sun Hakuin alone, I'm afraid that it won't be possible to summon Yushorin over at the moment. Ria said in her mind. Liang Wu accident, now their team leaderless. This information Lia temporarily intends to keep it secret. After a few days, if Liang Wu is still not awake, certainly we'll have a new task force leader. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Fan went to and from class normally. Lu Shuayen had returned to the imperial capital long ago, and Xin Chen and the three restless guys had calmed down a lot. Xiao Fan, Team Liang's condition has improved. Although he is not awake yet, the data in all aspects are better. The expert who consulted said that the probability of being a vegetable has decreased a lot. Team Liang was just transferred out of the ICU and is now in intensive care. Lia called Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he rushed to the hospital where Liang Wu was at the fastest speed possible. Xiao Fan. Thank you. Really thank you so much. Liang Wu's wife was guarding this side, and when she saw Xiao Fan she thanked him. 3 top specialists came over from different places the day before yesterday, and after their consultation they gave a treatment plan. And judging by the results, their treatment plan is still very good. You're welcome, sister-in-law. My parents' case has troubled Team Liang for quite a while, and I feel bad in my heart that Team Liang is like this. I'd like to go in and see Team Liang. I wonder if that's okay? Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu's wife nodded her head repeatedly. Of course you can, but you have to talk to the doctor about it. In addition to the limited visiting time each day, you can't be in there for too long. Aha. Soon Xiao Fan got the doctor's permission to enter inside the ward. Liang Wu lay there peacefully. His hair was shaved. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately utilized his perspective and he saw the scene inside Liang Wu's head. Things are much better than they were 3 days ago. Within these 3 days, Xiao Fan had supplemented the information on the brain, and now that he could clearly see what was going on inside Liang Wu's head, Xiao Fan could more or less make some judgments. There's a little bit of bruising here. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. It is entirely possible that the bruising in the brain could have caused Liang Wu to remain unconscious. Give me the pass. Knowing where the problem was, Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts quickly dispersed the bruises, which quickly left Liang Wu's brain under the control of Xiao Fan's spiritual thoughts. Without these bruises, Liang Wu's brain was suddenly much more fluid. Team Liang, wake up. Team Liang, I'm Xiao Fan. I still need your help with my parents' case. Xiao Fan called out from his mouth. At the same time, his mental thoughts directly shouted in the depths of Liang Wu's mind. Drip, drip, drip. A nearby instrument called out, and the nurses inside the intensive care unit rushed closer. Liang Wu's brainwaves continued to strengthen. Xiao Fan's eyes were sharp, and he noticed Liang Wu's fingers moving slightly. Nurse Liang's finger just moved. Xiao Fan hurriedly said. The nurse immediately looked at Liang Wu's hand, and Liang Wu's fingers moved again at that moment. Liang team, I Xiao Fan you should hurry up and wake up. There's a lot going on in the team. Ria and the others are waiting for you to return. Xiao Fan called out once more. A few seconds passed. Liang Wu's eyes slowly opened. His face showed a look of pain. Having had surgery only a few days ago, it must have been rather painful. Team Liang, don't you move. You've been attacked. Head surgery. Xiao Fan hurriedly said. The nurse hurriedly called for the doctor to come over for an examination, and Xiao Fan left the ward. Sister-in-law, Team Liang is awake. The doctor will be here soon to check, so you can go in later. Xiao Fan said smilingly. Liang Wu woke up, and a big stone weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. Really? Liang Wu's wife said excitedly. Xiao Fan nodded. Really? Team Liang just opened their eyes. Their eyes are not demented, there shouldn't be any problems. Aha! Liang Wu's wife immediately called to tell her family the good news. Half an hour passed and Liang Wu's family came over, as did Laya and the others. Hearing the nurse say that it was Xiao Fan who woke up Liang Wu, they naturally gave another round of thanks. Xiao Fan, my son, he says he wants to see you. Liang Wu's father came out from inside the hospital room and said. Xiao Fan nodded and went inside the ward. The nurses all left temporarily when they saw him come in. Only Xiao Fan and Liang Wu remained inside the room. Xiao Fan, I promised your parents' case for 2 months. Now I'm afraid it's a bit hard to complete. You usually take more care. Your parents' case is a bit complicated, Liang Wu said with some effort. Originally, he didn't intend to say anything, but now that he had almost died, it was possible that the black hand behind the scenes was targeting Xiao Fan as well. He had to remind Xiao Fan, my parents' case is complicated? Xiao Fan was stunned. His parents' case was a car accident 5 years ago, so it's normal that it's difficult to investigate. But why did Liang Wu use the word complicated to describe an old car accident case? Team Liang, you mean my parents' case is not a simple car accident case? Liang Wu was silent for a while and said, your parents' case is a homicide case. Although the reason why they were killed is not yet known, it is certain that they died of murder. Back then there was an eyewitness in this case named Wang Xiong. He and Lu Koan used to be cellmates. Wang Xiong died in prison. We got the clue from Lu Koan. After a few words Liang Wu's face turned a lot worse. Xiao Fan hurriedly said, Team Liang, you don't have to say anything first. You should recuperate first. I know what you mean, you want me to be careful. I will usually be more careful. You talk to Ria. She knows. Liang Wu said somewhat grudgingly. Like brothers give a 5-star praise to send a little gift. Thank you. There is a data system before giving traffic. Chapter 73, Laya tells the truth. Coming out of the ward, Xiao Fan asked Laya to go out for dinner and Laya readily agreed. Xiao Fan, this car your friend's? It's best not to borrow it. It's troublesome to scratch and rub it. Entering inside Xiao Fan's car, Laya opened her mouth. From the information she learned from Liang Wu and the others, Xiao Fan's parents were both dead. His family's conditions were ordinary, and he had recently gotten $1 million in prize money before his hands were a little bit more generous. But Xiao Fan deposited $1 million on top of Liang Wu's medical account. Sister Ria, you're looking down on people. Can't it be my own car? Xiao Fan skimmed his mouth. Ria rolled her eyes. The ways to make money fast are written in the penal code. What family background of your sister? I don't know. It's that one of your roommates named Shin Chen's, right? They checked on the hostages in the bank robbery case some time ago. Sometimes there are behind-the-scenes robbers hiding among the hostages. When they checked Shin Chen, they were stunned. Good guy, there is actually such a rich second generation inside the hostage. The robbers would probably get more money if they kidnapped Shin Chen than if they robbed that bank. No one believes in telling the truth these days, alas. Xiao Fan shook his head. Hurry up and drive. I haven't eaten well in the past few days since the captain's accident. It's not easy for the captain to wake up. Let's go and have a good meal. You don't want to feel bad about the money, Ria urged. It did not take long for Xiao Fan to drive the car to a fairly good restaurant. The per capita consumption is not very high. Go to a very high place to eat. Laya estimated that they will not enter the door. Sister Laya, Team Liang asked me to find you. He told me that my parents' case is not simple. Order the food. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Ria's expression became serious. She turned her head to look around. Their table was inside the corner. There was no one next to them. Whispering would not be heard by others. Team Liang just called you in about this? Aha. Laya considered for a while and said, Team Liang should be feeling in danger to remind you of this. The black hand behind the scenes does have a lot of guts, surprisingly even dares to kill Team Liang. We're 100% sure today that your parents' case was murder. Xiao Fan poured a cup of water for Ria, who took a small sip and continued. There was a problem with the bank robbery case the other day. The bandit leader was looking for an opportunity to kill Team Liang. Robbing a bank is still secondary. A look of surprise appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. It's amazing that there's such a hidden agenda in the robbery case, Laya said. 3 days ago I asked Sun Haokuan who had awakened. He admitted that someone had asked him to kill Team Liang, but it's inconvenient to tell you who it is for the time being. I haven't even reported this one yet. We don't have the evidence to testify against each other. Sun Haokuan's testimony alone is not strong enough. Xiao Fan's face was grim. He had thought a little better of the death of his parents in a car accident, but he had been murdered. My parents, they were just honest peasants who fought tooth and nail to buy a house in the city so that I could study. Why would anyone bother to murder them? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Ria shook her head. This we don't know yet. According to Sun Haokuan, the person he knows is only a pawn despite his high status. There are deeper forces behind it. Xiao Fan, this thing you know, usually just be vigilant. You must not check privately, otherwise it may bring harm to you or even the people around you. Xiao Fan nodded slightly as he carefully recalled. Why would his family be ordinary enough to attract such a scary character? There are Sun Hao Koan's testimony are not convenient to move the person. Identity and status must be high, but such a person are just pawns. Behind what kind of power must be? Maybe we can ask Grandpa then, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. If there was something special about their family, his grandfather, Xiao Hai, would surely know about it. Sister Ria, who is the person Sun Hao Koan is talking about, can't you tell me? Xiao Fan inquired. Laia shook her head. Xiao Fan, this is not going to work. It's not confirmed that the other party has a problem at the moment, and telling you who the other party is a serious violation. What if she told Xiao Fan and something happened to him when he went over to find the other side? Okay, then I won't ask. After a meal, Xiao Fan tasted as if he was chewing wax. Knowing that his parents were actually murdered was very hard on his heart. Xiao Fan, Team Liang promised you 2 months to find the perpetrator, and now that Team Liang has been attacked, coupled with the increased difficulty of the case, it may take more time. Xiao Fan drove Laia back, and before getting off the car Laia said, well, understand. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Bye. Laia off. Xiao Fan quickly left. He cannot wait to see his grandfather. But the agreed time has not yet arrived. Want to see this, will not see. Dad. Mom. I'm sure I'll find the killer and avenge you. Xiao Fan returned home and he mumbled as he held his parents' photo album. In his own home, his troubled mind gradually calmed down. After all, nowadays he was not an ordinary person. Even if he didn't have the ability to do so now, he would definitely have the ability to avenge his parents if he received more benefits from Xiao Hai in the future. Drip. The cell phone rang. Surprisingly, it was Yi Fei who called. Xiao Fan is a little surprised. Yi Fei good hands, but he is a boring gourd. Usually a little thing. Basically our Shinchan or Sun Tzu call him. Ergo, what's up? Xiao Fan picked up the phone and said. Yi Fei lightly coughed and said, Lao San, you come to the dormitory. Help me scratch the key tutoring. This semester can't fail the subject, or else I'll have no face to see LV Shuayan. Xiao Fan was amused in his heart that love still had this motivation. Okay, I'm on my way. But don't do any studying while you're there. Let's play a few games first. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to arrive at the dormitory, and he first fucked Yi Fei and the others painfully for a few games. What's wrong with you today? Lao San, you don't seem to be in much pain. Did you have a falling out with schoolmate Su? Kong Su inquired. Xiao Fan was simply killing mad in the game today. They had won several games in a row, but 80% of the heads had been taken by Xiao Fan, which wasn't quite right. Xiao Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air and said, it has nothing to do with Young Wei. It's something else that happened, and it's not very convenient to talk to you guys about this matter. Kong Su and their family should all have very good energy, but things like this Xiao Fan did not want them to get involved. He himself had the ability to solve it later. Ergo, bring the book and I'll highlight it for you. You can also ask if there's anything you can't figure out. After giving Yi Fei a good key point tutoring, Xiao Fan left. Nowadays it wasn't very convenient for him to live in the dormitory. Every night he needed to exercise his spiritual thoughts. The oldest should have gotten into something pretty big, Kong Su said in a deep voice. Shin Chen nodded slightly. Definitely. Third brother has money nowadays. Money can solve 90% of the problems. If there is more money, it can solve 99% of the problems. It's not a small problem if it can't be solved yet. Yi Fei said thoughtfully. I feel killing intent from Lao San's body. Shin Chen bristled. Second brother. You really think of yourself as a martial arts master? Ah, and killing intent. Yi Fei said without a trace of anger. Didn't Lao San just kill crazy in the game? He was really feeling the killing intent. But this wasn't convenient to make clear to Shin Chen and the others. Kong Su said. Should we investigate? Maybe we can help. Yi Fei nodded. I agree. Agreed. Shin Chen also hurriedly said. Chapter 74, Kong Su and Yi Fei's family history. Kong Su and the others quickly checked the hospital, and they knew about Liang Wu's attack. Liang team woke up and met third brother. After that, third brother asked Laia out. Su schoolgirl so beautiful Laia and have a boyfriend. Third brother moved on to another love impossible. Shin Chen analyzed. Kong Su rolled his eyes and said, isn't this nonsense? Lao San's meeting with Laia must be about the case, and there could be two kinds of cases they're talking about. One is the case of the attack on Team Liang. The murderer could be a cohort of the bank robbers. Team Liang and the others told Lao San probably to tell him to be careful. Another possibility is that the case of the oldest three parents may be unusual. Yi Fei nodded. Kong Su's analysis was still very reasonable. Boss, does your family have any connections within the public security system here? Yi Fei inquired. Kong Su shook his head. No, but one of my elders doesn't have a low position over here, so I'll let that one elder help ask around. I should be able to ask. Boss, then you hurry, Shinshan said. Kong-su said in a bad mood, this can be urgent? Let the elders to inquire. I can not a phone call over to order people it. At least have to mention something to visit the door. It's rather late today. Tomorrow. Kong-su arrived inside the other party's house early the next morning, rushing to catch the other party before they went to work. Little Wook, you came over so early. It seems like there's something going on. You're still so polite with your Uncle Lee. Why don't you just make a phone call here? The other man chuckled. His level is not low, but the old master of Kong-su's family, he has to be respectful when he sees him. And the position of Kong-su's father and his eldest uncle are also higher than his position. Uncle Lee, I do want to ask you for a favor. Here's the thing dash. Kong-su gave a brief account of the situation. I'll call you and ask. Soon the phone dialed out. Ching Lin has a matter to inquire with you. Criminal Investigation Brigade Liang Wu, you should know, right? He's the right-hand man under you. Chen Qinglin on the other end of the phone was surprised in his heart that someone actually asked Liang Wu again. Of course I know. He was recently attacked. What are Secretary Li's orders? Secretary Li in front of Kong-su is not a big boss in the province, but he is a big boss in the city. And Chen Qinglin's status position is quite high, but it is still a little lower. What was the circumstances of his attack? Also, is there anything wrong with the case he's working on today? Secretary Li inquired. Chen Qinglin secretly said in his heart, could it be that Wei Lao's side and Li Secretary Li Wansong greeted again? With Wei Lao's energy if he greeted. It is normal for Li Wansong to ask. Secretary Li, the case of Xiao Fan's parents can now be determined to be murder. The murderer is very uncomplicated, and there is a not so small chance that Liang Wu was attacked by someone sent by the murderer. Chen Qinglin said in a deep voice. Li Wansong's face changed. He said seriously, the other party even dared to attack the police. It must be investigated and dealt with severely, and when it is found out, it must not be tolerated. Keep me posted if there is any progress on this case and I will give you my full support. On the other end of the phone, Chen Qinglin stood upright and said, yes, thank you Secretary Li for your support. With Li Wansong stating his position like this, Chen Qinglin was quite relieved. If the case involved some big powers, with his energy he might not be able to bring down the other side. Hang on. Li Wansong hung up the phone. Xiaosu, your classmate's parents were not in a car accident. His parents were murdered. This case is not simple. It may take quite a bit of time to solve. Li Wansong thought for a moment. Kong-su said, Uncle Li, this case, but also trouble you to ask more. That classmate and my relationship is extremely good. We can be said to be a brotherly relationship. No problem. You've just heard it. I've already greeted it. You mustn't investigate privately on your own. The person behind the scenes is very vicious and you might even be in danger. Li Wansong cautioned. Kong-su nodded. It's good to know that it's such a thing. We can at least comfort Xiao Fan more. Uncle Li, then I'll leave without delaying you at work. Li Wansong laughed and said, it's not a problem for me to be a little late. It's not like anyone is marking me late. Ha ha. You have time to come over more often to drink a few cups with me. Okay, Uncle Li. Kong-su left and an hour later he returned to the dormitory. What's up, boss? Shin Chen hurriedly inquired. Kong-su said what he had asked, and Yi Fei frowned. No wonder Lao San's state is a bit off. He should have known that his parents were actually murdered. Shin Chen said. Then we'll let the family help with the investigation? Kong-su hurriedly said. Don't ever do that. The mastermind behind this even dared to send people to attack Team Liang. You guys let your family members investigate. Your family members might be in danger as well. The police will definitely do their best to investigate this case. Let's not add to the chaos. Let's just care more about the oldest. Yi Fei and Shin Chen nodded. Shin Chen said, make a barbecue date with Lao San in the evening and let's fix some wine together. This can be had. Kong-su said. Yi Fei took a few books. I'm going to the library to study. Remember to call me at night. Leaving the dormitory, Yi Fei went to a deserted place. He dialed the phone. Grandpa. Yi Fei said respectfully. On the other end of the phone was an old man in a tang suit. He was in his 80s, but his face was rosy and his hair was not gray. He looked to be in his early 60s. Once you go to school, Fei, you're like a bird flying away, and you know to call back. The old man in the tang suit said with auspicious anger. Yi Fei snapped. Grandpa, aren't I busy with my studies? Bullshit. What grades do you have that you don't have a clue in your own heart? You're highly gifted in martial arts, and you're just like your father in terms of studying. Scum. Yi Fei rolled his eyes. At least he got into you of D proper. He just didn't have that much time to study. Is your dad giving you too little to live on? Grandpa will transfer tens of thousands of dollars to you. Don't spend it indiscriminately. If your energy is dissipated, your martial arts may be wasted. The old man in the tang suit said in a deep voice. Yi Fei hemmed and hawed and laughed. Grandpa, I've recently broken through to the dark power level. I will never desert my cultivation. Just rest assured. The old man in the tang suit's heart was delighted. Yi Fei is only 21 years old. To the dark power level is very good. Yi Fei his father talent is also very good. But that year at the age of 23 years old only to the dark power level. Grandpa will transfer you $100,000. Grandpa, let's not talk about the money issue. Can you send a family expert over? Something happened to a brother in my dormitory. He might be in danger. The tang-suited old man said. Are you thinking that the family will go over to an expert to protect Xiao Fan? Grandpa, you know about Lao San? Yi Fei was surprised. The old man in the tang suit said without a trace of anger. You went to school there. How many people in your dormitory can Grandpa not check up on? The expert group is all set up. There should be a problem with his parents' case. It's okay for the family to send someone over to protect, but only to protect and not intervene in the case. Yi Fei said. Grandpa, can't we really have the family's experts help check it out? The old man in the tang suit said in a deep voice. Unless it involves our Yi family itself, we cannot intervene. This is the rule. Without rules it would have been a mess a long time ago. Yi Fei sighed. Fine. Grandpa, you send a more powerful character. I'm very close to Lao San. Requesting 5-star reviews. Chapter 75 had a sparring session with Yi Fei. While Kong Su and the others were investigating and poking around, Xiao Fan rushed to Leishan County. Young Xiao, you can see that the place has been leveled out and construction will begin soon. Zhao Youcai's father, Zhao Zongxiang, said. According to Xiao Xiaoyu said the entire site covers 20 acres, using C80 concrete at the bottom and C60 grade concrete for the rest of the site, and the specifications for the steel reinforcement are absolutely in place. Xiao Fan said. What happened to using a lower grade of concrete up there? Zhao Zongxiang explained. Xiao Xiao is like this. C80 chaos clay has a strong resistance to compression, but the ductility is poor, and it is not suitable for use in the rest of the area. Xiao Fan nodded his head slightly. You are a professional in this area, and you will definitely not be spared after getting things done. That's right, you empty out a relatively large warehouse. Ship 3,000 tons of cement, 3,000 tons of river sand, 3,000 tons of rebar in there, and more construction templates of various types. Zhao Zongxiang was puzzled in his mind. What was this for? But that was not something he asked. Okay, Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. Get it done. The warehouse needs to be airtight. Have someone guard it after the stuff is put in, and install surveillance outside to not allow anyone to enter. Also, a shipment of clothes will be delivered in a few days. You have someone receive the put-in. The last time I left, Xiao Hai said that I need cement sand these. The other world side of the fortifications and so on with the stone. The defensibility is naturally not good. Cement sand rebar sent over. City gates and other key places used. The enemy, if you want to destroy the siege, will definitely make the enemy attack to doubt life. Okay, Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Xiao Fan said. How much do you estimate these things will cost? Zhao Zongxiang hurriedly said. Xiao Xiao, look at what you said. I'll just prepare it directly. How do I need you to give money? Make you count and you count. Xiao Fan frowned. Zhao Zongxiang thought for a moment and said. Xiao Xiao. If you use the better quality ones for these things you want, the price is estimated to add up to around $20 million. If you use a lesser one, 13 or 14 million would be able to take care of it. Xiao Fan quickly transferred $21 million to Zhao Zongxiang. Get it done in 5 days. I'll come by and check it out then. The extra million is for labor as well as the warehouse. Xiao Fan said in a faint voice as he quickly left after he finished speaking. Zhao Zongxiang quickly arranged to go down. He is the emperor of the earth on this side of Leishan County, and there are real estate companies under his command, so it is not difficult for him to prepare this, and it won't attract anyone's attention. Xiao Fan returned to Z City, and just after he came back, he was called by Kong Su and the others to a barbecue restaurant. Are you guys trying to drink one to death today? Xiao Fan said with a tug at the corner of his mouth. They were just 4 people. Kong Su and the others even called for 4 cases of beer, with a case placed next to each person. It looked a little scary. Lao San, sit. Today the 3 of us are on a mission to get you drunk. Kong Su greeted Xiao Fan and sat down. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, you guys know the real situation of my parents' case? Kong Su smiled sarcastically. Lao San, we didn't mean to reveal your scars. We just want to know what kind of trouble you've encountered and see if we can help you. I know. Xiao Fan nodded. Yi Fei said, boss has found connections. Your parents' case will definitely be investigated with full force. In addition, I have something I have to explain to you in advance. What? Xiao Fan opened a bottle of beer and Yi Fei clinked them and said. Yi Fei said, I have a bodyguard company at home. I asked my grandfather to send an expert over, and I'll have him protect your safety next. It's the female bodyguard. She won't snoop if you want to do something with Su Schoolgirl. Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei, who said that having a bodyguard company at home was probably bullshit. He estimated that Yifei's family should be a martial arts family. Should have sent the family masters over. Is this appropriate, Ergo? Yifei smiled and said, what's inappropriate? Our family is doing business in this area. We are brothers. We can't just stand by and watch you in danger. You're a good shot but you don't have a gun. And sometimes a gun may not work. Xiao Fan mused. Second brother. Thanks. But I don't need it myself. If the bodyguard comes over, how about you ask her to secretly protect Yue? Yifei frowned. Lao San, although you and school sister Su have a good relationship, the person behind the killing of your parents shouldn't be targeting school sister Su. Even if we kill her, what's the point? You yourself are the one who needs it the most. Xiao Fan looked at Yifei and smiled. Second brother, you shouldn't be able to beat me nowadays. Yifei raised his eyebrows. He had recently reached the dark force level, but he couldn't beat Xiao Fan? He used to fight a dozen or so by himself with ease. Now he fights dozens by himself with ease. Shinshen coughed lightly and said, third brother, you can definitely crush second brother in terms of brains, but when it comes to fighting, I reckon you're no match for second brother even if you use a gun. You don't have any of that stuff either. Kong Su also nodded. They have seen Yifei fight. Don't look at his physique as not intimidating. Fight fiercely. A punch down 200 pounds of strong man have to fall to the ground. Ergo, let's shake hands. Xiao Fan smiled. He extended his hand and Yifei shook it with him. The two quickly added to their strength. Yifei was surprised in his heart. He felt that Xiao Fan's grip strength exceeded 100 kilograms, and it was still being strengthened. An ordinary adult man's grip strength was only 50 kilograms. 102, 103, 104. Both of them looked breezy, but both of their grips kept growing. Yifei quickly used his inner strength. Mere physical strength he could not compare to Xiao Fan today. Soon the two reached 200 kilograms of grip strength. That's a world record. Of course, this world record was a world record for ordinary people, and a martial artist who participated in such a competition to break the record would only make the rest of the martial artists laugh. If you can't stand it, Sango, you ask. Yifei was afraid that his grip would hurt Xiao Fan's hand. So are you. Xiao Fan laughed and said that he looked quite relaxed. Shinshan rolled his eyes and said, I say you two can't be faster. Your faces aren't even a little red. Those who aren't clear about the situation still think that you're having sex. Neither Xiao Fan nor Yifei paid any attention to Shinshan. They looked flat, but their actual grip strength had risen to 245 kilograms. Nice one. Yifei was shocked. Soon the grip reached 300 kilograms. He had already used 80% of his internal force, but Xiao Fan looked like he could still hold on. When did Xiao Fan become so strong? Ergo, is this where we are? Xiao Fan smiled. Simply physical, he's single-hand grip strength now on 300 kilograms. If continue to add force, he has to use the spirit of the power of the mind. And Yifei, then a little use of the spirit of the power of the mind is not necessary. Good. Yifei nodded. He felt that he hadn't probed Xiao Fan's bottom, and that Xiao Fan shouldn't be weaker than him in terms of pure grip strength. Second brother, just listen to me. That bodyguard come over here and let her secretly protect Young Wei. Xiao Fan smiled. Yifei looked deeply at Xiao Fan. Alright, listen to you, Lao San. Kong Su and Shinshan were surprised as they looked at Xiao Fan and the others. Second brother. Third brother one? Shinshan said with some disbelief. Chapter 76, Reasons for the Murder of Parents. Xiao Fan said, we didn't divide the winners and losers. Second brother just knows that I am capable of defending myself. Yifei said thoughtfully, Lao San, no wonder you were confident in solving the bandits before. Xiao Fan laughed. I'm not stupid. And what if I'm not sure and I mess up and kill those hostages? Fatty is all inside the hostages. Kong Su raised a bottle of wine and said, since Lao San has the ability to protect himself, we are much more at ease. Come. Let's not talk about this hole up. Without realizing it, a box of wine was finished by Xiao Fan and the others. Xiao Fan, Kong Su, and Yifei were all fine, and Shinshan was already drunk. Lao San, if there is a need for help, you and we say, we are brothers. Fatty, this guy we take back. You go back and rest, don't think too much. Kong Su said. Yifei patted Xiao Fan's shoulder without saying much. Don't worry. Xiao Fan smiled and said, the parents were actually murdered. This Xiao Fan heart is very uncomfortable. And Kong Su, they drink a wine. Xiao Fan really feel a lot of comfort in the heart. Although his parents were gone, he was lucky to have Kong Su and his three good brothers, and his grandfather was still alive, and he had become much stronger nowadays. To say that pity him nowadays, absolutely can't talk about how much pity. The world is much more pitiful than him. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and Liang Wu's injuries improved quite a bit. Xiao Fan had once again arrived at Leishan County, and today was already the day he had agreed with Xiao Hai. Look, young Xiao, the ground has been straightened out. According to Xiao Xiao, you said a full meter thick of high standard concrete. Even if you use explosives to blow up, to try to blow through this meter of concrete is definitely not an easy task. Zhao Zongxiang took Xiao Fan to the top of the construction site where the warehouse was built first. Many workers were busy and working around the clock. There are no residential buildings next to it, so you don't have to worry about disturbing the public. Not bad progress, keep catching up. Take me to the cargo bay, Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. Zhao Zongxiang personally drove Xiao Fan to another place. This side of the warehouse was also surrounded by concrete walls, and there were 10 or so security guards guarding where the warehouse gate was. Boss! When they saw Zhao Zongxiang, they hastened to salute. In this acre of Leishan County, they knew that Zhao Zongxiang definitely had the ability to break their families. Zhao Zongxiang ignored them as he went to the back of the car and opened the door for Xiao Fan. This one is Xiao Xiao. You guys will listen to Xiao Xiao from now on, Zhao Zongxiang said in a deep voice. The 10 or so security guards were shocked. They knew what kind of character Zhao Zongxiang was. He even personally opened the door for Xiao Fan, and his address to Xiao Fan was still Xiao Xiao. What kind of character must Xiao Fan be? Good day, Mr. Xiao. A dozen or so security guards spoke in unison, their voices a little louder than they had just been. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Open the warehouse. Zhao Zongxiang stepped forward and scanned the iris, and the warehouse's thick door slowly opened. Xiao Xiao, this iris lock is something I had someone newly install. Change it to Xiao Xiao your iris later, and only Xiao Xiao you will be able to open this one warehouse next, Zhao Zongxiang said. Xiao Fan gave Zhao Zongxiang a high look. No wonder he was able to bring the Zhao family to its current heights. Zhao Zongxiang's ability and eyesight are very good. Change it first, Xiao Fan said in a faint voice. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Soon the iris was changed to Xiao Fan's, and at the same time he set a new password. And the warehouse door would only open if the iris and password were all correct within a minute. Xiao shouted as you said. There's quite a bit of cement, sand, and rebar, and the clothes that were sent over are also there, Zhao Zongxiang said, taking Xiao Fan on a tour inside the warehouse. Very good. You're a busy man, Mr. Zhao. You go and work on something else. I'll talk to them if there's something. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang left. Xiao Fan instructed one of the security guards to buy over a few large mirrors to buy over a bed. This warehouse will likely be used again in the future. Tan Fei Zhao should have called all of you over. You'll be divided into day and night shifts from now on. 4 people to guard each shift, with the remaining 2 slots to take turns resting. You'll get an extra 3,000 a month added to your paychecks, and 5,000 a month if you do a good job until next year. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The 10 security guards all had excitement in their eyes. Leishan County is just a county. Their monthly salary is just a little more than 3,000 points. Xiao Fan extra to them plus 3,000. More than 6,000 in this side definitely belongs to the high salary. Xiao Xiao, we will definitely do a good job, the lead security guard said, and the rest of them nodded in succession. Xiao Fan said in a faint voice, I'll say ugly words in front of you as long as one of you is not doing a good job. You will all be eliminated and replaced by a batch. I hope you will supervise each other well. Yes, Xiao Xiao, the 10 men solemnly said. Even if there are only 3,000 or so wages, Zhao Zongxiang let them do it. They do not dare to have any laziness. Not to mention that if they do a good job their wages can also rise a lot. You guys get out. I'll sleep over here tonight. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said. The 10 men retired, and they conferred for a moment. 6 of them left. 4 men are enough to guard a warehouse. As the time gradually reached 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Xiao Hai's figure suddenly appeared inside the mirror. Good grandson. Your grandfather, I recently captured another big city. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hai said excitedly. Capturing a large city represents a larger territory with quite a bit more survivability. Grandpa, Mom and Dad, they didn't just die in a car accident. They were murdered. The Liang team in charge of investigating the case both almost died, and there was a witness who died in jail back then. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The smile on Xiao Hai's face froze in place. The son and daughter-in-law were murdered and died, which immediately made Xiao Hai's heart surge with monstrous anger. The killer hasn't been found yet? Xiao Hai said with a gloomy face. Xiao Fan shook his head. Not yet. Grandpa, our family is very ordinary. Mom and Dad, they are just ordinary people. Why would others bother to murder them? Xiao Hai was silent for a while and said, Our family used to be a martial arts family. Our ancestors have produced several innate level experts. They might be after our family's kung fu. Your father had no talent for cultivation, and I was thinking of passing it on to you when you were older. Xiao Fan froze and looked at Xiao Hai. Their family used to be a martial arts family. Xiao Hai Dao, Grandpa reached the level of Huan Jin back then, and the effect of the Gongfu over here was greatly enhanced. Or else why do you think Grandpa was able to rise rapidly? Xiao Fan came back to his senses as he said in a deep voice. That means that the ones who killed mom and dad and the others were most likely from the martial arts family. And they should have already gotten their hands on them. If you don't get it, capturing it alive would be better. Xiao Hai nodded. That should be the case. My good grandson, you should not think about revenge for now. Your current strength against a powerful martial arts family is more than a little vicious. Xiao Fan said. Grandpa, how is the martial realm divided? Xiao Hai Dao, from low to high are the 7 realms of Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Ho Tian, Innate, Zong Shi, and Grand Zong Shi. 1,000 years ago there was quite a lot of aura. There were figures at the level of the innate or above Patriarch Grandmaster. And 300 years ago there were some strong figures at the innate level as well. Nowadays, the innate level experts in the entire country of China can surely be counted on one hand. Xiao Fan was silent as he digested the information he had gotten. In the past, our Xiao family was still very powerful, but our Gongfu was only effective if we had enough aura. And behind us, our Xiao family gradually declined and withdrew from the martial arts circle. With 2 worlds approaching or even colliding, individual areas may have enhanced auras. There should be a martial arts family that has discovered such a location, so they want to obtain our family techniques. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Xiao Hai's analysis made sense. Don't be afraid, my dear grandson. Just protect yourself. Although the strength of the martial arts family is strong, as long as Grandpa can get the strongest people from this side to go over, they are just scum. Xiao Hai said in a domineering manner. Brothers like to give a 5-star praise. Give a little gift, thank you. Chapter 77, Cultivating the Family Tradition Technique. Xiao Fan nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will protect myself. Grandpa, how did you take over a large city so quickly this time? I didn't even hear you say that earlier. Xiao Hai grinned. The drones you passed over earlier can be used. Plus we have a lot of bows and arrows nowadays. We ambushed a wave of enemies that came out of the city. This caused them to be underpowered to defend the city. Plus using the drones we were able to know their weaknesses and kill them straight away. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Drones can be used? If that could be more for Xiao Hai. Plus there could be more traversers for Xiao Hai. That thing is fast. And it's entirely possible to hit important enemy targets with pinpoint accuracy if poison arrows are strapped to it. Grandpa, you said last time that you need cement, sand and stuff. Prepared a lot for you, you are ready to receive. Xiao Fan got up and said. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Wait. Our family heirloom technique is the 9 revolutions true dragon technique. And after cultivating it for the past few years, I think it might be an immortal cultivation technique. Low aura, its effect is very poor. This side has enough aura I cultivate very quickly. I'll first pass on the first 3 layers of the technique to you. If you finish cultivating these 3 layers of techniques, you can reach the Grand Master realm. Xiao Fan hurriedly said. Grandpa, you passed the Gong method over. Do you still have the energy left to receive things? Is there any of the Gong method left behind? I'll just look for it when the time comes. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Your parents. They had an accident. The Gong method is definitely gone. The Gong method is hidden inside the ancestral tablets inside the ancestral house. You can use your spiritual thoughts to check it then. Don't touch it with your hands, it will leave marks. The Gongfu will be more consuming to pass on to you. But there's no rush on my side for the time being. Cement, sand and all that stuff. You can just pass it on to me next time. Xiao Fan is his grandson. The old Xiao family is the only seedling. He can't let anything happen to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said. Even if I start practicing, I won't be able to improve much in a short period of time. Wouldn't that be using my own shortness to strike the enemy's strength? Grandpa, you might as well receive the stuff and give me the powers when the time comes. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Exotic ability has its powerful places and its flaws. Can your reaction speed at close range be comparable to that of a powerful martial artist? Before you can release your spiritual thoughts, people will already kill you. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said. Grandpa, then just give me the first layer of the technique first. Even if you give me the 3rd layer, I won't be able to raise it all at once. It's okay. Xiao Hai thought for a moment. The first layer of the Gongfu had much less content, and it was fairly easy for him to pass it over. Go! It didn't take long time for Xiao Hai to condense the first layer into a ping-pong ball-sized ball of light, which passed through the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body in the blink of an eye. Many contents surged into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Hai grinned. Good grandson. Our family's Gongfu is obscure and difficult to understand. The enemy took it and wanted to cultivate it is not easy. What I gave you includes a lot of sense as well as a little bit of power. The Gong method has a total of 9 layers. I am now at the 7th layer. And there should be no problem with the senses. You can rest assured that cultivation is. Xiao Fan said. Grandfather, then how far away are you from being number 1 in the world today? Xiao Hai Dao, a while ago, Grandpa's Gong method was only the peak of the 6th layer. And at that time, Grandpa's strength could probably be ranked in the top 10 nationwide. Nowadays, the top 3 in the country. The whole world over here should also be able to rank in the top 15. And after a while Grandpa can definitely squeeze into the top 10 in the whole world over here. If we reach the 8th level, it is entirely possible that Grandpa will be number 1 in the world. Speaking of this, Xiao Hai released a powerful aura from his body. Now the top 15 in the world. That's quite a formidable strength. Grandpa, if you can't beat me, don't fight hard. If you can't beat me, you run. Xiao Fan exhorted. Xiao Hai hemmed and hawed and laughed. Don't worry, my dear grandson. Our family transmitted skill, 9 turns true dragon skill, has 2 major advantages. The first is that the body is strong after cultivation, the second is that it is fast. Rumor has it that if you cultivate to the 9th layer you can transform into a true dragon and become invincible. Xiao Fan said. Grandpa, cultivators with strong physical bodies will be suppressed just as much when they arrive near the city? Aha! Xiao Hai nodded. Whether it's the body or the cultivated mana, it's essentially energy. If the physical body isn't suppressed, Grandpa can kill his way into the city all by himself. Grandpa, you are ready to receive things. Xiao Fan moved up to the mirror, and he first passed around the clothes that had been sent over. This batch totals 60,000 units. After taking the 2 cities, Xiao Hai and the others could get some cotton clothes, but those cotton clothes were bloated, and the soldiers fought better in the special warfare training clothes that Xiao Fan had passed over. Grandpa, I've prepared 3,000 tons of cement and sand and rebar here, so I'll pass you a portion of each first. Yes. After spending an hour, Xiao Fan passed over half of the cement sand rebar. Various templates were naturally passed on. With those templates, it would be much easier for Xiao Hai to build something if he wanted to. Good grandson, your mom and dad have been gone for 5 years. Should be sad you also sad over. No matter what you do, you first ensure their own safety, no? Look for you in 3 days. Shakado. 3 days was enough time for him to recover. There were still many things that Xiao Fan hadn't passed on here. In addition, he could pass on a little more power to Xiao Fan after 3 days. Xiao Hai's 9 revolutions true dragon skill was already at the 7th level. And the dragon power cultivated in his body was so powerful that it didn't have much of an effect on him to give Xiao Fan a little bit. But Xiao Fan was just starting out, and a little bit of power was quite a lot for him. I didn't realize that our Xiao family used to be a martial arts family. Xiao Fan muttered. Dad, Mom, I will definitely avenge you guys. Even if the other party is a powerful martial arts family, I will definitely make them pay for their blood in the future. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 9 turns true dragon technique. The first tier of the original Gongfu totaled just about 900 words, and there wasn't even any punctuation throughout. If Xiao Fan had gotten this, even if he was a schoolmaster, he would have 2 big heads. It was really very difficult to cultivate such a technique with success. A careless person might get sidetracked from practicing. Nowadays, he naturally didn't have such worries, and the information Xiao Hai had given him contained his various insights, adding up to a total of over 100,000 words. There are so many commentaries. If he can't understand them, he's a schoolboy in vain. Begin. After spending 2 hours studying it carefully, Xiao Fan officially began to cultivate. According to the Gong method, the first step requires internal sensation. Internal sense is not as powerful as internal vision, but it also requires you to know clearly where a meridian is. And just this step can be difficult for countless people. Step 2, air sense. Through cultivation, internal qi is produced in the dantian, and the presence of internal qi is sensed at the same time. The third step is to enter the body with qi. Absorb the aura of heaven and earth to form the first strand of dragon qi. Reaching this step of the 9 revolutions true dragon technique is considered to be an introduction. Xiao Hai started cultivating at the age of 12, spending 18 years, and was barely introduced the year he turned 30. It was too difficult to cultivate this technique in an era where aura was lacking. Luckily, the 9 turns true dragon skill was equivalent to reaching the dark power level as long as one started. This is the dragon's breath? As the Gong method ran for a week, Xiao Fan muttered. The first strand of dragon qi was already present in his body dantian. The 3 roadblocks to cultivating the 9 turns true dragon skill were all quite easy for Xiao Fan. Internal sense, needless to say, he could directly see internally by using his spiritual thoughts. Qi sense was also simple. Xiao Hai had transmitted a dragon qi to his body and he could sense it. What was slightly more troublesome was drawing qi into his body, but he had a good physique, already had dragon qi in his body, and a thorough understanding of the Gong method, which didn't make it difficult for him. Again, Xiao Fan continued to start cultivating. The dragon qi given by Xiao Hai had yet to be completely refined. Chapter 78. Xiao Fan is informed who the suspect is. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. He had started cultivating at 2:30 in the morning, and the 9 turns true dragon technique had been running for 1 week and half an hour. And now at around 7 o'clock he had run a total of 9 small circumference, and there were 9 strands of dragon qi in his dantian. All of this dragon chi was naturally converted from refining the dragon chi given by Xiao Hai. The beginning of everything is difficult. Xiao Hai directly passes to Xiao Hai Dragon Force, plus gave him the sense of the Gong method, not to say 20 years. At least saved Xiao Fan 10 years of hard work. Although my original physique was good, it was only brute strength. Now that I have cultivated the 9 revolutions divine dragon skill, I have a deeper understanding of power, Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart. He stood up, his figure constantly changing position inside the warehouse. The 9 turns true dragon technique was a cultivation technique, and it also contained body techniques. However, within the first layer of the Gongfu, Xiao Fan did not find any attacking spells, so it was estimated that the ancestor who created the Gongfu thought that such a low-level character would be fine to defend himself. Learning an attack spell to pick a fight might kill you faster. Phew! After some activity, Xiao Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With his psychic ability plus martial arts, he was much stronger. Crunch! Opened the door of the warehouse. Xiao Fan arrived outside. For security guards outside the warehouse saluted in a hurry. No one is allowed inside the warehouse, including Mr. Zhao Zhongxiang Zhao. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Yes, Xiao. The 4 guards said in the same voice. Xiao Fan quickly left. Xiao Hai's next contact was 3 days later though. The time was not long, but he couldn't stay over here for 3 days. Anyway, Z City came over quickly. Otherworldly, Green Fire City. This side of the East City Gate was heavily damaged nearby, and the City Lord's mansion was even more nearly completely destroyed. Repairing the East Gate in the traditional way over here is not easy, and when it is repaired the defenses are not as good as they used to be. As for the City Lord's mansion, it is not difficult to build an ordinary one, but it is not easy to build a City Lord's mansion that can be used as a commander's mansion in times of war, and it is easy to be raided by the enemy because of the lack of defense. Sleeping generals lose a lot of money if they are decapitated. Out! Xiao Hai arrived near the East City. He let quite a lot of cement sand and also steel bars to the outside. You got the good stuff again, Marshal? A general next to Xiao Hai said in surprise. Xiao Hai pointed to the bags of cement and said, those are cement. 1 part water, 2 parts cement, 3 parts sand, 6 parts stone. Mix them together in this proportion. Made concrete plus rebar is used to grab the East Gate side first. They had damaged the East Gate when they attacked the city, and they had to hurry up and fix it, or else the enemy would counterattack, and would most likely attack the city from the East Gate side. Okay, Marshal. There are a lot of stones like pebbles over here, and it didn't take long for the concrete to be dispensed under Xiao Hai's command. The formwork was fitted and the rebar was tied and put in. The concrete was quickly poured inside the formwork. Marshal, will this work? The crowd around them was a little surprised that the concrete felt little better than mud to them. Xiao Hai glared. Is Lousy still lying to you guys? You guys will know tomorrow. Now hurry up and straighten out the City Lord's house. The old man doesn't need to look good. The house must be strong in defense. The remaining 3 city gate holes also need to be reinforced. The defense on this side of Greenfire City is not as good as Silver Moon City. Next to him, one of Xiao Hai's generals rubbed his hands and said, Marshal, I wonder if you've gotten any clothes this time? Those clothes you got are much better. If you have it, Grand Marshal, you must give us Xuanwu Legion a little more. Marshal, several of the surrounding generals spoke up. Xiao Hai now had 180,000 soldiers under his command, and these soldiers were divided into 4 legions, the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, with himself personally controlling the Green Dragon Legion. The Green Dragon Legion was currently 60,000 men, and the remaining 3 legions were all 40,000 men. The soldiers of the Green Dragon Legion were also the ones who had followed Xiao Hai from the very beginning and had the strongest combat power. Look at you all, Xiao Hai said as a large number of special warfare training suits appeared. Here is a total of 60,000 sets. You 3 legions share 40,000 sets. The remaining 20,000 sets are for the Green Dragon Legion. You are well fed and well dressed. Don't drop the ball for me in battle. Xiao Hai laughed and cursed. Don't worry, Marshal. The remaining 3 army chiefs around them were excited. It wasn't the coldest time yet, but it was already cold. It was freezing cold. These special warfare training suits were a good thing. All get the hell out. Xiao Hai waved his hand. Xiao Fan arrived inside the hospital. Discharged? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Didn't Team Liang undergo a craniotomy? How come he was discharged from the hospital so quickly? The doctor explained. Craniotomy is discharged in a minimum of 7 days. In Team Liang's case we assessed the recommendation to be discharged in 2 weeks, and today is only the 9th day, and he insisted on being discharged. Xiao Fan frowned. He insisted on being discharged. You guys let him? The doctor looked helpless. We really can't do anything about Team Liang's stubbornness. We've sent a nurse to follow him around, so if there's a situation we'll be the first to deal with it. Xiao Fan was slightly relieved. This was better. He went back to work? Yes. Xiaofan left the hospital and went to the criminal investigation brigade and saw Liang Wu, who still had gauze wrapped around his head. Xiaofan, are you stupid? You just got $1 million bonus and charged them all inside my medical account. I can be reimbursed for my work injury. Liang Wu saw Xiaofan and said. This he didn't know until he was discharged from the hospital. Xiaofan's spiritual nimbus checked Liang Wu's head. He said without any good humor. Liang team, you're the one who's stupid. Is it uncomfortable to lie inside the hospital? What will you do if you really become a vegetable? I don't have much of a problem sitting in an office these days. Liang Wu waved his hand and said. Xiaofan spent a total of $400,000 to $500,000 on you. My little salary is difficult to pay you back. Your parents' case, I'll give up my life to find out for you. Xiaofan said. Team Liang, I want to talk to you alone. Liang Wu frowned. You want to know more details of the case? This only can't be told to you. It's not safe for yourself if you know. I'd have to be criticized for telling you the details of the case. Xiaofan frowned. Team Liang, I should be able to defend myself. I've already taken down a few criminals. Liang Wu shook his head and said. That's even more reason not to talk to you. Suspects nowadays, we have one. But the other party is only suspected, not yet certain. What if you come to the door and injure someone? Although you paid my medical bills. Xiaofan. I can't show favoritism in this regard. Xiaofan. He had wanted to have a private chat with Liang Wu to show off his strength. Now it seemed even more unlikely that Liang Wu would tell him who the suspect was if he showed strength. It seems like the only way to figure out who the suspect is to sneak around. Xiaofan secretly said in his heart. He mentally read into the interrogation room. And the interrogation room was most likely a suspect if anyone was there. No. Xiaofan's spiritual thoughts swept towards some information on Liang Wu's desk. Mayor Yu Sharon, the director and mayor of the Long Sky Group? Inside the information on Liang Wu's desk, there was quite a lot of information about Yu Sharon. Pinky's new book begs for 5-star reviews and a little gift, thanks brothers and sisters. Chapter 79, the technique was really stolen. Coming out of the criminal investigation brigade, Xiaofan did not immediately go to the Long Sky Group. If Yu Sharon was really the murderer, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry to run away. Drip. Xiaofan's phone rang and it was actually Chang Xinghua who called. Uncle Chang, you rarely give me a call. Do you want your daughter really want to come up with one? Xiaofan smiled and joked. Chang Xinghua didn't have the good sense to say. That was a few years ago. Now I'm still thinking shit about my daughter. I'm calling to tell you that the college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Yang Chen to participate in the college entrance examination this year. You at least is our village out of the first college students. You call and he said. Encouragement and so on? Xiaofan was stunned. It was actually almost time for the college entrance exam in a flash. Yang Chen is the grandson of the second Master Yang in their village. His parents also left when he was a child. The second Master Yang, a grandfather who worked hard to bring him up. Uncle Chang, I'm coming back. We'll have dinner at your house tonight. So cook more rice. Xiaofan smiled and said. He just wanted to go back and see if there were any feats inside the ancestral tablets. You didn't have to make a special trip back. Fancico. Chang Xinghua hurriedly said. Uncle Chang, I haven't been back for a while either. So I just happened to come back to see you guys. It was not good for a sports car to go to the countryside. So Xiaofan took a cab directly to the town. Fancico. Here. Xiaofan was about to find a moto to go to the village when Chang Xinghua's voice rang out. He walked over quickly. Uncle Chang, you came over to pick me up on purpose? You came over so early. You'll have to wait quite a while if I come back slowly. I just happened to come in for a little shopping. It's a good thing I got here fast. You actually got inside the town so quickly. Chang Xinghua coughed lightly. Xiaofan did not say that he came here by taxi. Otherwise Chang Xinghua and their two families must have read him quite a lot of time. Even if he had money, he could not just waste it. Hurry up and get in the car. I killed the chicken when I came here. And tonight Yang Chen and the others are having dinner at our house as well. Chang Xinghua greeted. Xiaofan straddled the motorcycle. And it didn't take long for the time to return inside the village. Fancico. When the village people saw Xiaofan one by one, they greeted him warmly. Xiaofan responded one by one. Chang Xinghua used a motorcycle to send Xiaofan directly to his home. Since he came back, Chang Xinghua knew that Xiaofan definitely had to go home to see. Xiaofan opened the door and the inside of the home was clean. Chang Hu's mother has a key to his home. Every once in a while will give him home cleaning and then ventilation. Otherwise the home has long been moldy and dilapidated, out of shape. Ancestral tablets are naturally in the house. Their family wasn't a rich family before and didn't have a special ancestral shrine. There really isn't. Xiaofan's spiritual thoughts swept over. And the inside of the ancestral tablet was empty. There is a hidden compartment in the ancestral tablet. Xiaofan found that the hidden compartment has subtle traces of being pried open. Chang Hu's mother to engage in hygiene certainly will not get to the ancestral tablet there, much less pry open their family's ancestral tablets. It's really because of the 9 turns true dragon technique. A family technique. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Dad. Mom. I will definitely avenge you guys. But the other party is a martial arts family. And their strength may be very strong. So you have to give me a little bit more time. Xiao Fan burned some paper money and then respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Van. After rambling on and saying something to his parents, Xiao Fan arrived at Cheng Hu's house. Cheng Hu and Yang Chen were both there, and when they saw Xiao Fan they hurriedly called out. Yang Chen, how about getting into a college with confidence? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Yang Chen snapped. Brother Fan, I'm not you my grades you also know. Very barely. 3 books are expected. 2 books can only rely on hitting the big luck. Brother Fan, I want to discuss something with you. If I don't get into the exam I don't want to go to the 3rd grade. I want to work part-time. Grandpa is getting old, I'll make some money and he can still enjoy his life. Xiao Fan looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen really isn't very good material when it comes to studying. He had tutored Yang Chen before. Yang Chen knew that his grandfather worked hard. And he worked quite hard on his studies, but his grades have always been just that. Yang Chen, we're the same age, so I won't talk to you about the big ideas. If it's best for you to get in, then you definitely have to go to school. It's not easy for your grandfather to train you. If you don't get in, I'll get you a job in the county. Xiao Fan patted Yang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Although Yang Chen was not a good student, there were still advantages in him. He was relatively strong, could endure hardship, and was filial to his grandfather. The warehouse that Zhao Zongxian was building now was a warehouse that he intended to operate for a long time, so he couldn't let Zhao Zongxian's people guard it in the future. Even if Zhao Zongxian wouldn't betray it, he was relieved that some people inside the village knew their roots. Van. Really? Yang Chen's eyes lit up as he said. It would be good for him to get a job in the county. His grandfather was old enough that he could always come back and visit if he worked in the county. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Relax and go to the exam and play your best. You can't intentionally fail the test. And if you don't, the number of points you score on the test, multiplied by 10, will be your paycheck. Xiao Fan laughed. Yang Chen said in surprise, Brother Fan, really? It should still be no problem for me to take a 400-something exam. So won't my salary reach more than 4,000? Xiao Fan said. If you get into a university, after graduating from the university I guarantee that your salary will be more than 20 times of your college entrance exam score. Think it over yourself, you kid. Yang Chen took a deep breath. How to get into the 2nd bachelor's degree is also more than 500 points. 20 times more than the monthly salary of more than 10,000 I'll try my best. Van. Yang Chen said seriously. His mental pressure was a lot less. Xiao Fan had already arranged him in a clear way. It didn't take long for the food to be served and Chang Xinghua greeted Xiao Fan as they ate. 2 cups of rice wine down. Xiao Fan said. Uncle Chang, do you want to work in the county? I have a little industry in the county, need people to help. If you are willing to monthly salary of 8,000. Chang Xinghua shook his head repeatedly. You can help if you need something, but look at my whole body. Which bone is worth 8,000 a month? Fancico. Lao Cheng said it's good. The ground food a year only earns $10,000. The county to do work is only 20,000 a year. You this 8,000 a month. 100,000 a year? How can we take advantage of you? Cheng Hu's mother said. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Auntie, I am in need of someone I can trust. Uncle Chang, I'm not joking with you. You then find 10 or 8 people in the village to do serious and responsible work and can keep secrets. Alcoholism cannot, big mouth cannot. Each of them $6,000 a month. Chang Xinghua said with a straight face. Are you serious? Fan Siko? Sure. Xiao Fan nodded. The first batch wanted so many people, and they might be needed in the future. The warehouse is currently under construction, but people will have to be recruited sooner rather than later. Chang Xinghua, they need to be properly training. Warehouse management is also a discipline. Chapter 80, Yushoren's Secret Investigation. Long Sky Group, President's Office. Boss Shadow sent back word that Xiao Fan went to the Criminal Investigation Brigade then returned to the village. A woman in front of Yushoren reported. Yushoren rested his golden glasses and said in a faint voice. Have Shadow make a trip to Xiao Fan's house and secretly check if Xiao Fan knows about the gong method. Okay, boss. The woman nodded as she turned and prepared to leave. Wait, have you gotten any results from asking you to look into Xiao Fan's bank card account? Yu Shoren inquired. The woman frowned. Boss, this thing is a bit strange. The person I found didn't have enough authority and didn't check it out. I'm trying to think of the rest of the ways. Yu Shoren said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan already knows that his parents were murdered. It's important to know more and more information about him in all aspects. The woman said. Boss, Xiao Fan is just an ordinary student. Aren't we looking down on him too much? Yushoren said in a cold voice. Never underestimate any enemy. Shadow will give Xiao Fan an accident if he finds out that he knows about the Gongfu. Yes, boss. The woman backed out. Yu Xiaorun pondered. He felt that he was a bit unable to see through Xiao Fan. Obviously just an ordinary student bank and the surprising 3 shots to solve the robbers. Supercars don't know where to come from either. Of course these were only minor issues. As long as Xiao Fan didn't know about the family's feats, there was no need for them to solve Xiao Fan for the time being. After all, the more people you kill the more holes you leave behind and the more likely you are to get into trouble. Xiao Fan slept inside the village for the night. The next morning Cheng Xinghua and 9 others arrived at his place. Fansiko Xinghua said, "You're going to find us a job for 6,000 a month?" One of them said with some excitement. They are not much culture. To the county to find a job can find $2,000 a month is good. 6,000 properly high wages. Uncle Xia. Of course it's true. Xiao Fan smiled and said, 6,000 per month. 5 insurance and 1 gold, those things are not there. But if you do a good job at the end of the year there will be a bonus of 1 to 2 months. Hearing Xiao Fan say this the crowd became even more excited. They don't care about 5 insurance and 1 gold or whatever. It's better to get a bonus in hand. Do you think they're a good fit, Fansiko? I'll be ugly with them first. If you don't think it's a good fit you'll replace them. Chang Xinghua said. Xiao Fan swept his gaze over and smiled. Uncle Chang, do I still not trust you? Besides, they are all uncles and uncles who have watched me grow up, and I can trust them all. If there's nothing else, uncles, you go back and pack up some things and we'll leave. And by the way, there's a 2-day weekly break. The crowd left with great joy. 6,000 a month, with a bonus at the end of the year, 2 days off a week, and close to home. Where can I find such a good job? 2 hours later Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the county town of Leishan County. Mr. Xiao, one of Zhao Zongxiang's men, greeted Xiao Fan at the station. He looked respectful. Zhao Zongxiang had instructed him that if he displeased Xiao Fan he could just roll up and go home. Manager Gui, right? Hello. Xiao Fan shook hands with this underling of Zhao Zongxiang, and the other party was flattered. Mr. Xiao, I'm Guo Wendong. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded. Mr. Zhao should have talked to you. Let's go over first. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Guo Wendong let people drive 3 Mercedes-Benz. Cheng Xinghua, they are a little formal on the car. 10 minutes the car to a warehouse area. Uncle Chang, your job is like this. You need to familiarize yourselves with all aspects of warehouse management, and you'll in turn over here next. Manager Guo, although Uncle Chang they are I brought over, but work above you cannot relax on them. You only have a month, Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Cheng Xinghua frowned slightly and said, Fan, Mr. Xiao, just managing the management of the warehouse. Isn't it not appropriate for you to give us such a high salary? The rest of them nodded. They are happy with the high wages, but if the work they do is not worth the money they get, they feel uneasy. Xiao Fan laughed. Uncle Chang, you'll know later. I will definitely not give you money casually just because I sympathize with you. You guys have a lot to learn next. Modern warehouse management is not just looking at a gate. I can leave Manager Guo and the others to you. If you do a good job, I'll put in a good word for you with Mr. Zhao, and I'll say if you do a bad job. Guo Wendong quickly said, Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely arrange for the best people to take them. Aha. Xiao Fan nodded as he quickly left. Inside the village, the shadow carefully sneaked into Xiao Fan's home. He carefully examined the ancestral tablets in Xiao Fan's house. The dust on top of the tablet shows no signs of touching down. The plaque didn't move in any way either. It seems like Xiao Fan doesn't know at all, Shadow said in his mind. He backed away carefully. In less than 5 minutes Yu Xiaorun got the news, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It had been quite some time since the Xiao family had withdrawn from the martial arts circle. If Xiao Fan didn't know about it he wouldn't have made a scene. He wouldn't have awakened everyone's memories in this regard. Letting it be known that a force had killed Xiao Fan's parents to take away the gungfu was not good for the force behind him. Of course Yu Xiaorun knew that the martial arts family behind him was powerful, but there wasn't just one powerful martial arts family. And besides, there was also the country. The state also has rules above the management of martial arts families. Killing someone to take a meritocracy is a big no-no. Drip. Yu Xiaorun dialed the phone. He stood up looking respectful. The phone rang about 10 times before the person on the other end picked up. What is it? A lazy voice came from across the room. Sixth Master. Xiao Fan went back inside the village. He didn't touch the ancestral tablets. He surely doesn't know about the Xiao family clan technique. Yu Xiaorun said respectfully. The opposite party said in a faint voice, if he knew about the family's feats, he should have known about it long ago. Why did he make this call specifically at this time? Yu Xiaorun hurriedly said. Master 6, it's like this. Recently Xiao Fan is a bit strange. The other day in a bank robbery, he showed a very high level of marksmanship. He also drives a supercar. I had his bank card investigated, and I'm surprised it didn't come up. Opposite the 6th Master was a bit surprised. He is a salted fish. Is there still a time to turn over? How did he get the money to investigate clearly? Yes. Sixth Master. Hanging up the phone, Master 6 arrived inside an old mansion. Father just got word from you, Sharon. Master 6 reported back. Speak your judgment. The one who spoke was a gray-clothed old man whose eyes didn't even open as he spoke. Master 6 said, Father, I was wondering if he could have been approached by someone from one of the remaining martial arts families. Could his money have been given to him by the rest of the family? The gray-clothed old man said indifferently. He doesn't know about the family's gong method. If this doesn't affect anything, have you, Sharon, secretly keep an eye on him not to get too close? Beware of being discovered by other forces. The sixth master nodded as he silently retreated. Chapter 81, Arraignment of Yusharan. Criminal Investigation Brigade. Liang Wu's man Zhang Shi's cell phone rings. Hello. Zhang Shi hurriedly picked up the phone. Brother Zhang is not well. Sun Haokuan is dead. Zhang Shi's face changed. Sun Haokuan is the leader of the bandits. Liang Wu was preparing to arraign him. What was the cause of death? Zhang Shi hurriedly said. The cause of death has not yet been determined, and the preliminary verdict is death by poisoning. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Shi frowned. Sun Haokuan, sooner or later. This time death is sure to be silenced. How else are they going to arraign Sun Haokuan? Zhang Shi looked towards Liang Wu's office. This news told Liang Wu. I don't know if it will irritate Liang Wu, but Liang Wu is the captain. It's not possible to not talk to him. Team Liang, there's a message for you. You need to calm down or you might have to go back to lying in a hospital bed. Zhang Shi sat down in front of Liang Wu and said, You say. Liang Wu said in a deep voice. I am afraid that it is not good news for Zhang Shi to say this. Zhang Shi took a deep breath and said, Just now I received a call that Sun Haokuan died. It should be a poisoning death. What? Liang Wu's face changed. His face flushed a little. There are police guards outside Sun Haokuan's hospital room 24 hours a day. And in such a situation he was murdered. And the black hand behind the scene is capable and rampant. Team Liang, take it easy. You mustn't get excited. Zhang Shi hurriedly said. Liang Wu's fists were clenched. Could he not be excited? Lie yet, and he said that Yushuren may have a problem. And for fear of spooking the snake, he did not immediately arraign Sun Haokuan, and did not expect that Sun Haokuan would die at this moment. Have the body transferred. Notify Laya of the autopsy. You personally bring a few people to the Long Sky Group and ask Yushuren to come over to assist in the investigation. Liang Wu said grimly. Yushuren is the president of the Long Sky Group. It's just that Sun Haokuan said that and Sun Haokuan is dead. Isn't it not too proper for us to call him over to assist in the investigation? Zhang Shi reminded. The Long Sky Group at least has assets in the billions, and Yusharen's energy is still not weak. Liang Wu said in a cold voice. As a citizen, he has the obligation to come over and assist in the investigation. Do it immediately. Zhang Shi nodded his head as he left in a hurry. Liang Wu covered his head as the nurse beside him hurriedly checked him one by one. I'm fine, don't worry. Slowly Liang Wu opened his mouth. Team Liang, you have to keep your mind calm. If you just move your anger it may affect the wound. After checking to make sure there were no problems, the nurse cautioned. Understood. Team Liang hurriedly said. He didn't want to go back to lying inside the hospital. Sun Haokuan is dead? Rhea got the news stunned. Sun Haokuan unexpectedly died. He must have been silenced. Yes. Laya, your leave is cancelled. Team Liang asked you to return to the team to prepare for the autopsy. Zhang Shi hung up the phone after saying that. You three change into civilian clothes and come with me. Zhang Shi quickly called up the other three people, and the four of them changed their clothes and arrived at the Long Sky Group. President, there are a couple of cops looking for you. Yushuren's secretary reported. The police want me? Yushuren's pupils shrunk. How did the police find him? The case of Xiao Fan's parents, he believed that Liang Wu and the others must not have investigated him yet. And the case of Sun Haokuan's death was unlikely to allow the police to investigate him. Invite them in. After a little thought, Yushuren said. Avoiding it will definitely not work. It didn't take long for Zhang Shi and the others to enter Yushuren's office. You're very luxurious here. Mr. Yu. Zhang Shi looked around and said that there should be no remaining people hiding inside the office. Yushuren pushed his golden glasses upwards as he smiled. What are the names of the several officers? Is someone from our Long Sky Group involved in the case? My name is Zhang Shi. Here are my papers. Zhang Shi took out his credentials and showed them to Yushuren. You don't seem to be busy today. Mr. Yu, there's a case that I'd like to ask you to come to our team to assist in the investigation. Yushuren's heart sank. It was really coming at him. Which part of the process went wrong? I do have more time today. It is our civic duty to assist you police in your cases. I will come with you. Yushuren smiled and said, but the commotion has to be smaller. Our Long Sky Group is a listed company. Don't damage the interests of the shareholders because of a small matter. No problem. Zhang Shi nodded. Soon Yushuren followed Zhang Shi and the others to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Mr. You please. Zhang Shi smiled as he brought Yushuren to the interrogation room. Yushuren said in a deep voice, "Officer Zhang, I'm the president of the Long Sky Group. There's no problem coming over to cooperate with your investigation. What's the deal with going straight into the interrogation room?" Zhang Shi knocked on the table. "Yushuren, you have to cooperate with the investigation," he said and pushed his cell phone to Yushuren. "Look at this video." Yushuren quickly finished the video. "Dogs." Yushuren cursed in his heart. He did not expect Sun Haokuan to have denounced him before he was even arraigned. Who is he? Officer Chang? A random person can record a video and slander others, right? I, Yushuren, am the president of the Changkong Group, and the assets of the Changkong Group exceed $1 billion. I personally hold 60% of the shares of the Long Sky Group. I'm a billionaire with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets instructing others to kill people. Don't you guys think that's strange? Yushuren frowned. Zhang Shi said, "His name is Sun Haokuan." Yushuren, you say now. Do you know Sun Haokuan? Not recognizable. Did you order him to kill? Heaven forbid. Of course not. Yushuren shook his head. Zhang Shi continued to ask, "Did you know about the car accident case of Mr. and Mrs. Xiaojin 5 years ago? Did their deaths have anything to do with you? And did you direct the killings?" Yushuren said with a helpless face. "Officer Zhang, the more you ask the more outrageous you get. I don't know, and it has nothing to do with me. You guys should be using a lie detector now, right? A polygraph would certainly establish that I'm not lying. Officer Zhang, polygraph is also just an aid, can't be used as evidence. If you guys have evidence to prove that I instructed others to kill, you guys take out the evidence and I'll take a look." Liang Wu's voice rang in Zhang Shi's ears. "The polygraph shows that he is not lying. End the interrogation. Mr. You can go now. We also just found this one clue and routinely ask questions," Zhang Shi said to Yushuren. Yushuren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhang Shi and the others should not have the rest of the evidence. In the future, if you don't have concrete evidence, it's better not to bother me. After all, I'm the president of a listed group. A little breeze might make the shareholders lose a lot, Yushuren said in a deep voice as he quickly left. Zhang Shi arrived at Liang Wu's side. Liang Wu frowned. Both polygraphs showed that Yushuren wasn't lying. Could it be that Sun Haokuan lied? Zhang Shi said. Liang Wu shook his head. "I don't think it's necessarily true. My intuition tells me that Yushuren has problems with this person, and the lie detector may not be that reliable sometimes. Clandestinely intensify your investigation of him. Check some of the people around him, too, and put 2 men on him 24 hours a day.